This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1: Visitors from Another World. In the hexagonal pavilion, Lenny looked at the scorching sun in the sky, moved his buttocks on the rattan chair upwards, picked up the teacup and drank it in big gulps, drank it all up. Then he continued to lie on his back with his eyes squinting. A eunuch who had been standing opposite him hurriedly picked up the teapot on the table and filled his cup with water. How can I live like this? It's so hot. There's nothing I can do. Lenny sighed to his personal eunuch Hong Ying. Even though he had been in this world for 18 years, he was still not used to a life without air conditioning and fans. Summer was really hard to bear. He was at risk of being a heretic and damaging his high-class image as a prince. He was wearing homemade shorts, bare-chested, and still sweating. Hong Ying smiled and said, "Prince, how about I get you some ice?" Lenny rolled his eyes at Hong Ying and said, "Forget it. It's not very useful. Ice made of saltpeter can only be used indoors at night. If it is placed outside, it basically has no effect. At most, it can provide some psychological comfort." Hong Ying took the mung bean soup from the maid next to him and handed it over, saying, "Your Highness, I feel sorry for you. Please drink some mung bean soup to cool you down." "No. I have a stomach full of tea. How can I drink it?" Lenny waved his hands impatiently. He was not used to the excessive care of the servants. Seeing Lenny narrow his eyes, Hong Ying hurriedly said to the maid next to him, "What are you standing there for?" "Fan the prince quickly," Lenny said lightly. "Hey, when we have time and conditions in the future, let's go to the mountains to escape the summer heat." Feeling the cool breeze from the palm leaf fan, he felt quite enjoyable. In his previous life, he grew up in an orphanage, without a father or a mother. He went to an ordinary university with difficulty. Maybe his brain didn't catch up, or maybe it was his character flaws caused by his acquired environment. In short, for various reasons, he was not destined to be rich. If nothing unexpected happened, he would be like most ordinary people, unable to buy a house, unable to marry a wife, and lying in a daze all his life. Unfortunately, there are unexpected events in life. Even when he was standing on the curb, a car still hit him. From then on, his feet were replaced by a wheelchair. Anyway, he didn't have the courage to commit suicide. So it was better to live a miserable life than to die. You have to eat to live, but you can't find a job. Fortunately, he still has the identity of a coder, although he has written 4 or 5 books, each of which has not performed well. He always has the illusion that he will become a god sooner or later, sitting in a wheelchair. After a period of decadence, he can't wait to start a new book. Super Dad? Just the title of the book. It's exciting to think about it. At the same time, it incorporates the styles of the crooked-mouthed god of war and the son-in-law. It is simply a genius setting. It's hard not to be popular. Fingers tapped the keyboard. Never stopped. And when he was excited, he wanted to jump up from his seat. It's so well written, you can't make less than $1 million a year. After uploading 10,000 words a night, I happily drank 3 bottles of beer, lay on the bed, hugging the pillow, dreaming of becoming a god, but I didn't expect to wake up and come to this strange world. The 9th Prince of Liang State was a winner at birth. Here, no one can bully him at will, no need to worry about work, no need to rush for life, free from the bitter sea of buying a house and marrying a wife. The most important thing is, I can run in the sun again. There is nothing better than this. Hong Ying smiled and said, "Prince, why don't I go and make some preparations? Tomorrow we can stay in the summer resort for a few days. I heard that Prince Jean, Prince Nailing, Prince Xian, and the princess are all there." Lenny shook his head and said, "I will be in Theft soon. It will take half a month to go back and forth to Din. There is no need to bother." From the moment he was born, he knew his situation. His biological mother, concubine Yuan, was in favor at the time, and she gave birth to a prince. There were countless red eyes in the palace staring at them, wishing to get rid of them as soon as possible. He was innocent, but being in the royal family was his biggest mistake. Therefore, he never competed for favor in front of the old emperor, so as not to be envied. There were many resentful women in the deep palace, many tricks, many widows, and if you were not careful, it would be difficult to survive to adulthood. Historically, the death rate of princes has always been high. On the day of the first month of the lunar year, He grabbed the gold coin without hesitation and held it tightly in his arms. When he became an adult, he did not disappoint his brothers and concubines in the harem. He valued money as his life, was greedy for pleasure, was unlearned, and had no ambition. However, the old emperor hated him so much that he did not let him leave the palace until he was 16. According to the rules, the princes and nobles of Liang State usually lived in the northern city of Hong Kong. But Lin Yi's residence was arranged in the remote southern city. It was originally the residence of Zhou Tao, the former minister of personnel. He was implicated in a treason case and had his neck chopped by the old emperor. Confiscation of the house was inevitable. Most of the people living around were civilians. Lin Yi did not care. Liang State had been established for more than 200 years, and there were countless princes and grandchildren. The residence was not rich. It was already very good to have a mansion outside the palace that belonged to him. Moreover, after making it to this day, he finally has his own fiefdom. He will naturally not stay in the capital city of Hong Kong. If he goes to his fiefdom, the emperor is far away, and he can do whatever he wants. Who can control him? Prince, Hong Ying said anxiously. Sanha has warm and hot soil and water, plus miasma, which will kill 4 or 5 out of 10 people. You can't go there. Lin Yi sneered. Do you want to stay in the capital? His fiefdom Sanha is at the southernmost tip of Liang State, facing the sea in the east and the barbarian land in the south. The environment is harsh, and it is not easy to survive. It has been a place of exile in all dynasties. So, since he was named Queen of Sanha 5 days ago, there are so many people in the capital laughing at him behind his back. He didn't care, after all. He was a new man with 4 qualities, who had received higher education. How could he believe in something like miasma? The so-called miasma should be a combination of multiple diseases, including malignant malaria, schistosomiasis, and other local diseases, which are not related to each other, probably a rumor, and generally called miasma. Hong Ying hesitated. But Prince Xian, Prince Dai now. Lin Yi shook his head. They are them, I am me, were different. The 5th prince? Prince Xian, the 6th prince, Prince Dai, had been conferred 3 years ago, and their feasts were many times better than Sanha, but they were reluctant to go to the vassal state. Once he was in theft. Unless there was something special, he would never be able to return to the capital in his lifetime. However, the emperor did not intend to urge him. Hong Ying whispered. The imperial concubine sent someone to tell him this morning that the emperor had just recovered, and you should be filial to him. Your Majesty, Lin Yi said carelessly. Anyway, the old man doesn't like me, and I am not favored. So what's the point of going there? Let's just be an in-theft person. He would not do such a stupid thing as competing for favor and succession. What would happen if he became an emperor? There would still be no air conditioning, no Wi-Fi, no LOL. Go to the south, become a local emperor, marry a few wives, live a life of drunkenness and debauchery. It couldn't be better. Besides, this was a historical dynasty he didn't know at all. He couldn't be a prophet, so why would he fight for the throne? Chapter 2 Princess Huaiyang. Hong Ying said with a wry smile. Your Highness. The only one who dared to call His Majesty an old man was the master of their family. This prince could be said to have grown up under his watch. He had heard too many rebellious words, and was a little numb now, but he still pretended to be surprised and acted cautiously. While they were talking, a maid ran in and said, Your Highness, Princess Huaiyang is here. Lin Yi raised his eyelids, and what came into his sight was a white dress, and it was his sister, Princess Huaiyang Lin Ning, who was born to the same mother, and was only 2 years younger than him. Royal brother. Lin Ning bowed slightly to her brother. Hey, I've told you so many times. We are brothers and sisters. No need to be so pretentious. Lin Yi held his forehead with his hand. Etiquette cannot be abolished. Lin Ning still lowered his head and stood quietly. You all go down. Lin Yi waved to Hong Ying and the maid next to him. He knew that if there were people standing next to him, his sister would never get close to him. After the people next to him left, Lin Yi found that Lin Ning's eyes were already full of tears, and asked hurriedly, What's wrong? Who bullied you? Royal brother. Tears slid down her delicate face. What happened? Lin Yi stood up, panicked, and said hurriedly, Who bullied you? Just tell me. I'll beat him to death. Lin Ning shook her head, tears streaming down her face. Nothing? Lin Yi said helplessly. Then why are you crying? These days are the great days for your brother to be conferred a title. You are the first to come to congratulate me. You are crying, and it's not festive at all. The mansion of the prince, who got a good title, is probably full of guests. And there is an endless stream of guests. The weather in Sanha is cold and humid. And the ground is steaming. At the turn of summer and autumn, everything decays. People are not made of metal or stone. So how can they last long? Lin Ning leaned her head on Lin Yi's shoulder and sobbed. Brother, can you not go? Just for this? Lin Yi was relieved immediately. He stroked her bangs and said with a smile, Is this something I can decide? You're still laughing? Lin Ning ignored her image and wiped her tears with her white sleeves, saying, I'm going to ask my father. But my mother won't let you go. My sister has really grown up and knows how to feel sorry for her brother. Looking at his beautiful sister, Lin Yi's heart melted in an instant. He is an orphan and has never felt the love of his family. In this life, he has a mother and a sister, and he loves them with all his heart and spoils them since they were young. His sister relies on him, even more than his mother. Lin Yi smiled and said, I know you are doing this for your brother's good. But don't you know your brother's ability? In front of outsiders and the emperor, even his mother, concubine Yuan, he tried his best to hide his incompetence. But in front of his own sister, he always showed off. He was afraid that his only sister didn't know his ability and looked down on him. Brother. Lin Ning opened her hands, wrapped his waist, whispered, I don't want you to leave. I can't bear to leave you. Lin Yi's heart tightened. In this capital, the only thing he couldn't let go of was his sister. Looking at his tearful sister, he comforted her. I will come back to see you every year. You're lying. It takes half a year to go from Sanha to the capital. Is it that far? Lin Yi didn't know. Even if it's far, I'll crawl back to see you. If you leave, no one will tell me about Journey to the West and Romance of the Three Kingdoms anymore. Lin Ning hugged her tighter. Then I will write for you later. Okay? Lin Yi kept patting her back. He was helpless. His chief emperor father, who was nearly 60 years old, was getting worse and worse. The court was shrouded in dark clouds. As a prince, should he support the crown prince, the third prince Yong Wang, the fourth prince Jin Wang, the seventh prince Nanling Wang, or even the younger 12th prince Yan Dan? What? Protect yourself? Anyway, he was a powerless prince. One more or one less would not make a difference. Unfortunately, it was impossible. In the court political struggle, there were only friends and enemies. It was impossible to be a fence-sitter who could please both sides. The only way is to stay away from trouble, Lin Ning continued. What about math class? I have learned the Pythagorean theorem. You said that you can't give up halfway? Sister, it's almost done. Brother has taught you everything I know. Lin Yi said lovingly. You are now the most famous talent in the capital. I don't have the ability to teach you anymore. When he was 7 years old and Lin Ning was 5 years old, he began to teach Lin Ning to read and count secretly. This is a little secret between the brother and sister. After counting with fingers, the content of the second grade of junior high school has been taught for 13 years. What's the point of continuing to teach functions, inequalities, plane vectors? It's just a dragon-slaying skill. It's useless. Brother, you're making fun of me again. Lin Ning punched him in the chest like a spoiled child. She was known as a talented woman outside. In fact, many poems were written by her brother and taught to her. She didn't want such good poems to be buried, so she used her own name to show them to outsiders. If it wasn't for her brother stopping her, she would have wanted to tell the whole world, my brother is talented, knowing everything about astronomy and geography. I don't even have 1% of my brothers. When she was a child, she didn't understand why her brother did this. Now that she's grown up, she gradually understands that although she is a princess, she is still a woman, a talented woman, still a woman, and a talented prince is a stumbling block for others. Just as my brother said, a tree that stands out in the forest will be destroyed by the wind, and the first bird to stick out will be shot. You are not a child anymore, Lin Yi said with a smile. You and I will have to part ways one day, and you must learn to take care of yourself. He could not say anything to comfort her. Princess Huaiyang came crying, and left crying. The sun went down, and the temperature dropped a lot. He put on a collared robe and cloth boots, and he did not feel so hot. There was an 8-meter-wide street in front of the palace, which had always been managed by the South City Military Command, and vendors were prohibited from setting up stalls here. But since Lin Yi moved in, vendors were allowed to do business here. The only requirement was to keep it clean and not crowded. Everyone found that the prince who was called Money Grubber, was not as overbearing and demanding as imagined. Of course, He could not be said to be kind, because he was a little stupid. For example, when it rained, the prince he actually squatted on the steps of the gate of the prince's mansion and shouted without any image, "It's raining. Go home and collect clothes." It is said that the prince, he was reported by the censors for his improper words and deeds, and the emperor was angry and cursed after seeing the report. However, everyone understands that compared with the Dark Guard Commander Jiang Zhong, who insulted the king in the street, powerful, killing people everywhere, and curing children's night crying, he jumped up and blocked the door of the prefect of Hong Kong and opened tea houses, inns, rice shops, and furniture stores to compete with the people for profits. Misbehavior and indecency are not worth mentioning. Even a tiger will not eat its own cubs. The current emperor asked him to reflect on his mistakes behind closed doors and gave him the land of Sanha, which was the greatest punishment for him. Lin Yi held a candied hawes in his hand, eating while looking at the bustling streets. In this life, he finally lived in a single-family mansion in the bustling city center. The most beautiful thing in the world is just that little bit of fireworks. Chapter 3: The Foolish Prince. Seeing Lin Yi sitting at the door, the children in the alley came out in a swarm. "Prince, I want to hear the story of Shura." "Sun Wukong." "Prince, I want to hear Erlingshan." A dozen children surrounded Lin Yi and talked at once. "Oh, you are making so much noise that my brain is going crazy." Lin Yi raised his hands and said helplessly, "Don't get too close to me, I'm sweating. What are you trying to do?" After hearing Lin Yi's words, Hong Ying instinctively wanted to go over and drive the children away, but thinking of his own prince's temper, he finally gave up. Then he stared at the two children in front of him. The two children did not surround Lin Yi to listen to the story, but stood obediently in front of Hong Ying. They were frightened by Hong Ying's gaze, but they still bit the bullet and bowed respectfully. "Master! Master? Who is your master?" Hong Ying snorted coldly. "As Shura said, once a teacher, a father for life." A fair-skinned child with two goat horns said boldly, "Master." The little girl next to him was pale and thin, with messy hair covering her head, and the only thing that caught people's attention was her bright and innocent eyes. Just as Hong Ying was about to scold her, the little girl suddenly stretched out her hands, and a yellow fried cake appeared in front of him. And then she looked at him expectantly. "Master, it's delicious. I'll leave it for you," the little girl said in a baby voice. "You eat it. We won't eat it." Hong Ying didn't say anything harsh after all, and casually glanced at the little girl's right foot again. What a sensible child. But she is a cripple. Unfortunately, her parents don't know how to pity her, and her life will be difficult from now on. "Master." The little girl still held her hands flat, with no intention of putting them down. "Good girl. Keep them for yourself." Hong Ying smiled and touched her head. Manager Hong, Zhu Rorong, who was setting up a butcher's counter in the alley, came running over, smiling with a face full of fat, and bowed to Hong Ying. "I can't understand this 5-step boxing. Please teach me more." "Zhu Rorong, I'm giving you some color. And you're going to open a dyeing factory?" Hong Ying himself didn't know when he started to learn the posture and tone of his own prince. Even the catchphrases were the same. Zhu Rorong was stunned for a moment, and said with a smile, "Manager Hong, you think too highly of me. I can only sell pork with my limited skills. But I can never afford to open a dyeing factory. Those who can open a dyeing factory are either rich or noble. If he could afford to open a dyeing factory, he would definitely be able to walk all over Hong Kong City." Hong Ying rolled his eyes at him, which was irrelevant. The more he talked, the more tired he became. "Okay, you guys, go into the yard and think about it." Lin Yi laughed at the side, and waved his hand at Hong Ying. "You have such a little skill, and you still have the nerve to hide it." "Yes." Hong Ying's eyes twitched, but he did not refute Lin Yi's words. "Shaoan, come here." Lin Yi waved at the little girl, and said with a smile, "As a person, you must strive for self-improvement. Learn well from your master, and in the future, you will be no worse than anyone else." Seeing this poor little girl, he thought again of the friends who grew up with him in the orphanage. Most of the children in the orphanage have congenital diseases such as Down syndrome, cerebral palsy, heart disease, deaf-muteness, and cleft lip. There are very few who are lucky enough to have all 4 limbs intact like him. They are lonely, timid, and simple. After adulthood, most of them stayed in orphanages. Therefore, he had a natural, heartfelt feeling of closeness to this little girl with limited mobility. Zhu Rorong was stunned, thinking that this prince was foolish again. This girl is a cripple, and it would be a blessing if she can find a husband in the future. Isn't she worse than others? Just when he was stunned, Lin Yi's story began. When Tang Song saw that he was going to hit someone again, he was so angry that he recited the spell to tighten the hoop, and Wukong fell to the ground in pain. When the white bone demon saw it, he sneered secretly. Wukong endured the pain, struggled to get up, and killed the monster with a stick. Lin Yi danced with joy when he talked about the exciting parts. The children listened attentively, and the vendors and passers-by not far away also held their breath, fearing that they would miss the exciting parts. The two sides of the road were crowded with pedestrians, and the road was blocked. Only someone was heard yelling, "Everyone, make way." Lin Yi bowed to the passers-by apologetically, and stood up and said, "Today's story will end here." The adults sighed, and the children looked annoyed. But no matter how ignorant they were, they would not follow Lin Yi into the palace. Their parents often threatened them with words, the little Guanzi in the alley next door, and they climbed the wall of the rich man Wang's house, and were beaten to death. What's more, it's the prince's mansion? They are not afraid of the prince, they are afraid of the vicious chief steward Hong. Only Zhu Rorong was foolish and bold, and followed Hong Ying directly. Suddenly, I felt a chill. It was summer. I raised my head, and saw the look Hong Ying was looking at me. I shuddered all over, and pursed my lips all of a sudden, and continued to follow Hong Ying silently with my head down. Just as he entered the threshold of the ear gate, he could not help but turn around and shout to the woman at the butcher's counter, "I'll be back soon. Watch the stall." Zhu Rorong's woman was afraid of alarming Princey, so she did not dare to yell loudly, nor did she dare to chase into Princey's mansion. She had to swallow her anger, and spit on the ground with her head down. You could hear Zhu Rorong's pig-like howling in the rhythm. Needless to say, he must have been beaten by Chief Steward Hong. Zhu Rorong came out with a swollen nose and face, but he was still smiling, and his eyes could not be seen from his smile. "General Manager Hong didn't chop off your head. Thank God." Zhu Rorong's wife scolded angrily. Everyone laughed. Zhu Rorong never learned his lesson, and actually thought about entering the gate of the palace. The bright moon hung in the sky. Lin Yi sat in the middle of the pavilion, and always felt that he could reach it with his hand. "Your Highness." Hong Ying suddenly appeared behind Lin Yi. "Pa! You scared me to death." Lin Yi reached out, and slapped a mosquito to death. "Why are you walking without making any sound now?" "Your Highness, these are the pants I made for you. See if they fit you well." Hong Ying leaned over and stretched out a pair of bright yellow silk shorts, like offering a treasure, showing them in front of Lin Yi. Lin Yi glanced at it, and said with a smile, "Xiaoyingzi, your needlework is getting better and better. I can't even see the stitches anymore. Thank you for the compliment." "Your Highness." Hong Ying didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He still remembered the first time he met the prince. When he was 13 years old, the 3-year-old prince asked him if he knew the sunflower manual. He had never even heard of it. He was asked again if he knew how to use a needle. Of course he didn't. Even the clothing department only used palace maids. At that time, they only heard their little prince say in a baby voice, "How can you practice the sunflower manual if you don't know how to use a needle?" Although he is no longer a man, what's the point of sewing and mending clothes with a needle all day? Now, he must not have mastered the sunflower manual. After all, there is no such skill in the world. But he has mastered the embroidery needle to perfection. Lin Yi took a sip of tea and continued, "I will go south in a few days. You should arrange the people in the mansion. Those who are willing to go with me can be taken with me, and those who are not willing can stay to look after the house. I won't force you, including you." Chapter 4 Hong Ying. "Your Highness." Hong Ying knelt down immediately. "What for?" Lin Yi glared at him. "I will never leave you." "Your Highness," Hong Ying said loyally. "That's a problem." Lin Yi didn't say anything extra. "If you like kneeling, just kneel down all night." "Your Highness." Hong Ying stood up faster than he knelt down. "Well, if we can't make it in the south," Lin Yi said calmly, "we can go to the streets to perform. You are good at flying needles. There will definitely be people who will support you." Although he sometimes looked down on Hong Ying's mediocre skills, he was still quite envious. Liang State was founded on military power, and martial arts were the norm. As a child of the royal family, he was taught martial arts by a special coach in the palace at the age of 7. Even if he was an unpopular prince, learning martial arts naturally requires talent. But the most important thing is perseverance and courage. As a time traveler, he lacks the latter the most. His mental age is over 30 years old, and his character has long been worn down. He can't change it in this life. How can he have the perseverance and patience to learn martial arts? He thinks he is a prince, has guards when traveling, and doesn't fight for the throne. What's the point of learning kung fu? For 18 years, he only knows a set of 5-step boxing that is common on the street. And he fights weakly, and his movements are not very standard. He is low-key based on his strength. No acting skills are needed. Until something happened last year, he realized that he thought the world was too simple. 2 ninth-rank masters dared to assassinate the heavily guarded palace. They broke into the bedroom as if they were in an empty space. If the imperial eunuchs had not arrived in time, the consequences would be disastrous. His chief emperor father is not absolutely safe, not to mention him. Now, he just regrets that he didn't study martial arts hard when he was a child. If he is willing to work hard, it would be no problem to knock down Hong Ying with one punch. At first, Hong Ying not only had no master to teach him, but he couldn't even recognize a few big characters. I slowly taught him to read and study with Lin Ning, and forced him to practice embroidery needlework, so that he could help sew a pair of decent big pants. Ask someone else to sew? My own mother wouldn't allow me to sew. The clothing supervisor didn't dare to sew. But suddenly one day, he was free to tell Lin Ning about Journey to the West. And when he talked about spiritual roots, nurture the source. The mind cultivates the great way to support all living beings and look up to the supreme benevolence. And the invention of all things is good. If you want to know the origin of the power of creation. When he was talking, Hong Ying suddenly told him that he had realized it. He asked what he had realized. Hong Ying couldn't say it. It was only later that he learned. Incognito visits. Hong Ying easily defeated 5 ruffians. He realized that Hong Ying really knew some kung fu. If he had worked harder before, I would definitely be able to surpass Hong Ying's wild way. Right? Some things, you only know how to cherish them after you miss them. Your Highness. Hong Ying smiled. The escort agency's business is still good. I would have forgotten if you hadn't said it. Lenny yawned. We are not in the capital anymore, and we will move south for business. After he turned 10, the palace began to give him regular silver. 3 taels of silver a month. A little bit adds up to a lot. He began to let his wed nurse's son Song Chung do business outside the palace. The first one was an inn, which integrated the modern catering concept into this time and space, and it didn't become popular, but it made him earn his first pot of gold. Then he opened the second inn, and then the third. By the time he opened his pavilion and left the palace, he already had 6 inns. After leaving the palace, he was even more unscrupulous. Anyway, he was a money grubber who risked his life. He still cursed the feared commander of the secret guards, who dared to block his way to wealth. Among the princes and grandchildren of the current dynasty, he was the only one who dared to do this. They were not afraid of the revenge of the secret guards. Anyone with ambitions was afraid of losing the support of the secret guards. That day, after being reprimanded by the chief emperor, the crown prince gave 20 caddies of deer tendons, 50 caddies of sea cucumbers, 50 deer tongues, 50 ox tongues, and 20 caddies of dried clams. The third prince, Prince Yong, gave a pair of white jade lions. The fourth prince, Prince Jean, gave 100 taels of silver. Even the 12th prince, who was 6 years younger than him, gave a farm covering an area of 10 acres. This business is a sure win. You can make money by arguing with people, so what if he beat up Qi Zhong, the son of the prime minister, who let him rely on his family's power and influence to bully men and women? I just don't like him. After that, the business grew bigger and bigger. Who dared to block his way to wealth? Naturally, there would be brothers, grandchildren, and even concubines in the palace to clear the way for him. After all, he was so popular. Up to now, he already had 10 inns, 2 rice shops, a furniture store, a silk shop, and a escort agency. Dongfeng Escort Agency, mission accomplished. Since its establishment, there has been no lost arts, and it has made a great reputation across the country. Last year's income was equal to the total profit of his other industries in a year. Sometimes he had to sigh that. In ancient times, logistics was still quite promising. Your Highness. Hong Ying bowed. I will naturally explain, but it is hot in Sanha. Your Highness is so weak. You are the only one who talks too much nonsense all day long. Lin Yi stood up, stretched himself, and prepared to go back to the house to sleep. If he stayed outside for too long, it would be a good opportunity for mosquitoes. There is no vaccine in this world, and he has no antibodies. If he gets malaria, It is not surprising. Even a cold or pneumonia can take away half of his life. It is so unfair to die in an unclear way after finally living again. After watching Lin Yi walk out of the pavilion, Hong Ying winked at the maids on both sides, signaling them to wait for the prince to go to bed. He sat upright on the chair, motionless, like an old monk in meditation. Late at night, the wind started to blow, and his ears twitched. Suddenly, as if he remembered something, he opened his eyes suddenly, and without any movement, his body floated out of the wall of the palace. "You little bitch. I'll beat you to death." Hong Ying heard the woman's roar from a distance, which was particularly loud in the dark night. The child's crying became quieter and quieter. He stood at the door of the hut that was not much bigger than a pigsty, but never went in. With his hands behind his back, he hid in the darkness. The moon was getting lower and lower. The door creaked open, so soft that it was barely audible. A little girl opened the worn-out door, walked out of the house, then gently closed the door and walked farther and farther along the alley. Juma River, the only river that runs through Ankang City. Hong Ying followed the little girl, first watching her standing by the river, wanting to jump but not daring to, and then squatting by the river crying. He wondered what the prince would do if he were here at this moment. As Hong Ying thought about it, he heard the little girl's crying getting louder and louder, causing more and more dogs to bark. One scream after another, the little girl turned her head back in shock, and suddenly saw Hong Ying in the shadow. She cried, "You are a kidnapper. Then sell me. I just want a bite of food." "Humph. Master." The little girl heard the familiar, unique cold snort, and she couldn't believe it. "Silly child. What are you doing here?" Hong Ying asked indifferently. "My mother told me to die. I'm afraid of water." The little girl shrugged her shoulders and sobbed. "From today on, your name will be Hongin." Hong Ying's face seemed to be smiling. Chapter 5 Apprentice. A breeze suddenly blew, and the river surface was jumping and slapping against the river bank, making a whimpering sound. Xiao Anzi was even more frightened, looking at Hong Ying pitifully. "Master." "Yes." After Hong Ying nodded, he turned around and walked away. "Master." The more Xiao Anzi shouted, the faster Hong Ying walked. Gradually the street wall had covered his figure, and he disappeared. She looked back at the wide, shimmering river surface, shrank her neck, and without hesitation, she quickly caught up with her master with her short legs. In the darkness, she just followed the master's path, not knowing where to go, until she found the master stopped at the door of her house. She was stunned. She saw her parents nodding and bowing to the master, then pressing their handprints on a piece of paper, and happily sent the master out. Seeing her mother's head sticking out of the door, she was so scared that she wanted to find a place to hide quickly. "Xiao Anzi, you are lucky." It was too late to hide. Her mother had already called her. From the moment she was born, her mother had never spoken to her so kindly. After entering the prince's mansion, "You will have endless blessings in the future," Daddy also shouted. No matter how his parents complimented the master always had a cold face and never said a word. "Why are you standing there? Hurry up and follow the chief steward Hong. Do a good job in the palace. And don't embarrass your father." While she was stunned, Daddy suddenly scolded her again. She still didn't react. Dad came over and pushed her. Without pushing her, the master told her that no matter what the situation was, both legs should be rooted to the ground, firmly, like a tree. Daddy's slap came, very slowly in her eyes, very slowly. But she didn't dare to hide. She knew that if she hid, her father's anger would not subside. He would hit her harder and scold her more fiercely. With a snap, her face felt hot, covering her face. Following her father's finger, she saw the back of her master going away. She finally understood, and followed her master in a daze. Then at the ear gate of the palace, her master stopped and looked at her, and she entered the palace. Every time she entered the prince's mansion, the farthest distance was limited to the screen wall next to the ear gate. The spacious side hall of the prince's mansion in front of her was her first time entering. The heartache at the moment suppressed all her curiosity. She had no mood to look left and right. She lowered her head nervously and stood opposite her master. Hong Ying took a sip of the teacup and said lightly, "Did you hear what your parents said?" Xiao Anzi twisted the corners of her clothes with her hands and whispered, "Master, I know. They sold me." She heard everything her parents said from beginning to end, and she always understood it very well. "I just don't want to believe it." Is it 11 this year? Master, I'm 12. Remember what the prince said, keep improving yourself, and you will be no worse than anyone else in the future. Hong Ying closed the tea lid, put the teacup on the table, stood up and said with his hands behind his back. Be more motivated, otherwise. As your mother said, there is no point in living. Master, I will definitely be motivated, and I won't embarrass you. Xiao Anzi hurriedly said. I won't embarrass the prince. Hong Ying emphasized his tone. Don't embarrass the prince. The voice became smaller and smaller. Do you remember your name? My name is Sun. Xiao Anzi suddenly felt a chill, and quickly changed his words. Hong Yin. My name is Hong Yin. Tears gathered in his eyes again. Hong Ying stood up, passed the threshold, and said expressionlessly to the maid waiting outside the door. Mingwei, arrange a place for our disciple to live, and teach her some rules tomorrow. If you offend the prince, we will break your legs. Their prince has always been unruly, but he does not allow others to be disrespectful and unruly in front of their prince. Yes, General Manager Hong, I understand. Mingwei bowed and said yes. Lenny slept until noon. If he hadn't been too hot to sleep, he would have continued to sleep. You are so young, but you don't get enough sleep. Lenny yawned and took the wet towel from Hong Ying. Your Highness, you have worked hard. Hong Ying smiled apologetically. Hey, little Anzi. Lenny had just arrived at the pavilion to have breakfast when he saw Hong Ying standing there at a loss. He smiled and said, It's early enough. Children need to get enough sleep. Otherwise they won't grow. Prince. Hong Ying put the last plate of fried mutton on the table and knelt down. I took the initiative to keep her as my apprentice. I hope your majesty will agree. Hey, how many times have I told you? Don't go to work so much so early in the morning. It's a waste. Do we have a mine at home? Why did you prodigals come to us? Lenny chewed the glutinous rice cake slowly. You have become addicted to kneeling recently. Don't get up. Hong Ying looked at the prince, who had finished breakfast and stood up, and glanced at his master who was still kneeling on the ground. After the prince walked out of the pavilion, she could not help but walk over and hold the master's arm, whispering, Master. Slap. Hong Ying knelt on the ground motionless. Coldly said, You forgot the rules you just learned. Do you think you are capable of bullying a little girl? Lenny, who walked to the corner of the garden, suddenly stuck his head out. Prepare the donkey. Let's go fishing. And have extra food in the evening. Yes. Hong Ying stood up happily, then turned around and said coldly to Hong Ying, Continue to practice the 8-step toad chasing. If you are lazy, our family will not forgive you. Master, I will. Hong Ying was too lazy to listen to her next words, and followed the prince closely. The standard outfit for the prince to travel is 2 guards, a maid, a donkey, and a eunuch. Xiao Hei, if you dare to throw me today. Lenny pulled a donkey's ear that was completely black. I will eat donkey meat hot pot tonight. Don't think I don't dare. The dream of riding a horse in his youth has not been realized yet. The reality is too cruel. Riding a horse is harder than getting a driver's license. As for the carriage, it is stuffy inside. Even if there is an ice can, I don't know if others can stand it. But he certainly can't. The black donkey's ears were long to begin with, and when Lenny pulled them, they looked even longer. He glanced at Hong Ying, who was clinging to him, but dared not move, and made an unpleasant cry. After Hong Ying helped the prince onto the donkey, he smiled and asked, Prince, where are we going to fish today? We always catch nothing at Juma River. Lenny said angrily, Let's go farther. To the North Canal. I have a feeling that we will definitely catch a fish today. Hong Ying said, Your Highness is right. The prince never told him what a fish catch was, and what a fish catch was. But over the years, he probably understood what these words meant. Called Hong Ying? Lenny asked curiously on the busy street. Take him as your apprentice, don't mislead the students. Hong Ying smiled and said, Your Highness, my little skill is best suited for girls. What is it called? Lenny couldn't remember it for a moment. Hui Yuan Gong. You are so rude, you just copy it. Lenny said unhappily. You actually dared to use the name of the martial arts in Journey to the West, and you are not afraid of hurting your waist. I know I am wrong. Hong Ying led the donkey, and laughed happily. Chapter 6 The Strange Prince. The capital of Liang, Hong Kong, is square, and looks like a chessboard from a high altitude. Every road is basically straight, with few diagonal streets. The streets leading to the city gates are the widest and serve as the main roads of the city. Lenny rode his donkey unsteadily. As soon as he arrived at the street leading to the South City Gate, he felt something strange. The wide road was much cleaner than usual, and there was no one in the middle. The crowds were crowded on both sides, and even the shops next to them were packed. Looking towards the city gate, the soldiers of the South City Military Department were holding shields and iron spears to maintain order. While he was wondering, a middle-aged man wearing green cloth armor, a bamboo hat, and flat-bottomed official boots stood in front of him and bowed. Greetings to the prince. Hey, Commander Zhang. Long time no see. I miss you so much. Lenny knew this person. It was Zhang Mian, deputy commander of the Hong Kong Military Command, who was in charge of the South Gate Military Command and was responsible for the fire department, the police department, the urban management, and the health department. Anyway, he was the boss of the South Gate. Lenny really couldn't help asking, "Isn't it hot to wear so many clothes?" Your Highness is joking. The corners of Zhang Mian's mouth twitched unconsciously. Didn't they just meet the day before yesterday? Then he forced a smile. Your Highness, are you here to welcome General Yuan as well? It is the order of the Emperor to clean up the streets today. Who? Lenny was puzzled. Your Highness, General Yuan Qing led the army back to the court in victory today. The Emperor ordered the prince to lead the 6 officials to welcome him. Hong Ying explained on the side. What? Uncle is back, Lenny said angrily. Lilingzi, such a big thing. You didn't even know to inform me. That's my uncle. His mother, concubine Yuan, was born in a military family and the famous pillar of the country. Yuan Ong was her father, the general of Pingbei, who had made great military achievements and commanded a large number of troops. And the governor of Jinbei, Yuan Qing, were her brothers. Lin Yizhen's fight for the throne was actually conditional. After all, in the military, no one could compare to him. It was really miserable to have no background. For example, the second prince, Prince Pingchuan, had a mother who died early. The old emperor was indifferent, and his in-laws were weak, so he could be said to be helpless. Since he decided to become the emperor, he began to hone his skills in the army. At a young age, he was already an 8th rank master. He was capable, not arrogant, and knew how to behave. He was deeply loved by the people in the army. When the old emperor saw his ability and how good he was at fighting, he directly granted him the land of Chuanzhou in the southwest. Chuanzhou was surrounded by barbarians, who often invaded the border. The second prince always led the troops. In one battle, he was besieged by 3 barbarian masters. He was exhausted and was trampled to death by an elephant driven by the enemy. When the body was sent back to the capital, he went to see it when he was 5 years old. It was a terrible sight. Until now, when Lin Yi thinks back, he still has psychological trauma. At that time, he realized that fighting for the throne requires desperate efforts. He can't endure hardship and fatigue, so he should leave the opportunity to others. So much so that the crown prince, the third prince, the fourth prince, and others were particularly enthusiastic about him. They all hope that Lin Yi will be their teammate, and the Yuan family behind them may become a great help to them in the future. However, the contradiction is that if Lin Yi really gets too close to the relatives of the emperor, the prince and others may not tolerate him. Even the old emperor will look at him with caring eyes. He can't afford to offend anyone, and he can only hide from the relatives of the emperor. Prince, I know I'm wrong. Hong Ying looked bitter. He clearly said that. At that time, their prince replied, I'm back. It's just a trivial matter. Don't bother me when I sleep. Zhang Mian looked at Hong Ying with sympathy. This, He Wang, was notoriously difficult to deal with in the capital. He insulted the Dark Guard command and beat up the Prime Minister's son Qi Zhong in the street. There was nothing he dared not do. A scholar who came to the capital to take the imperial examination even wrote a poem for him. I only saw thousands of exotic flowers blooming, but He Wang was on the branch. It is still circulating in the capital. Every time He Wang had a dispute in Nancheng, it was him, the Nancheng commander, who dealt with it, of course. He did not dare to negotiate directly with the prince, and naturally dealt with Hong Ying. Therefore, he knew Hong Ying very well. He was cautious in his work, and he never leaked anything. He absolutely did not believe that Hong Ying, as the chief steward of the palace, could miss such an important message. It is great to know one's mistakes and improve oneself, but, Lenny said with great sorrow, the death penalty can be forgiven, but the living crime cannot be pardoned. Go back and copy the book 100 times. Study hard, you can't do anything well without education. Thank you, Your Highness. Han Ying's joy was beyond words. Before entering the palace, his family was penniless, he had never attended a private school for a day, and could not read a single word. After that, he went to Prince He, who taught him to read, while he was teaching Princess Huiyang. After he became quite knowledgeable about literature, he often helped Prince He copy novels he created to please Princess Huiyang. However, since Prince He left the palace and had his own residence 2 years ago, no one could enter Prince He's study at will, including him, the housekeeper. Every time he went in, it was only because he had something to report. He knew that Prince He was writing a book recently, but he didn't know what book it was. Only once, by accident, he heard the prince mumbling to himself, "I finally finished writing the investiture of the gods. When the eyes don't see, the soul is in the liver. When the ears don't hear, the essence is in the kidneys. When the tongue doesn't make sounds, the spirit is in the heart. When the nose doesn't smell, the spirit is in the lungs. When the limbs don't move, the mind is in the spleen. Therefore, it is called the 5 Qis returning to the origin. I remember this difficult thing clearly. I am really a genius." The speaker is unintentional, but the listener is intentional. 3 days later, he felt that he was different. He couldn't tell exactly where he was different. He had never worshipped a master, had never been in the underworld, and he didn't know exactly what rank he was. However, when facing a great master like Liu Chaoyuan enshrined in the palace, he would no longer be timid. This time, the prince punished him to copy. If he had the chance to enter the study and see the investiture of the gods, mentioned by the prince again, he believed that he would definitely make further progress. The sun had already peeked out from the high walls of Hong Kong City, and it was getting hotter and hotter. Lin Yi yawned, rolled up the sleeves of his robe to his elbows, and then bowed to Zhang Mian and said, "Commander Zhang, you are on official business. I will not bother you anymore. Goodbye." There must be many ministers of the court gathered at the South Gate today, as well as his chief brothers and sisters. So it would be better for him not to go over there to get in the way. After saying that, he turned his head and prepared to return to the mansion. "Ninth brother, are you here to welcome General Yuan today?" Lin Yi just raised his head and saw the group of Crown Prince Lin Rui standing there. Behind them were the 3rd prince, Prince Yong, the 4th prince, Prince Jin, the 7th prince, Prince Nanling, the 12th prince, Yong'an, and a group of civil and military officials. Chapter 7 Comparison is the key to death. Greetings to the Crown Prince, 3rd brother, 4th brother, 7th brother. Lin Yi bowed to each of them. Greetings to 9th brother. The 12th Prince Yong'an also bowed to Lin Yi. Greetings to the prince. Except for Prime Minister Qi Yong, who remained motionless, officials from all departments saluted Lin Yi. "You and I are brothers. Why should we be so formal?" The Crown Prince said very gracefully. "Your Majesty is right." Lin Yi looked at the tall Crown Prince, and couldn't help but feel a little sorry for him. He was appointed as the Crown Prince at the age of 11. Now he is 41, and has been the Crown Prince for 30 years. He is probably the one who hopes the old emperor will die the most. In recent years, the emperor's health has indeed been getting worse, but he has always been able to escape danger. Even if the old emperor really died, it would not necessarily be the Crown Prince who ascended the throne, who made him have so many outstanding brothers. The 3rd prince, Prince Yong, also followed the 2nd prince in serving in the army. Later, he was granted Yongzhou, with 100,000 soldiers, and dominated the area. He has been staying in his fiefdom. The excuse for returning to the capital now is that he knows his father is sick, and he wants to come back to show his filial piety. The 4th prince, Prince Jin, is talented and proficient in music, chess, calligraphy and painting. His grandfather is Han Wenhu, the Salt Transport Envoy. The Salt Transport Envoy is a 3rd-rank envoy, which is not high in rank, but he is not short of money. Lin Yi has reason to believe that no matter who ascends the throne in the future, if he is short of money, he can confiscate the old man's house and become rich immediately. His aunt married He Wugong, the Jiang'an weaving master, who is also very rich. It is said that the 4th prince has bribed many generals in the army with money. With the huge income from his fiefdom Qinzhou every year, he stubbornly stayed in the capital and refused to leave. The grandfather of the 7th prince, Prince Nanling, was the great general Mei Jingji, who commanded an army and whose strength was only inferior to that of the Duke of Zhuhua. As for the 12th prince, Prince Yong'an, Lenny suddenly walked over and put his arm around his shoulders, and said casually, "Old 12. I heard that you held a banquet a few days ago and invited many people?" Ninth brother. While Prince Yandan was speaking, he couldn't help but look at the prince and the ministers beside him. "Please help me. What does brother 9 mean? Don't fall into the trap again. He has suffered before." "You know I am your brother?" Lenny sighed. "You invited everyone else, but you left out your brother. What do you mean?" "Brother 9. King Yongan apologized. "Brother 9 misunderstood. My brother was conferred a title, and everyone went to celebrate for me. So that's how it is." Lenny suddenly realized, then he asked in confusion, "Your brother has also been conferred a title. Why didn't anyone come to congratulate me? Brother's house is deserted, and there are few people coming and going. It's so sad." "You say, how come there is such a big gap between you and me? Brother is really envious. Damn it, it's been 6 days since he was conferred a title. No one has given him a gift. It's really infuriating. Comparing yourself to others, you'll die. This is my brother's fault." Prince Yongan bowed his hands and apologized. If he wasn't afraid of being accused of disrespecting his elder brother, he would have cursed him directly. My fiefdom, Yongan, is located in the south of the Yangtze River. A wealthy place. It's only natural that they come to celebrate. Where is your fiefdom? Sanha. A place full of miasma. Whoever goes there will be unlucky. You might be feeling sorry for yourself or getting angry at home. If they go to celebrate for you, you might think they are there to laugh at you. Who dares to go? Lenny pretended to be nonchalant and said, "I heard that the prince gave you a BMW. The third brother gave you a ceremonial carriage. The fourth brother gave you a coral as tall as a person. And the fifth brother gave you 4 beauties. I am the poorest brother, and I can't give you anything. It's my fault." At this time, anyone who is not a fool can understand what the 9th prince and the king mean. They are not blaming themselves for not giving gifts to the 12th prince, but blaming everyone for not giving gifts to the 9th prince. Considering that the man in front of them is a well-known money grubber, everyone is relieved. "If it weren't for General Yuan returning to the court today," the prince said with a smile, "we would have gone to bother you today." No. Lenny smiled. "I will be waiting for you anytime. Brother, whether you are willing to get close to the princes and ministers in the court is one thing, and whether to accept gifts is another. Prince, it's getting late. The scouts just reported that General Yuan is only 2 miles away." Prime Minister Chi Yong said as he glanced at Prince He in front of him. In fact, he was happy to beat up his only son Chi Zhong. He Wang and the Yuan family are not close. But as long as concubine Yuan lives, the relationship between He Wang and the Yuan family cannot be easily severed. As for He Wang and Chi Zhong, no matter who is right or wrong, whoever starts the fight first is at fault. In the future, he can be lenient to that old man Yuan Ong. This is what the emperor is pleased to see. However, this does not mean that he has no hatred. He is the prime minister of the current dynasty, an old minister of 2 dynasties, second only to one person and above 10,000 people, with students and former officials all over the world. How noble! From the crown prince to the 3rd prince. The 4th prince? Who doesn't treat him with respect? Lenny, this brat, doesn't even give him a bit of face. Moreover, although he is a civil servant, his son is both civil and military, and can knock down He Wang, the useless person, with just one finger. He glanced at Hong Ying again inadvertently. This dog slave. He had promised his son long ago that he would skin Hong Ying alive sooner or later. The prince nodded and said to Lin Yi, "9th brother. Sorry, prince. People have 3 urgent things to do. I will come later." Lin Yi did not wait for the prince to finish speaking. He hurriedly drove the donkey away, pretending to urinate. Without the emperor's order, he went to welcome his uncle. It would be wrong to say anything if his name was not right. Sometimes he was rampant, but it did not mean he was stupid. Everyone looked at Lin Yi riding away on the donkey, and couldn't help laughing. This prince was indeed a great eccentric in the world. He could not even ride a horse. For Lin Yi, this was another boring day. He lay shirtless on a chair in the pavilion, letting his maids Mingwei and Zixia fan him. When he woke up occasionally, he would take a sip of tea, and tease the black-haired terrier at his feet. He had a pointed mouth, slender waist, legs and neck, and was best at hunting and running. It was impossible for him to hunt, after all. He could not ride a horse, but it did not prevent him from taking the terrier to catch rabbits in winter. And so eating. drinking, walking the dog, another day. The moon was bright, and the stars were sparse, and the study in the palace was still brightly lit. Hong Ying was still copying books, and had not slept all night. It was not until the next day that Lin Yi found that he was still energetic. After helping him to put on his clothes, Hong Ying smiled and said, "Your Majesty, the imperial concubine invites you to the palace. The sun is rising from the west." His mother, because she was extremely disappointed with him. Usually he would be turned away when he took the initiative to visit her. She sent him away with a word of feeling unwell. As time went on, he was too lazy to feel uncomfortable. "I didn't expect that she would take the initiative to let him go today." Hong Ying smiled and said, "Yesterday, General Yuan went to the palace to meet the emperor. And the emperor showed mercy and allowed the old lady of the Yuan mansion to come to the palace to enjoy the family happiness with imperial concubine Yuan." Lin Yi frowned and said helplessly, "She still won't give up. Her mother is the daughter of a general. And she is an ambitious woman." Chapter 8, angry at her for not fighting. With a distinguished family background, with his father and brother as his arm, the son is fully qualified to fight for the supreme position. Why should he give it to others? She refuses to accept it. Lin Yi, in fact, sometimes feels guilty towards his mother. It is not so easy to disappoint someone who loves you deeply. After hearing this, Hong Ying smiled and said nothing. No matter how he answered, it was wrong. No matter how the prince made up stories about concubine Yuan, they were just mother and daughter, it didn't matter. As a eunuch, if he interfered, he would be in trouble. He knew his own prince too well. Lin Yi threw off the clogs that he used as slippers on his feet, and said unhappily, "What are you standing there for? Find boots, prepare the donkey and horse carriage, and go to the palace." In his heart, he actually refused, but he didn't dare not to go. He was not afraid of anything, but he was afraid that his mother would cry in front of him afterwards. He was so upset, who made him value family affection so much, although his mother sometimes disliked him, but, I have to say, she loved him wholeheartedly and protected him. But sometimes, this method might not be right. Han responded quickly. But he was still relieved. The prince didn't ask him about his attitude towards concubine Yuan. The prince rarely used a carriage when he went out. Suddenly, the groom was busy and at a loss. Looking at the steward Hong standing in front of him with a cold face, the sweat on his face was like water, and it kept coming out. "Son Yi, if you can't do it, we will change someone. I know I'm guilty. I don't know why this horse was frightened today." Listening to the steward's gloomy tone, Sun Yi knelt on the ground and cowed out continuously. In terms of position, he should definitely listen to Chief Steward Hong. In terms of relationship, he is half apprentice of the Chief Steward. Since the day he entered the palace, Chief Steward Hong required those who followed the prince to ensure that outsiders would not easily approach the prince. He was already 21 years old, and had just inherited the whip from his father for less than 2 years. He could not read a single word, and only knew how to raise horses. But Chief Steward Hong forced him to learn moves every day. It was hard and tiring, and he really couldn't stand it. But a look from Chief Steward Hong made him lose the courage to say no. After all, even the former commander of the palace guards, a third-grade master who was unattainable in his eyes, had his legs broken by the chief steward and was driven out of the palace. An ant like him is only worthy of begging. If I wasn't afraid of delaying the prince today, I would have killed you with a palm. After Hong Ying finished speaking, he walked into the stable with his hands behind his back. Sun Yi found that the fierce horse, which he could not tame with his horse-raising experience learned from his father, immediately calmed down as soon as manager Hong approached. It lowered its head and dared only to wave its front hooves and rub them on the ground, but did not dare to move its body. He finally understood what his father had said. Beasts are bullies who only bully the weak and fear the strong. After the whip in his hand has convinced them, he can cultivate feelings with them. Lin Yi leaned against the gate, and even yawned weakly. My life is so hard. My lord, you have worked hard. Mingwei thought. It would never be wrong to learn to talk from manager Hong. Lin Yi shook his head, too lazy to respond. Mingwei was more interesting when she was a child. Once she grew up, she understood the so-called rules, and the distinction between the superior and the inferior. Every time he made a joke, they would be scared to kneel down. As promised, there would be a group of concubines. Not happening. Using power to oppress others? You can't do such beastly things. What a waste of the higher education I received in my previous life. He felt more lonely. The towering palace gate was getting closer and closer, and the sun was getting brighter and brighter. As a prince, the only privilege was that, after stopping the carriage, he could ride into the palace in a sedan chair. But he was not willing to do so. Under the scorching sun, 8 eunuchs aged 14 or 15 carried him, which made him look even more useless. The ideas formed in the previous life could not be changed in this life. He wanted to be a man. Concubine Yuan was canonized as Concubine Ning, but she preferred to be called Concubine Yuan. Her surname was Yuan, and she was more proud of her family. At this moment, her grandmother and mother, whom she had not seen for many years, gathered together, which made her even more excited. However, when she suddenly saw Lin Yi, who was introduced by the maid, her originally relaxed brows suddenly frowned together. "Greetings to my mother." Lin Yi knelt down directly. As for the old lady beside him, his mother's grandmother, and his grandmother, he simply ignored them. It's not disrespect, but he dares not to respect them. It is a taboo to confuse the monarch with his subjects. Blood relations must give way. If Lin Yi really acts according to his own temperament, no matter who it is, he will guess that he must have some ulterior motives for not caring about the hierarchy. "Greetings to Prince He, the mother of the Duke of Zugwe, the old lady Shui, and the wife of the Duke of Zugwe, Mrs. Dong," stood up and saluted Lin Yi with the women of the Duke of Zugwe's mansion. "Old lady, you are embarrassing me." Lin Yi bowed in return. It was reasonable. No matter who it was, he couldn't say anything. "Grandmother, why is mother so polite?" Concubine Yuan stood up from the chair in the middle and helped the old lady and her mother to sit down. "This wild boy. My granddaughter really can't discipline him. If my brother is willing to discipline him more, maybe he will be more restrained in the future." Dong lowered her head and said nothing. This is her biological daughter. But how should she respond? Her daughter is her favorite, so she naturally cares for her. However, this involves the royal family. If he is not careful, the whole family will be in trouble. He still has a son, a daughter-in-law, a grandson, and a granddaughter. He can't let the Yuan family be affected for the sake of a daughter. "Your Majesty, you worry too much." The old lady smiled and stood up again. "The 9th prince is smart and will be blessed. Today, His Majesty has shown me grace. I am grateful for your presence. I have been bothering you for so long. I think it is time for you to rest. I will take my leave now." After saying that, she bowed to Lin Yi. "Take care, old lady." Lin Yi naturally did not want her to stay any longer. The figures of the Yuan family were getting fainter and fainter, and Concubine Yuan's tears were flowing more and more. Lin Ning, who had not said a word from beginning to end, Princess Huayang took the maid's handkerchief and handed it to her mother, and said carefully, "Mother, what evil have I done in my life?" Concubine Yuan sobbed and waved to the maids on both sides. Everyone left, and in the huge palace, only the mother and her son were left. Concubine Yuan wiped her tears, glanced at Lin Ning, and then stared at Lin Yi, saying in a lost and heartbroken manner, "If you were 1/10 as good as your sister, I would be able to close my eyes even if I died." Lin Ning was a natural talent, and her reputation as the most talented woman in the world was naturally not exaggerated. Everyone who had read her poems praised her. The most important thing was that her daughter inherited the martial arts of her Yuan family, and at a young age, she was already a 7th-rank master. The most hateful thing was the son in front of her who smiled annoyingly. She had given him the greatest hope and support for the rest of her life. But he was neither good at literature nor martial arts. He only dared to ride a donkey until now. He has become the biggest joke in the capital. As a mother, how could she have a proud face? Lin Yi said with a stiff face. "This is the son's fault." The mother cried with tears in her eyes. Although she was already 36 years old, the years had not left many traces on her beautiful face. The emperor dotes on his biological mother. Of course, because of the Yuan family, but also because his biological mother is really good-looking. If she were in modern society, she would at least be a top traffic star. Chapter 9, Cowardly as a Mouse. Lin Yi thought of his handsome face that matched his temperament perfectly and seamlessly. He must thank his mother. He also felt the importance of finding a beautiful wife for improving genes. He had seen the portrait of Lin Baoji, the founding emperor of Liang State. Big horse face, small squinting eyes, and this was the result of the painter's beautification on the basis of truth and reality. It is said that, in order to leave this portrait to future generations and people to admire Lin Baoji, who was born as a cowherd, attached great importance to it. Some painters painted too realistically. Even the nose hairs were painted. The old emperor felt that it did not show his dragon and phoenix appearance. The sun and the moon. And this was not his true appearance. He was dragged out and beheaded. Some painters painted too fake, directly painting the appearance of a handsome man. And it was not the same person as the emperor at all. The old emperor was even more dissatisfied. Isn't this disgusting to himself? He was also dragged out and beheaded. After killing 7 painters, Xian Yudao, a generation of painting saint, completed this arduous task. On the basis of not distorting the image, it is matched with a temperament of the awe-inspiring majesty is within reach, and one dares not look at it. This painting has been kept in the study of the current emperor. Lin Yi was shocked after seeing it once. And even the beauty camera could not save this appearance. After Lin Baoji ascended the throne at the age of 46, he really enriched the harem, and each of them was as beautiful as a flower. Now, to his chief emperor father, Emperor Londalin Sun, there have been 15 emperors, and the country has lasted for 214 years. After dozens of generations, the descendants of the royal lineage are all good-looking, with handsome men and beautiful women. Mother, why do you have to be like this? Lin Ning comforted him. My brother has his own reasons. He felt sorry for his brother. He was a talented and suave man, but he was ridiculed and misunderstood by the world. Even his mother thought his brother was stupid and hopeless. He must be very upset. Concubine Yuan rubbed Lin Ning's hair lovingly. Sighed. It's a pity that you are a girl. Lin Ning smiled. Mother, you worry too much. Think about your grandfather. Your uncle is so wise and brave. And even I. My family has a long history of martial arts. I learned martial arts at the age of 5. And I was promoted to the 3rd rank at the age of 15. Concubine Yuan said proudly. After entering the palace, although I have abandoned my martial arts, I still made it to the 5th rank. But I didn't expect. After all, she didn't say a complete sentence. She just looked at Lin Yi, who was lazy and grinning at her. What a pity, this is my own son. Otherwise, it would be better to just beat him to death, so that he wouldn't be an eyesore. How can mother be as good as ordinary people? Lin Yi smiled and coaxed. My son is incompetent, which makes mother angry. You are just like this. I don't have much hope for you, but my biggest wish at the moment is to hope that you can get closer to your maternal family. Concubine Yuan glared at Lin Yi and said, Think about who the old lady is? That's your great-grandmother. I think she also fought on the battlefield with your great-grandfather. The General Yu Boxu who just suppressed the rebellion of the Northwest Bandits was once an ordinary guard beside her. Her son is Yuanshi, the commander of the Imperial Guards. Like your grandmother, and are all female heroes, heroines, and have great prestige in the army. Others have no chance to get close to her, so you should not disappoint them. Mother is right. Lin Yi had already figured out her temper. No matter what it was, he should do it first. As for whether to do it later, that was another matter. To settle the score later? I guess I should be in Sanha by then. Thinking of the proud part, the corners of his mouth curled up. Concubine Yuan looked at him like this, and finally resisted the urge to throw the tea bowl in her hand. After taking a deep breath, she let out a long breath and said slowly, I have prepared a gift list for you. You can send it to your grandfather and grandmother in the next few days. Speak nicely, not to mention your uncle, even your cousins. Just a few words of advice will be beneficial to you. Mother may not know that my son has just been conferred a title, and everyone is preparing to help celebrate. It will be a bit busy in the next few days. Lin Yi thought that even though he was in this state, his biological mother really didn't abandon him. Give up, you have to stick. Me, whom she sees as mud, to the wall, in fact. You don't even think about it. The Yuan family is now powerful in the army, and their achievements are so great that the old emperor must be on guard. If you get too close, you might end up in trouble. Even if the Yuan family can have a good ending in the end, help you win the throne, and become the emperor. What's the use of it? Many places have suffered from droughts, floods, locust plagues, and natural disasters for years, resulting in no harvest. And the people are displaced, and 9 out of 10 houses are empty. The old emperor was relatively diligent, but the emperor's grace was limited, and there were still starving people everywhere. Many people in the northwest and southwest, who could not survive, had to turn to the rebels. They were all put out at the moment. But what about the future? At the same time, the northern Wadden was still invading, And the treasury was empty. Without money? How long could Yuan Qing, Prince Yong, Mei Jingji and others survive? So, this is not being an emperor. This is being a paper hanger. If you are not careful, it will be in line with the law of historical cycles. After a long period of division, there will be unification. And after a long period of unification, there will be division, rise and fall, order and chaos. And the cycle will repeat. Asshole, idiot. Concubine Yuan slammed her scallion-like fingers on the table, angrily. This is deliberately embarrassing you. What is there to celebrate in your shabby place? Lenny smiled and said, Son, I've thought about it. I'll take more gifts, so that we can use them as travel expenses. Are you really going to be a vassal? Concubine Yuan was stunned. Her own son. Of course she knew. He couldn't stand hardship since he was young. He would rather lie down than sit. What kind of place is Sanha? Can her son bear it? My son has been deeply taught by my mother since he was young. And he must not forget what my mother said. If you are an eagle, you should spread your wings and fly in the vast sky. If you are a wolf, you should. Lenny looked at his mother's face getting worse and worse, and finally shut up tactfully. Concubine Yuan snorted coldly. When have you ever listened to my teachings? Tell the truth. Lenny smiled and said, This is my son's truth. If the old emperor didn't force it, there was actually no need to go. It would be great to take the income from the fiefdom and stay in the prosperous capital to enjoy a peaceful life. Among the 12 princes at present, except for the second prince who died young, only the third prince, Prince Yong, was actually in theft. You really make me worry. What is Sanha? You really don't know. It has been a place of exile since the previous dynasty. Bandits gather there. There are also unruly barbarians. Since your father ascended the throne, he has used troops 3 times and spent countless money and food. A few years ago, they said they were naturalized, but in fact, there is not even a governor's office. To this day, those barbarians still manage themselves, and there are constant disputes every day. You don't know any martial arts. You might get into trouble if you go there. You can't even save your life. After saying this, Concubine Yuan waved her hand at him impatiently. Hey, go down. I'll send you the gift list in a few days. She didn't believe that, after such a scare, her son would still want to go to the vassal state. Her son was very timid, not much bigger than a mouse. He was afraid of falling off a horse, and only wanted to ride a donkey, saying that donkeys didn't run fast, and it didn't matter if he fell off. But horses ran fast, and if he didn't die, he would be half crippled. Of course, there are exceptions. When he was 7 years old, he said, people die for money. Birds die for food. For a little money, he dared to curse the vicious secret guard commander Jiang Chong in the street. My son, take your leave. After leaving the palace, Lin Yi finally breathed a sigh of relief. He thought that his schedule for becoming a vassal should be accelerated. Chapter 10 Not up to par. I'm telling you guys, this Grandmaster is definitely the most powerful. Although he is only 1 level below the 9th rank, the difference in ability is far greater. The 4-wheel drive and 4-powered carriage stopped steadily at the gate of the prince's mansion. As soon as he got off the carriage, Lin Yi heard Zhu Rorong's loud voice. It was past the hour of C. The meat on the butcher's counter had already been sold out, and there was only a group of flies dancing around smelling the fishy smell. But Zhu Rorong still didn't close the stall. Standing under the big willow tree next to the wall of the prince's mansion, he talked nonsense to a group of people. This is not in the rank, which is the same as not in the mainstream. Then Zhu Rorong, are you in the mainstream or not? A curious person asked with a smile. This shows that you don't understand anything, Zhu Rorong said proudly. After reaching the level of Hua Jin, you are qualified to enter the rank, which is the 2nd rank. What a coincidence, I just reached Hua Jin yesterday. Zhu Rorong, you are so powerful, show us a show. Yes, let's pull out a willow tree. There is a master named Lu Heshang in the story that I told the prince. Let's see how you compare with him. How is your ability? Let's do it. Everyone started to make a noise. Still performing? I'm not a monkey trainer. He said so, but Zhu Rorong still faced the willow tree as thick as his arm. First squatted, then roared, and then he held the willow tree with his 2 big hands. He roared again, and the blue bricks on both sides of the willow tree roots slowly protruded from the ground. Ah! Awesome! Everyone exclaimed. Then, the soil arched out, and then everyone saw the bare tree roots. Everyone's exclamation gradually turned into disbelief. According to Prince it was a miracle. Although the willow tree was thin, it had deep roots and a stone slab on top. It was wishful thinking for ordinary people to pull it out. Zhu Rorong pulled up the willow tree, threw it aside, clapped his hands, and then bowed to everyone with a beaming face. Ha! Everyone. How about my trick? At this moment, he saw Prince He getting off the carriage. He was even more excited. He smiled at Lin Yi from a distance. This willow tree is the private property of the palace, and it is sacred and inviolable. Lin Yi looked at Zhu Rorong and said to Hong Ying lightly, "He has to pay for it." Hong Ying smiled with his eyebrows lowered. "Yes, Prince." Zhu Rorong's face suddenly fell, and his voice was trembling. He is so stupid, really. How could he forget that this area belongs to the prince's mansion? When everyone saw that things were not going well, they all dispersed. Prince He was famous for taking advantage of others. Only Zhu Rorong was left standing stupidly beside the butcher's counter. As soon as Lin Yi stepped into the door, his robe was thrown open, and Hong Ying caught it steadily. "Look at you, you look down on this and that all day long, but Zhu Rorong only learned some mediocre skills from you, and now he is better than you. This guy is really a genius, he is so powerful." Lin Yi looked at the frail Hong Ying and shook his head and sighed. He is a time traveler. Once his arrogance is gone, martial arts masters bow down to him. When it is his turn, there are only the old, weak, sick and disabled around him. Hong Ying bowed and said, "I admit my guilt." After Mingwei and Zixia caught up with the prince, he quietly fell behind by a few steps. The gloomy air gradually dissipated from his face. Besides the courtyard wall, Zhu Rorong suddenly shivered, stumbled, and fell directly to the ground. Faced on the ground, blood was constantly coming out of his nostrils. After barely standing up, Zhu Rorong looked at the transparent and shining blood in the sun. "This is his own." He screamed, and ran away as if he was running for his life. The greyhound Dahaizi saw Lin Yi from a distance, and rushed over directly. "Don't come over here!" Lin Yi shouted in panic. This guy didn't use any strength when he used his claws, and scratched his clothes several times. He was even thrown to the ground by this guy once. His head hit the ground. It was too late to hide in front of him. The excited dog face was already in front of him. He could only close his eyes, like he accepted his fate. After waiting for a few seconds, curious about why it hadn't rushed over yet, he heard a plop. Opening his eyes, he saw the big black fish that had landed in the lotus pond swimming desperately to the other side of the river. As soon as he got ashore, he didn't have time to shake off the water on his fur, and ran away with his tail between his legs. "Hey, you are such a worrying guy." Lin Yi sighed and said to Hong Ying, "Kick me a little more gently next time. I'm going to be a father too. It's really tragic for a child to be born without a father." Lin Yi thought of his experience in the orphanage, and he was moved after all. "Your Majesty is right." Hong Ying couldn't help laughing. "Your Highness is very kind and compassionate." Mingwei flattered. Lin Yi shook his head helplessly. It was really boring to talk to them. When Mingwei first came to him, she was cute, kind, and simple. In his heart, he treated her as a sister. The two of them were close, and could talk about anything. Unexpectedly, after staying in the palace for a long time, she completely changed. At least in front of him. She was wearing a mask on her face, lacking the sincerity and passion she had before. He could not change his character in his previous life, nor could he change other people's thoughts. Everything was in vain. Thinking of this, in the 18 years since he came to this world, he felt a sense of powerlessness for the first time. Holding the teacup, lying on the chair, he smelled the aroma of the food placed on the stone bank. Chicken stewed with spicy sauce. Lin Yi sniffed his nose and said with a smile, "I haven't eaten it for a long time. Reborn, no air conditioning, no Wi-Fi, it's okay, but unfortunately, his stomach is also wronged. The food made in the royal canteen, in charge of the Guanlu temple, is really bad. The most unfortunate thing is that, when he was 3 years old, the half-brother of Emperor Lin Sun, the king of Liangzhou, Lin Chong, rebelled. The Prince of Liangzhou personally led an army of 200,000 soldiers to sweep across the northwest, and headed straight for Hong Kong. At this moment, the treasury was empty. In order to relieve the emperor's worries, the queen took the lead in advocating frugality in the palace, and reducing the expenses in the palace. The concubines naturally responded one after another, and took the initiative to ask for the silver to be halved, or even no silver at all. The food in the palace also changed a lot. He couldn't even pick out a few pieces of meat from a plate of pig food, But when he thought that the emperor who said the whole world belongs to the king also ate such pig food, his heart instantly felt balanced. Fortunately, his mother was born into a wealthy family, and she was not short of money, so she could secretly cook for herself and eat lamb legs and pig trotters every now and then. Fortunately, the rebellion was quelled after half a year, and the expenses in the palace gradually returned to normal. But this food was still hard for him to swallow. When he was 12 years old, he found peppers planted as flowers in the imperial garden, and he cried with joy at that time. He kept the seeds openly, and then planted a whole row in the courtyard of concubine Yuan's palace. After leaving the palace, he planted a large area in the Huang mansion. For example, the spicy braised chicken in front of us was the one he taught the chefs to make. It is now a must-order dish in the inns and restaurants he opened. Nowadays, in Hong Kong City, there are already a large number of spicy party, and they are gradually competing with the sweet party and salty party. After dinner, Hong Ying came to report that the sixth prince Dai Wang had sent a gift. Chapter 11 Brothers. Lin Yi stood up and straightened his clothes, said with a smile, "I didn't expect him to be the first one to come. This is interesting. Let's go. We have to give him gifts, and we have to show our respect, and go to the door to meet him." Hong Ying said. "Yes." Lin Yi walked slowly, while looking at the gift list. When he arrived at the door, the Dai King's carriage had just stopped. Lin Yi thought to himself that he was waiting for him to pick him up on time. He walked forward, and without waiting for the curtain to be lifted, he bowed and said, "Greetings to my sixth brother." A hand stretched out from the carriage, lifted the curtain, and without waiting for the guards to place the small stool, he jumped down by himself, smiling at Lin Yi and said, "Old Nine, you are so polite. Isn't that your nature? You are soft-hearted when you receive gifts, and you are grateful when you receive gifts. My elder brother gave me so many gifts, and I feel embarrassed." Lin Yi told the truth. Seeing the Dai Wang reaching out his hand to hold his shoulders, he subconsciously dodged. If it was not necessary, he really didn't want to walk with the Dai Wang. He was really afraid of being compared to him, which would cause his self-confidence to fall and make him feel depressed for several days. In terms of appearance, the facial features of the two were almost the same, and the combination was quite good. However, the strange thing was that Lin Yi didn't know where he was inferior to him, and he was invisible. The words romantic and suave, elegant and peaceful, and magnificent seemed to be tailor-made for the Dai Wang. But thinking of the generous gift sent by others, finally, "I was generous for once, let him hug me." "Uh-huh." The king of Dai laughed, patted Lin Yi's shoulder. "Among so many brothers, I only like to talk to you, straightforward, no need to beat around the bush. Royal brother, please." Lin Yi finally breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that the king of Dai had no intention of hugging his shoulders, and then welcomed the king of Dai into the hall. After the tea and cakes were served, Hong Ying and the maid left. The king of Dai waved casually at the people around him, and for a while, only the two brothers were left in the huge living room. King Dai bowed to Lin Yi and said, "Old Nine, congratulations to you again." Lin Yi sighed. "Sixth brother, you clearly know where Sanha is, and you still come to make fun of me." King Dai smiled and shook his head, threw his robe aside, took off his boots, propped one foot on the ground, and the other foot on the chair, took a sip of the teacup and said, "Brother, what I said is the truth, which is more valuable than real gold. You actually imitated my way of speaking, and you still say you didn't make fun of me." Lin Yi rolled his eyes at him unceremoniously. "Sanha is a poor and remote place with many barbarians who refuse to be educated. Who knows what kind of headaches you will have in the future? My face is clean, right? Don't look at me like that. It makes me embarrassed." "Old Nine, you are a fool with good luck," King Dai suddenly said. "What?" Lin Yi didn't understand. The king of Dai took another sip of tea, and put the teacup back on the table. "I envy your luck. Sanha is a blank sheet of paper. You can write and draw as you like." "Brother, I don't understand what you said." Lin Yi's vigilance rose immediately. The king of Dai asked, "Do you know what the purpose of Emperor Gao's establishment of vassal kings is?" "To guard the borders and provide internal support." This is the standard answer, and Lin Yi couldn't have been unaware of it. "To prevent local ministers from being arrogant and domineering." That's right. The king of Sai replaces the meritorious officials to guard the border to avoid the situation where the former Jadushi holds the army and is self-reliant. The king of Dai smiled faintly and said, But the most important thing is that Emperor Gao loves his son deeply, and is considering his descendants. Emperor Gao was born in a poor family, and he did not want his 19 sons to suffer poverty again. That seems to be true. Lin Yi suddenly felt that it made sense. He was granted a golden seal, and a golden seal, a salary of 10,000 chur, commanded a large frontier army, built cities and cultivated land, and had guards ranging from 1,000 to 10,000. He was truly a local lord. When the dukes and ministers saw him, they all bowed down and paid homage to him. It was so glorious. The king of Dai continued. It was not until the 3rd year of Emperor Xianzong, when King Ying rebelled, that the court did not allow the vassal kings to have fiefs and subjects. But their salaries and lands were not reduced. 15 years ago, the king of Liangzhou rebelled, and my father was ruthless. When the 4th and 5th brothers were in theft, they no longer had the opportunity to lead troops at the frontier. They could only be controlled by the governor in their fiefdoms, and they would be no different from waste. They would not be allowed to return to Ankang City for the rest of their lives without reason. How sad. Lin Yi heard that this was a lament that he was born at the wrong time, and that the 2nd and 3rd princes were not as lucky as they were when they caught up with the good times. Looking at the king of Dai, who was showing a hint of sadness, Lin Yi didn't know how to comfort him for a moment. Do you know how many princes and dukes there are in our dynasty now? The king of Dai kept asking. I really don't know. Lin Yi counted on his fingers, but couldn't figure it out. The country has been established for more than 200 years, and the throne has been passed down from generation to generation. I don't know how many descendants of the old Lin family there are. The king of Dai continued. I have read the volumes of the clan office. There are still 36 princes like you and me, excluding those who did not establish their own palaces because of their young age, and those who were demoted. You and I are just 2 of them. 427 princes, the remaining generals who support the country, county ladies, and imperial concubines, etc., are of royal blood. And there are more than 100,000 people. The lowest ranking lieutenant of the country has a salary of 150 dan. 100,000 people? Lin Yi was so surprised that he couldn't close his mouth. He thought there would be no shortage of people, but he never thought there would be so many. This salary is higher than that of the county magistrate. They are all rich people. The key is that they are local landlords, and they have accumulated wealth for generations. Humph! The king of Dai snorted coldly. Last year, the salary expenditure of the royal family alone was 1.5 million dan. What's funny is that General Yuan Qing has already returned to the court, and a mere 30,000 taels of frontier pay have not been paid. If it weren't for General Yuan's high prestige in the army, there would have been a mutiny long ago, and there would not have been a great victory today. Lin Yi was stunned. He didn't know anything about these things. After all, he was only interested in money. Do you know why I told you so much today? Please tell me. My royal brother. This is exactly what Lin Yi wanted to ask. I plan to go to Jiangnan to be a vassal in a few days, and be an idle prince to spend the rest of my life. The king of Dai said sadly. I don't know if you and I will have the opportunity to meet again in our lifetime. So, I have been talking a little today. My royal brother. You are joking. Life is long. How can we not meet? Lin Yi still didn't believe that he said so much, just because he would not see each other in the future. To say something treasonous. My father is old. The king of Dai suddenly snorted coldly. The world is changing. Lin Yi listened blankly, and didn't know how to respond. Although they are brothers, their relationship is not that close. The king of Dai suddenly said in a gloomy tone. Old 9, remember my words. It doesn't matter if it's the 4th prince, old 8 or old 12 who inherits the throne. Even you can do it. We must not let the crown prince, the 3rd brother, and the 7th brother succeed to the throne. Otherwise you and I will die without a burial place. Brother, you are serious. Lin Yi really didn't expect that the king of Dai would dare to say such a thing in front of him. Isn't he afraid of being sold out? The crown prince is suspicious. The 3rd brother is mean and ungrateful. And as for the 7th brother, he is too pedantic. He said that benefiting the people is the blessing of the people. But it is a disaster for us. The king of Dai slowly put on his boots, stood up with his hands on the chair, looked back at Lin Yi, and said with a smile, That's all I have to say. Old 9. See you later. After that, he laughed and left. Farewell, my brother. Looking at the Dai Wang's carriage going away, Lin Yi said in a deep voice, We will set off for our fiefdom the day after tomorrow. Your Highness. Hong Ying was startled, not knowing what had happened. Isn't it too hasty? That can't wait. Lin Yi waved his hand at him. Go and get ready. Chapter 12 Gold shines. In the pond, lotus leaves are lush and green, fish play among them. Lin Yi was bored and threw a small stone at the goldfish under the lotus leaf. The school of fish was not dispersed, but swarmed towards the ripples caused by the stone, thinking that he was feeding them. He racked his brains, but still couldn't figure out the meaning of the words of the King of Dai, and did he say it only to him, or did he say it to the 4th, 5th, 8th, 12th and others? Why was the King of Dai in a hurry to become a vassal? The old emperor was in danger? The situation in the capital was not right, so he ran away first. No, during the morning court. The old emperor even scolded the Honglu temple for its poor performance. They had clearly defeated Saibai Wadden, but the negotiations were still so difficult. It seems that there is still a chance to live. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel sad for the prince. His life was too hard. However, the King of Dai was right in one point. No matter who inherited the throne, it would not be a good thing. Whether it was the prince, the King of Yong, or the 7th prince, especially the King of Yong. Although this guy looked kind, taciturn, and basically never had conflicts with others, he looked harmless. However, Lin Yi knew that among the brothers, he was the most ruthless. Who knows? He might really kill them in the future without frowning. Not to mention the history he was familiar with in his previous life. Just talking about this world. It was too common for people of the same origin to fight against each other. Before Lin Sun ascended the throne, his biological mother was just a palace maid. Although she was later named a concubine because of her son's status, she was still so inconspicuous in the huge palace. Later, he offended a concubine, and then he died of an inexplicable disease. Lin Sun had been working hard since he was young, and he led troops outside and formed his own faction. After ascending the throne, he chopped off 5 brothers who looked down on him and bullied him without hesitation, and only kept the King of Liang, who had made great contributions to his enthronement. However, the King of Liang eventually chose to rebel, and after his defeat, he threw himself into the Lu River. As for the concubines in his father's harem, except for those who were good friends with his biological mother and had never met him, all of them were sent to the imperial mausoleum to be buried with his father. Not long after, the Holy Mother Empress Dowager also passed away. It was said that she was sick because of missing the late emperor. The winner is the king, and the loser is the enemy. It has been cruel since ancient times. Since he couldn't figure out some things in front of him, he stopped thinking about them. Things will work out when they reach the bridge. In the evening, after the sun gradually faded, everyone from the crown prince, the Yong Wang to the 12th Yong and Wang sent gifts. The most generous gift was from the 4th prince, the Jin Wang, who was not short of money, jade, agate, gold and silver jewelry. It was 2,000 taels of silver. But he didn't see anyone. They were all sent by the housekeepers and eunuchs in their respective mansions. That's a bit too much. Lin Yi didn't understand. Except for the King of Dai. Why didn't anyone come? Anyway, it's not a bad thing to receive so many gifts for nothing and save a meal. At night, there were many mosquitoes, and Lin Yi didn't sit outside for a long time. After a day of hard work, he was quite sleepy and went to bed at about the same time. After Lin Yi fell asleep, Hong Ying left the house and gently closed the 2 doors. Looking at the starry sky, he flew over the courtyard wall without landing, and continued to cross the houses, courtyards, and the huge wall of the south gate. Finally, they stopped at an inconspicuous manor in the suburbs. The room was brightly lit. He pushed the door with his hand, and it creaked open. Butler. There were 2 people sitting in the room, one tall and one fat. Seeing Hong Ying coming in, he hurriedly bowed. After Hong Ying sat down in the middle seat, he took the tea handed over by the tall young man and said lightly, "What time is it?" The tall young man bowed and said, "Butler, it's already show time." Hong Ying nodded and said, "The prince will leave for his fiefdom tomorrow. You should get ready." "Ah!" After the 2 people exclaimed. They looked at each other. The young man asked curiously, "General Manager, why are you in such a hurry?" Hong Ying snorted coldly. "Song Chung, this is the prince's decision. How can you control it?" "I dare not." The young man called Song Chung lowered his head and said nothing more. But the fat middle-aged man next to him hesitated for a while, and couldn't help saying, "General Manager, we said we would set off in half a month. But now we are in a hurry, and the brothers are not ready." Luohan. Honging opened his eyes suddenly. "Don't forget your identity." "I know." Luohan shuddered all over and lowered his head again. He was originally just an ordinary cook in the palace, who knew that his cooking skills, which he was proud of, could not satisfy the prince. The prince said that he was too old to change and had been set in his ways. He could not bear to drive him out of the palace. So he made him a night watchman in the palace. Even if thieves came, they would have to think twice about his fat body and might just retreat. After becoming a night watchman, his income dropped a lot. But he was a civil servant after all, with a formal system, and he would not be willing to abandon him casually. When he returned home, he told people that he worked in the palace, which was very impressive. The working hours were very leisurely. Mainly, after the time came, he would take a broken gong and drum, beat it while walking, and shout a few times around the palace wall. He gradually had more time to practice martial arts. Under the training of Luo Zhongguan, he actually became a master. Because of vanity, under the instigation of the cook, the maid, and the gardener, he performed the skill of breaking stones with one hand. The prince happened to pass by, and was shocked for a moment. He told him that he could not be buried here. If it was gold, it must shine. In this way, in a daze, he left the palace and opened the Dongfeng escort agency. According to the prince's instructions, he first bought a security company that was about to close, and then hired an excellent old constable with a large sum of money, and a veteran soldier who had retired from the frontier to serve as a porter. After the framework was set up, he naturally became the first head of the family. The security industry in Hong Kong City has always been controlled by the Chow Gang, the Salt Gang, the Jianghu people, or the disciples of the famous sections. It is natural for a novice like him to enter the industry. It is difficult everywhere. The cake is so big, and if there is one more person to share, I will have one less bite. How could he, a night watchman who had just started to learn martial arts, possibly deal with those masters of other escort agencies, both the head of the family and the head of the escort agency, who were all second and third rank masters? Fortunately, with the reputation of the Wang Fu, General Manager Hong picked 2 fourth-rank masters from the mansion for him. With the support of Song Chung, he not only gained a firm foothold in Hong Kong City in the past 2 years, but also made a great reputation. Dongfeng Escort Agency, which is known to everyone for its mission, will accomplish its mission. Moreover, he will soon break through to the 3rd rank. When the time comes, when the prince praises him as a master, he will not be so timid, Honging said slowly. If the strangers on the road bump into the prince will be easy to talk to. But we will not be easy to talk to. With you here, how dare the little thieves on the road show up? Luohan smiled apologetically, but his heart skipped a beat. Chapter 13 Inner Demon. He was not really afraid of the prince. No matter how much the prince cursed, the final blow still fell gently. But Chief Steward Hong was different. He never said anything extra. If he was not careful, he would spit out a bowl of blood. And that was still the lightest punishment. Honging waved his hand at him impatiently. Go down, and make preparations early. Yes, I'll take my leave. Luohan let out a long sigh of relief, slowly left the room, and closed the door. For a moment, only Honging and Song Chung were left in the room. I don't know what the prince is thinking, to let such an idiot manage the escort agency. Song Cheng's voice was not finished. The whole person flew up, and fell to the ground with a plop. I have told you a long time ago, never question the prince's decision. Honging held the teacup, sitting upright on the chair, as if he had never moved. Don't take my words as wind around your ears. I admit my guilt. Song Chung half knelt on the ground, his face dripping with shame. He has entered the 7th rank. In the martial arts world, he is considered one of the few masters. He knew that he was definitely not Hong Ying's opponent, but he didn't expect that he had no power to fight back, even though he was caught off guard. How far has this monster trained? It's time to use people, and we can't delay the prince's trip otherwise. We will never let you off easily today, Honging said slowly. I know you have grown wings, but you can't leave unless we tell you to. Do you understand? Song Chung stood up and said angrily. General Manager Hong, what do you mean by this? Is it because of you that I am loyal to the prince? Although my kung fu is not as good as yours, I am also a man of steel. How can I be threatened by you? The prince is kind-hearted. I should follow him with all my strength, A man will die for his friend. What does it have to do with you? On the third day after he was born, his mother entered the palace to be the prince's wet nurse. After the prince was 1 year old, his mother left the palace. His Song family was originally just an ordinary and honest family. After the careful care of concubine Yuan, it became a wealthy family with maids and servants. When he was a child, every time the prince went out of the palace, he would stay at his house. He was always by his side. It can be said that they grew up together. Now, he is a 7th-rank master. He can establish a school and recruit disciples. He can also serve the court and bring honor to his ancestors. However, he is still helping the prince to do business outside, managing restaurants, inns, and furniture stores. There is no other reason. Just because I am used to it. The power of habit is strong. Without this prince, he feels at a loss. You have grown up under our care. Hong Ying suddenly laughed. What the prince means today is that your mother is old and needs someone to take care of her. It is better for you to stay in the capital. There are servants at home. If I stay at home, it will only make them angry. Why bother? Song Chung rubbed his aching chest. Hong, the chief steward, knows that I will definitely go to Sanha with him. Why do you deliberately provoke me? I don't want to care about you. Hong Ying shook his head and sighed. But I have to do something later. Good or bad luck is hard to predict. If something goes wrong, the whole journey to Sanha will depend on you. If we can get out of this unscathed, we won't need you anymore. You can decide whether to stay or go. Butler Hong, you must be kidding. There is no place in Ankong City that you can't go. Who can stop you? Who dares to keep you, unless... Song Cheng's face changed drastically. Butler Hong, you are not going to enter the palace. Are you? Don't tell anyone. Hong Ying did not comment. He stood up and walked to the door. Suddenly, he turned around and said, Protect the prince. Butler Hong, think twice. Song Chung chased after him. There was no trace of Hong Ying. After nightfall, he lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to fall asleep. He was worried about Hong Ying. Although Hong Ying beat and scolded him, that was what he should do. He had to endure it no matter what, and could not complain at all. After all, Hong Ying was half his master. When he was a child, his family had hired a coach, but his level was limited. Without Hong Ying's guidance, he might have been just a mediocre warrior in his life. Now he is only 18 years old, and he has entered the 7th rank at a young age. If people knew, he would definitely be included in the list of the top 10 geniuses of Liang State. Thinking that there were things to do tomorrow, he had to sleep even if he couldn't sleep. Just as he was about to count sheep, he heard a movement under the wall. After reaching the 7th rank, his ears became particularly useful. He stood up without hesitation and jumped out of the window. Who? Help me up. Hong, the chief steward. Song Chung ran over, and just as he touched his chest, he felt something sticky attached to his clothes. He quickly carried him into the house and put him on the bed. After turning on the light, he saw clearly that Hong Ying was injured. His tightly closed lips were bleeding. His face was gray, and his clothes on his chest were covered with blood. Suddenly, he couldn't hold it in his mouth anymore, and a large mouthful of blood spurted out. General Manager Hong. Song Chung put one hand on his back, and the other hand was about to press on him. No need. Hong Ying slowly opened his eyes, finished a blood-stained handkerchief from his wide sleeves, and wiped the corner of his mouth. We cultivate the feminine energy, so you should do it yourself. You go to the prince, and take good care of him. We are in this state, and we are afraid that he will be scared if we go back. Tell the prince that we have something to do. You go first, and we will catch up with him in a few days. Before he finished speaking, he fainted on the bed. Hong, the steward. No matter how Song Chung called, Hong Ying did not respond. In a hurry, he fed him a pill. It was another hot day. Lenny got up very early. After breakfast, he still did not find Hong Ying. He asked everyone in the mansion, but no one knew where he was. Until Song Chung came in. You said he went out to do something? Yes, Hong. The steward, he told us to leave tomorrow. Song Chung said with a smile. He is alone. What can happen? Lenny asked with a frown. This, Song Chung said with a wry smile. Your Majesty. You know. How dare I ask? No. Lenny continued to shake his head. He has something to tell me instead of telling me. Why did he come all the way to tell you? Your Majesty. I am also half his apprentice. Song Chung forcefully explained. To be honest. Where is he? I guess he is not doing anything. But something happened? Lin Yi looked at Song Chang's eyes. The more Song Chang was evasive, the more he had a bad feeling. He had seen this kind of scene many times in TV dramas. Your Highness. Song Chang knelt down with a plop. It's over. Lin Yi's heart was suddenly hanging. Lin Yi took a carriage to the courtyard in the suburbs. What are you laughing at? No one would know if you died, and you dared to break into the palace. You are really brave. Looking at Hong Ying, who was half dead, but still smiling, Lin Yi's heart was suddenly blocked. Your Highness. Hong Ying was panting, but his eyes were fixed on the porcelain jar in Lin Yi's hand. Hey. If you want it, just take my seal. Why take such a big risk? Lin Yi put the jar in his hand into his hand. He didn't say, is it worth it to almost lose your life for a useless life? He grew up in an orphanage, and most of the friends around him were disabled. He understood the psychology of these people. It would be annoying for a normal person to say, this is not important. That is not important. It's no big deal. Only when you lose something, you will know the real desire. I don't want to dirty your hands. Hong Ying was still laughing. You bastard. I have treated you as a brother since I was a child. When have I ever treated you as a slave? If you like being a slave, go and be a slave to someone else. Tears welled up in his eyes. Prince, don't blame me. I just want to be a complete person when I die in the future. The treasure cannot be left in the palace. Hong Ying coughed as he spoke. Lin Yi hurriedly rubbed his back, but still couldn't help but scolded angrily. It's not too late to get it later. It's not like you will never come back after going to Sanha. Prince, I have encountered a demon in my heart. Hong Ying sat up straight, leaned against the wall, and laughed miserably. The familiar environment lingers, the demon in your heart returns. Prince, you said it in your book. What the hell? Lin Yi was stunned. Inner demon? In which novel did he mention this? The little treasure is my inner demon. If I don't get it back, I will never make any progress. Hong Ying took the cup of water from Song Chang and took a sip. The one who conquers demons must conquer his own heart first, and when the heart is subdued, all evil spirits will retreat. The one who controls violence must control his chi first, and when the chi is calm, external violence will not invade. Lin Yi didn't wait for him to finish, and said unhappily, why get rid of the inner demon? You might as well practice cultivating demons in your heart. Lin Yi was not unfamiliar with Hong Ying's situation. In the previous life, there were so many people who read online novels, played games, and became obsessed. When they got on the plane, they wanted to jump off and play PUBG. The demon sex peerless master, the evil emperor Xiang Yutian, is indeed a natural talent, Hong Ying said with a yearning look. But he still needs the demon sex relic as a helper. This relic contains the lifelong skills of the demon sex saint before his death. With the relic, practicing will not be so difficult. But I don't know where this relic is. From your tone, if there is such a thing, would you really practice it? Lin Yi had a headache. Of course not. Hong Ying said very confidently. The void has an end. The great Tao is infinite. I will naturally devote myself to the Tao, and will not do anything that loses the essence and pursues the trivial. Lin Yi sighed. How could he have the honor to meet such a fool? He took a novel seriously. If there is a mental hospital, he will send him there without hesitation. Chapter 14 Big Trouble. I'm sorry to trouble you, Your Highness. Hong Ying showed a trace of embarrassment on his face. It's very difficult for me. Lin Yi touched his chin and sighed. The cleansing room has records. If you take it casually, wouldn't it be easy for people to find you? What's the point of doing this? It's okay if you get into trouble, but don't let me get into trouble. Alas, my little heart is still beating with fear. He has always been very curious about places like cleansing rooms, but he has never been there. I felt a chill in my lower body even from a distance. Why are you wandering around for no reason? Your Highness, our treasures can only be redeemed by retiring and leaving the palace. But many people died in accidents during the journey. Many people have long since disappeared. There are countless treasures on the beam in the cleansing room that have not been redeemed. I just dropped a bag. Hong Ying's face was full of pride after losing blood. Suddenly, he saw Lin Yi's eyes, and was frightened. He hurriedly explained. He spoke too hastily and coughed several times. Then he continued. Moreover, I always go in and out through the high wall behind the cold palace. No one would have thought that I was stealing treasures. The cleansing room is in the most remote part of the palace. It has always been unmanned. Even the guards patrolling the palace would deliberately walk around it. Who would have thought that someone would go there to steal that dead thing? Where were you beaten by the guards? Lenny asked again. Cold Palace? When Hong Ying said this, his face became even darker. It wasn't the guards who attacked. Could it be Lu Gongfeng in the palace? Song Chung, who had been listening attentively, couldn't help but interrupt at this moment. He was the most impressed by how good Hong Ying's kung fu was. Except for the great master Lu Chaoyuan in the palace, he couldn't think of anyone else who could seriously injure Hong Ying. Bah! Lenny raised his eyebrows and said carelessly, with his mediocre kung fu, is he worthy of Lu Gongfeng's attack? He's a great master. For this great master, he looked up to him when he was a child. He learned martial arts, and he was actually excited at first, after all. After learning, he could go high and high, roam the world, and take revenge. His chic figure matched with his flawless face would definitely cause thousands of girls to scream. Which man wouldn't yearn for it? It's a pity that he had been pricked for 2 years. Horse stance, he swung his fist tens of thousands of times, but there was no miracle. He really embarrassed the time travelers. But as a human being, the most important thing is not to lose your dream. Without a dream, what is the difference between you and a salted fish? It must be that the coach in the palace is not good enough otherwise. With his natural talent, as a time traveler, how could he not have made the slightest progress? As the saying goes, a good teacher produces good students. It must be that the coach in the palace is not good enough. He must find a better master. The first person he thought of was the great priest in the palace. He ran over stealthily, bowed, and said nice things. The old priest didn't refuse at all, but said that if he wanted to learn his kung fu, he had to destroy the acupuncture points at the intersection of Ren, Du, and Chong. After learning kung fu for 2 years, he certainly knew where the intersection was. Castrate himself? He ran away in fear. From then on, he completely stopped practicing martial arts. No! This is not a salted fish. Life is only 100 years. So it's better to be relaxed. Sit and watch the clouds roll. Listen to the flowers bloom and fall. And let the tides rise and fall. Impatience makes people lack a sense of happiness and joy. It's hard for him. He has reached the state of contentment at such a young age. However, he pushed Hong Ying to work harder, and even told him Dongfang Bubi as an inspirational story. Who would have thought that Hong Ying would go crazy? After Song Chung heard Lin Yi's words, he was stunned. If Hong Ying's kung fu was just a mediocre one, let alone himself, what about Princess Huaiyang and Princess Lin Ning, who were also 7th rank? Princess Huaiyang was a famous genius warrior in Liang State. However, when he thought about the fact that their prince was an idiot in martial arts, he was relieved. He could actually regard Luhan, a waste who could only break rocks with his chest, as a master. Therefore, he stopped arguing and just looked at Hong Ying quietly. Your Highness, it's right. It was not Lu Chaoyuan who attacked. Hong Ying coughed twice more. It was a woman. I have never seen a woman in all my years in the palace. Woman. In Song Cheng's surprise, Lin Yi laughed loudly, covering his stomach, and almost cried with laughter. How dare you say that? You were beaten half to death by an old woman. Alas, I am so embarrassed. As he spoke, he seemed to be looking for a crack in the ground to crawl into. I admit my guilt. Hong Ying's face flushed, and he was about to kneel down. Lie down and don't move. Lin Yi waved his hand at him and said, when I left the city gate, I saw the military and imperial guards, and the secret guards were all mobilized. You have caused a big mess. I dare not find an unfamiliar doctor for you. Let's wait for the gourd to come. Press your chest. Is there any fracture? If it is really fractured, it will be troublesome. Hong Ying said. Please rest assured, Your Majesty, I just suffered a little internal injury, and I can slowly recuperate by practicing Qigong. Lin Yi pouted and said, You still want to practice Qigong to recuperate? Can you respect the profession of doctor? No matter where the bleeding is in the heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys, your life will be over. This time next year, the grass on your grave will probably be 2 feet high. Song Chung held back his laughter and quickly changed the subject. Your Highness, I'll go outside and take a look. I think I'll be there soon. Seeing that Hong Ying was still coughing, Lin Yi picked up the teapot and prepared to pour him some water. I don't dare to trouble you, Your Highness. Hong Ying stood up, took Lin Yi's teapot and teacup, and poured water himself. Hey, you said you were leaving tomorrow, and you're making it difficult for me. Lin Yi paced back and forth in the room and said, It seems that you can't leave for a while. It's God's will. Your Highness can go first. And I can catch up later. Hong Ying hurriedly said. Don't delay your Highness's important matter. It's easy to say, if you leave it here alone, no one will know if you die, and it will rot in the house in the hot summer, which will give off a bad smell and affect the neighbors and the surrounding flowers and plants. That's not good, Lenny said helplessly. It's better for me to stay here and collect your body, so that you won't harm others. Your Majesty. Hong Ying's eyes were red. Don't give me that, just lie down. Lenny couldn't bear to see him like this, a shy old man said angrily. Why hasn't Hulu? That little bastard. Come yet. Your Majesty. I'm coming down. As the voice came, the door opened. The first person to come in was Song Chung, and behind him was a thin, short middle-aged man. The dry facial features were all squeezed together, and the space on that small face seemed a little insufficient. Chapter 15 The Master in the Palace. To put it nicely, his facial features are compact. To put it bluntly, he has not grown up. Put down the wooden medicine box, kneel down and say, Greetings to the prince. His original name was Hu Shirlu, but the prince disliked calling him that, so he simply called him Hulu. He was originally a groom in the prince's mansion, but unlike Sun Yi, he also worked part-time as a veterinarian. In addition to working in the mansion, he also made extra money outside, checking the health of cows, horses, and donkeys. Once a horse in the mansion had a difficult birth, and the painful neighing sound resounded throughout the mansion. At that time, he was so busy that he was at a loss. The prince was also attracted and asked curiously, why not cut open the horse's belly? He suddenly realized that if the foal could not be born, the mare would definitely not survive. Instead of killing two people, it would be better to take the foal out of the mare's belly and get a foal. He decisively knocked the mare unconscious and took out the foal. As a result, it was unexpected that the prince actually ordered him to sew up the horse's belly. What does this mean? Before he could react, the prince had already ordered people to prepare candles, sewing needles, catgut, and white wine. He certainly could not disobey the prince's order, and he gritted his teeth and completed the prince's so-called operation. Then he only gave the mare water to drink every day. Unexpectedly, a week later, the mare was alive and kicking. The prince was also very happy and told him that this was called cesarean section. He even told him some principles in detail, although he did not fully understand. He vaguely felt that he was on the road to a golden road. The prince said that this cesarean section can be used on animals and humans. How could he dare to use it on people? At most, he could use this skill to make some money on livestock. However, one time, his neighbor suddenly came to his house. His wife had a premature birth. It was too late to find a midwife. The price was not right, and the doctor refused to come. He asked him to help deliver the baby. He was just a veterinarian who treated animal diseases. How could he deliver a baby for people? He would not agree no matter how hard he tried. When he was told that it was better to save the child than the adult, especially when the knife was already on his neck, he said righteously that human life was at stake. He had to go. He would definitely go. As a result, the child survived and the pregnant woman was also saved. He found that delivering babies for people was much easier than delivering babies for animals. After all, people can understand words, listen to commands, and use their strength when asked. He first became famous in his own lane and then, after he boldly delivered a few babies, he became famous throughout the entire South City. Although there were times of failure, but for the family of the pregnant woman, as long as the child who would carry on the family line was saved, what was the death of a woman, they still happily sent him to the door, with a considerable medical fee. Boldly, he began to ask the prince for more advice. This prince was very open about everything he knew. The more he learned, the bolder he became. One day, he actually had the idea of dissecting a human. He felt that he was insane and sincerely apologized to the prince. Unexpectedly, the prince jumped up with joy and praised him, saying, "This small step of his will be a big step for mankind." He was often seen busy at the mass grave outside Hong Kong City. There were many corpses sent by the military, thieves who were executed, beggars who starved to death on the street, and abandoned babies from poor families. There were probably too many to cover them all, and a worn-out straw mat on top was considered good enough. Nowadays, people in Hong Kong City respectfully call him Doctor Who. Every day, there is an endless stream of people who come to see him for treatment. Even the princes and ministers of the dynasty come to see him. The only misfortune is that he doesn't know how to judge people. And he married a wife who likes to pull her ears, which makes him even more embarrassed. Hurry up and get up. Don't do so many things. See how he is. Whether he will die. Lenny waved his hand at him impatiently, and then pointed at Hong Ying. Yes. Hulu stood up hurriedly, walked to Hong Ying, bowed and said, Manager Hong, please unbutton your clothes. Seeing Hong Ying hesitantly with his hands on the buttons, Lenny said impatiently, What are you dawdling about? Hurry up and unbutton your clothes. Hong Ying sighed and unbuttoned his clothes. There was nothing on his chest, but there was a purple-black palm print on his back. Everyone gasped. Hulu put his ear to Hong Ying's chest, listened, and then turned to his back, knocking and listening. After a long while, he smiled and said, Manager Hong is blessed with a long life. Lenny asked, What's the situation now? Hulu said, The lungs are probably swollen, which is why Manager Hong keeps coughing up blood. I'll prescribe some medicine and slowly adjust it. It should be fine. That's good. Lenny breathed a sigh of relief, then nodded. Prescribe the medicine. Don't go anywhere else these days. Just stay here so that we don't need you when we need you. No way, Hulu said with a bitter face. Your Majesty, there is a roaring lion at home, and I really dare not stay out all night. Look at your behavior. You really disgraced us men, Song Chung said disdainfully. I don't have the prestige of Manager Song. Hulu didn't give any face either. He was no longer the groom and veterinarian who was manipulated by others. All right, Lenny said unhappily. Then stay here during the day and go back at night. Thank you, Your Highness. Hulu bowed. Lenny warned, Keep your mouth shut. Don't let anyone know that Hong Ying was injured. Yes, Your Highness. Hulu knelt down directly. Wasn't this meant for him? He stood up and said, I'll go down to boil the medicine. Lenny waved at him. After he left, he walked to the bed and took a closer look at Hong Ying's back. He said in surprise, This woman must have used so much strength that she almost made your ribs sink in. Damn it. He is such a violent maniac. Your Highness, it's all my fault, Hong Ying said ashamedly. Who are the people in the Cold Palace? It seems that there is only one person who knows martial arts. Wen Jiaoyi, who should be quite old. Right? Except for the Emperor and the Empress. No one is allowed to enter or leave the Cold Palace at will. However, when Lenny was a child, he had a strong curiosity and climbed over the wall many times. There were no more than 7 concubines living in the Cold Palace, and he had seen them all. The one who impressed me the most was Wen Jiaoyi. Once he was lying on the top of the wall when Jiaoyi waved at him with cakes in her hand. He was not afraid. It was okay if he was discovered. The child was naughty. How could his father chop off his head when Jiaoyi had a pretty face without a single wrinkle? He just called her little sister. This made Wen Jiaoyi laugh. When he learned that Wen Jiaoyi was almost 70 years old, his jaw almost dropped. Wen Jiaoyi was kind, and he often visited her. He also told her that the earth is round, the moon itself does not emit light, and how to cook delicious dishes. He even told some jokes to amuse the gloomy Wen Jiaoyi. As Lenny racked his brains to tell her the stories of Zhenhuan and Miyu, Lenny grew older. Although he still lived in the palace, he had moved out of the harem and moved to a place near the imperial garden that was specially reserved for unmarried princes. He had to inform his mother before he could go, let alone the Cold Palace, so he no longer dared to go there casually. If the emperor finds out, it won't be a big deal. At most, she'll be torn to pieces. How dare you spy on my woman? Hong Ying said. I heard that when the emperor first ascended the throne, he said that the Cold Palace was full of miserable women, and he issued an order to allow them to leave the palace and let their families take them back. Among them was Wen Jiaoyi. But Wen Jiaoyi was not happy, saying that she had no relatives at home, since the Holy Mother Empress Dowager imprisoned her. She has lived in the Cold Palace for 50 years, growing her own vegetables, cooking her own meals, washing her own clothes, and never leaving the Cold Palace. Lenny asked curiously, Who do you think it is? Hong Ying shook his head. I was caught off guard and got a palm on my back, so I couldn't stay for long, and I didn't have a chance to see her face. After the imperial guards behind heard the noise, the little one had already run out. He became more and more ashamed as he spoke. His head almost hit his chest. Lenny patted his shoulder and comforted him. Okay, take good care of your injuries. When you are well, we will set off again. Then he asked Song Chung to drive him back to the city in a carriage. On both sides of the wide city gate stood the dark guards checking passers-by. Leading them was the Dark Guard Commander Jiang Zhong. They are clearly called Dark Guards, but coming out in broad daylight, the name is not worthy of it. Lenny couldn't help but complain to Song Chung. Chapter 16 The Iron Prince. Yes. Song Chung answered with a stiff face. He was complaining in his heart. Are you afraid that people can't hear you? You said it so loudly. You are a prince, no matter what. People will not trouble you. You can do whatever you want. Not afraid at all. Then pity a small person like him. Before the prince scolded Jiang Zhong, the prince was happy to scold him. But the secret guards went to the inn and tavern he ran every now and then to cause trouble. Deliberately fighting, looking for trouble, drive away guests with orders to search. Although it was not a big deal. It was really annoying to be flying around like a fly. He really regretted sending the prince back now. It would be better to just find a driver and watch him secretly. Why did he follow him and sit in the carriage with him? It's over. Jiang Zhong looked over here. You useless guy. Lin Yi looked at Song Chung with disdain. Then waved to Jiang Zhong while sitting in the carriage. Good morning, Lord Jiang. Jiang Zhong was in his 40s. Thin. With a fair face. He didn't look like a warrior. He bowed to Lin Yi and said in a deep voice, Greetings to Prince He. Greetings to Prince He. A large group of people knelt on both sides of the city gate. No need to be polite, stand up. Lin Yi glanced at Jiang Zhong and sighed inwardly. Officials above the 4th rank did not need to kneel. Otherwise, he could see this guy kneeling in front of him. Thank you, Your Highness, everyone said in unison. Lord Jiang looks rosy today and looks good. Did you find some money when you went out? Lin Yi asked curiously. Your Highness is really good at joking. The corners of Jiang Zhong's mouth twitched unconsciously. When he met such a difficult guy, he could not hit or scold him. Rebellion is a serious crime. The emperor doesn't care, but the ministers in the court will not let him go. Who told him that the secret guards were offending people? He was not popular in the court. Now that there is a reason, they will attack him. At that time, even the emperor who favors him will give the minister some face and punish him slightly. The punishment is small, but the loss of face is big. Unless it is absolutely necessary, he will not have a real conflict with this prince. Lin Yi smiled and said, It seems that you are searching for someone. Quickly come to my carriage and check it out. After the investigation, I have to go back to sleep. I went fishing early in the morning and didn't catch anything. It's really unlucky. Your Highness, you are joking. Please. Shinzong raised his hand, and the secret guards at the city gate stepped back to make way for Lin Yi's carriage. I have official business to attend to, so I won't see you off. You have mobilized so many troops. Did something happen? Lin Yi was not in a hurry to leave, but wanted to find out some news. Last night, a thief broke into the palace and was discovered by the imperial guards. He then fled. We are searching for him according to the order of the emperor, Jiang Zhong said without hiding anything. This is too arrogant, treating the palace as his own home, Lin Yi said with a smile. If caught, he must be severely punished. He winked at Song Chung, who drove the carriage slowly into the city. When passing an alley, someone suddenly shouted, With the prince. Oh, you all got up early today. After hearing this, Lin Yi raised his head and waved to the women in the upstairs window. This is the most prosperous place in the entire South City. As long as you have money, you can have different girls with you every day. In his previous life, he was a single man. His hands were all bald, and he didn't have a girlfriend. Now he has a single-family mansion, spare money, and a healthy body. He has a perfect opportunity. But he suddenly lost his courage. He has never been vaccinated and has no antibodies. He is afraid that he will lose his life after close contact. He should respect science and cherish life. Of course, he can't harm the maids around him like others do. He definitely has the idea. But he can't do it. It was too boring, but I didn't mind treating this place as a KTV. Call 7 or 8 girls, gather them in a circle, boast, tell jokes, listen to their exclamations, and enjoy the feeling of being the center of attention that I had never felt in my previous life. After getting drunk, go home and sleep. Girls come and go, but the prince is always there. There are more than 50 brothels of all sizes here, and it's rare that they don't know the prince. Prince, you haven't been here for a long time. The woman who spoke had white teeth and beautiful eyebrows, and her hair was wet. Obviously she had just washed her hair. After putting down the wooden basin in her hand, she continued to shout, I miss you so much. Prince, I miss you too. The window of the attic on the other side was also opened, and she shouted at Lin Yi. Your Highness. The window of the attic behind Lin Yi also opened. Your Highness, it's better to do it now than today. Suddenly, the streets seemed to be bustling with noises and chirping so lively. Hurry up, why are you still dawdling? Lin Yi saw that a woman had opened the door and came out, and hurriedly urged Song Chung to drive away. Anyway, those who come here are guests, and the women here don't care about his identity. When the time comes in broad daylight, a group of women will surround him and pull him around. This scene is a bit scary to think about. You will offend people wherever you go. It's better to sneak into the village at night, and don't shoot, escape in a hurry, leaving behind a series of silver bell-like laughter. Back in the palace, because Hong Ying was suddenly gone, Lin Yi was not used to all kinds of things, and he even looked at Song Chung a little annoyed. What are you doing standing there like an idiot? Pour me some tea. Lin Yi sighed. Oh. Song Chung clumsily picked up the teapot. Mr. Song, let me do it. Mingwei hurried over from the corridor, put the fruit plate in her hand on the table, took the teapot from Song Cheng's hand, and poured tea for Lin Yi. Hey, go back, take care of that guy, don't let him die. Lin Yi said to Song Chung. Don't let him stay here to be an eyesore. Yes. Song Chung didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and had to bow and leave. Wait a minute. Lin Yi called Song Chung back again, and said to Mingwei behind him, Give the manuscript of the Investiture of the Gods. On my desk to shopkeeper Song. Last time, Hong Ying was punished to copy, and only the first few chapters were given to him, and the rest were not given to him. Now Hong Ying was injured. Lin Yi was afraid that he would be too bored, so he simply asked Song Chung to give him the rest of the chapters to kill time. How crazy can he be? After Song Chung got the manuscript from Mingwei, he smiled and said, Your Majesty, do you have any other instructions? Lin Yi said, Nothing else. Just don't lose it. If you lose a page, I will definitely make trouble for you. Song Chung said, Your Majesty, don't worry. Seeing that Lin Yi didn't say anything else, he turned around and left. The sun was getting brighter and brighter, and the leaves were listless. Hong Ying hid behind the pillars of the hexagonal pavilion, with only his head exposed, and was hesitant to speak. Mingwei glanced at the sleeping prince lying on the chair, waved to Hong Ying, and followed him. Hong Ying, is there anything wrong? Sister Mingwei, have you seen my master? Chapter 17. A ghost. Hong Ying lowered his head, looking at his sister who looked like a fairy, and he didn't even have the courage to speak. The prince told your master to go out to do something, and he will be back in a few days. Mingwei didn't know where Hong Ying went, but the prince didn't say it, and as a servant, she couldn't ask, so she could only try her best to comfort the little girl. Oh, thank you, Sister Mingwei, Hong Ying said very disappointedly. Mingwei asked softly, Did your master ask you to practice? Why don't you practice well? Hong Ying said, Sister, I listened to my master very much. I have already finished my practice. But my master said he would teach me crane step to heaven today. I can't find him. You are so smart. You have learned crane step to heaven so quickly. Mingwei was stunned. Finally, she believed what Manager Hong said. This girl is a martial arts genius. She smiled and said, Can sister teach you? Okay. Thank you, sister. Hong Ying nodded vigorously. Then I'll practice for you first. Pay attention to my steps. Mingwei turned around, jumped up, stepped into the air, and gently jumped onto the roof. Then she smiled at Hong Ying below, spread her arms, and spun several times in the air before landing. She was as graceful as a startled swan, and as graceful as a swimming dragon. Sister, you are amazing. Hong Ying couldn't help but praise her. If you study hard, you will be even better than me. Did you see the steps clearly? Mingwei warned. 1 breath changes to 3 steps, otherwise you will fall. If you master it, you will be able to walk on grass and trees, climb over ledges, and walk across water freely. Yes. Hong Ying nodded vigorously. Mingwei was about to say something when she heard Lin Yi shout. Without time to tell Hong Ying anything, she hurried over. Oh! I was scared to death. Lin Yi took off the towel covering his forehead, still in shock. Your Highness, did you have a nightmare? Mingwei made him tea again. Nothing. Lin Yi took the freshly washed towel and wiped it while saying, Don't make so many dishes in the evening. It's hot, I can't eat it. Make some millet porridge and some side dishes. Yes. Mingwei bowed and agreed. Your Highness. Zixia came back from outside. What's the news today? Just tell me. Lenny yawned, threw the used towel on the table, picked up the teacup, blew air, and used the tea lid to stir the tea leaves. Your Highness, something big happened during the morning court today. Zugwagong said that the rebellion in the southwest and northwest has been settled, and Wadden in the northern part of the Great Wall has withdrawn. The world is peaceful now. Please retire and return home, Zixia said while observing Lin Yi's reaction. The emperor did not agree, and sent the memorial back. Of course he will not agree. You have to save face. You have to ask at least 3 times. Otherwise it will be disappointing. Some things are completely expected, and it will happen sooner or later. After all, which emperor could tolerate a general holding so many troops at once? It's not because the lord of the state is too capable, but because the other generals are too incompetent. All the burdens have always been on the lord of the state. But he didn't expect that his father, the emperor, would be so impatient. After all, the world is not truly peaceful yet. If there were no hints, would the lord of the state hand over the military power so quickly? Zixia waited respectfully for the prince to finish speaking, and then continued. There is another thing. Prince Yong was riding a horse and fell off the horse. He was injured and is recuperating. He is not seeing guests. Strange things happen every year, but this year there are more. Lenny smiled and looked at Mingwei and Zixia and said, Prince Yong would fall off the horse? Do you believe this nonsense? Zixia said, Your Majesty, Prince Yong has been on the battlefield for a long time. How could he fall off the horse? As she spoke, she remembered that their prince could not ride a horse. She almost couldn't hold back her laughter. Mingwei also nodded and said, Even if he falls from the city wall, he won't be in any danger, let alone right away. He knows that these lies can't fool even ghosts. Why does he keep saying them? Lenny sighed. I really don't understand. Oh, I don't care. I'll leave after this stage anyway. Even if there is a flood in Onkong City. It has nothing to do with me. Oh, by the way, I told you to last time. You should pack up and leave the house in the next few days. Your Highness. Both of them knelt on the ground. You two are already 23 years old. If you leave them in someone else's house, the child will run away. Lenny said seriously. You have stayed by my side for so many years. I have delayed you. I apologize to you. Mingwei shook her head and said, My lord, I will not leave. Zixia also said, I will not leave either. I will follow you till death. Bah! You are talking about life and death in broad daylight. Lenny said unhappily. If you don't leave, you can go to Sanha with me. That place is poor and remote, with many barbarians and exiled prisoners. It is even more difficult to find a partner. Mingwei said hatefully. I will never marry in my life. Stupid words. Lenny shook his head and said, You should get married. You still have to get married. Your appetite is getting bigger and bigger. You want to eat me out of money. My lord, there is no surplus food in your house. The two people kneeling on the ground didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Speaking of which, you two are really difficult to deal with. Lenny continued. Those with titles, their threshold is high. You can't get in. For businessmen, they have a little money. And it's very common to have 3 wives and 4 concubines. You may not be able to bear the grievance. Farmers, heavy taxes, corvée. I'm really afraid you will starve to death. Your Highness is right, Zixia said with a smile. So my 2 sisters are ready to stay with your Highness for the rest of our lives. And we can help take care of the young master in the future. I have no relatives at home, Mingwei said in a trembling voice. If your Highness doesn't want me, there is no place for me in the world. I might as well die. Hey, don't talk about this death. Ah, bah, Lenny said lazily. You are deliberately making this king uncomfortable. I dare not. The two said in unison. Lenny looked at Zixia and said, I remember your parents are still here. Aren't they? Zixia said. My brother is the only one left at home. And my sister-in-law is always mean. Even if I go back, how can I have a good ending? Well, let's talk about it later. Every time the sun sets, Lenny always feels guilty. When he was about to do something on this day, why did it get dark? In the middle of the night, there was a long-lost rain. Although it rained for a short time, the sky seemed to be washed and much cleaner. The sun came out. Song Chung yawned. Through the window, he saw Honging standing in the yard. He ran out and said, Hong, you are not fully recovered yet. Why are you running out? Honging closed his eyes slightly and said motionlessly, The yin and yang are magnificent. The sun rises in the east. And it is true. Hong, the chief steward, Song Chung approached Hong Ying cautiously, and always felt that something was different about him. But he couldn't tell. Hong Ying smiled at him, and then said lightly, "Go back to the mansion." Song Chung was about to speak, but suddenly found that there was only a shadow of Hong Ying in front of him. What the hell? Song Chung rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Chapter 18. Serving as a vassal. Lenny got up very early today, drank soy milk, stretched himself, and suddenly turned around to see Hong Ying, and patted his chest in fear. He said helplessly, "How many times have I told you? Can you make some noise when walking? Why didn't you listen? I'm dead. Is that what you want?" He was still in shock, and just as he raised his eyelids, he happened to see the malice in Hong Ying's hand, and he took several steps back in fear, pointing at Hong Ying. He was so angry that he couldn't speak. Who would believe him if he said he didn't do it on purpose? "Your Highness, I dare not." Hong Ying flicked his finger, and the mouse flew out of the courtyard wall. He turned a deaf ear to the screams coming from the street, and just smiled at Lenny. "If your voice is too loud, it will easily scare the mouse, and it will be difficult to catch it. Why did you come back instead of taking care of yourself there?" Lenny snorted coldly, which was considered to be quite satisfied with his explanation, and just asked, "If the secret guards find the injuries on your body, it will be difficult to explain then. It's none of my business whether you live or die. Don't cause me any trouble." "Your Highness, don't worry, I'm fine now," Hong Ying said with a smile. "Otherwise I wouldn't dare to enter the city." "Really?" Lenny naturally didn't believe it. Yesterday, he was still coughing up blood. How come he's fine today? Where is the medical miracle? It's clearly a fairy tale. "I'm really fine," Hong Ying said. "No disease?" Lenny was puzzled. "No disease." Hong Ying nodded affirmatively. "Just jump a few times if you're not sick," Lenny said. Mingwei and Zixia came over at the right time, and seeing Hong Ying jumping and jumping there, they couldn't help but smile. "Your Highness, this is fine. It's really fine." Hong Ying coughed twice awkwardly, and Mingwei and Zixia stopped laughing immediately. Lenny walked around him, and seeing that his face was ruddy, he didn't bother about this issue anymore, and just said, "Let's set off tomorrow. Even if knives fall from the sky, we have to go." "Yes," Hong Ying and the two maids said in unison. Zixia whispered, "The Queen said someone to tell you to come to the palace." Lenny frowned and said, "Any news from the morning court today?" Zixia said, "The Duke of Zugwa petitioned again to retire and return home." The Emperor was very angry and threw the petition and scolded the Duke of Zugwa. Life is like a play, and it all depends on acting skills. Lenny turned his head and said to Hong Ying, "The carriage is ready. I am going to the palace. It is a blessing, not a disaster. If it is a disaster, I cannot avoid it." Concubine Yuan leaned lazily on the beauty couch and ignored Lin Yi, who came in. "Who offended my mother so early in the morning? Are you so unhappy?" Seeing that she had no intention of letting him get up, Lin Yi simply stood up, found a chair to sit down, and drank tea in his cup as if nothing had happened. Concubine Yuan rolled her eyes at him, sat up straight, and sighed. "If you had fought harder, I could have lived longer." "Mother, you are wrong. There are people who ride in sedan chairs, and there are people who carry sedan chairs. If everyone rides in sedan chairs, who will carry them?" Lenny smiled and said, "Son, this is called contentment. Be happy, and see how long you can be happy." Concubine Yuan waved at the maids who were fanning themselves. After they left, she rubbed her brows and said, "Do you know about your grandfather's affairs?" Lenny said casually, "I heard that he is going to retire and return home. I think that's great. Grandfather is old and is very busy with state affairs. It's better for him to enjoy his old age and play with his grandchildren. Hey, this head of mine." The 5 beautiful fingers touched the forehead again. She felt that whenever she talked to her son, her head would ache uncontrollably. "You want to make me angry to death, right?" "No." Lenny wanted to swear. "Although there are many concubines in the palace, none of them loves me as much as my own mother." Ah. Concubine Yuan couldn't find any fault with this statement, but it didn't make sense to her. She could only sigh and say, "You are so old now. You should have been married a long time ago. I originally wanted to wait for your father to be happy one day, and let him grant the marriage. I have seen the girl from you and she's family. It's just a pity." "Are you talking about the legitimate daughter, Or the illegitimate daughter? I wonder which one it is. Lin Yi's eyes lit up all of a sudden. Nonsense. Can an illegitimate daughter be worthy of you? Concubine Yuan said unhappily. Of course, it's the third daughter of their family. It is said that she is as good as men in both civil and military strategies. Sons are marrying wives, not generals. What civil and military strategies are needed? Lenny lost interest all of a sudden. He still prefers the fifth daughter of the Yu family. Although she is an illegitimate daughter, she looks good. Appearance is justice. Asshole. Concubine Yuan said angrily. You are like this, I don't have much hope. I will naturally find you a good wife to help you, so that you don't do stupid things. But don't think about it now. I'll find you someone who is similar when I have a chance. Mother is still thinking long term. Lenny said weakly. Concubine Yuan waved her hand impatiently. You're going to be a vassal, then leave quickly, I won't see you off. Lenny bowed and said, Yes, I'll take my leave. Son. He couldn't figure out what happened that made me so anxious to drive him out of Hong Kong City. Come back. Concubine Yuan called her son, who had already stepped out of the door. Take the box at the door away, that's the money I've saved for many years. When you get to Sanha, spend it when you need to, don't let yourself suffer. Son doesn't lack money, mother. Keep it for your sister. Lin Yi didn't dare to look back, for fear that he would cry. Finally, he strode out of the palace without looking back. The copper ring of the palace gate has two beast faces. I look back and wonder when I will see you again. The servants of the Huang mansion were busy, and everyone in the surrounding residence knew that the Huang was going to be in theft. In the future, I don't know if I can still set up a stall here. Zhu Rorong waved the bamboo fly swatter in his hand weakly. So what? Zhu Rorong's wife said loudly. The prince had already agreed to it. Even if the prince left, can the military department still go against the prince? What do you know? Shut up. Zhu Rorong pouted at his wife with disdain, and looked towards the Huang mansion from time to time. People from the Huang mansion were coming in and out. I don't know how many boxes have been moved out. And they were all placed one by one on a long row of carriages parked at the door. Hey, Doctor Hu. Zhu Rorong stood up and bowed to Hulu, who got off the carriage. After Hulu bowed to Zhu Rorong, he looked at the Huang mansion that was blocked by carriages inside. It seems that the prince is really ready to set off tomorrow, Zhu Rorong said. That's right. The clan leader of the clan government has come in person. Thank you. Hulu did not enter the mansion, but turned around and got on the carriage, and turned back. Chapter 19 When Zhaoyi. After Hu Shirlu returned home, he drove the carriage to the backyard and handed it over to his father, Hu De, the groom of Yuanhe Palace. He took the tea handed over by the maid, and sat under the osmanthus tree in the yard, holding the teacup, but did not drink a single sip. Are you stupid? Hu Shirlu's wife Jean came over and snatched his teacup, and put it on the stone table, and said unhappily, It fell to the ground and broke, I will never let you go. Thinking about something. Hu Shirlu sighed. Don't interrupt me. Are you annoyed by me? Jean said with an unhappy face. No, no. Hu Shirlu sighed. We will leave for the fiefdom with the prince tomorrow. Is the prince really going to the fiefdom? Jean was shocked. Yes. After thinking for a while, Hu Shirlu looked at Jean and said, Let's follow the prince to Sanha. Are you crazy? Jean jumped up at once. What is Sanha? Everyone knows it. Hu Shirlu sighed. I have thought about it. Mother, pack your things. We will leave with the prince tomorrow. Jean said angrily. You don't want to die, and you want to take us mother and son with you? And my parents, they are so old, can they bear the torment? Hu Shirlu said seriously. I am a doctor, I can naturally protect you and your son, your parents. What did you go to that damn place for? Jean really couldn't figure it out. The prince has shown me kindness, and I must repay him. Hu Shirlu smiled and said, Without the prince, I would not be where I am today. He is the prince, and he has all kinds of people around him. Why is he missing you? Jin's voice became louder and louder. Besides, if you want to repay the favor, there is no need to take our lives lightly. Isn't the prince's life more precious than ours? Hu Shirlu's father, Hu De, suddenly walked out from the front room. Mother. Jean looked at the old lady of the Hu family behind Hu De. These two are crazy. You also know where Sanha is. Everyone in Hong Kong knows that. No one has ever come back alive after being exiled to that hellhole. The old lady of the Hu family smiled and said, We women marry a chicken and follow the chicken. Marry a dog and follow the dog. Let them do whatever they want. Mother, Jean said unwillingly. Let's not talk about it. Where are the two children? Where are thousands of miles? Where is it so easy to walk on the road? Hushirlu said. For the two children, we have to go even more. The prince is gone, and there will be no one to support us in the future. Don't you often brag to some minister, which... General. Have you ever seen a doctor? Jean said unconvincedly. Are you just an ant in Hong Kong City? At the mercy of others? Hushirlu snorted coldly. Women's opinions. Do you think it's so easy to be a doctor? I'm always trembling when I go in and out of rich people's houses. There are so many dirty things there. If it weren't for the fact that I'm with the prince, I would have been killed long ago, Jean said. Why do you think of the worst? Hushirlu sneered. In this world, you still want good things? You're dreaming. Let's pack up quickly. Follow the prince's motorcade tomorrow morning. And when we get to Sanha, the prince has the final say in that place. With our relationship with the prince, we can do whatever we want. What about the house? We bought it last year, and he just left it so suddenly. Jean was about to cry. Although she was arrogant, she was not a fool. Since the man had decided on it, she deliberately went against his will, which meant that she didn't leave herself a way out. Hudadeo said, This is easy to do. If we rent it out, we can get at least several dozen taels of silver a year, which is an additional income. I will go find a broker now. Hushirlu nodded, and the matter of the Hu family and Wang going to Sanha was settled. At dusk, the weather suddenly changed, with dark clouds and heavy rain. In the second half of the night, it turned into a drizzle, which continued without stopping. Lin Yi stood in the pavilion. He could not imagine that he would get up before the morning because of something on his mind. Hong Ying said, Your Highness, it's still early. Why don't you lie down for a while? No, I can't sleep. Lin Yi sighed. The mansion has someone to stay behind. Have you decided? Hong Ying said. The old man Guo Xiao in charge of the garden, and his wife Qin. These two are mature and reliable. Your Highness can rest assured. Lin Yi smiled and said, I don't worry about them. Tell Guo Xiao well, and let me take care of the goldfish. He has been raising these goldfish since he was a child. Some of them have been there for 10 years, and it really took him a lot of effort to bring them from the palace to outside the palace. Yes, I will definitely tell you. Hong Ying's body suddenly straightened up, walked to Lin Yi's side, and whispered, Your Highness, I will take you back to your room first. Lin Yi said helplessly. Hey, you are getting more and more nagging now. I told you that I can't sleep now. It's hot in the room. It's better to be cool outside. When it's about time, we will set off. But it's still raining? Hong Ying said while his whole body tensed. Your Highness, you should go inside first. Lin Yi said nonchalantly. What's the big deal about the rain? I told you this morning. Even if it rains knives, we will still go. Woof woof. A dog barked suddenly in the garden. After 2 sounds, it suddenly stopped, leaving only sobbing. Hong Ying pressed Lin Yi even closer. No matter who came, he would not leave Lin Yi without permission. Lin Yi was curious, and with the weak light of the lantern in the hexagonal pavilion, he saw a vague figure in the dark sky. Little eunuch, you recovered very quickly. Lin Yi heard a woman's voice, which seemed far away, but also seemed to be right next to his ear. It's you? Hong Ying's face changed again and again. The figure finally walked out of the darkness, took off the bamboo hat on her head, and casually placed it on the stool beside the door. She smiled at Hong Ying and said, Why? You still want to fight with me? It's you. Lin Yi finally saw the woman's appearance clearly, and then patted Hong Ying's shoulder, signaling him not to be nervous. This tall, beautiful woman was Wen Jiaoyi in the cold palace. How did she get out of the palace? Why did she come here? Why? Wen Jiaoyi smiled and said, You have only been out of the palace for 2 years, and you don't recognize me? Grandma, you didn't tell me in advance. You are welcome. Sit down quickly. Lin Yi said to Hong Ying. Why are you standing there? Make tea quickly. I told you in advance. Do you dare to pick me up? Wen Jiaoyi asked mischievously. Of course. Lin Yi laughed. I dare not. Your grandson is so brave. You know this? Your temper has not changed at all. Wen Jiaoyi sat down generously, took the teacup from Hong Ying who was looking at her warily, and said with a smile, Little eunuch, do you really not recognize me? Hong Ying said coldly. I dare not forget. Then why don't you thank Grandma quickly? Grandma has great magical powers. Boundless magic power. eternal immortal blessings, and a long life. With your mediocre skills. If Grandma hadn't let you go, would you still be able to escape now? No matter how stupid Lenny was. He now understood who attacked Honging the night before. You are so smooth-talking. To be honest, I really didn't know it was him at first that night. Otherwise, I wouldn't have used such a heavy hand. Fortunately, nothing happened. Otherwise, I would be embarrassed to come to you. When Zhao Yi's fingers gently pressed on Lin Yi's forehead, and Hong Ying, who was standing next to him, was sweating all over, as if he was ready to jump up and save his master at any time. Thank you, Concubine 1, for showing mercy. Hong Ying had to admit that if Concubine 1 had continued to chase him, he would not have been able to escape with his serious injuries. Okay, go down. Don't get in the way here. Lin Yi still drove Hong Ying away and personally refilled Concubine 1's cup with water. Grandma, why are you here this time? Hey. Concubine 1 sighed heavily. I can't remember which little bastard said that he would take care of me in my old age. Ah. Lin Yi was shocked. Chapter 20 Southbound. He naturally knew who this little bastard was, and he really was a bastard. He wanted to slap himself right now. They should have just chatted properly. Why did he make such random promises? He thought that he was innocent and careless, and just said it casually to comfort the other party. Who could have thought that the other party would take it seriously? What? Zhao Yun raised her eyebrows. Do you want to regret it? Grandma, I really don't mean that. Lenny smiled awkwardly. My grandson is going thousands of miles away. The road is blocked. I am afraid that Grandma will suffer. This Zhao Yun was the concubine of the deceased emperor. In fact, she has no blood relationship with him at all. He can't even bring his own mother with him, let alone this great-grandmother. If he really brought it out secretly, and people knew about it, it would cause a big uproar. In order to maintain the so-called human ethics and stop the gossip of the world, he, the emperor, would have to kill him or abolish him. This is no joke. You said that. The world is so big, and you want to go and see it. It just so happens that I also want to go and see it, don't worry. When Zhao Yi pinched a grape and put it in her mouth, then smiled and said, Your grandma is in good health, not to the point of being unable to walk, and I am skilled in archery and horse riding, unlike you. Hey, Grandma, after all, I am old, Lenny said with a stiff face. Why bother with all this? It will be hard for my grandson to explain when the time comes. Explain? When Zhao Yi looked at him and said, Who do you need to explain to? This? Lenny was speechless. He couldn't let anyone know. Humph. When Zhao Yi snorted coldly, took out a golden booklet from her bosom, threw it directly on the table, and said contemptuously, Look at your courage. How are you going to do big things in the future? My grandson is not planning to do anything big. It's good to live a leisurely life. Lenny opened the booklet. On it was the read comment of Eugene, the eunuch who was in charge of writing beside his father, the emperor. It means that this concubine came out of the palace in a fair and square manner, but he did not get up happily. The Liang Kingdom has two major secret agencies. One is Jiangzhong's secret guards, the other is the court guards, and the head of the court guards is Eugene. In addition to monitoring the subjects, he can also monitor the secret guards. The power is so great that it is astonishing. When the old lady came out of the palace, Eugene had to send someone to follow her. Right? What if he knew that she came to her place? Then he would tell his father, the emperor, about it. My scalp was numb just thinking about it. Why? When Zhao Yi took a sip of tea and said, Are you scared? Of course I'm scared. Lenny smiled bitterly. If Eugene knew that you came to my place, let alone let you follow me, I won't be able to leave the city either. Eugene. When Zhao Yi laughed. He doesn't have the courage to follow me. What if? Lenny said helplessly. The rest of my grandson's life will be handed over to you. You, keep your heart in your stomach. When Zhao Yi patted his stomach gently, smiling, he is a smart person. He won't be so ignorant. Hey, my grandma, my dear grandma, your identity is here. People don't dare to actively follow you. If they accidentally see you, it will be troublesome. And it's not just an ordinary trouble. Lenny looked like he had lost all hope in life. You little brat. When Zhao Yi smiled and said, Then I will bear with it a little and dress up later. After that, she picked up the bamboo hat and walked into the wind and rain again. Her steps were very small and fragmented. But in the blink of an eye, she disappeared. They are like ghosts, walking without making any sound, Lenny muttered in a low voice. Before dawn, Song Chung began to shout at the top of his voice inside and outside the mansion. As the commander-in-chief of this trip south, he was very busy and almost did not sleep all night. Your Highness, everything has been arranged. Ask everyone again to make sure that no one will regret it. This journey is long, and it is not easy to come back. Especially those who have parents, wives and children, should be more cautious. Lenny looked at the endless carriage team on the street and stepped on the bench to get on the carriage. Suddenly someone shouted, "Take care. Your Highness. Have a safe trip. Your Highness. Your Highness." The neighbors who came out to watch the excitement, and the vendors shouted at Lenny's carriage. Lenny lifted the curtains, waved at the neighbors who were looking out on the street, and shouted, "See you later, everyone." He leaned back in the carriage, probably too sleepy, and fell asleep after a few bumps. He was half asleep for a while before he was woken up by Hong Ying. Hong Ying stood under the carriage and said to Lin Yi through the window, "Your Highness, Princess Huaiyang is here to see you off." Lin Yi got off the carriage and saw Princess Huaiyang standing on the official road, with two maids behind her. "Royal brother, you don't even know how to hold an umbrella when it's raining. What if you get frozen?" Lin Yi said with a smile. "Royal brother, I am a martial artist. I won't catch a cold that easily. May your journey be safe." Lin Ning stuck out her tongue playfully. There was no sorrow and sadness as Lin Yi expected, but it made Lin Yi feel even worse. He forced a smile and said, "Okay, I won't say more to you. In the future, please be more filial to my mother." Lin Ning whispered, "Royal brother, don't worry. I will listen to my mother." Lin Yi waved his hand and said, "I'm asking you to be filial, not to listen to her. Listen to what you should listen to, and learn from me to let it go in one ear and out the other." Lin Ning laughed, nodded. "I'll listen to you, royal brother. Goodbye, sister. I'll come back to see you when I have time." Lin Yi finally got on the carriage without looking back. Looking at the long queue of cars that slowly disappeared under the gray sky filled with slanting wind and drizzle, Lin Ning finally cried, alone facing the lonely scene. "I am heartbroken." Her voice became lower and lower, and she gradually couldn't speak. "Princess, take care of yourself." A maid held an umbrella for her, and another maid took out a handkerchief to wipe her face. "Brother is gone." Lin Ning seemed to be talking to the two maids, and seemed to be talking to herself. "Brother compromised? Just wanting to seek peace. Such a small request. They can't satisfy it." "Princess," a round-faced maid said cautiously, "let's go back. Don't really catch a cold. Mother always says that I am a girl." "What's wrong with being a girl?" my brother said. "There is a woman named Wu Zetian. How can she lose to men?" The rain continued, separating the sky and the earth. Lin Yi, along with his guards and entourage, had been traveling south for 3 days. Even the official road was blocked and difficult to travel because of years of disrepair. The wheel of the carriage Lin Yi was riding in was bumped off halfway. If the coachman's son Yi had not reined in the horse in time, and Song Chung had not quickly supported a corner of the carriage with one shoulder, he would have been hit on the head and bleeding. Chapter 21. The road is difficult. Lin Yi got off the carriage, walking on the muddy road in his cloth boots, looking worried. The farther away from Ankong City, the more difficult the road became. The official road didn't even have the pitiful slabs or gravel in the middle, it was all yellow mud. Even the private roads leading to the landlords and local tyrants were 100 times better than this. Just look at the straight stone slabs and the tall gatehouses. He threw off his boots angrily, walked barefoot in the soft mud, looking at the people and horses who were soaking wet and exhausted. He sighed and said, "Let's find a place to rest. It's exhausting to walk like this, and it's not very efficient. Let's just wait until the rain stops before we go." Song Chung said, "How about we find a local family to stay with?" "Stay? Go to the homes of these old rich people? These people bully men and women, and do all kinds of evil." Lin Yi was afraid that he would not be able to help but chop them. He waved his hand and said, "Forget it. Let's see if there is a market town ahead." Song Chung said, "Your Highness, walk another 2 miles. There is a city god temple ahead. We can go there to rest." Lin Yi nodded and said, "Let's go there. This rain, it's deliberately making things difficult for us. Wherever we go, it follows us. It's really weird." Song Chung smiled and said, "Your Highness, the road ahead 50 miles is all carved along the mountain path. The road is a bit narrow. People can walk, and carriages won't get stuck. Okay. Then just bear with it for now. Lin Yi didn't even bother to show contempt for these bumpkins, who had never seen modern highways that connected every village. Hong Ying came over and said, "Your Highness, please get in the carriage. We'll be in the front." "No need." Lin Yi threw the boots on the ground into the newly prepared carriage. "It's more painful to sit on it. And it's better to walk if the wheels get stuck." He gathered up the hem of his wide robe and tied it around his waist, revealing his bare thighs, and walked forward with a swagger. "Your Highness." Song Cheng and Hong Ying hurriedly followed, one on the left and one on the right. Even Mingwei and Zixia jumped off the carriage and followed behind with their skirts lifted without caring about their image. "The soil is really soft, and it's comfortable to walk on," Lenny said sincerely. "After all, there is no modern industrial glass, plastic garbage, and you don't have to worry about scratching your feet when walking on the road. You just need to walk forward boldly." The carriage was stuck in the mud pit, and he occasionally helped everyone push it. In this way, they stopped and rested all the way to a dilapidated city god temple. There were 3 fires in the spacious city god temple, and there were 3 or 5 people around each side, including merchants, beggars, and probably all of them were hiding from the rain. The palace guards were about to go over and drive them away, but were stopped by Lin Yi. Lin Yi smiled and said, "This place is very big. It's not easy for everyone to go out. Please be tolerant of each other." He glanced at the beggars of all ages who were looking at him. "This is a martial arts world with iron head skills, golden bell cover, light skills, and other martial arts. If you accidentally run into some big guys who are obviously powerful but look harmless, isn't that normal?" For a moment, portraits of ancient and modern Chinese and foreign figures such as Hong Qigong, Lao Bai, Lao Gu, and Spider-Man popped up in his mind. If you meet a real martial arts master, let alone a prince like him, even the emperor will be killed without hesitation. Otherwise, why keep so many guards in the palace? This is not a harmonious world. As a person, it is better to be low-key, luxurious, and have connotation. Why bother to argue with others like a fool? Besides, it is very unworthy for a prince to haggle with a commoner like a beggar. "Yes." The chief guard Shinchu bowed respectfully and said yes. In the city god temple, the eyes and eyebrows of the city god in the middle had long fallen off, revealing the mud with straw. Lenny walked up to the clay sculpture of the city god, curiously picked up a piece of clay skin, and said with a smile, "It's well made, but it can't withstand wind and rain." Mingwei took the wooden basin from the carriage and went to the small river behind the city god temple to fetch water for Lin Yi to wash the mud off his body. Lin Yi went directly to the river behind. At this moment, the horses and livestock had been untied, and they were drinking water and repairing in the river. Lin Yi walked upstream, took off his robe very simply, and jumped into the river while the people around him were not paying attention. "Your Highness." Hong Ying, Song Cheng, and others were all terrified. What a fuss. Lin Yi stepped on the water with his feet, showing his head, wiping the water drops covering his eyes with his hands from time to time. "When fishing, I didn't go down to the river enough?" "Your Highness is right." Hong Ying said so, but he still asked the 4 guards to take off their clothes and swim around Lin Yi in the water. Lin Yi said helplessly, "Don't surround me too tightly, let me swim well, and you guys have fun too. It will be hard to have such opportunities in the future. The humid and hot areas in the south, according to common sense, should be areas with a high incidence of schistosomiasis. If you encounter infected water and get a little bit of it, it will be very troublesome. I want him to be handsome and elegant, but I don't want him to be skinny and have a big belly all his life and then die young. These days, if you don't have some medical knowledge, it's really not easy to live longer." After swimming 2 laps, I stepped on the green grass to get ashore and wiped off the water on my body and felt refreshed. At night, I laid a soft mat in the temple and slept soundly until midnight, when I was awakened by the cry of a child. By the gradually dimming fire, he saw Hulu coaxing the child at the temple gate. Yawning, he walked to the temple gate and asked, "Is the child okay?" Hulu smiled and said, "I'm sorry to disturb your rest." The child kept asking for candied haws in the middle of the night. "Where can I buy them for him?" Lenny said, "This is unfair to the child. If you can't do it, you can still go back now. There's no need to follow me." Hulu handed the child to Jean, who was standing beside him with her hands hanging down, and bowed. "Your Highness, I have no way out now if I want to go back." The house has been rented out to someone. Don't worry. When we get there, I'll give you a house and open a clinic later. When Hulu followed, Lenny didn't care. However, along the way, he finally realized the importance of this doctor. He repeatedly forbade people to drink raw water, no matter how hot it was. The water had to be boiled. But there were always people who took a chance and secretly scooped up 2 handfuls of water from the river to quench their thirst. However, since Hulu took over the burden of educating people on health knowledge, this kind of thing has never happened again. He is a doctor, so it is right to listen to him. Besides, if Hulu angered this doctor, people who eat grains and cereals and have a headache and fever would go to him. Would he be happy? Anyone who is not a fool would calculate this account. Thank you, Your Majesty, for your cultivation. Hulu was naturally full of joy. Chapter 22 Typhoon. After dawn, the weather finally cleared up, but the crowd still did not rush to hit the road, but waited until the road became firm at noon before setting off. Hey, it's only been a few days, and you're already tanned. Lin Yi and Hong Ying sat side by side in the carriage, looking at the mirror in his hand for a few times and finally putting it down, and then asked Hong Ying, "Did you see that living ancestor?" Hong Ying shook his head and said, "I haven't seen him." "That's strange. He said he would be with us. How come we can't see him?" Lin Yi patted his thigh and said, "Never mind. Are you happy?" The voice suddenly appeared in his ear, scared Lin Yi half to death. Lin Yi looked around and saw nothing. When he looked up, he saw a person sitting on the roof of the car. She was swinging her long thin legs on the roof and holding a fried dough stick in her hand, eating with relish. "You are?" Lin Yi looked at the other person with a familiar look in her eyes. "Grandma? What an unfilial grandson." Wen Jiaoyi sighed and shook her head while eating. "I can't recognize you dressed like this." Wen Jiaoyi in front of him, wearing a white long dress, the silver hair on her head was gone. Now it was pitch black, with a bun, and the most exaggerated thing was that the crow's feet at the corners of her eyes were gone. "Dressed like a young girl, if you don't look carefully, you can't recognize her at all. That's because you don't have a heart." Wen Jiaoyi sighed. "If I had a heart, would you still not recognize my voice?" That's what Grandma said. "These days, although I'm busy on the road, sleeping in the open air, my brain is not enough, but I still think about you day and night. My heart is almost broken." Lin Yi grinned, not knowing whether to cry or laugh. This living ancestor is really impossible to get rid of. Hong Ying beside him said nothing. He didn't know when Wen Jiaoyi came here, or how she came here. If Wen Jiaoyi hadn't spoken, he wouldn't have even noticed that there was someone sitting on top of his head. He clenched his fists tightly, and his face flushed. "Why are you still standing there? You're so blind. Hurry up and make room for Grandma. Go down." After Lin Yi drove Hong Ying down, he said with a smile, "Grandma, go slowly when you come down. Don't fall. What a pity. The scenery up there is pretty good." Wen Jiaoyi turned one leg, and her whole body landed lightly beside Lin Yi. She finished the fried dough sticks in her hand, and rubbed her greasy hands on Lin Yi's clothes. "I haven't eaten such delicious food in many years. Grandma, where have you been these days?" Lin Yi looked like he had lost all hope in life. "I went to see an old friend," Wen Jiaoyi said slowly, and then reminded, "Since you want to hide my identity, you can't call me Grandma in the future." "What should I call you?" Lin Yi asked. "Don't you like to be called sister?" Wen Jiaoyi said with a smile. "Call me sister. Call me for a listen," Wen Jiaoyi said jokingly. "Sister," Lin Yi called out with great difficulty. "Are you kidding me? This is not the way to play young. Although you do look young. Can you have some sense in your heart?" Wen Jiaoyi sighed. "You look so reluctant. I am very unhappy." "Sister," Lin Yi was very straightforward this time. It would be better for him not to provoke such a flying expert. In fact, he felt a little regretful in his heart. If he had known earlier that Wen Jiaoyi was a hidden expert, why didn't he learn a few tricks from her? Would he no longer be such a useless person? What was he trying to do by going to find Lu Gongfeng? Thinking too much would only bring tears. "Well, dear grandson." "No, it's my younger brother. My good younger brother." Wen Jiaoyi couldn't help laughing after she finished speaking, and the people around couldn't help but look at her in surprise. Like Hong Ying, they did not notice how this incredibly beautiful woman came here, or when she came here. Could it be that the prince had a mistress hidden in his carriage? They had not noticed it before. The more they thought about it, the more possible it was. When the convoy arrived in Songang, The county magistrate and local prominent people came out of the city to welcome them. That night, Lin Yi finally had a good meal. After eating and drinking, he praised the county magistrate's achievements without asking for money. As for whether the county magistrate was good or bad, he was too lazy to care. And he had no power to care. Even if someone came to seek justice, the emperor was his father, and he had no way to report such matters directly to the emperor. And even the Ministry of Personnel would not pay attention to him. This was very realistic. If he insisted on forcibly upholding justice, he could only be chopped off with a knife. That would be no different from rebellion. The local garrison would not care whether he was a prince or not, and would still arrest him and escort him to Ankang City according to the rules first. Compared with the confiscation of property and extermination of the clan for dereliction of duty, what was offending a prince? Including Lin Yi, there were 67 people in the group, and they only walked less than half the distance in half a month. The further south you go, the harder the road becomes, and the more unpredictable the weather becomes. Typhoon. Lin Yi arrived at Mabi town that night and saw collapsed houses, crooked trees, and some people crying and digging through the ruins. Even the once graceful woman selling the big Kong was now sitting on the ground covered in blood, her eyes dull. Prince Song Chung listened to the cries of children coming from the ruins, and his whole body was shaking. Lin Yi said, "Save people first. Don't leave in a hurry." "Hulu, where's Hulu?" Hulu hurried over and said, "Prince, I'm here. What do you want me to do?" Lin Yi said, "Do a good job of epidemic prevention, and tell everyone to cover their mouths and noses with cloth towels. The bodies must be buried deep, sprinkled with lime. Never touch raw water, and never drink raw water. If a plague occurs, we all have to explain here." "Yes, little one. I must explain it well." Hulu was trembling all over. He knew that what Lin Yi said was true. Once a plague occurs, it can spread to a radius of 100 miles, and no one will be spared. But before arranging rescue, he first found his family and the women of the palace and asked them to go to the mountains, drink spring water, and eat dry food. The rest of the people all dug the ruins to rescue people. "Sister, why don't you go up the mountain too?" Lin Yi glanced at Wen Jiaoyi, who was standing beside him. "I'm not as weak as you think." Wen Jiaoyi took a white handkerchief, covered her mouth and nose, and walked to a ruin. She gently lifted her finger, and a half-person high wall stone was thrown casually by her. Then she reached one hand into the middle of the ruins and picked up a crying baby. Hulu trotted over and quickly took it into his arms. Everyone was shocked. How could this fragile woman be so strong? Although Lin Yi was also shocked, he was still more concerned about Mingwei and Zixia beside him. He said unhappily, "Don't make trouble here, and go up the mountain. If the prince doesn't leave, we won't leave either." Mingwei and Zixia shook their heads at the same time. Chapter 23 No money. Lin Yi said, "Then take care of yourself. Anyway, this is not a joke. If you are not careful, it is easy to cause a plague. Destroying a whole village is a small matter. Destroying a whole city is not impossible. After all, the medical level is too low. In the face of disease, you basically rely on your own resistance." After the typhoon passed, the rain stopped and the sky cleared, but there was a foul smell everywhere. Even though he had covered his mouth and nose, Lin Yi still couldn't help vomiting. He obviously overestimated his ability to bear it. Mingwei and Zixia had just lifted the body. It was not right for them to help Lin Yi, nor was it right for them not to help him. They could only watch Lin Yi retching around a tree. Hong Ying came over and said, "Prince, why don't you take a rest? For things like this, let the younger ones do it." Lin Yi nodded and said, "Okay, take it slow." He really couldn't be a hero. Although he had experienced typhoons in modern society, there were weather forecasts and people were evacuated in advance. He had never seen the hell on earth before him. He didn't even want to hear the crying. In the evening, the guard who went to the local county government to report the disaster came back. The local county magistrate also came with him. He was not tall and had a gray beard. Behind him were two constables. When they saw the county magistrate kneeling, they also knelt down and also called him humble. Lin Yi was not in the mood to laugh. He just asked the county magistrate why there was no disaster relief after 2 days of the hurricane. The hurricane overflowed the sea, and the tiles of the houses were blown off. The tide was 4 or 5 feet high. There were countless deaths. The flood was the most severe, and the crops were all damaged. I have sent out all the people I can send. There is really no one else to use at this time. Please forgive me. Your Majesty. The county magistrate knelt down and cried on the spot. Where are the local garrisons? Lenny took a deep breath and asked, Why are there no people? The county magistrate said in a trembling voice, Without the order of the governor. Who dares to mobilize troops without authorization? Lenny then asked, What did the governor say? The county magistrate said, I have already reported to the prefect. As for the governor, how dare I speak to him? Lenny sighed. There are no manpower. But there should be food and grass for disaster relief. Right? The county magistrate said. I have contacted local gentry to cook for them. Lenny said no more. And he was indeed very disappointed. It took 3 full days to dig out 720 people from the ruins, including the elderly and children. Most of them died because of their serious injuries. Lenny had given up the idea of digging a deep pit, as there were too many bodies. Amid the reluctance and crying of the survivors, they were all buried in the cracks of a valley and finally covered with soil. As a doctor, Hulu did not sleep all night, and Lenny, who was depressed, hardly slept either. Mingwa brought a large bowl of porridge. He looked at the wooden victims and had no appetite. Leave half of our food for them. Give each person 2 or 3 taels of silver, and then we will continue to set off. Lenny could not wait for the government office and the garrison to rescue him. He was just a prince, and the county magistrate was able to come to see him, which was a great honor. It would be bad to delay any longer. Besides, it would be useless for him to stay here. He had done what he should do. Yes. Hong Ying and others bowed. Lenny glanced at the 3 orphans who lost their parents in the typhoon and were squatting under the tree in a daze, and the baby who was sleeping in Wenjiao's arms and was unaware of everything, and then sighed. Ask them if they have any relatives, or if there is anyone willing to adopt them, and we will give them more money. Wenjiao snorted. For the sake of money, they will definitely compete to adopt them today, and will definitely abandon them tomorrow. You will be the bad guy. Lenny was stunned. This was really reasonable. He asked, Then what do you say we should do? Wenjiao said, You are a dignified prince. Can't you afford to raise a few children? Lenny nodded. Then take them with you. Bring the people back from the mountain, and set off later. He himself was an orphan, and opening an orphanage was very familiar to him. At noon, the convoy that had been here for several days set off again. As soon as they left the town, Hong Ying suddenly said, Your Majesty, look! Lenny turned around and found that the victims were carrying the elderly and children, and even those who could not walk were carried by door panels, and they followed closely behind them. He got off the carriage, walked forward, and bowed to a gray-haired old man. Father, where are you going? With the prince. The old man knelt down first, and a long line of people behind him knelt down. The hurricane has hit, killing people and animals, destroying houses, and we have no place to live. The prince has just come to the vassal state, and we are willing to be the people under the prince's rule. We hope that the prince will agree. Lenny shook his head and said, The court has its own laws, and will provide relief, exemption, and pension to you. Just wait patiently. He didn't even believe these nonsense. Wait for the court. Wait until when? However, it's not that he is cruel. He really doesn't want to take these old, weak, sick and disabled people with him as a burden. The old man seemed to see Lenny's thoughts, and said loudly, Your Majesty, don't worry. We have found the property from the ruins, and you don't need to worry about the way. I only asked the prince to allow me to live in a hut after I arrive in Sanha, and cut down trees to open up wasteland. Sanha is a hot and humid place. Do you know it? Lenny was stunned. What about the hometown that we promised to leave? What's the point of following him? The old man said. I hope the prince will understand. We originally drifted here from Liangzhou. It's up to you. Lenny agreed. See how long they can hold on, thinking that when they can't hold on anymore, they should turn back. Right? The convoy continued to move forward. All the way were ruins. In many places only 1 in 10 residents remained. Lenny didn't even see any smoking chimneys. This typhoon really uprooted trees and crops, destroyed houses and sank boats, and caused heavy casualties. When he met the victims, he tried his best to rescue them. The more he saw, the gloomier his heart became, and the silver he brought with him was directly reduced by half. After walking and stopping for a month and a half, He finally walked out of the typhoon crossing area, and finally saw the smell of fireworks. However, looking at the long line of victims behind him, he couldn't be happy at all. He looked easy to talk to. But was he easy to bully? He couldn't be driven away. When he was angry, these people actually had the nerve to laugh. How shameless. He was the 9th prince of Liang State, the lord of Sanha, and his pocket was not much cleaner than his face now. That was the silver he had worked so hard to save. Every time he made up his mind, he would never care. But he would be impulsive every time, and still spend a lot of money. After spending the money, he would regret it, and slap himself. It's not far to Sanha. What should I do, if I don't have enough money? Chapter 24: A Man's Happiness. No, I must find a way to make money. Even if you are a prince, if you don't have money, you will still be unable to move forward, and people will look down on you. Even if you are an emperor, you can't afford to support the army without money, and it's hard to say who will be the emperor in the end. Prince. Song Chung rode over from the front and said, "We are almost in Qingyuan." Qingyuan? Lin Yi's eyes lit up. Prince Qin, although I have never met this uncle, I miss him so much. Send a message by express horse. This king wants to pay a visit. I heard that. This uncle, who is several generations away from him, is extremely rich. Since the founding of the country, the accumulated wealth from generation to generation is estimated to be an astronomical figure. He can't make ends meet now. It shouldn't be difficult to go to the city to borrow some money. If he can't borrow, he can get a few meals. Isn't too much. Song Chung hesitated for a while and said, "According to the law, kings don't meet kings?" Lin Yi laughed. If they really follow this rule, the princes in Hong Kong City should have been in theft long ago. Even if they don't, they should stay in their own houses every day and not go out. A small gathering every 3 days. A big gathering every 5 days. And visiting people for no reason. What's going on? Therefore, this law is no longer valid for these brothers. Song Chung looked at Lin Yi's face, bowed and said, "Yes." He took Lin Yi's seal and rode away. The team went down the long and rugged mountain road, and saw the wide and clear river. Everyone couldn't help but cheer. Lin Yi looked at the tall city wall of Qingyuan City, which was already clearly visible, and said with a smile, "Repair it on the spot." With so many people entering the city, as long as the gatekeeper is not stupid, he will not let them in. What? Prince? Is there any evidence? Seal? Isn't it normal for a gatekeeper not to recognize it? Instead of wasting energy arguing, it is better to wait quietly for Song Cheng's reply here. After hearing Lin Yi's words, everyone was even more delighted. After getting Dr. Hu's confirmation, everyone went down to the river to take a bath, and then took water to build a stove to cook. The water plants here are lush, and according to Lin Yi's idea, it is a good place for fishing. The hunting instinct engraved in DNA gradually awakened, took out the fishing rod, and found a secluded place to start fishing. After sitting for an hour, there was no movement at all. The water flow is too strong. He comforted himself helplessly, and changed another fishing spot. It's a pity that there is no brother fishing here. Otherwise I could learn from him. Another hour passed, and there was still no movement. Hong Ying couldn't help but comfort him. "Your Majesty, the fish here may be bigger." After so many years of fishing with the prince, he also knew that the bigger the fish, the more cunning it is. It will not bite the hook easily. Its instinct to seek profit and avoid harm is very strong. It is not like a small fish, stupidly bumping into the hook. No! There must be no fish here. Lin Yi was already a little angry. As soon as he finished speaking, he heard the shouting of a half-grown boy. The boy stood in the water, holding a fish weighing at least 3 kilograms in his arms, and was shouting to show off to the people on the shore. He was so excited. Lin Yi's face suddenly turned dark. When Jiaoyi, who had been holding the child silently, suddenly laughed out loud, Lin Yi snorted coldly, and saw the frog jumping in the grass. He said to Hong Ying, "Catch it for me." It is impossible to catch nothing. Even if you catch a frog, it is not considered a failure. Hong Ying was already familiar with this kind of thing. He dodged and picked up the frog leg. Not bad. At least I got something. Lin Yi was very satisfied. When Jiaoyi was stunned, "How could you do it this way?" She laughed disdainfully and said, "You are deceiving yourself. Men's happiness is just that simple. You know nothing." After Lin Yi finished speaking proudly, he turned around and left. After figuring out the temperament of this living ancestor, he spoke more and more unscrupulously. At least he didn't worry about being beaten. As a prince, you actually use such vulgar slang. How can you be so shameless? Lin Yi was too lazy to pay attention. He found a shade under a tree, lay on the grass, and fell asleep in a short while. After waking up, there was a fire in front of him. Ming Wei, Zixia and others were cooking, and Lin Yi smelled the aroma of barbecue. Rabbit? Lin Yi took it from Zixia and ate it with his hands without using chopsticks. He said as he ate, "The chili powder was added too late, so it's not tasty. Your level still needs to be improved." Zixia bowed and said, "I admit my guilt." Lin Yi glanced at her and said nothing. It was just boring. The sun was scorching. After eating, Lin Yi simply took off his clothes, wearing only a pair of large shorts, and leaned against the tree. The refugees who followed along all the way were no longer surprised by the king, and many of them just followed suit. All they saw were shirtless old men, young men, and naked children. "I am so cheap," Lin Yi suddenly muttered to himself. He actually started to want to write. As an online writer, only writing can make him happy. Now he feels uncomfortable if he doesn't write for a day. Use a brush? Although he has finished writing big works such as Shura, Jin Huan, Sun Wukong, and Jiang Zia, he still hates brushes. He began to miss computers and keyboards. Oh, what a boring life. "Prince He, can you tell us stories again?" A dozen children pushed each other and crowded over. The one who spoke was the half-grown child who had just caught a big fish in the river. "I am so busy. How can I have time to tell you stories?" Lin Yi couldn't write quietly in such a hurry. But he had a strong desire to express himself, so he told stories to these kids. Of course, whether to tell, what to tell, and when to tell, all depend on his mood. Looking at the kid named Fong Pai in front of him, Lin Yi was unhappy. How could he tell him a story? "Prince," Fong Pai said boldly, "you promised us yesterday that you will continue to tell us today. You are always so nosy." Lin Yi waved his hand impatiently. "Go play somewhere else. You like to catch fish, right? Then go ahead and catch them. When you catch 20, I will tell you a story tonight. You can listen to it whenever you want. Prince, keep your word." Fong Pai jumped 3 feet high in excitement. "Humph." Lin Yi patted his chest and said, "I'm a man of my word. But I have to say, you can only catch him. Others don't count. Little bastard. I can't deal with you anymore." "Don't worry, Your Majesty. I'm alone," Fong Pai said, turned around and jumped into the river. Lin Yi continued to sleep against the tree trunk. Suddenly he heard someone say that Song Chung was back, and he opened his eyes. "Your Majesty? Say it quickly. Don't talk so much nonsense." Lin Yi interrupted Song Chung, who was bowing. Sometimes he enjoyed the feeling of being respected, and sometimes he hated red tape. "Prince Qing gave you a letter." Song Chung took out an envelope from his arms, took it from Song Cheng's hand, opened it, and saw that it was actually a poem. The more he read, the wider his eyes opened. Damn! It was written so sloppily. It looked like a ghost painting. Who would recognize it? When Zhao Yi shook her head and took the letter, and read softly, "The nest knows the wind. The cave knows the rain. No need to arrange. It has its own rules. There is no reason. And there is no time for leisure. The birds in the forest and the fish in the deep pool are happy, and they forget each other with a smile." After reading it, she smiled and said, "This Prince Qing is quite interesting." "What do you mean?" "Although he is talented in his sister's eyes, he knows his own level, because he is the most outstanding plagiarist in the contemporary era. No one else." When Zhao Yi smiled and said, "No precedent can be established, and no precedent can be abolished," Lin Yi gritted his teeth and said, "Please speak human language." Knowing that he couldn't understand, he still acted like a scholar. "It means go back to where you came from. He doesn't want to see you." When Zhao Yi threw the letter to the ground and left. Chapter 25. Prince Qing. "Old bastard, how dare you tell me to get out?" Lin Yi was stunned for a long time, and then he stood up in anger. When Zhao Yi turned around and looked at Lin Yi with heartache, "It's okay that this kid is not good at literature or martial arts, but I didn't expect his brain is so slow. Why did he just react after so long?" Song Chung said. "Prince, what should we do now?" Lin Yi said. "Old bastard, you don't even give me a little face. Let's go into the city now. If you don't let me go, I will stay here stubbornly. Let's see what he can do. He is a pauper now. The barefoot are not afraid of the ones wearing shoes. Song Chung naturally obeyed, and asked everyone to pack their bags and rush to the gate of Qingyuan City. Nearly 2,000 ragged civilians suddenly appeared outside the city gate, which frightened the soldiers guarding the city gate. Without waiting for the gatekeeper to give orders, experienced soldiers had already driven away the pedestrians wandering around the city gate. Their hands had already touched the gate. They could only push the gate shut immediately after the gatekeeper gave an order. Gatekeeper Jiang Yi was a middle-aged man in his 30s. Although he did not understand the situation at the moment, he still sent scouts to investigate as soon as possible. 3 scouts rode their horses and circled around Lin Yi's team, saying nothing, asking nothing, which annoyed Lin Yi so much that he said to Song Chung, "Ask me what you want to do. If a tiger doesn't show its power, you think I'm a sick cat." Although he usually doesn't care about face, it's another matter whether others give it or not. In front of so many people, you make a fool of yourself. Isn't this a slap in your face? How can this be tolerated? Song Chung obeyed the order and rode his horse towards the scout closest to him. Seeing that Song Chung was already riding side by side with him, the scout waved his whip hastily, turned around and fled towards the city gate. Song Chung flew up from the saddle and jumped onto the opponent's mount. The scout was so scared that he elbowed him from behind. Song Chung ignored his elbow, grabbed his back, and no matter how the opponent's limbs thrashed, he directly pulled him to Lin Yi. After Song Chung threw the opponent to the ground, he bowed to Lin Yi and said, "Your Majesty, I brought him back." As he spoke, the guard leader Shen Chu also brought people to capture the other 2 scouts. Lin Yi smiled and said, "Tie them all up. You dared to assassinate me." Assassinate? His men didn't know what was going on, but they still bowed their hands in response. The long team continued to slowly approach the city gate. Jiang Yi hurriedly shouted, "Close the city gate. Close the city gate quickly." After the wide city gate slammed shut, he stood on the city gate, looking down from a high place, and could almost see the faces of the refugees clearly. He shouted loudly, "Stop! Tell me your name." The soldiers on the city wall were already leaning against the city wall and drawing their bows. Lin Yi walked out of the carriage with the help of Hong Ying, stood on the carriage frame, pointed at the 3 scouts, and shouted loudly to the tower, "Who sent you to murder me?" Jiang Yi on the tower was stunned for a moment, and looked at the soldiers around him. "Murder? What is this? It's really confusing. I don't know how to answer." Lin Yi pointed at the 3 scouts and said, "You dared to assassinate me. Fortunately, I have a lucky person. The assassin has been caught by me. You still want to deny it? Excuse me. Who are you?" Jiang Yi finally caught the key word. This king. Dare to call yourself this king? He felt something was wrong. And how did his 3 scouts become assassins? Lin Yi ignored Jiang Yi on the tower, turned around and applauded the 3 scouts. "Well, you are all good men. You would rather die than surrender. This king admires you very much. Since you don't want to answer, this king won't force you. A forced melon is not sweet. Come on. Take care of it. This king must find someone to confront. This king is the prince of the dynasty. How can he do such a cruel thing?" He performed to himself, and gradually he believed what he said. "Your Highness, you are worth a lot of money." Hong Ying knelt down and said, "I will protect you even if I have to sacrifice my life." Lin Yi looked at the tears in Hong Ying's eyes, and felt very relieved. Today, a student from the Huangfu artist training class finally graduated. Prince? Prince? Jiang Yi was getting more and more confused. There is only one Prince Qi in Qingyuan City who can be called a prince. The 9th son of the current emperor. Prince He, passing through Qingyuan to be in theft in Sanhe. Song Chung watched Hong Ying's performance. His eyes were red with envy, and he couldn't help jumping out at this moment, and said indignantly to Jiang Yi on the city wall, "You are so bold. You actually intend to assassinate He Wang. Are you planning a rebellion?" Lin Yi was even more relieved. It seems that he has a lot of talents under his command. Rebellion with He Wang. Jiang Yi was shocked when he heard this. A person's reputation is like a tree's shadow, and He Wang is really famous. Song Chung said coldly, "You still want to quibble with the prince? You must have misunderstood. These 3 are the city gate guards, not assassins." Jiang Yi said hurriedly, "Please listen to my quibble. No, please listen to my words. How dare I murder the prince?" Song Chung pointed at the 3 scouts and said, "The evidence is here. What else do you have to say? I will report it to General Yu immediately." Misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. Jiang Yi was sweating profusely. Although he was a small noble, he was not afraid of offending the prince. But once, he was accused of assassinating the prince and plotting a rebellion. Who could bear it? Lin Yi said calmly. Can this be explained by a misunderstanding? Jiang Yi gritted his teeth and said, Prince please wait a moment. I will report to the prefect immediately. He figured it out. This prince, he was clearly looking for trouble on purpose. Liu Baixian, the prefect of Qingyuan, was 57 years old. At this moment, he was slowly lifting the tea lid. After listening to Jiang Yi's report, he yawned and said with a smile, What does this have to do with me? Jiang Yi couldn't believe that these words came from the prefect's mouth. You are the highest official in the area. Who else should I look for? After Liu Boyan finished speaking, he turned around and went into the inner room. Master Liu. Jiang Yi hurriedly chased after him, but was stopped by the Master Ma Jie. Master Ma. What should I do? Jiang Yi was so anxious that he jumped up and down. Ma Jie smiled and said, Master Jiang, you are the one who is in charge of the situation, and you are confused. Think about it. Rebellion? Our master is just a prefect. There are only some detectives and servants in the prefecture. Who would believe that he assassinated the prince and rebelled? Who do you think is the most anxious at this time? Master General. Jiang Yi suddenly realized. Master General has military power. What does Master General want by assassinating the prince? Ma Jie finally showed an impatient look on his face, and said angrily, What are you still standing there for? Go to the Qing palace to find the Qing prince. Find the Qing prince? Jiang Yi clapped his hands, bowed to the master, and said, Thank you for your advice. After that, he ran out of the prefectural government office like a fly, and rode his horse straight to the Qing palace. Chapter 26. Entering the city. Prince Qing is now 47 years old. After marrying his 17th concubine, his temperament suddenly changed, and he actually began to devote himself to Buddhism. He performed morning and evening classes in the mansion, burning incense and kowtowing, without interruption for a day. This amazed the people in Qingyuan city. Holding a teacup, sitting under the great trellis, and taking a nap, the beauty next to him was very attentive to him, but he turned a blind eye and said irritably, Don't disturb my meditation. The beauty hurriedly bowed her head and left. Prince Qing touched his chest. He had been getting more and more short of breath recently. Even though he had invited famous doctors from all over the world, there was still no sign of improvement. The housekeeper reported that Nanmen Marquis wanted to see him. He waved his hand impatiently. Of course, he would not see him. Prince? The housekeeper could not help but say. Marquis Jiang said that he and Prince were shouting outside the city gate that they had been assassinated. Someone was plotting a rebellion. Assassinated? Murder? These words suddenly pierced Prince Qing's chest like needles. He was sitting at home, and the pot was in the sky. Who else in Qingyuan city had the most intention of rebellion? Except for him. The idle prince who did not fight with the world. Could it be the general and the prefect? Quick! Quick! Prince Qing pointed outside the door in a rage, and he could not say a word. The housekeeper immediately understood what he meant, and invited Jiang Yi in. After Jiang Yi knelt down to greet him, he told him everything, and then said, Your Majesty, those 3 so-called assassins are just ordinary soldiers. How dare you? Prince Qing became more and more angry as he thought about it. Didn't I write it clearly in my letter? I told you to get out. How can you be so shameless? Jiang Yi waited for Prince Qing to finish his tea, and said with a smile, Your Majesty, what about now? What should he do? He thought about how difficult it was for him. It was obviously something that the big guys should worry about. But it was a small man like him who was running around. What can I do? Invite Prince He here. Prince Qing said with gritted teeth. What about those refugees? Jiang Yi asked cautiously. Humph. Prince Qing couldn't help but kicked him. You still need to ask me about this kind of thing. Yes. Jiang Yi felt very wronged. Why was he always the one who got hurt? Prince Qing saw that he was still in a daze, and scolded him angrily. What are you doing? Why don't you hurry up? Yes, yes. Jiang Yi kept on riding, and returned to the south gate again. As soon as he got off the horse, he saw his legal advisor Ma Jie leisurely drinking tea at a tea stall nearby. Thank you for your advice, Master. Jiang Yi bowed, hesitantly said. Your Highness can come in, but these refugees, Ma Jie said with a smile. It is the prefect's job to appease the refugees. The prefect has already ordered the distribution of porridge. But they cannot enter the city. If it causes chaos in the city, it will be a responsibility that no one can bear. Gianni said. Master, don't worry. Then please move to the city. I am of humble position and rude by nature. I am afraid that I will not be able to entertain you well, as you are of noble status. Position? Maggia waved his fan, smiled. From ancient times to the present, you have never considered your position. You are just a guest of honor. Gianni was dumbfounded. He could only bite the bullet and walk up to the city wall. No matter what, he had to do this offending thing himself. Lin Yi was so sleepy in the carriage that he yawned. After waiting for a long time without a response, he had long lost his patience. At this moment, when he heard Hong Ying report that he could go in, but the refugees could not, he naturally had no reason to disagree. The refugees were a mixed bunch, and he did not have time to do a detailed investigation. If they sneaked into the city and caused trouble, it would be quite troublesome. It was best to stay outside the city. Seeing that the king was so easy to talk to, Gianni on the city wall was naturally very happy. And he immediately had the city gate opened. In order to prevent accidents, all the soldiers were arranged at the city gate to ensure that no refugees were allowed to enter the city. Lin Yi sat in the carriage and took the people from the palace and slowly entered the city. The carriage suddenly stopped, and when the curtain was lifted, a middle-aged man dressed as a scholar was kneeling in front of the carriage. Lin Yi immediately thought of a four-character idiom, thief. Maggia. Kowtow to the prince. After Maggia kowtowed, he said loudly, the prefect is busy with official duties, and I am here to serve as his guest. And I am here to welcome the prince on behalf of the prefect. He is not the prince. What's more, he is the least popular with the emperor. It is a great honor for him, the master, to come out and greet him. Maggia's behavior stunned Gianni on the side. Damn it, didn't you say that you don't have a position and it's inconvenient for you to show up? Now that you're in the city with the prince, what are you doing here? A guest of honor? Before Lin Yi could figure out what this thing was, Song Chung reminded him in a low voice. The prefect's advisor. Oh, the prefect is very busy. Right? Lin Yi smiled faintly and said, tell him that. I will go to bother him in person in a few days. You must give an explanation for the assassination of the king. Damn it, you knew I was coming, but you were still so slow to open the city gate? No one would believe you if you said it wasn't intentional. Ignoring Maggia's astonishment, he got into the carriage again and, under the guidance of the steward of the Qing Palace, he went to the Qing Palace. In the carriage, Lin Yi saw the Prince of Qing standing at the door to greet him from a distance. He doesn't look like a good person at first glance, Lin Yi muttered to Wen Jiaoyi. Wen Jiaoyi was about to speak when she heard Lin Yi say, don't be afraid. Fortunately, I'm not a good person either. Is that a human thing to say? Wen Jiaoyi rolled her eyes at him in anger. Uncle. As soon as he got off the carriage, Lin Yi raised his hands above his head and saluted without waiting for the Prince of Qing to walk down the steps. The little Emperor Liu Xia was still saluting Liu Bei, the uncle, who had nothing to do with him. It was not too much for him to bow to the Emperor's uncle. After all, he was an elder in name. You are so polite, Your Highness. Prince Qing came over to support Lin Yi and said very kindly, Your Highness has been tired from the journey. Please come in. The host and the guest sat down. Lin Yi said happily, I have heard of the Emperor's uncle's talent for a long time in Hong Kong. Even my father admires his talent. If you like writing poems so much, then keep writing. The corners of Prince Qing's mouth twitched unconsciously. The Emperor praised him. Is it true or not? How could he know? But it was true that he had talent and fame when he was young. He wrote quite a few poems about not being content with living in a corner, feeling that his talent was not appreciated and his ambitions were not fulfilled. They were once sung by thousands of people, and they were in great demand. Did the Emperor really praise him? But being missed by the Emperor is definitely not a good thing. Thinking of this, regardless of whether it was true or not, he hurriedly walked out of his seat, refused the maid's support, knelt down facing north, and said loudly, Your Majesty misses me so much. I am deeply grateful. Long live the Emperor. As he spoke, tears of excitement welled up in his eyes. He regretted it. When he was young, why was he so stupid? Chapter 27, I really don't love money. Lin Yi stood up and helped Prince Qing to sit down. Then he stood in the middle and said with a smile, I still remember the poem Pose Henzi, written by the Emperor's uncle. Especially the last line, the most hurried day of leaving the temple, the music hall still plays the farewell song, shedding tears to the palace maids. Wonderful. Wonderful. It can be said to be a masterpiece of all ages. He Wang, I have never written it. Prince Jean trembled all over, and interrupted Lin Yi before he finished speaking. What is the day of leaving the temple? Isn't it the day of enfeoffment? This poem expresses the dissatisfaction and unwillingness of the vassal king to enfeoffment. He admitted that he wrote many poems, but he never wrote this one. It wasn't written by the emperor's uncle? Lin Yi scratched his head and said, Did I remember it wrong? Or it must be this one. My heart is in peace and my body is in celebration. I drift on the rivers and seas and sigh in vain. If he could fulfill his lofty ambitions, he would laugh at Lin Shan for being a coward. Lin Shan was the name of Prince Qing. This was not written by me. Prince Qing trembled even more. Lin Yi was even more confused. Without looking at Prince Qing's expression, he pondered for a while and suddenly realized. I remember it. It's this poem. Wait until September 8th in autumn. My flower blooms, and all other flowers die. The fragrance of the sky penetrates Hong Kong, and the whole city is covered with golden armor. To the prince. Prince Qing almost shouted hoarsely, his face dripping with blood. I have never written these. Lin Yi waved his hand and said, Uncle, don't be modest. This king heard people singing these poems along the way, and was very surprised. After asking around, I found out that they were written by the emperor's uncle. You mean you heard these poems from outside? The face of King Qing gradually became uncertain. Lin Yi said in surprise, Could the emperor's uncle still think that these poems were written by me? King Qing stared at Lin Yi's expression and eyes, trying to see something from his face. He really couldn't figure out whether Lin Yi was telling the truth or a lie. Was this written by Lin Yi? King Qing shook his head unconsciously. It was impossible. Being an idle prince, it does not mean that he does not care about the situation in the court and the palace. Every prince in the capital basically has an open or semi-open industry, such as a business, a brothel, and a restaurant. On the surface, it is to make money, but in fact the main purpose is to obtain the court information as soon as possible. If the court has any policy towards the princes, they don't know it, and still want to inherit the throne without succession, and be an idle prince, then they are dreaming about the long life, if they don't die. It means that all the gods and Buddhas are blessing them. So, he knows the sons of the current emperor very well, and the one he despises the most is the ninth prince in front of him. To say that he is unlearned is a compliment to him. He doesn't believe that he can write such poems. Did he really hear it from outside? Someone wrote these poems in his name to frame him. In these years in the fiefdom, although he was a little arrogant, he didn't offend any powerful people? With the prince. Prince Qing took the wine glass from the maid, and then raised it high and said, I toast you a glass. After saying that, he drank it all in one gulp. The strange thing is that, the chest that usually hurts when drinking, does not feel anything at this moment. Thank you, Uncle. After Lin Yi finished drinking, he emptied the bottom of the glass generously. After putting down the glass, he said loudly, Uncle, can you imagine how excited I will be after seeing these poems? I have made up my mind. I will present them to my father in a few days, to make him happy. Uncle, you are still the pride of the royal family. No, you and your highness, it is better not to present them to his majesty. Prince Qing turned pale with fear. Just that sentence. The fragrance of the sky is spreading through Hong Kong. The whole city is covered with golden armor, with the emperor's suspicious and sinister character. Not only will he not live, his entire family will be wiped out. From the founding of the country to the present, the blood relationship between his generation and the royal family has been so thin that it can be ignored. The current Emperor Delong is a ruthless character who kills even his own brothers without hesitation. As long as there is suspicion, it will not take a minute to punish him. What evidence is needed? An excuse is enough. The emperor must know better than anyone that these vassal kings are already a burden to the royal family, and a burden to Liang state. The reason why they are kept is that it is not right to kill them, and it will not look good. Now that he can find an excuse, he is so happy. Therefore, he has been very careful these years. When he heard that the king was assassinated, he hurriedly invited him over. He must not let the emperor find an excuse. Now with these poems, he even wanted to die. Why? Lin Yi asked puzzledly. Although I am only slightly literate, I know whether these poems are good or bad. Uncle, please don't underestimate yourself. Looking at Lin Yi's sincere face, King Qing finally believed that this prince, he was not only slightly knowledgeable in literature, but also completely ignorant. He did not understand the deep meaning of these poems at all. He despised him in his heart. But he still pulled Lin Yi to his side cordially, and said with a smile on his face, "Prince He, His Majesty is busy with all kinds of affairs. How can he be interested in these trivial skills?" "No," Lin Yi flatly refused. "Such a good poem cannot be sung throughout the world. Isn't it a pity?" Prince He, King Qing wanted to slap him, but he had to admire his own self-cultivation, and said patiently, "At this age, I don't care about these false names at all. This prince just wants to not be trapped by worldly fame and fortune. Can't even this be satisfied by the prince?" This. Lin Yi looked embarrassed. King Qing saw him beating his chest and stamping his feet, and hurriedly asked, "What's the matter?" "Ah." Lin Yi sighed heavily. "To be honest with my uncle, I am not happy to leave Hong Kong this time. You said that the colorful world of the capital is so good, and going to that hot summer place is really not what this prince wants." "Of course." Prince Qing nodded. He was very sure of this. This idiot didn't lie. Lin Yi said disappointedly, "After coming here, I regret it even more. The Songong hurricane a few days ago, I almost died." Speaking of this, he finally squeezed out tears. "Your Highness, you have suffered." Prince Qing looked sympathetic, and handed over the handkerchief after sighing. "All along the way, I have been thinking about how to please my father, so that he can change his mind." As Hong Ying and Song Chung were stunned behind him, Lin Yi's tears were actually getting more and more. "Prince He, don't cry. Don't cry." Prince Qing was actually a little at a loss. If he wasn't really wronged, why would he cry like this? It's definitely not fake. "Uncle, do you think it's easy for me?" Lin Yi said with tears and snot. "Father doesn't like me. It's well known. I just want to give him some gifts to make him happy. As long as I can return to the capital, no matter what the price, I will not hesitate. Unfortunately, I have used all my savings to prepare for this vassalage, and I am really short of money." Seeing the poems written by the emperor's uncle this time, I was naturally overjoyed. "I will show them to my father. If my father is happy, I will have a chance." "So that's it." Prince Qing suddenly realized and laughed. "Prince He, you should have told me about this little thing earlier. Although I am not rich, I can still do my best. I will give you 20,000 taels, as a token of my appreciation." He actually began to sympathize with the Prince He. "He is still a child," Lin Yi said indignantly. "Uncle, I said so much. Is it just to ask you for money?" "Uncle, don't look down on me. Although I am in such a state of destitution, I can afford 50,000 taels. Not to mention 20,000 taels." He was completely like a middle school boy. Prince Qing laughed and said, "I misunderstood Prince He. I was deeply moved by Prince He's sincere words. Since I want to please His Majesty, the bigger the gift, the better. So, I will give you 80,000 taels." Lin Yi stamped his feet and said, "Uncle, if you really look down on me, you use these things to abuse me. Can't I make up the 80,000 taels by selling my property?" After saying that, he snorted coldly, and turned his head away from Prince Qing. He just picked up the cup and drank the wine in the cup in grief and anger. "Don't be angry, Prince He. Anger is harmful to your health." Prince Qing was even happier. To deal with such a young man, everything was naturally under control. "After listening to your words, I feel deeply guilty. To be honest with you, I have my own selfish motives for doing this. I have been in Qingyuan City for all these years, and I can't be loyal to His Majesty. If I give it directly to His Majesty will inevitably sympathize with the old minister and give him one. He will definitely return too. I will give you 100,000 taels. And through Prince He, I will fulfill my loyalty." "Really?" Lin Yi asked doubtfully. "Of course it's true," Prince Qing said straightforwardly. "No." Lin Yi refused without hesitation. "I still think the poems of the emperor's uncle are better, and more valuable than these 100,000 taels." Finally, he said in an inaudible voice, "How can you take the emperor's uncle's money? You have no shame." Prince Qing heard it clearly, and said sincerely, "Prince He, please don't refuse it anymore. 150,000 taels. I hope that Prince He will fulfill my sincere heart for His Majesty." This, while Lin Yi was hesitating, a large stack of banknotes had been forcibly stuffed into his palm. Prince Qing said to Hong Ying, "Come over and help your prince." Hong Ying walked over, and the money naturally went into his arms. Lin Yi was left sitting there sighing. Unhappy. Prince Qing was very happy. Money can not only make the devil work, but also shut up the prince. Prince, I still have one thing I don't understand. What's the matter with this assassin? Alas, the hurricane in Songyang was very strong, and there were countless casualties. I escaped from death, and am still in shock. The guards at the city gate not only refused to let me in, but also left me alone, sending scouts. In a moment of excitement, I naturally wanted to let them see my power. Lenny said without hesitation. Oh, I made a fool of myself by letting my uncle see me. It's better not to let my uncle know about it. If my father knew about it, he would definitely be unhappy and blame me for disturbing my uncle. Prince Qing patted his chest happily and said, Don't worry, Your Majesty. Today's events are known to you, me, and heaven and earth. For a moment, both the host and the guests were happy. Chapter 28. A gentleman does not do it. The two of them toasted each other, enjoying themselves. If you didn't know, you would think they were uncle and nephew. After 3 rounds of drinking, Prince Qing couldn't help but ask, Prince He, where did you hear these poems in Songyang? I'm curious about who wrote these poems. If I don't ask this, I always feel like something is stuck in my throat. Lenny smiled and said, Uncle, I was just about to say this. All the way here, I've only heard these poems in a place called Huaxi Town in Songyang, but I've never heard of them anywhere else. But it's a pity, the hurricane is merciless, the town is destroyed, no one is left alive. He is not afraid of King Qing's investigation. In fact, there is really no one left in this town. After walking all the way, looking at the devastation, he was in tears at the time, and he had a psychological trauma. No more. King Qing breathed a sigh of relief quietly. He now believes in Lin Yi's words, after all. Such a fool can't hold 2 tails of oil in his stomach. Lin Yi nodded seriously and said, Only 1 in 10 survived, living people were devastated, it's lucky that I can survive. King Qing smiled and said, Do you still remember the specific location of Huaxi Town? Since it is affected by the disaster, I am willing to do my best. Of course I know. Lin Yi described the location of Huaxi Town in detail. Prince Qing quietly winked at his housekeeper, who understood and immediately left to find someone to inquire about the place called Huaxi Town. The banquet was over, and the sun was setting. Lin Yi sat diagonally on the vermilion pillar of the banquet hall, showing no intention of leaving. This made Prince Qing anxious. Does he want to stay overnight? How is that possible? Anyway, the whole story has been figured out now. So why keep him? It's better to leave quickly. Out of sight. Out of mind. So he smiled and said, Although Qingyuan City is a remote place, there are some lively places. Prince He, let's go now. As long as we take Prince He out of the Qing Palace. Where he goes next. What does it have to do with me? Uncle Huang doesn't know. Lenny said with a smile. I have been worried all the way, and I have no idea. It is better to rest early. It is impossible for him to leave so easily. 150,000 taels are already in hand safely. If he is a little greedy, he will not lose anything. Right? What is the greatest shame in life? Not knowing how to pick up money when you have it. Your Highness doesn't know. Prince Qing feels that he is in a difficult situation. After taking the throne, as a local lord, he has never smiled at anyone. He may have smiled more today than in his entire life. The place I am talking about is called Fengyue Tower. It is a first-class place in Qingyuan City. There are beautiful women to drink with, and a place to rest, playing the harp and the piano. How pleasant it is. Lenny shook his head and said, Thank you for your kindness, Uncle. To be honest with you, if the horses had not been damaged, I would have left right away. After all, I was afraid that the news of disturbing your uncle would reach my father's ears. However, it is not easy to prepare the horses and food in a hurry. Prince He, what's the difficulty? Prince Qing said hurriedly. Prince He, don't worry about it. I will arrange for someone to prepare 50 of the best northern horses for you. Uncle, you misunderstood. If you really need these 50 horses, why do you need to prepare them? Just go to the horse market and buy some. Lenny waved his hand and said, Besides, I have already taken your uncle's money. How can I still ask for your horses? Then, Prince He, I'll give you 200 horses. How about the remaining ones go to the horse market? Prince Qing just wants to get rid of this plague god. Ah. Lenny sighed heavily. How can this be done? I am even more ashamed. Yes. Yes. Prince Qing suddenly shouted. Come here, hurry up and prepare 200 fast horses, and the necessary food and grass for Prince He. The Qing Palace is indeed a wealthy family. It didn't take long for 200 good horses and more than a dozen carts of food and grass to be ready. Prince Qing happily escorted Lin Yi out of the palace. Lin Yi sat in the carriage, took out the banknotes, counted them over and over again, and was so happy that he couldn't stop smiling. Although he had been a money grubber since he was a child, how much could he save with that little money? Later, he asked Song Chung to leave the palace to do business. Even with his guidance, Song Chung could only barely make ends meet. It was after he left the palace that he really started to make money. He opened an inn and a restaurant, and really made tens of thousands of taels. Later, he got excited and tried to diversify, and started the furniture and escort business. That little working capital was completely sucked out. Otherwise, how could he turn against the awe-inspiring Dark Guard command for a few taels of silver? Later, he even had to sell the gifts given by the prince and others. He was a dignified prince, but he couldn't even come up with 10,000 taels of silver before he was enthroned. If he hadn't shamelessly asked for gifts from the princes, he might have really been starving this time. To put it bluntly, it's just a matter of looking at fixed assets, a big family, and cash flow, and the warehouse of the palace can run away with rats. After counting it again, he reluctantly handed the money to his financial manager Song Chung. Song Chung said, "Your Majesty, where are we going now?" Lin Yi smiled and said, "When we get here, shouldn't the prefect do his duty as a host? A Qing prefect. 100,000 silver coins. Is this nonsense?" Song Chung smiled and agreed. After Song Chung left the carriage, Wen Jiaoyi said unhappily, "Do you like money so much?" No. I like more than money," Lin Yi said proudly. "I simply value money as my life." "Did you write all the poems in the Qing Palace?" Wen Jiaoyi finished speaking, and then laughed. "In the story you told, there are indeed many poems, but they are very ordinary. I'm afraid you can't write something like Poe's Henzi." "Thank you for the compliment," Lin Yi smiled and said. "This was written by my younger sister when she sent me to the vassal state. It's always good to let your younger sister take the limelight. Lin Ning's talent is rare in the world." Wen Jiaoyi continued, "You are quite quick-witted, but you don't use it in the right place. Novels are just one of the 9 streams. I don't like to hear that. Are poets more elegant than novels?" Lin Yi said disdainfully. "Enriching the spare time of the common people is a great merit. Ask the common people whether they like my novels or poems that they don't understand." Wen Jiaoyi shook her head. "Novelists are the product of street talk and hearsay. Is this what a gentleman does? The brightness of the stars is not as bright as the light of the moon." "Are you talking nonsense again?" Lin Yi was embarrassed to say that he didn't understand, but he instinctively felt that it was not a good thing, and said angrily, "Since you look down on novels, I will not tell you stories anymore in the future." After saying that, he laid down in the carriage and took a nap, and no longer paid attention to Wen Jiaoyi. Chapter 29 Compassion and the Prince. All the way to the prefectural government office, as soon as I got off the carriage, I saw a sea of heads kneeling in front of me. The only one standing was the prefect Lu Boxian. A prefect was actually a 4th-rank official. Lin Yi felt it was not scientific at all. "I pay my respects to the prince," he. After Lu Boxian finished his greetings to Lin Yi. "It is a great joy that the prince, he has come to Qingyuan City. Prince, please." Lin Yi did not speak after all. He was a prince, and he still had some reserve. When he walked to the gate of the government office, he saw the door knocker on the gate. He pulled it up curiously, and knocked it twice. Then he asked Lu Boxian, "What is this made of?" Lu Boxian was stunned. Before this man and the prince came, he thought a lot. Would this man discuss local customs with him? He prepared local chronicles. Would he discuss romance with him? He invited the masters of Qingyuan City, who were proficient in poetry, music, chess, calligraphy and painting in advance. Would he review this hurricane? He also collected information about this hurricane. The only thing that he didn't expect was that this prince was actually interested in the copper ring in the government office. He didn't know how to answer for a moment. "Prince, this is a tin ring." Ma Jia stood up and answered in time. "Who are you?" "Did I ask you?" Lin Yi asked loudly. Ma Jia was stunned. "Didn't I greet you at the city gate at noon? Are you blind? Or are you forgetful?" Lu Boyan hurriedly bowed and said, reporting to the prince, "This is a guest of the government office. I have offended the prince. Please forgive me." Lin Yi waved his hand and said, "The prince is generous and usually doesn't bother with villains." Ma Jia's face flushed red. He was a well-known figure in Qingyuan City after all. Being humiliated in public like this was simply embarrassing. Lin Yi suspected that this guy had learned how to manage micro-expressions. Even if he had a sad face, he looked like he was smiling because he had zygomatic muscles. Jiang Yi, who was leading soldiers to maintain order not far away, saw this scene and grinned happily. Old turtle, there will be times when you will be defeated. Lin Yi walked into the yard, raised his head, and glanced at the screen wall in front of him, and followed Lu Boxian around the corner, and entered the main hall of the government office. He sat in the main seat without hesitation, and after sitting down, he held the teacup and yawned continuously. Spring sleepiness, autumn fatigue, summer naps, winter sleepiness. It's true. Your Highness's summary is brilliant, Lu Boyan complimented. After he finished speaking, he saw that Lin Yi didn't move, and he saw that he was actually asleep on the chair with his head supported by his hands. He held his breath in his chest, which rose and fell. This is too bullying. He is pretending that he doesn't exist. Hong Ying bowed to Lu Boyan and whispered, Lord Lu, it is inevitable that the prince is tired from the journey. You are welcome. You are welcome. I will go to arrange a place for the prince to sleep. Lu Boyan bowed and left the main hall. Lin Yi woke up the next day, feeling refreshed. After washing up, he habitually took Hong Ying's teacup, took a sip, and then said, Where did our living ancestor go? From beginning to end, when Zhao Yi not only never stepped into the gate of Prince Qing's mansion, but also refused to enter the prefectural government office. Hong Ying said, I don't know. Yes, she is so elusive. It would be a miracle if we can find her. Anyway, we can't get lost. Let's wait for her to find us. Lin Yi ate 2 bites of cakes and asked, Are the victims outside the city not making trouble? Hong Ying said, This prefect Lu issued a notice that those who are willing to stay can be resettled. Many people are willing to stay and don't want to travel long distances. Lin Yi said happily, This is a good thing. He finally didn't have to carry so many burdens. The most important thing is to save a lot of money. Hong Ying said, I will cooperate with the prefect to make arrangements. At noon, Lu Boxian held a banquet. The prominent gentry in Qingyuan City, and 40 or 50 officials from 6 departments were all present. Lin Yi sat in the main seat, glanced at everyone and said with a smile, Where is my uncle? Why didn't he come? It feels like a long time since we last met, said Lu Jifu. Prince Qing is ill, so he can't come today. Lin Yi stood up and said, What? Uncle is ill? No. I have to go see him. Come on. Prepare the carriage to go to Prince Qing's mansion. Thank you for your concern, Prince. A middle-aged man with a noble temperament walked out from the middle of the seats, knelt down to Lin Yi and said, Father took some medicine, and he is fine. Lu Boyan introduced. This is Lin Chun, the Prince of Qing. So it's the prince. Get up quickly, Lin Yi said with a smile. You and I are brothers. Why are you so polite? Thank you, Prince. Seeing that Lin Yi had no intention of going to Prince Qing's mansion again, Lin Chun finally breathed a sigh of relief. Before coming to the banquet, his father had warned him that he could never let Prince He enter the Qing palace again. Even if he was not sick, he would be frightened to death. How could Prince He really be allowed to go? Even if he was not good at his job, would his father forgive him? Prince He really brought glory to Qingyuan City. Lu Baixian was the first to raise his glass. However, after 3 rounds of wine, he regretted what he had said. Was this Prince He drunk? He actually started to criticize the current situation openly. And the more he listened, the more frightened he became. The secret guards abused their power to bully others. Has Jiang Zhong not handled enough false and wrongful cases? Just before he left the capital, poor Lord Ma Defeng died in prison. Lin Yi looked compassionate. Although Ma Defeng, the former official, deserved to die, it didn't stop him from using this as an excuse to scold Jiang Zhong. He scolded once, and it didn't matter if he scolded him a few more times. But it was different for the people in the audience. They were not qualified to discuss this topic. The secret guards didn't dare to do anything to the prince, but they dared to attack them. Even if they didn't participate in the discussion of this topic, they would be affected. If the secret guards took their anger out on them, it would be hard. Therefore, the faces of the people in the audience were pale at this moment. He regretted so much that his intestines turned green. Let Prince He come if he wants to. That is the prefect's business. What does it have to do with him? Why come to join in the fun? Finally, he understood why Prince Qing refused to come. Old people are the wisest. Looking at your indignant expressions, Lenny said slowly, I'm sure you want to eat Jiang Zhong's flesh, swallow his blood, and knock his bones. Prince He. Lu Boyan finally reacted and hurriedly stopped him. Prince He, let's talk about romance today. If Prince He continued to talk, he couldn't imagine what would happen. Talk about romance? Lenny said proudly. I am particularly good at this. Speaking of the most romantic person in this dynasty, Prime Minister. Prince He, let's drink. I'll toast you a glass. Lu Boyan almost cried. Prime Minister Qi Yong is his mentor. Chapter 30. Shengming. He had no interest in what the prince was going to say next. After such a short meeting, he had a clear understanding of the prince. It was even more exaggerated than the legendary. Unlearned and incompetent. It can be said that dog meat cannot be served at the main table. A dog cannot spit out ivory. No, this is an insult to the dog. Anyway, let this person continue to speak. There must be nothing good in his mouth. According to the rules of literati and scholars, anyone who dares to insult his mentor, even if he does not fight with his life, must have a strong character and do his best to protect his mentor. If I can't even maintain the reputation of my mentor, I won't be able to survive in the literati circle in the future. But the man in front of me, even if he is not favored by the emperor, is still a prince. It is necessary to bow down to the powerful. If I am charged with the crime of disrespect, I will have no place to cry. Disrespect is one of the 10 evils. According to Liang law, the person should be executed immediately, and there will be no pardon. Then I will not be polite. I will drink this cup and drink with you all. After Lin Yi drank it all, he cleared his throat and continued. The Prime Minister wrote poems. My mentor's poems are naturally excellent. Wherever there is water, people can sing cheese poems. No matter what. Lu Boxian would not let the prince continue. Once you continue to say, I'm really embarrassed in the middle. The Prime Minister is the champion of 15 years of Yongguang. The first grant of the Hanlin Academy was written. In the first year of Lungda, survival of the lecturer. Raw night for 5 years, enter when Yuan Pavilion, participate in the opportunity. Lin Chun also interjected in time. The talent of the Prime Minister naturally does not need to say more. Learn 5 cars. Bamboo Forest Article Bo, Guashir Wu in double. You can remember the quatrack of the Prime Minister. The Prime Minister, my first talented woman, Princess Huayong, once evaluated the Prime Minister. It is said that the pen is shocked, poetry becomes crying ghost god. Everyone you sentence, I sentence, no matter what others listen, can you understand? Anyway, there is only one central purpose, I can't let the prince speak no matter what. There might be spies from the secret guards, or court guards in this banquet hall. It would not be a good thing if it spread out. Lin Yi sat in the main seat, looking blankly at the passionate atmosphere in front of him, and couldn't even interrupt. Even if he spoke, it seemed that no one would listen. Did they treat him as if he didn't exist? With a bang, he threw a plate to the ground. The scene became quiet for a while, you could hear a pin drop. Such a commotion, how disgraceful. Please forgive me. Your Majesty. Except Lu Baixian, everyone knelt down. You said it was easy for me, I escaped death all the way to Songyang. Lin Yi burst into tears. With the experience of yesterday in the Qing Palace, his acting skills were more mature this time. Food and supplies are all lost. I am going to write a letter to my father to apologize. I can't go to Sanha. I have to stay in Qingyuan City for a few more days, waiting for my father's order. After he finished speaking, everyone was scared out of their wits. Submitting a letter to the emperor to apologize? It sounds like it's the king's own business, but who knows if this guy will take them along. Thunder and rain are all the grace of the emperor. This is just to make people happy. Who can really stand the emperor's thunder? Maybe the family will be confiscated and exterminated. Second, it seems that they have to stay in Qingyuan City. If they stay for a while, everyone will go crazy. If they stay any longer, how can they stand it? Maybe Qingyuan City will be in chaos. As for Lin Chun, he was even more helpless. Didn't he take 150,000 taels of silver and 200 horses from the Qing Palace yesterday? Your Majesty, there is no need to worry about these trivial matters. Let alone bother His Majesty. The first one who couldn't stand it was the prefect Lu Baixian. These are just a few trivial matters. I will do my best. What the prefect said is very true. All officials and clerks echoed. On the contrary, the wealthy gentry and merchants remained silent. No, I am the king's own business. How can I trouble you all? It's not right. It's not right. Lin Yi shook his head and sighed. Your Majesty, you don't have to be polite. You don't have to bother with these trivial matters. Lu Boxian was very distressed. After sighing, Lin Yi shook his head and walked out of the banquet hall. That night, there were 100,000 taels of silver notes on his table. In addition, there were 15 carts of food and grass, a pair of jade corals, 2 night-shining pearls, and 100 good horses. I suddenly feel reluctant to go to the vassal state. Lin Yi was tired of sitting in the carriage and swayed on the donkey. Are there any relatives of mine ahead? It would be a bit rude to pass by without entering the door. Song Chung laughed. Your Highness is right. The nearest one is the Prince of Weiyuan County in Nanping. No matter how stupid he was, he now understood the thoughts of their prince. Prince of Weiyuan County? Lin Yi had no impression. He is the son of King Hui. Because he was born to an illegitimate concubine, he was demoted to the second rank and was named general of the state. He is probably over 70 years old this year. When Jiaoyi rode a horse and said slowly behind him, when I was young, I saw him when I was wandering around the world. Did your sister wander around the world when she was young? Lin Yi's eyes lit up. Aren't you talking about the Prince of Weiyuan? Concubine Wen rolled her eyes at him and said, Why do you care about me so much? Lin Yi chuckled and stopped asking questions. He just said, The son of Prince Hui, by this calculation, is still my nephew. It would be wrong not to go and see him. Song Chung said, The Prince of Weiyuan is in the northwest, and we need to take a detour. Lin Yi said righteously, In order to see my nephew. It's no big deal to take a detour. He resolutely led everyone in the palace, as well as the disaster victims who were only 700 or 800 people left after being resettled in Qingyuan City, and headed to Nanping. 2 days later, looking at the old man kneeling in front of him, trembling slightly and coughing continuously, Lin Yi's heart softened all of a sudden. What if he made the old man angry to death? Wouldn't he be too immoral? But suddenly he saw the 2 beautiful and charming concubines supporting the old man. Lin Yi didn't hesitate at all. In the end, he returned with 70,000 taels of silver, 8 carts of food and grass, and 100 good horses. However, there were more than 100 fewer victims. Nanping Prefecture is much more prosperous than Qingyuan City. It is naturally good to settle down here. Lin Yi smiled and said, Get more horses. Then everyone will have horses to ride and cars to sit in. And it will be much faster than walking. Lu Han said first, Your Majesty is wise. As soon as he finished speaking, a foot kicked him. He instinctively wanted to dodge. But when he saw that it was the prince, he had no choice but to take the kick. However, the prince was not a warrior, and a kick was no different from a mosquito bite. Although he didn't understand why the prince kicked him, he still couldn't lose the prince's face. He tapped the ground with his left foot, stepped back a dozen steps, fell to the ground, and then screamed. Everyone laughed. You are such a good actor. Lin Yi scolded angrily. Prince, shut up. Lin Yi scolded. If you can't talk, just say less. Lu Han looked confused. What did he do wrong? Song Chung passed by him, patted him on the shoulder and said, Except the emperor and the queen, no one can be wise. But that's what the opera says. Lu Han was full of grievances and had no one to tell. Chapter 31 4 Jinshi in one family. I finally managed to flatter Hong Ying, Song Chung and others, but I ended up flattering them. I'm so unlucky. Eating shit can't catch up with the hot shit. Lin Yi and his group continued to go south, with the attitude of building relationships with relatives, and visited the feasts of Huan Jingguo General Lin Tai and Yun Xiaofugua General Lin Jing. The relatives were polite, and didn't allow him to leave empty-handed, adding up 50,000 taels of silver, 50 good horses, and 20 carts of food and grass. Just when he was preparing to go to the next relative's house with great confidence, Song Chung actually told him that there were no relatives left to visit. The last 2 families, no other relatives to visit? Lin Yi couldn't believe it. He had only visited 4 relatives, including the king of Qing and the prince of Weiyuan. That was it? Song Chung smiled awkwardly. My dear princes, the feasts of the princes are mostly in the border areas and the land of Jingchu. It's quite far to go there. Lin Yi sighed. It's God's will. Riding on the donkey, he was listless, when Jiaoyi smiled and said, People are always greedy. Would you think that money is too much? Lin Yi asked back. Money is like dirt to me. When Jiaoyi teased the child in her arms, and said carelessly. Lin Yi really wanted to scold him. You eat and drink from me. Now tell me that you regard money as dirt. However, he did not have the courage, so he could only smile helplessly. Sister is elegant. Naturally she does not care about worldly things. But a vulgar person like me cannot do that. When Joey rolled her eyes at him and said unhappily, "Do you know how many people beg to support your grandmother in her old age? Don't be ungrateful, kid." "Oh, thank you." Lin Yi bowed to her. When Joey was about to speak, but suddenly reined in her horse and said to Hong Ying, who had also stopped, "Someone is coming. Go to the forest to take a look." Hong Ying did not answer, but only looked at Lin Yi. Lin Yi smiled and said, "Grandma, if there is really a master, he will be beaten to death with his mediocre skills." Noisy. When Joey was busy teasing the child and ignored Lin Yi, Shinchu said, "Your Majesty, let me go." He flew off the horse with a knife in his hand and jumped into the dense forest beside the road. After a while, the sound of close combat and the clanging of weapons was heard. Song Chung frowned and also rushed into the dense forest. The guards of the palace did not hesitate to spread their horses and open the guard, surrounding Lin Yi in the middle. "Your Highness." Fong Pai's panicked face appeared from the dense forest. After the whole person came out of the forest, he ran to Lin Yi as soon as possible. "Where did you run to?" Lin Yi asked angrily. Fong Pai panted, "Your Highness, there is an evil woman who wants to kill me." Lin Yi snorted, "Kill you? Why didn't I skin you alive? Little bastard. You like to run around when you have nothing to do." Suddenly, another young man came out from the forest. His clothes were disheveled. When he saw Lin Yi and others in a panic, he was shocked for a moment, and then ran towards Lin Yi without hesitation. Just after taking 2 steps, he found that he could not move. His chest ached. How could he be so careless that he had been acupunctured with needles before he even took a photo? "I am just passing by. We have no grudges. Why do you need to seal my acupuncture points?" The young man was so sad that he could not even cry. He could only watch himself being tied up. The sound of fighting in the forest became louder and louder. A woman flew over the tall treetops and came directly towards Lin Yi. Shin Chu and Song Chum behind him, one holding a knife and the other holding a sword, chased after her. "Fairy sister." Lin Yi looked up at the graceful figure of the woman in the air, and was stunned. He grinned and said, "She is coming. She is flying towards me. Look at my hairstyle. Is it messy?" Hong Ying smiled and said, "Your Highness is still as charming as ever." Concubine Wen looked at Lin Yi's useless look and turned her head away. Then she glanced at the woman and waved her sleeves inadvertently. The woman groaned and fell to the ground, half kneeling on the ground, covering her chest with one hand and leaning on the ground with a sword in the other. Before she could react, Song Chum and Shin Chu's swords were already on her neck, making her dare not move, but said viciously, "Slut, even if I chase you to the ends of the earth, I will tear your tendons and bones apart and cut you into pieces." "Huh?" Fong Pai, "How old are you? You are so bold." Lin Yi said righteously, "I must skin you alive today, Your Highness." Fong Pai pointed at the woman and hurriedly defended, "I didn't peek at her bathing." "What? You peeked at people bathing? You little bastard. You are simply lawless." Lin Yi's eyes were wide open, and under the gaze of everyone, he said with great pain, "I am so good to you. You didn't inform me about such a good thing as peeking at a beautiful woman bathing. And you enjoyed it all by yourself?" Everyone couldn't believe it. But if you think about it carefully, coming out of their prince's mouth, it seems to be normal. Character collapse? Not true. Their prince is a frequent visitor to the red light district. "Prince, I really didn't peek at her bathing, it was him." Fong Pai pointed at the tightly bound young man and said, "I'm innocent." The woman glared at Lin Yi fiercely and said, "Evil villain, you can kill me or chop me up. Fight and kill." Lin Yi waved his hands, shaking his head and said, "The wind blows the fairy sleeves fluttering. Like the colorful feather dance, the heroine is really beautiful. The woman's skin is as white as cream, and her teeth are as white as gourds." He was thinking, is it possible not to get tanned in this hot summer? After saying that, he looked at the young man again. "Sir, I didn't mean to offend this girl." The man looked at the well-trained palace guards and thought that Lin Yi was an official. Lin Yi coughed and asked, "Did you see anything?" "No. Nothing." The man waved his hand and said, "I was hungry and just wanted to go into the woods to hunt some wild animals." Who would have thought that she would bathe in the river? "Really didn't see anything?" Lin Yi asked without giving up. How could this man not have a spirit of sharing? "I am Shanin. My father is Shan Lei from Donglong Island. I have been well read since I was a child, so I naturally would not do such a shameless thing. The young man vowed. Shan Lei? Lenny shook his head, indicating that he didn't know. Your Highness. Luo Hanqing hurried over. He knew the answer to this question. He bowed and said, For Jinshi in one family, 9 Jiren in one alley. We are talking about the Shan family of Donglong Island. As the head of the escort agency, he had to pay respects to the people wherever he went. And he had to know some people. After hearing this, Shan Yin raised his head. A family of scholars. Lenny suddenly realized. And then changed the subject. Cursing. Scholars are full of bad water. None of them are good. Tell me, what is your relationship with that old bastard Shan Qi? Shan Yin's mouth twitched. And he smiled and said, It is my uncle. Chapter 32 Yijinyu. He felt a little helpless. His uncle, Shan Qi, was the 4th-rank right censor-in-chief. The man in front of him dared to curse so openly, his official rank must not be too low. Right? So he was particularly careful when speaking. Okay, Lenny said angrily. No wonder I don't like you. It turns out you are a relative of that old Shan Qi. Whenever he had a small matter, Shan Qi would never tire of submitting memorials to the emperor, reporting his faults. Like a fly, he would stare at him and bite him, which was very annoying. Shan Yin was stunned. He had no idea what feud his uncle had with the man in front of him. Lenny turned and said, 3 Jinshi in one family, 9 Jiren in one alley. The literary talent must be good. I'll give you a chance. If you can write a poem in 3 steps, I'll spare you today. Sir, it's 4 Jinshi. Shan Yin corrected him and said with a wry smile, I have practiced martial arts since I was young, and I only have a little knowledge of literature. It's really difficult for me to write poems. Writing poems is no problem. But writing poems in 3 steps. You are a scholarly family, Lenny said disdainfully. Your Excellency has misunderstood. Shan Yin explained hurriedly. My uncle, 3 uncles, are civil scholars, and 9 people from my grandfather to my father are military scholars. Military scholars? This was something Lenny had never expected. And he smiled and said, So, you are a military scholar? I dare not. But I am going to take the exam, Shan Yin said confidently. With your cowardly look, you are still taking the military exam. Lenny pointed at Hong Ying and said, You can't even beat him. You'd better stop as soon as possible. The thing he admired most about Hong Ying was that he was good at using an embroidery needle, and was good at shooting birds. He didn't expect that he was so accurate in hitting people. And he could even press acupoints on people. It seems that my decision to let him practice embroidery needlework was a wise one. I am 19 this year, and I am already a 7th-rank candidate. There is an age limit for the martial arts examination, which must not exceed 25 years old. And there are very few people in the world who can break through the 7th rank before the age of 25. He only knows those few people. Some of them will definitely not compete with him. Such as the Princess Huayang in the palace, who is known as the most talented woman in the world. In addition, martial arts candidates are not only tested in martial arts, but also in archery and horsemanship, and literary strategies in the inner court, which are also necessary. He had a family background in martial arts since he was young, and he was confident that he would have no problem passing the military examination. However, he was now in self-doubt. He glanced at Hong Ying, and could not sense any aura from him at all. He was not even 25 years old. Was he? Bah! A 7th rank is amazing. Lenny was very proud, as his own sister was a 7th rank. After saying that, he stopped talking to Shan Yin, and only looked at the woman and said, Beauty, I fully support you in killing this kind of scoundrel. Who are you? The woman also discovered the unusualness of Lin Yi, and he was definitely not an ordinary official's son. Otherwise, how could he have the ability to bring such a master around? He looked at Wen Joey, who was holding the child unconsciously. She knew her own ability. How could an ordinary person subdue her with one move? No problem. Lin Yi winked at Hong Ying proudly. Hong Ying stood up in time and said loudly, This is the current 9th prince, the Lord of Sanha, Prince He. Greetings to Prince He. Shan Yin was tied up all over, and instinctively wanted to kneel down, but he suddenly fell to the ground, and it was very difficult to get up. So you are the king he who is called weird? The woman snorted coldly, said disdainfully. Seeing is believing. Lin Yi's face fell all of a sudden. He couldn't accept a woman looking down on him. Disrespectful, damn it. Mingwe stepped forward and slapped the woman twice without hesitation. You? The woman bit the corner of her mouth that was oozing blood, with a look of disbelief. Hey, why bother? Lenny sighed. Back off, don't be rough with a beautiful woman, it's not good. Yes. Mingwe bowed and backed off. Lenny spread his hands and said, If you talk nicely, won't everything be fine? Don't you know that sweet words warm me in the winter, but bad words hurt me in the summer? Learning to speak is very important. Your Highness is right. Shan praised hurriedly. As for you, I won't make it difficult for you. Go quickly. If this woman catches up with you, you may not be able to beat her. After Len Yi finished speaking, 2 guards untied Shan. Thank you, Your Highness. After Shan finished speaking, he glanced at the woman and disappeared into the dense forest. Lenny said to the woman, May I ask your name? The woman snorted coldly, pretending not to hear. Lenny was helpless. It was too disrespectful. When Jiaoyi suddenly sighed and said, The saint of Jizhou Temple has fallen to such a state. Hearing this, the woman's face changed drastically, and she shouted, Who are you? When Jiaoyi smiled faintly, Is Master Jingyi okay? I counted with my fingers, and I haven't seen her for more than 50 years. What is your relationship with my master? The woman couldn't believe it. Judging from Wen Jiaoyi's face, she is still a little girl at most. How could she have a past relationship with her master? Wen Jiaoyi smiled and said, If I remember correctly, the move you just used is called 3 Bodies of the Moon, which is the top-level skill of your Jizhou Temple. It's a pity that you haven't mastered it yet. When your master was your age, he could hardly beat him even with the most common move. You knew Jing Xian, the woman said proudly. My master is naturally gifted, and he is not comparable to ordinary people. When Jiaoyi smiled and said, What's your name? The woman hesitated and said, Yi Jinyu. When Jiaoyi said, It's a good name. For your master's sake, you can leave. Shen Chu and Song Chung looked at Lin Yi at the same time, and Lin Yi waved at them. Thank you. Yi Jinyu stood up, looking at the gorgeous woman, whose age was not obvious. He did not know how to address her for a moment. So he bowed and said, Goodbye, and turned and left. Lin Yi looked at the woman's back, unwillingly saying, Just let her go like this. He really wanted to experience what it felt like to be a playboy and tease a decent girl. What's more, she was a so-called saint. When Jiaoyi smiled and said, If you beat the younger one, aren't you afraid of attracting the older one? The older one? Lin Yi asked curiously. Is it very powerful? When Jiaoyi nodded and said, Of course. Lin Yi said, I am a prince. What can you do to me? When Jiaoyi smiled and said, Even if your father sees her, he has to be polite to her. What? Lin Yi thought she was joking. The emperor had to be courteous when meeting a martial arts master? When Jiaoyi smiled and said, There are not many masters in the world, she is one of them. Lin Yi laughed. You can't beat her? He had no idea about the level of martial arts. When Jiaoyi shook her head and said, She may not be able to beat me. Lin Yi asked curiously, Then how many masters are there? There were 7 before. When Jiaoyi said, looking at Hong Ying with interest, and said slowly, There will be an 8th one soon. Chapter 33 Single Challenge. Lin Yi peeled an orange, threw it into his mouth, and then muttered, You are also a master? Hong Ying, who was standing not far away, had his ears perked up all of a sudden, including Song Chung, Luo Han, Shen Chu and others. All held their breath and kept silent. Except Hong Ying, no one knew the origin of this woman who suddenly appeared, but her kung fu seemed to be very high, unfathomable. When Jiaoyi only lowered her head and looked at the sleeping child in her arms, and said with a dull look, I was already a master 30 years ago. 30 years ago, except Lin Yi and Hong Ying, everyone present was shocked. Grandmaster, it is indeed a grandmaster, even though they had expected it. Hearing it with their own ears now, it still feels different. And they found that she had changed her name. You can't tell her age at all. No wonder their prince called her sister one moment and grandma the next. Can the grandmaster live forever? Lin Yi looked at her fragile face again. Do you think she is a god? When Jiaoyi asked back, Can the grandmaster turn mountains and seas and swallow the sun and moon with just a wave of his hand? Lin Yi asked again. Of course I can't do it. It's easier for me to cross mountains and ridges than for ordinary people. When Jiaoyi's face gradually became uneasy. 1 against 10,000. Invincible? Lin Yi ate the last orange slice carelessly. What do you think of being a grandmaster? Do you think it's writing novels? Wen Jiaoyu was so angry that her teeth itched. That's nothing. It's just that my body is better than that of ordinary people. And my martial arts is higher than that of ordinary people. Lin Yi was relieved after all. The Grandmaster is not a god with boundless magic power. Nor is he a cultivator of the Tao. He can't fight 10,000. He can be beaten to death. When the time comes, whoever dares to provoke him, if he cannot gather 10,000 people, he will improve the cannon, blast him to death. Let's see who is better in martial arts or my cannon. Ignorant boy. Wen Jiaoyu waved her sleeves and left. Everyone looked at Wen Jiaoyu's gradually receding back, and then looked at Prince He in front of them. A feeling of admiration arose spontaneously. The only one in the world who dared to talk to the Grandmaster like this, probably their prince. Only Hong Ying smiled and bowed. Prince is wise. Prince is wise. Luohan hurriedly followed behind and added a sentence. Lin Yi got into the carriage with pride and was on the road again. He soon forgot about the incident that happened just now. Sitting in the bumpy carriage, he yawned all the time and couldn't fall asleep. So he opened the curtain and said to Mingwei, who was riding a horse outside, I didn't notice that you have been very irritable recently. You hit people whenever you want. Is it because menopause is coming soon? Mingwei said. Disrespecting the prince is a capital crime. The prince is merciful. And it is also the fate of this bitch. Lin Yi smiled and said, Don't curse. It's not good. Mingwei said. I know my crime. Lin Yi sighed and retracted his head from the window again. The two maids beside him talked till they died. Zixia jumped on the carriage and brought him a cup of hot tea. He drank it and lay on the carriage with his eyes closed. The sun was setting, and the glow was gradually fading into the twilight. The closer you get to the top of the mountain, the cooler it gets. Lin Yi got out of the carriage, rode on the donkey, and felt the rare cool breeze. The birds in the woods were startled. While Lin Yi was puzzled, a big man wrapped in tiger skin jumped out of the woods and shouted, I opened this road, this tree. He shook his head and had not finished speaking when he suddenly found a long queue in front of him, at least 700 or 800 people. Everyone was also stunned at this moment. Where did this idiot come from? Robbery by himself? Lin Yi pushed Shinchu, who was protecting him, away, riding his donkey 2 steps forward. Brother, where are you from? None of your business. The big man put the knife back and said, Goodbye. Don't leave in a hurry. The journey was extremely boring, and finally came across something fun. Lin Yi would naturally not let it go. What else do you want? I'm lost. The big man was not stupid after all. He was alone, and there were so many people on the other side, he would definitely suffer. Lin Yi cleared his throat, pointed at the tiger's skin on his body and said, Wouldn't it be hot if you wrapped it around your body? The big man was stunned. He didn't expect Lin Yi to ask this question. He said contemptuously, You are stupid. Wearing so much. How can you not be hot? This tone did not annoy Lin Yi at all. Instead, he asked more curiously, Then why are you still wearing it like this? Don't bandits wear it like this? The big man blurted out without hesitation. He regretted it after he finished speaking, and hurriedly said, I'm just passing by. Without waiting for Lin Yi to speak, he was about to go into the woods. Leave this brother here for me. I want to have a night talk with him. Lin Yi finally found someone to be happy with. How could he let him go so easily? I'm coming. Luohan jumped off his horse excitedly. During this journey, with the constant guidance of Hong Ying, Shinchu, and Song Chung, his skills have improved greatly. He already felt that he was about to reach the edge of the 3rd rank. He was much better than before, and he hadn't had the chance to show off in front of the prince yet. At this moment, he naturally couldn't miss the opportunity. He raised his knife and shouted, Go away, thief. Come and take your grandfather's knife. Grandpa won't bully you by relying on his horse. Let's fight on the ground. He was at the peak of the 2nd rank. It would be easy for him to catch a bandit who had just barely entered the threshold of the 2nd rank. Whose grandfather are you? The big man who had climbed up the hillside was unhappy to hear this. He directly raised his knife and jumped down. Let me show you how powerful my grandfather is. Grandson, come on. Luohan stepped forward and chopped with his knife. The 2 knives collided with a clanging sound. Luohan sometimes moved left and right, sometimes spun in the air, and his single sword flew up and down. Impenetrable. Good. Lin Yi couldn't help but cheer, and said to Song Chung and others, Look, it's more exciting to watch it this way. How beautiful. Your Highness. It's a good idea. Song Chung couldn't cry or laugh. Luohan, Capture him alive for me, Lenny shouted. Hearing the prince's cheers, Luohan was very excited and worked harder. But he couldn't respond in order not to let out a breath. But after 20 moves, Luohan gradually realized something was wrong. Why was this guy so tough? And no matter what moves he made, he would just keep using the 3 moves of bow stance and horizontal slash, knee raise knife, and head wrap knife sweep. He became more and more impatient. And he had already ignored the prince's order to capture him alive. And he began to get ruthless. He used all he had learned in his life. And he became more and more brave. After another 100 moves, he had used up all his big moves. This guy still only had 3 moves. He was completely out of temper. After another 100 moves, nothing was achieved. He jumped out of the circle, pointed his knife at the other party and cursed. Hack you! Can you change your moves? You just use these 3 moves? Grandpa only knows these 3 moves. The big man raised his head proudly. Grandson, if you have the guts, just come at me. How long has it been? Half an hour. Right? Lenny yawned, feeling a little bored, and said to the big man, Hey, I don't have the patience to waste time with you. Let's fight alone. As soon as the voice fell, 4 guards rode away, one of them waving a rope. The more the big man struggled, the tighter it was tied. The big man finally gave up his futile struggle and said angrily, Didn't you agree to a one-on-one duel? Lenny lazily pointed at the 4 guards and said, It's a one-on-one duel. You alone will challenge the 4 of them. The big man was stunned. He had never seen such a shameless person. Chapter 34 It's none of my business. After all, I had a lot of grievances but no one to tell them to. I was thrown onto a grain cart like an animal. The sun was already setting, and he hadn't seen a drop of water. I couldn't help but yell at the top of my voice. You guys want to starve me to death. Luohan cursed. It's not dinner time yet. Why are you yelling? When he saw this guy, he was furious. Today, in front of the prince and everyone, he really lost his dignity. He was at the peak of the 2nd rank, but he was helpless against the entry of the 2nd rank, which was really laughable. If the prince had not told him not to abuse him, he would have beaten this guy up. The big man said, Can you give me some water? Whose grandpa are you? Luohan hit him hard with the back of his knife. Ah! Murder! The big man screamed like a pig being slaughtered. Lenny stopped the donkey, turned around, and scared Luohan so much that he quickly explained. Your Majesty, I didn't use much strength. But this guy started to scream. Lenny smiled and looked at the big man and said, Tell me, what's your name? What's wrong with your brain? How dare you rob me? I'm just sitting around doing nothing anyway, so I might as well get beaten up. The big man was arrogant and didn't intend to respond, but suddenly saw Hong Ying's cold eyes, and he shuddered and said, I'm Qin Hu of Wufeng Mountain. There was a turn, and I only saw a few donkey carts in front of me, and didn't see that there were so many of you. Otherwise, how stupid would he be to dare to stop such a large team? Lenny smiled and said, Why are you a bandit? Qin Hu said carelessly, You don't look stupid, but you ask stupid questions. It's because you don't have a silver mine at home. If you had a silver mine, you wouldn't be enjoying yourself at home in such a hot day. After listening to Lin Yi, he was speechless. Finally, he sighed and said slowly, It seems that you are really poor. Qin Hu grinned and said, You are talking nonsense again. Lin Yi's mouth twitched, but he still asked curiously, Are there many bandits in this area? Along the way, their team was huge, and no bandits dared to touch their beards. Qin Hu was the only one, and he might be the last one. Therefore, Lin Yi is particularly interested in the issue of bandits now. Yes, 40 miles south along Sisi, you will reach Fulong Mountain, Qin Hu suddenly said in an admiring tone. The boss Gu Laozhan is a 5th grade master. He is known as No Capital in the world, and he has more than 30 brothers under him. No Capital? Lenny said with a smile. This title is quite appropriate. What do you mean by no capital? Do you have money? Qin Hu said loudly. Of course I have money. There are many tea merchants from the north and south. As long as you pass through this place, you have to pay a toll. Toll? Lin Yi's eyes lit up. Don't rob? Qin Hu said with an expression of looking at a fool. Our place is remote to begin with. If we rob people too much, who will dare to come again? Besides, if they get angry, the merchants will also risk their lives. And those salt smugglers only care about money, and not their lives. I have to hide from them when I see them. The toll is a little less, but if I sit at home, people will give me money. What a good deal. Not bad, quite business-minded, you should learn from him. Lin Yi hated Luo Han for not living up to his expectations, and kicked him again in anger. You have no capital, you seem to be a small local tyrant. Prince, Shinchu said loudly, I will send someone to kill him right away. Stop these people from continuing to harm innocent people. Their prince is a man who cannot walk when he sees money, and he has served the prince for so many years, so he knows it too well. Therefore, he volunteered. Lin Yi said worriedly. He is a 5th rank official, and he has more than 30 minions. Can you handle him? The palace has a total of 15 guards, plus the 20 lieutenants and 20 soldiers that the emperor gave according to the minimum standard for the princes to be in theft. A total of 55 people, because the convoy needs people to stay behind, at most. They can only take more than 20 people. Such a small number of people is not enough, Shinchu said. Please rest assured. Your Majesty, he is only a 5th rank official. I will definitely bring his head to see you. Although he is not as good as Song Chung, he has already entered the 7th rank. And he dared not move forward. General Manager Hong said very clearly that the palace would not keep useless people. Fighting and killing is not environmentally friendly. You should bring him back. Lin Yi pointed at Song Chung and said, you should also take some people from the escort agency with you. Song Cheng's ability is definitely better than Shinchu's. He knew this. But the palace guards, lieutenants, and soldiers may not necessarily agree with Song Chung. The shopkeeper, Shinchu, still had to lead the team. Yes. Shinchu and Song Chung bowed at the same time. Shinchu walked in front of Qin Hu and drew out his knife. Hero, spare my life. Qin Hu saw Shinchu was unmoved, and simply cursed. You bastard. Turtle son. Grandpa is still a hero after 18 years. He watched the shining sharp knife coming straight at him. He screamed, and instinctively covered his eyes with his hands. After waiting for a long time, the knife did not fall on him. He only heard a choke sound. He bravely pierced his fingers, revealing his eyes, and found that Shinchu's knife was already sheathed. He patted his chest with his hand, panting. You scared me to death. If I hadn't. Just as he pointed his finger at Shinchu, he suddenly found that he could move, and the rope on his body was gone. He jumped several times happily. He bowed to Shinchu again and said, thank you. Shinchu said coldly. Come with me. Qin Hu asked curiously. Where to? Shinchu said. Of course to Fulong Mountain. No. Qin Hu shook his head like a rattle. I have no friendship with Go Laozhan. I'd better not go. My mother at home is probably waiting anxiously. Goodbye, no need to see me off. Shinchu snorted coldly. That's not up to you. My legs are on me. After Qin Hu finished speaking, seeing Shinchu was about to draw his sword, he hurriedly said, of course I'm going to Fulong Mountain. My mother told me to go back less often. She is an eyesore. Then he got on a horse and led the way to Fulong Mountain. It was already dark, and you couldn't see your hand in front of you. The torches were lit, and the team winding on the mountain road looked like a fire dragon. Luo Han said, Your Majesty, after going down the mountain, we will reach Daju town. Let's go down in one go, and we don't have to suffer on the mountain. Lin Yi nodded and said, Then let's speed up and go down the mountain. In the carriage, I fell asleep unconsciously. When I woke up, the carriage had stopped at the door of the inn. After getting off the carriage in a daze, I didn't eat anything and fell asleep on the bed. After nightfall, from time to time, he could still hear the sad howling of wolves coming from the mountains. Then, he was awakened by another round of shouting and fighting. He saw Honging standing beside him. Honging whispered, Prince, I woke you up. Lin Yi asked, What's going on? It seems someone is fighting. Honging said, It's the saint of Jijiao Temple, and it seems she is being hunted down. Yi Jinyu? That's right. Go to sleep. It's none of my business. Lin Yi fell asleep again. Chapter 35 Mental Damage Compensation. Just as he closed his eyes, there was a sound of fighting on the roof, and the tiles on it were banging underfoot. Who is making a noise here? Get out of here. He heard Ming Yue's voice. Where did this beautiful lady come from? Lin Yi frowned. The man's voice was disgusting. Bold lunatic, you don't know what's good for you. Lin Yi heard Zixia scolding again. Then the fighting on the roof became more intense. You are so fucking uncultured. You don't even let me sleep well in the middle of the night. Lin Yi yawned and sat up. Honging didn't need to say much, and habitually served Lin Yi a cup of tea. Lin Yi said, Where is Luo Han? Let him go out and see what Mingwei and Zixia can accomplish. Hong Ying smiled and said, "Don't worry, Your Majesty. The outsiders are not very skilled. The two of them are enough to deal with them." Lin Yi complained. "Xiaoyingzi, you have to work hard. Don't waste your time day by day. You are not even as good as the two girls. It's useless to just use needles well. There is no one trick that can do everything." The two girls seemed to have entered the rank. And this fellow Hong Ying, every time he asked, he actually didn't know his rank. If he didn't know, that means he had no rank. Just like Zhu Rorong said, he was not up to the standard. Hong Ying lowered his head and said, "It's my incompetence." Lin Yi said, "Where is that living ancestor? If Mingwei and Zixia couldn't beat him, they would have to rely on this living ancestor to help." Hong Ying whispered, "Rest in the house." Lin Yi said, "Let's go out and take a look, so that Mingwei and Zixia don't really suffer." As soon as he stood up, he heard a bang, and a woman in black fell from the roof. Then Mingwei and Zixia shouted angrily. The woman stood up from the ground, covered her bloody arm with her sword-holding hand, and glanced at Lin Yi. "It's over. It's over. The shop owner will have to ask me to pay for it." Lin Yi sighed as he looked at the big hole in the roof, and pointed at the woman and said, "I remember you. Your name is Yi Jinyu, right? You can't leave." Yi Jinyu looked at the figures fighting on the roof through the dark hole, then turned around and sneered at Lin Yi. "Your Majesty, are you going to embarrass me too? Whoever caused the accident is responsible. You smashed such a big hole in the roof. You still think you are right? Let's wait for the shop owner to come and pay the money before leaving." Although the woman was beautiful, it really made people have wild thoughts and the urge to be a dog licker. "But we have to settle accounts." Yi Jinyu was obviously stunned. For a moment, she couldn't tell whether Lin Yi's words were true or false. Just for a broken roof, he was going to keep her. If this prince was determined to keep her, she would never be able to escape from the eunuch in front of her. Intuitively, she felt that the eunuch in front of her was very dangerous. After hesitating for a while, she sat on a chair beside her, covering her wound and closing her eyes to rest, and stopped talking. The fighting on the roof stopped. There was a knock on the door. Hong Ying opened the door. Mingwei and Zixia walked in first, followed by 8 masked men in black, who were pushed by the guards. They were all tied up like dumplings. Mingwei said respectfully, "These people are making noise outside, disturbing the prince's peace. Kneel down." Luohan knocked the back of his knife on the knee of a tall man in black. The man couldn't hold on after all, and he knelt on the ground. The other men in black remained motionless. The guards took action one after another, kicking them with their feet, or hitting them with their knives, and they all knelt on the ground in a row. "Are you with the prince?" asked the tall man in black. Lin Yi said sleepily, "It doesn't matter who I am. What matters is that you have prevented me from resting." The man in black bowed his head and said, "Please forgive me, my lord. I really didn't mean to be presumptuous. You gathered to fight and caused trouble late at night. Not only did you smash the roof, but you also destroyed so many flowers and plants." Lin Yi said helplessly, "Have you ever seen a little grass trying to sprout? Have you ever seen a little flower awakening the spring? It's gone just like that. You are really sinful." The man in black was stunned. "Don't you know I'm chopping people? What does it have to do with flowers and plants?" But he still honestly admitted his mistake. "I know I'm wrong. If admitting mistakes is useful, what's the point of having constables?" Lin Yi snorted coldly. "You destroyed something. Don't you need to compensate?" "Ah," the man in black hurriedly said. "I'm willing to compensate. I wonder what the prince thinks." "That's great." Lin Yi nodded with satisfaction. "But at least you have to compensate for these." He then stretched out 3 fingers. 30,000 taels? The man in black said happily. "Your Majesty, please let go of my hand. I will take it right away." Lin Yi looked incredulous. "I said 300 taels. How much money can you gangsters have? They are asking for too much. I am afraid you can't give it. It's meaningless to ask for more. But I didn't expect that they would agree so readily. And they looked so happy." He really regretted asking for less. After the ropes on the man in black's hands were untied, he reached out from his clothes and took out a handful of banknotes, raised his hands and said, "Please accept it, Your Majesty." Hong Ying took it and stood behind Lin Yi. Lin Yi sighed. "You disturbed me in the middle of the night. I have a severe headache now. How do you calculate the mental damage compensation?" The man in black was stunned. "What the hell is mental damage compensation?" but he could understand it a little bit. It was nothing more than disturbing someone's rest. He felt helpless, but smiled and said, "I am willing to compensate." He gritted his teeth and handed over the last handful of silver bills on his body. Hong Ying counted them and said with a smile, "Your Majesty, it's only 10,000 taels." He and the prince were very familiar with this trick in the capital. Lenny shook his head and said, "This makes it very difficult for me. Please wait a moment. Your Majesty." Under the swords of the guards in the palace, the man in black carefully moved his body, searched his companions one by one, and finally counted them and said, "Your Majesty, this is 31,150 taels. I hope your Majesty will forgive the past." Lenny was really stunned. Are all the gangsters so promising now? You can carry 70,000 or 80,000 silver notes in your pocket when you go out. His cheap uncle Yuan Qing couldn't even get together 30,000 taels of salary. And thinking about himself again, he couldn't help but feel sad. The man in black looked at Lin Yi's unpredictable face, and his heart became more and more uneasy. He continued with a stiff upper lip, "If the prince is still not satisfied, I will offer you another 30,000 taels later. Hey, this makes me feel embarrassed." Lenny waved his hand and said, "Take off their masks, so that I won't recognize them when I meet them in the future." Ah! Before the man in black could react, the masks were all taken off. Judging from their faces, the 8 people were at most in their 30s or 40s. Chapter 36. Everyone who sees it gets a share. The leading man had a rough face and a full beard. At this moment, his mask was taken off. The indignation on his face only stayed for a moment, and then he smiled and said, "Your Highness is too polite. Liao Jifeng, it's you." Yi Jinyu, who had not spoken from beginning to end, came over and said, "You rats, you are only fit to hide. You killed my 3 brothers, but that's quite fair and square." Liao Jifeng. Liao Jifeng gritted his teeth and said, "Your martial arts are really powerful. I didn't stop you tonight because I'm incompetent." Yi Jinyu snorted coldly, "Now I can kill you as well." Liao Jifeng bowed and said, "Who dares to act rashly in front of the prince? So you two are old acquaintances." Lin Yi was happy to hear Liao Jifeng's words. Unlike Yi Jinyu, that woman, who not only can't say nice things, but also puts on a sour face, as if someone owes her money. Liao Jifeng said, "Your Majesty, please understand. This evil woman killed 3 of my brothers. This hatred is irreconcilable." Yi Jinyu said, "Yu Shi's sect is evil and perverse. Everyone can kill you. Yu Jizhou Temple claims to be a famous and upright sect. You can kill people at will." Liao Jifeng ignored the sword on his neck, and stood up and glared at Yi Jinyu. Calm down, you go first, don't forget it tomorrow morning." Lenny said to Liao Jifeng with a smile, turned his head, and looked at Yi Jinyu. "You should give me this little face." Right? He didn't bother to care about what happened between the 2 of them. That was what the constable should do. What did it have to do with him? However, if Liao Jifeng and others sent him 30,000 taels tomorrow, and were killed by Yi Jinyu on the way, who would he ask for the money? Liao Jifeng stared at Yi Jinyu, expecting her to say, "No. If I anger this prince, I would lose my life directly. That would be great." Yi Jinyu turned his back and said nothing. "If you can't speak, what's the point of keeping your tongue?" Mingwei walked straight to Yi Jinyu. She looked like she was going to fight with him if they didn't agree. Yi Jinyu said, "You and the prince's mansion are going to bully a weak woman like me? I'm enough." With a clang, Mingyue's sword was unsheathed. That's enough. That's enough, I'm so tired. Don't talk too much." Lenny waved his hand and glanced at Yi Jinyu. "If such an injured person bleeds too much and dies here, it will really be a headache, as when Zhao said, and attract the old man. In society, it is really important to have a background. Even in Journey to the West, the White Bone Demon, Spider Demon, Scorpion Demon, Rhino Demon, and the 3 great immortals, Deer, Tiger, and Sheep, who have no background, all have a miserable end. And the Black Bear Demon and 9-headed insect, who have backgrounds, are at most taken back and punished." Liao Jifeng bowed and said, "Please rest assured, Your Majesty, this evil woman can't do anything to us. If Your Majesty has nothing to do, I will take my leave first, and I will send the banknotes tomorrow morning." "That's great." Lin Yi nodded with satisfaction. "Goodbye. I remember what you look like. I will take my leave." Liao Jifeng led his 7 men out of the house. Yi Jinyu looked at their backs coldly and said, "In 3 days, I will visit Shi's sect in person. I'll be at your service anytime." Liao Ji Feng turned his head, snorted coldly, and turned away. Lenny coughed, and then said, "Miss, should we also discuss the issue of compensation? Look at me. I was frightened all night. It's not easy." He has now refreshed his understanding of the underworld. Since Shi's sect is so rich, Jizhou Temple will not be too poor. Right? How much do you want? If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Yi Jinyu would never have thought that a dignified vassal king would be so greedy for money. These? Lenny slowly stretched out 3 fingers. No. Yi Jinyu gritted her teeth and said, "We in Jizhou Temple have always been indifferent to worldly affairs. We are not the evil sect of Shi's sect, let alone 30,000 taels. We don't even have 300 taels. 30 taels." Lenny sighed. "I will also give you a diagnosis and treatment program. You can't go out to treat your arm without a few taels of silver. Besides, it's so late. You can't even find a doctor. If you wait until tomorrow, you might not be able to save your arm. The most important thing is, I saved your life today. Otherwise you would be fighting 1 against 8. And you might die here. Is 30 taels too much for me? No matter how small a mosquito is, it is still meat. 30 taels is 30 taels. Okay." Yi Jinyu took out a red sachet from his arms, took out a silver note, and said lightly, "Change." Lenny looked closely, and saw that it was a silver note of 100 taels. Sighed, "This is too little." Yi Jinyu proudly took the 70 taels of silver note that Honging gave him. Lenny said to Hu Shirlu, who was watching the fun from the door, "Heal her wounds. Miss, please follow me." After Hu Shirlu bowed to Lin Yi, he left with Yi Jinyu. Lenny pulled out 2 silver tickets from the silver ticket in Hong Ying's hand. "And add to Minghua Road. Put it down. You and Zixia are 50-2, the remaining one is 12. Minghua bowed to the way. "Yes. This is another rule of their prince. There are parties. Protocols, yeah." The guards knelt down, similarly. I had expected in my heart, it's still very excited to get money. Their prince is not too unreliable person, but one thing is very satisfactory, just not forced. Those who can do more pursue more labor. They and the palace guards only earn 2 taels of silver per month, which is about the same as the income of other palace guards. But their extra income is much higher than that of other palace guards. After all, their prince is good at making money, and as long as they participate, they will not be treated unfairly. After a year, who wouldn't make hundreds of taels of silver? When ordering food with the palace guards, they never look at the menu, as long as the table is full and there is no repetition. I thought it would be a hard job to follow the prince to the south, but I didn't expect that their prince was good at making money. He made money by visiting relatives. Each of them took at least 4 to 50-2. After Lin Yi and others retreated to Hongyingdao. Remember to compensate the shopkeeper. This group of people is really, where is the fight in the inn. After shaking your head, sleep again. Nothing overnight. After waking up the next day, it is already 3 rods. After the washing, Hongying came here. Wang Yi, 3-2 have been sent. Lin Yi while eating pastry, saying, "It's quite eye-catching, don't give it." Lao Tzu personally went to the Shi faction to find trouble. That woman, is she still here? Hongying understood that Lin Yi was talking about Yi Jinyu, and said, "She left after healing her wounds at night." However, Song Chung and Shin Chu came back. Lin Yi said, "No one was injured." "Right?" Hongying said, "No one was injured." And they brought back 137 bandits. Lin Yi was surprised. "Why are there so many people?" Hongying said, "Among the princes, there are family members of the bandits. Most of them are old and young. You really don't know what's going on. Why did you bring back so many? Aren't you afraid that they will be a burden?" Lin Yi sighed. Chapter 37 Persuasion. Hongying said softly, "Then the prince, are you going to bring him here now?" Lin Yi nodded. Yawning, he glanced at the sun hanging higher and higher in the sky. It was probably another harsh day. Under the scorching sun, Gu Lao's Han, who had been in the martial arts world for more than 30 years, had never felt as aggrieved as he did last night. 2 7th-rank masters, with 50 or 60 people, suddenly showed up. Damn it, where did these ruthless people come from? When they meet, should they at least introduce themselves? He, the chief of the Nanzhou gang, didn't even have a chance to speak. He was kicked down, and then tied up with a rope. It was like crying to the heavens and the earth for no answer. Thinking about him over the years, although he was a bandit, he also knew the rules. First, he only sought money, not to kill people, and he never even touched the hands of beautiful young wives, for fear of ruining their reputation. Second, he did not rob scholars, and even told those poor scholars where there were dilapidated temples to take shelter from the rain, and where there were young ladies waiting for scholars to give gold and silver. As long as the scholars were more diligent, and moved around more, they would meet dozens of such young ladies, not to mention the money to go to the capital to take the exam, even if they bought land at home, and married beautiful girls. He was such a helpful person, and he could be regarded as a chivalrous thief among the bandits. I don't expect good people to be rewarded, but I can't be so unlucky. He was tied up, blindfolded, and placed diagonally on the horse's back. He was bumpy all the way. His stomach couldn't stand it, and he vomited several times. He finally got off the horse, and suddenly no one cared about them. He was baked under the scorching sun, and his whole body was sweaty. His hands and feet were tied, and he didn't even have a chance to wipe the sweat. When had he ever suffered such a torture? When he was at a loss. He was taken away. After removing the blindfold, his eyes, which had been blurred by sweat, slowly opened, and in front of him sat a young man with a smile on his face. "Excuse me. Who are you? Have you ever met him?" He tried to recall, but he had no impression of you. He had definitely never seen you before. Lenny took a sip of tea and said with a smile, "I have never seen you before." Gu Laozhan continued to ask, "Do I have any grudge against you?" Lenny shook his head and said, "No." "Are you from the government?" Gu Laozhan asked in a trembling voice. Lenny said, "No." "He is a member of the royal family," Gu Laozhan said. "I have no grudge against you. Why do you want to tie me up?" His tone was almost angry. Lenny said calmly, "There are so many passers-by, and they have no grudge against you. Why do you want to rob them?" This, Gu Laozhan hesitated for a while, gritted his teeth and said, "I have been in the green forest for these years, and I have never murdered anyone." Lenny asked. "Not even one?" Gu Laozhan said. "There are always some conflicts in the green forest. I have always killed people from other mountains, but they also have many innocent souls. I am acting on behalf of the heaven." Lenny said, "You are honest." If he had not interrogated Gu Laozhan's subordinates individually, he would not have believed what Gu Laozhan said. Gu Laozhan said, "Who are you anyway? Why do you have to embarrass me?" Lenny smiled and said, "It's okay. I just heard of your name for a long time and invited you to have a chat." He couldn't just say, "I'm attracted by your money? This guy is really rich." Just a casual search of Songcheng revealed that he had 50,000 taels of silver. Moreover, he didn't know how much he had hidden privately. After hearing this, Gu Laozhan almost vomited blood. "Is there anyone who invites people like you?" However, the situation is stronger than the person, and there is no point in entangled in these things. He could only smile and say, "Thank you for your respect. I wonder who you are?" Hong Ying said loudly. "This is the 9th Prince of Liang State, the Lord Asanha, and Prince He." At the strong request of their prince, he had memorized this line by heart, and he spoke it with ups and downs. "Ah, you are the rumored. Weird." This word, he didn't have the courage to say it after all. "I have heard of the great name of Prince He for a long time. Please forgive me, Prince. I cannot kowtow to you." He was still tied up, lying on the ground, looking up and talking. Lenny smiled. "Untie him quickly." Shin Chu drew his knife, and with a flash of knife light, the rope on Gu Laozhan broke. After getting rid of the restraints, Gu Laozhan knelt down hurriedly and said, "Greetings to Prince He." Lenny waved his hand and said, "Please stand up quickly. I have seen you, and you are indeed an extraordinary person. There is nothing else to do. Go back. From now on, be a good person." Since he stood up, Gu Laozhan's eyes have been on the 5 large boxes in the room. How could I not recognize my own things? That was the wealth I had accumulated for half my life. Seeing Lenny waving at me at this moment, I could only say goodbye with tears. He bowed and said, "Your Majesty, I will take my leave." "What's the big deal about losing money? It's better than losing your life." Looking at Gu Laozhan, who said goodbye with tears, Lenny said with emotion, "You are indeed a man who values friendship and loyalty." Song Chung bowed and said, "Your Majesty is as majestic as a dragon and a tiger." This bandit must have been moved by your presence. Luohan nodded repeatedly as he listened. No wonder he can be the big shopkeeper, while I can only be the head of the escort agency. After lunch, the bright sun suddenly disappeared, and a drizzle began to fall. The road was muddy, and it was inconvenient to walk, so everyone had to continue to linger in the town. Lin Yi was bored staying in the inn, so he put on a bamboo hat and strolled in the town paved with stone slabs. Fong Pai accompanied him, jogging, and turned back to shout, "Master Wang, there are candy men for sale." Lin Yi waved his hand and said, "Buy more. Don't eat alone. Bring some for others." There were more than 20 children in the team, all of them orphans. If he didn't treat them well, these children would be really helpless. Got it. After Fong Pai bought it, he wrapped it in oil paper and put it in his arms. Lin Yi said to Hong An beside him, "Is there anything you want to eat? Buy whatever you like. I'll treat you, young master." Hong An shook his head, only occasionally looking back at his master, who was following not far away. Lin Yi was helpless. This child still had a knot in his heart. If he had autism, it would be bad. He still had to talk to Hong An in the future. Although he was his apprentice, he couldn't be too restrained. A middle-aged man in a wheelchair came over from the opposite side, which attracted Lin Yi's attention. He had a thin face, and pushed the wheel with both hands, getting closer and closer to him. Lin Yi recognized this wheelchair, which was his invention, and produced by his furniture store. The wheelchair stopped at the steps of a tea house, and the two servants following behind him, each holding a handle, slowly got up. Lin Yi walked forward, and helped lift the backrest of the wheelchair without hesitation. The three of them worked together to lift the wheelchair into the restaurant. "Thank you for your help," the middle-aged man said to Lin Yi. "It's just a piece of cake." Only Lin Yi could deeply understand what it feels like to sit in a wheelchair. "Mr. Chi," the waiter of the tea house came out and said, "the private room is reserved for you." Mr. Chi nodded to the waiter, then glanced at Lin Yi and said, "If you don't mind, you can go in and have tea together." Lin Yi smiled and said, "Of course. I'd rather obey you." Maybe it was because it was raining and many people had nowhere to go, so they were all having fun in the tea house, which was very lively. Following the middle-aged man into the hall, through a small door, and after walking through a long corridor, he arrived at an exquisite small courtyard. Outside the window was a slowly flowing river, and in the distance, green mountains were surrounded by drizzling rain. Lin Yi suddenly didn't hate the rain so much. "Please have some tea, sir." Chi Yuanwei personally poured tea for Lin Yi. "I'm Chi Peng. I don't know what your name is." "My name is Lin San." Lin Yi used a pseudonym. After all, he was too famous. Although it was not a good name. "Just call me Lin San. A rough man, without a nickname." "This tea is good. If you like it, you can bring some back," Chi Peng said with a smile. "You're welcome." Lin Yi nodded. "What a beautiful view. Mr. Chi is a man who knows how to enjoy life," Chi Peng said with a smile. "I used to think about riding a cow and singing in the morning, and riding a cow and singing in the evening. The only thing I didn't expect was that I would be trapped in this wheelchair, and I was forced to drink tea and enjoy the view." Lin Yi smiled. He believed he was telling the truth. Chapter 38. A tree cannot grow straight without pruning. But I still couldn't help but say, "It seems that you are still quite rich. You can enjoy the scenery, and don't have to work hard for life." Like in his previous life, sitting in a wheelchair, physiotherapy, not to mention the money for medicine, even eating is a problem, relying on Hand Speed Master, King of Glory of Kings, famous nitpicker in Xia Country, permanent director of Xia Country Cultivation Association, art film appraiser. These terrifying titles are useless. You must work hard to write to maintain food and clothing. As for being otaku, he is not qualified. Only those who have a house are qualified to be called otaku. After listening to this, Chi Peng was stunned for a moment, and said with a smile, "My ancestors have lived here for generations, and they have worked hard to make me have the leisure time I have today." Lin Yi said with a smile, "So, no matter how hard you work, it is better to be born well." Interesting. Chi Peng's stiff face slowly opened up. "Brother Lin is an elegant person. No, I hate scholars the most. They are full of bad intentions," Lin Yi said with emotion. "I am a vulgar person. I see flowers as flowers, see the sea as the sea, and see money as money. There is no big dream. Just save tens of millions of taels of silver, and marry a dozen beautiful ladies." "Tens of millions of taels?" After hearing this, Chi Peng didn't know whether to praise him for being contented or for his lofty ambitions. After a while, he said with a wry smile, Brother Lin is indeed an extraordinary person. Ordinary people don't have such thick skin. Ordinary? Only the third in Liang State. Lin waved his hand modestly and turned to look at Chi Peng's legs. Can you still use a cane? Chi Peng shook his head and said, I can't leave this wheelchair for the rest of my life. Lin walked over without hesitation, lifted the hem of Chi Peng's robe, frowned and said, This won't work. Your calves are atrophied. Chi Peng was stunned by Lin Yi's action. He lifted up someone's robe as soon as he met him, and looked at his legs. He is a man, and he doesn't have a homosexual fetish. Suddenly, unexpectedly, the other party's hand touched his leg. He had no feeling in his legs for many years, but at this moment, he suddenly felt the coldness spreading all over his body, and he couldn't help but shudder. Brother Lin. Seeing that Lin Yi's hand was about to touch his kneecap, Chi Peng quickly held Lin Yi's hand and said, I appreciate your kindness. You have to be careful, you have a sore on your butt. Lin Yi took his hand back, smiled and said, Sitting for a long time, blood circulation is blocked, the flesh is rotten, cracked, and sores are all normal. You still need to find someone to massage you frequently, to prevent the occurrence of blood clots, and you can't be careless for a day. As a person who sits in a wheelchair all year round, Lin Yi is particularly experienced in this area. Thank you, Brother Lin. Chi Peng naturally knew what happened to him, but he didn't have the face to admit it. Massage alone can't solve the problem. You can also passively move the lower limb joints to prevent complications of joint contracture. Also, you have to exercise these two arms, which is good for your body. Lin Yi naturally imparted his experience without reservation. Chi Peng listened to Lin Yi's endless chatter. Although he didn't understand many words, he could understand the general meaning. I am really grateful. He thanked sincerely. Why should I be polite? Lin Yi waved his hand nonchalantly. I have a friend who is a doctor. Where do you live? I will ask him to go to your house later and give you acupuncture. You won't feel so uncomfortable. Chi Peng said. I will stay here until the evening. That's fine. Lin Yi turned his head and said to Fang Pai, who was eating cakes on the side, Remember the location here, and bring Doctor Hu back when you go back. Got it, Master, Fang Pai said. Lin Yi bowed to Chi Peng and said, Sorry for bothering you. Goodbye. He walked up to Fang Pai and kicked him hard. Let's go. You only know how to eat all day long. No wonder you fart so much. Fang Pai didn't have time to eat the last piece of mung bean cake on the plate. He hesitated for a while, but still didn't put it in his arms. He hurried to catch up with Lin Yi. When Lin Yi was halfway there, the rain suddenly got heavier. He hid under the eaves, took off his hat, and looked at the yellow puppy, who was hiding from the rain with him. After teasing it for a while, the dirty little puppy actually began to lick his fingers boldly. Lin Yi snatched the bun that Fang Pai had just bought, broke off a small piece, and said while feeding it, It seems that you are also a poor person without a father or a mother. Master, it's a dog, not a human, Fang Pai corrected seriously. Besides, it doesn't understand you when you talk. Let's go back and eat dog meat. Don't underestimate it. It can be a big bull. Lin Yi said. Hongyan, go back and tell your master to deal with Fang Pai. I'm itching, Hongyan whispered. Yes, Master. Fang Pai was shocked. I know I was wrong. Okay, please forgive me. When he thought of Hong Ying's dead face, he couldn't stop shaking all over. If a tree is not pruned, it will not grow straight. If a person is not taught, he will not become talented. Lin Yi ignored him, stretched himself, put on his hat, and stepped into the heavy rain again. After taking a few steps, Hongyan grabbed his arm. Hongyan pointed behind him. Lin Yi looked back and saw that the yellow puppy was following behind him timidly. When he saw them stop, he also stopped. This is a dog with good eyesight. Lin Yi laughed. Hold it, and it will be with us from now on. Okay. Hong An's reaction was faster than Fang Pai's. He immediately held the dog in his arms, and he didn't mind that it was dirty. After returning to the inn, Lin Yi didn't need to say much, and actually got warm water, washed it clean, and found a broken bowl to use as its food bowl. At night, the rain stopped. The sun came out in the morning, and after lunch, everyone set out again. There were 100 fewer victims. As long as they could rest for a day, they would know how comfortable it was to lie down. They were willing to stay. And Lin Yi was happy. There was no reason to disagree. The only thing that hurt was that he couldn't change his soft-hearted habit. So he still gave each person a little resettlement fee. There was no one on the road. And we slept in the open air. After walking for 7 days, we finally saw the boundary marker of Nanzhou. Song Chung said happily. Your Majesty, after stepping over this boundary marker, we will be in Sanha. Lin Yi got off the donkey, tidied his clothes, and walked across the boundary marker with a sense of ceremony. Then he turned around and said, From now on, this place where chickens don't lay eggs and birds don't shit is ruled by me alone. Everyone got off their horses, knelt down and shouted loudly, Long live the prince! Long live the prince! The victims behind him reacted a little slower, but eventually knelt down and shouted twice. After everyone passed the boundary marker, they walked another 10 miles and rested by a clear river. Then they continued to move forward. When they encountered a place with abundant water and grass, the victims voluntarily stayed. In the end, there were less than 50 victims following the Huangfu, and most of them were orphans. Chapter 39, Despair. The further south you go, the more bumpy the road becomes. Just one mountain, and it took 3 days to walk around the rugged mountain road. The mountain road was too narrow, and Lin Yi's carriage was too wide, so he could only throw it off the cliff, so as not to block the way for the people behind him. In the end, you either walk, or ride a donkey, or just lie on the grain cart, biting dogtail grass in your mouth, and nibbling it all day long. This is not a vassal state. It's clearly heading to the ends of the earth. On the 17th day, Lin Yi finally gave up all his fantasies. Along the way, there were only weeds and trees, not to mention towns, not even a shadow of a person. This was his fiefdom. The only consolation was that eating fruits was free. Wild lychees, rambutans, and tangerines were everywhere. But because there was no human intervention, they tasted a bit bitter. Song Chung said, Your Highness, we will arrive in a few more days. In fact, he felt guilty. Except for a lieutenant who had followed the Southern Expedition Army to Sanha. The others knew almost nothing about Sanha. Day after day, Lin Yi sighed. He smelled his body, and it smelled fishy. Without knowing the local hydrology and finding no one to ask, he dared not go down to the river to bathe easily. After walking for a few days, he met a team of salt smugglers. Lin Yi felt very friendly when he suddenly met people. But the other party was like a great enemy. Dropped the goods, and fled into the mountains. Lin Yi smiled helplessly, opened the sack, grabbed a handful of rough salt grains, pinched one grain in his mouth and tasted it, but spit it out as soon as it entered his mouth. There were too many impurities, and it made his teeth ache. Shinchu said, Your Majesty, those who smuggle salt should be executed. Lin Yi said calmly. Among all the civil and military officials in the court, there are only a few who do not smuggle salt. Why don't you try to execute them? There was one more thing he didn't say. Sanha is his, and the king's Sanha. We should use Lian law here. Did he agree? Shinchu was timid and dared not speak. After Lin Yi's convoy gradually went away, a dozen salt smugglers dared to slowly emerge from the jungle, looked around and walked onto the road. Seeing that there was not a bag of salt missing from the cart, they fell into confusion. Is there such a fool in the world? They don't know how to pick up salt when they have money. Salt is transported to prosperous places, and 1 pound can be sold for 20 coins. After crossing the rolling mountains, on the vast plains, they gradually saw people. Every few dozen miles, they would encounter a market town. Although the scale was not large, the inns could not accommodate many people, but eating and replenishing fodder were not a problem. Most people lived in wooden sheds, and were poorly dressed. When trading with them, the change actually included copper coins from the previous dynasty, and even the treasure notes issued during the founding period, which were more than 200 years old, which had been kept for too long and were broken without care. In the capital, 1 ounce of silver can be exchanged for 1,000 copper coins. But here it can be exchanged for less than 700. The difference is huge. When we arrived at Baiyun City, Sanha Prefecture, it was already the first day of September, and the temperature was still high. Baiyun City is called Baiyun City because there is a mountain called Baiyun Mountain next to it. It is a bit inappropriate to call it a city, because there are no city walls, only a few crisscrossing streets, which are not as good as the towns in the Jiangnan area. When a group of strangers suddenly broke in, the bustling streets suddenly became quiet. They stopped, stood on the side of the road, and looked at the team curiously. The tall Lieutenant Balkue whispered, "Your Highness, Shinchu has already notified the Commander-in-Chief here. It is estimated that Lord Xie will be back soon. He is 47 years old this year. He came here with the Southern Expedition Army 10 years ago, and served as a guide for everyone along the way." Lenny smiled and said, "Commander Xie Zan seems to be an old acquaintance of this king." Balkue reminded, "Your Highness, the Sanha Commander-in-Chief has no commander, nor a deputy governor. Lord Xie Zan is the deputy governor of the prison, and is the 9th rank, the highest official here." Lenny said, "Is the 9th rank the highest?" Balkue said, "The Sanha Commander-in-Chief is mainly responsible for managing exiled prisoners, except for the Tongji Siu. The remaining warehouses, grassland ambassadors, and deputy envoys had no ranks." It was noon. The sun was at its peak. A group of old men who were running hard were covered in the dust in front. "Sir Xie, slowed down. I'm not in a hurry to eat lunch." Lenny rode a donkey and walked slowly towards him. Sharp gong sounds rang out, louder and louder. Hong suddenly shouted, "Here comes the king! Everyone stay out of the way!" Before Xie Zan and others came close, they knelt down and shouted, "Long live the king! Long live the king!" Most of the people watching the excitement were ignorant, and a few people saw Xie Zan kneeling down and knelt down as well. One person infected 2 others, and then a large group of people knelt down, and finally everyone knelt down. Lenny, who was riding on a donkey, was serious for once, and said in a tone that he thought was majestic, "Stand up." "Thank you, Your Majesty." Xie Zan stood up and said, "Your Majesty, no need to say more about greetings." Lenny looked at this group of white-haired old men, and he really couldn't get excited. He smiled and said, "Take me to my residence quickly. The sun is too strong. I can't stand it any longer." "Yes." Hearing Lenny say this, Xie Zan turned around and rode on an old horse that was so thin that only skin and bones were left, and led the way. 7 or 8 old men in ragged clothes were quite agile, panting and trotting behind. Lenny was worried about them, fearing that one of them would get a stitch in the side. After walking about a mile, they finally stopped in front of an earthen courtyard, on which was nailed a wooden board with the words Dizahuashisi written on it. Xie Zan dismounted and hurriedly said, "Your Majesty, please." With the help of Hong Ying, Lin Yi dismounted from the donkey and walked through the low gate into the courtyard. A dozen chickens fluttered around in the courtyard, and a big black dog barked at Lin Yi and others. A hen flew down from the courtyard wall. Shin Chu reacted quickly and hit it far away with his scabbard, otherwise it would have hit Lin Yi. But Lin Yi was not much better, and he stepped on chicken shit. "I don't know the exact date when the prince will be here," Xie Zan said with a wry smile. "I didn't prepare in advance." Lin Yi glanced at the adobe houses at the end and said dully, "I won't look at your command department, or just go directly to my mansion." "Prince," Xie Zan said bitterly, "Sana has neither the prefect nor the county magistrate. As the co-magistrate of the prison, I am in charge of." Lin Yi interrupted directly, "Don't talk so much nonsense. Tell me, do I have a mansion or not? Give me a straight answer." Xie Zan just lowered his head and said nothing. Lin Yi was as disappointed as death. "Where does the prince live?" Lin Yi asked unwillingly. Xie Zan bowed and said, "If your majesty does not mind, the command office can temporarily serve as your majesty's residence. I would rather sleep on the street than live in your shabby house." Lin Yi turned around and left in anger. Chapter 40 No Man's Land. "Your Majesty." Xie Zan couldn't catch up even after chasing him. Lin Yi left the commandery, and not long after, looking at the long line behind him, said unhappily, "Why are you following me?" "Your Majesty." Shin Chu and the others were so aggrieved that they couldn't speak. "Didn't you say that it's better to sleep on the street than to live in that hellhole? What does this mean now?" Lin Yi said unhappily. "Leave a few people to follow me, and the others rest there, eat something, and feed the animals." After mumbling a few words, he strolled around under the curious eyes of the local residents. Low thatched houses and wooden shacks were scattered on both sides of a river called Shijiang River. The only way to travel between the two sides was by sampan. The tallest building was a stone temple. Looking at Baiyun Mountain from a distance, one could see the tall spire. The bumpy dirt road was dusty under the sun, and Lin Yi coughed all the way. It didn't take long for him to visit this so-called Baiyun city. Moreover, in just a short while, he encountered at least 10 gang fights, and the number of participants was at least 4 or more. It was completely lawless. He found a restaurant. Flies were flying around on the chopping board. The meat on it was black. He couldn't guess what kind of meat it was. His stomach was growling, and he couldn't help but randomly order some, and swallowed it with his eyes closed. Anyway, this was basically how he got here. He wasn't as pretentious as he was at the beginning. After eating, the sun was setting. On the gray street, more people suddenly poured out. Wherever Lenny went, he was inevitably watched. Are they all so idle? The only inn in Bayonne City only had one large bunk bed, which could accommodate dozens of people. Before Lenny even walked in, he smelled a disgusting stench and turned away. Is this a place where people can sleep? Sleeping outside? He had had enough of the wilderness in the past few days. He was not afraid of sleeping with a gauze tent. But people have 3 urgent needs. He couldn't sleep under the gauze tent. Right? If he stayed outside for a while, he could slap down a large group of mosquitoes with a slap. Each of them was very big. The next day, there was basically no good place to put my butt. Unconsciously, I returned to the commandery again. Looking back, this is actually a clear stream in Bayonne City. At least there is a stone slab in the middle of the yard for entering and exiting, so you don't have to worry about getting muddy when it rains. There are tiles on the roof, so it won't leak. There is also a special kitchen, so cooking is not a problem. Although these old men are wearing shabby clothes, they are clean and hygienic after all. They are all cultured people. Your Highness, Siezon said with a smile, I have already prepared a place for you to live. After careful consideration, I really cannot refuse your kindness. Lenny entered the main hall, which was barely clean and bright, and said with a smile, Thank you for your hard work over the years. Your Highness. Siezon was a Genshur, and was initially appointed as a compiler in the Hanlin Academy. In the 5th year of Longda, he entered the Wenyuan Pavilion with Prime Minister Chi Yong and others, participated in the affairs of the government, and was later promoted to the right Vice Minister of the Ministry of War. This person is a good man in the court, who never offends anyone. The bad thing is that he is too comfortable in his position, and cannot resist the jealousy of others, so he was accused of secretly appearing with the prince, and lacking the courtesy of a minister. He was demoted to this desolate wilderness, and it has been 8 years. I will just spend the rest of my life here. Siezon's wrinkled face looked almost the same as an old farmer in the countryside. Thank you, sir, for being modest. Lenny naturally would not take such words seriously. Anyone who has been demoted but has not resigned is hoping that the emperor will call them back one day when he has a change of heart. Lenny thought for him. He was still quite pitiful. Seeing Lenny looking at the 7 old men behind him, Siezon hurriedly pulled over a thin, short, white-haired old man and said, Prince this is Chandishing, who was once the left censor-in-chief. Lenny had never heard of this name, but still bowed and said, I have heard of you for a long time. I have heard of you for a long time. Greetings to Prince Chandishing was about to kneel down. Don't be so polite. Lenny quickly put his arm around him, and didn't let him kneel down. He asked curiously, What is your current position? Lord Chen? Chandishing said, I was sent here as a soldier, and I have no position. I am grateful for your care. I am currently working in the warehouse. Siezon pointed to an old man with a beard that dragged down to his chest and said, Prince this is Chao Hung, who was once the Guanglu doctor. Then he pulled over an old man with one eye blind and said, This is Wang Qingbang, who was once the Minister of Personnel. Lenny didn't interrupt him. After listening to his introduction, he had one idea. They were all unlucky. The most unlucky one was the gap-toothed old man in front of him. He Jixiang, the former governor of the Beijing camp. After Emperor Yongguang passed away, Emperor Delong ascended the throne and issued a general amnesty. However, not only was he not pardoned, but Emperor Delong also deliberately added a sentence, no pardon if pardoned. How badly did this offend Emperor Delong? Lenny took the teacup from Mingwa and sat down, crossing his legs and asked, Then Lord Xia, how many people are there in the commandery? Xia praised, Your Highness, there are only 8 of us. 8 people? Lenny couldn't believe it. Siezon explained. 10 years ago, the barbarian Li Fu of Ahsoka ascended the throne and stopped paying tribute. He swallowed up our Sana land, and the emperor was furious. General Mei Jingji led his army south. This command department originally had 200 people, most of whom followed the army. We are too old. So we are exempted from conscription. Lin Yi was even more puzzled. So there was no recruitment? Xiazan said. Not long after the southern expedition, Wadden started to make trouble again. And then Chuanzhou rebelled. Since then, all those who were exiled went to the northern frontier, or Chuanzhou. In the past 10 years, no one has been seen in Sanhe. A word suddenly popped up in Lin Yi's mind, the lost land. He felt a little regretful. Before coming here, he thought that the mountains were high and the emperor was far away, facing the sea in spring, raising flowers, walking the dog. It was good. When he really came here, he found that everything was not that simple. In other words, this is a no-man's land? Lin Yi still asked unwillingly. And the prince? The commander-in-chief has not received food and salary for almost 3 years. And we dare not leave without permission. Xiazan pointed to the chickens in the yard when he said this. We can only make a living on our own and barely get by. Lin Yi sighed and returned to the bedroom that Xiazan arranged for him. It was called a bedroom, but it only had a wooden bed and farm tools piled up in the corner. Mingwei wanted to add more quilts, but he refused, fearing that she would die of heat. The paper on the window had long fallen off, leaving only the wooden frame that was about to fall apart. Zixia was sticking it up with glue and paper. Lin Yi said, "It's almost done. We can make do with it for a few days, and then we can build a house ourselves, which will be 10 times bigger than the one in Ankang City." He was reborn, not to suffer. Chapter 41 CD Room. After Mingwei made the bed, she took out mudwort and lit it. The room was filled with smoke for a while. Just then, Xiazan appeared at the door and invited Lin Yi to a banquet. In the main hall, 2 lane tables were put together, with 4 plates of vegetables, 2 large pottery jars, and a pot of wine. Lin Yi approached the pottery jar, and saw that it was stewed chicken and pork ribs. Xiazan said, "Your Highness, this is a remote place, and there is really nothing we can offer you. I hope your Highness will forgive me." Lin Yi smiled and said, "Please take a seat. Everyone, you are not outsiders. I am new here, and I will rely on you in the future. Your Highness is too polite." The former Guanglu doctor, the long-bearded Chao Heng, picked up the wine pot and filled Lin Yi's glass first. "This wine is brewed by Bianjing. Although it is not as good as the jade wine in the capital, it is also good. Your Highness can try it." Lin Yi smiled and said, "Oh, Mr. Bian also knows how to brew wine?" His eyes inevitably looked at the former Minister of Works, who presided over the construction of the palace in the capital, and the construction of the tomb of Emperor Yongguang. This old gentleman was also unlucky. Just because he was a member of the prince's party during the reign of Emperor Yongguang, he was naturally disliked by Emperor Delong. As soon as the mausoleum of Emperor Yongguang was completed, Emperor Delong found a reason for embezzlement to send this Minister of Works to exile and military service. "Your Highness, my maternal grandfather was a winemaker. I learned a little from him since I was a child. I didn't expect that I would need it when I was old." Bianjing had the same number of teeth as Wang Qingbang. He spoke with a lisp and was slurred. Lin Yi had a hard time listening to him. Lin Yi said, "Mr. Bian, there is no need to be so modest. Since I have no place to live at present, I will naturally build one. There are still many places where I can trouble you." Naturally, Lin Yi had his eyes on him. It was no problem for him to build a palace, let alone a palace for him. Bianjing bowed and said, "As long as it is useful to you, my humble servant will do anything for you." Lin Yi nodded with satisfaction, and then raised his glass and said, "I toast you all." He drank it all in one gulp. He took a bite of the dish, and as soon as his teeth closed, he felt something was wrong, and his teeth were clenched. But watching the old man eating happily, was it because of my bad luck that I only picked up a vegetable with gravel? After spitting out the vegetable in my teeth, I didn't give up and picked up another one, but it was astringent as soon as it entered my mouth. Xiazan put down his chopsticks and said, "Your Highness, this is sea salt. Your Highness will get used to it after eating it for a while." "This is not called getting used to. You are asking for trouble. I will never get used to it in my life." Lin Yi felt a little regretful. I should not have stopped Mingwei and Zixia from cooking. They both brought fine salt. Such sea salt, not afraid of short life, but afraid of stones, Xiazan said. Baiyan City is remote, and relatively poor. There are few merchants coming here. Even if there are merchants coming here, there is basically no fine salt. Baiyan City produces sea salt, and salt smugglers often come here to buy salt and sell it. Lin Yi smiled, and said nothing more. After all, He is an online writer, and he reads online literature the most. In online literature, there are people who teach how to make fine salt, brew wine, make glass and gunpowder, soap, and drill wood to make fire, if not 1,000. At least 500, 1 nitrate, 2 sulfur, and 3 charcoal. It must be cooked thoroughly. I couldn't eat the vegetables, but the wine was okay, so I drank 2 more glasses. Then he ate a bowl of rice. The salt in the earthenware soup had settled. He scooped a little soup from the top, picked up 2 pieces of chicken, and ate a little. He was tired after a whole day, and was very sleepy. He had no time to chat with the old men. He fell asleep as soon as he entered the house. He slept soundly all night. You slept so well. Lenny yawned, stretched, looked at the sun hanging high at the door, and asked, "What time is it?" Mingwei handed over a towel and said, "Your Highness, it's just past the hour of C." After Lenny wiped his face and rinsed his mouth, he naturally took the teacup and said lightly, "Have you slept for so long?" Mingwei nodded, and then said, "Your Highness, are you having dinner now? This is not the capital now. Don't make so many rules." Lenny sighed. She said angrily, "This is clearly eating bran and vegetables. It's all my fault. It has nothing to do with you. You are the ones who have suffered with me." Lenny rolled his eyes at her and said, "I was too sleepy last night and didn't have time to care about other things. Where did Shinchu and the others sleep?" Zixia smiled and said, "Your Highness, there is an abandoned hay warehouse in the back. Commander Shin and the others are sleeping on the hay there." "Your Highness, speak of the devil." Shinchu suddenly appeared at the door. "You guys eat something, and then invite Lord Xie to come up, and we'll go grab some land." He didn't want to delay the construction of the mansion for even a day. The sooner he could move in, the sooner he could enjoy it. Shin Chuing said, turned around and left. Lunch was made by Mingwei, and Lenny wolfed down a lot of it. After eating, the sun was scorching. Even the locals hid in their houses, and didn't want to go out, but Lenny rode a donkey with old men like Hong Ying and Xie Zan to select a site for the palace. "I want to build it by the sea." In his previous life, he lived to be over 30 years old, and he had never seen the sea, so he yearned for it very much. After rebirth, he had thought about it. In this life, he would build a sea view house no matter what. He lived the poetic life of his dreams. He completed his unfinished wish in his previous life. Even if it was a typhoon, he would accept it. "No, Your Majesty," Xie Zan said hurriedly. "This place is still 100 miles away from the coast. It will take 4 or 5 days to get there. The residents are all fishermen, salt smugglers, and even pirates. Even if Your Majesty wants to build a mansion there, I'm afraid he won't even be able to find the manpower." "Is that so?" Lenny was stunned. He was not the kind of stubborn person who would go to a dead end. Since it was impossible now, then he would think of a way later. Under the sun, they walked along the river bank for more than 3 hours. The road was full of weeds, which tripped the donkey's feet and made it difficult to walk. The grass in front of them became deeper and deeper, and it was taller than a person. The bottom was almost entirely muddy and swampy. No matter if it was a person or an animal who fell into it, there was basically no need to think about getting out of it, and they would definitely die. Everyone had to go back. Finally, Lenny stopped at a tributary of the Shijiang River, pointing to a large flat open space covered with weeds in front of him. He said, "This is where I have decided to stay. It is large, has a wide view, is close to a water source, and has no residents or fields around it. So even the cost of demolition can be saved." "Your Highness is wise," Yanjing said with a smile. "This place is backed by mountains and faces the water, and it is not an exaggeration to say that it is a feng shui treasure land." Lenny said, "Then this matter will be all yours. As for the money, don't worry. I will not be short of it. Just follow your mind. I will definitely live up to your trust." Yanjing smiled so hard that his gums were exposed. Back at the command headquarters, Lenny personally drew an ideal plan with charcoal. He didn't care about the mansion, but the surrounding area had to be equipped with commercial streets, schools, orphanages, etc. "Prince, you are following the city." Yanjing was shocked. Lenny shook his head and said, "It's not a city. I won't build high walls. You should build the mansion first, and the rest will be discussed later. But you have to leave a place for it." No one would believe it. There was not a single school in the whole state. Those with good conditions would run a private school. and the 7 or 8 children in it were all related. Lenny also took a look out of curiosity. The old man couldn't even speak Mandarin correctly, and the teaching effect was limited to the children being able to recognize a few words. However, the day after Lenny posted the recruitment notice for building the mansion, a group of people gathered around to see it, but still few people could recognize all the words. In the end, Xiezon read the notice once, and then explained it in the local dialect, and everyone finally understood what it meant. Lenny looked at those ignorant children, and his heart softened all of a sudden. The abandoned animal shed of the Duzahuashishi was renovated and used as a school. In this way, the first private school in Sanha was established. Xiezon, the former great talent, served as a teacher. In a prosperous place, if you don't have 3,000 taels a year, you can hire him as a teacher. The only thing you didn't expect was that after waiting for 3 days, except for the dozen orphans who had reached school age that he brought with him, only 2 or 3 kittens came to sign up. Xiezon smiled bitterly. Your Highness, Sanha is poor, and children have to help with work at the age of 5 or 6. Free tuition. 3 meals provided. Lenny gritted his teeth and used his ultimate move. As expected, the registration was enthusiastic. More than 100 children were recruited in half a day, and many of them could not walk. There were cries everywhere. 3 meals a day. Only a fool would not send a child. The little boy would eat his father out of money, and it was not worthwhile to leave the child at home. There was no reason for them to be unhappy when a big fool from Oncom City came to help them raise the child. Lin Yi was thinking about how to collect the interest from these people as soon as possible. He was a vassal king. He had the attribute of exploitation from the moment he was born. Chapter 42 Heartbroken. But something happened that Lin Yi could not have imagined. In the morning, the classroom converted from the barn was packed with people. After lunch, it would be empty. The children all ran to the riverbank to graze the animals. When it was almost time for dinner, it was suddenly full again. Some parents even took their children's rice bowls and took a few bites of it, arguing that their children were wasteful. Since there was no limit on the amount of rice, when the children's bowls were empty, they would continue to fill them up at the instigation of their parents. Lenny wanted to sigh. People's hearts are no longer the same as they used to be. But he suddenly found himself in ancient times. Xiezon had no choice but to have people build a fence around the outside of the school, and no one was allowed to enter. Students were not allowed to go out before school was over. Some parents weighed the pros and cons between 3 meals and herding livestock, and took their children out and stopped them from going to school. Sanha had no government office, no court officials, which meant that they had no household registration. To put it bluntly, they were illegal residents. What was the point of a legal resident studying? Could they still participate in the provincial, and palace examinations and become the top scorer? Besides, since the beginning of time, Sanha had never held provincial examinations. People in Sanha, who are a little more respectable, will eventually choose to send their children to Huizhou in the west and Nanzhou in the north. Lin Yi was focused on his own palace, and for the school teaching, he had no time to take care of it for the time being, so after giving the money, he left it to Xiezon to worry about. 40 or 50 people had been hired to build the palace, and their daily work was to cut trees, cut stones, and level the road. Should we dig the foundation? Lin Yi was anxious. He had lived in the shabby house of the commandery for 8 days, and it was enough. Start construction earlier. Finish construction earlier. Can we move out earlier? Don't worry, Your Majesty. The Enjing stroked his beard, and said with a wise look, at the end of each year, there will be slightly larger merchants coming to Sanha. At that time, I can ask them to buy lime, planes, saw blades, pins, etc. At this time next year, it will not be too late to arrange people to dig kilns and burn bricks. It will probably be time to start construction. Next year. Looking at the smug old man, Lin Yi's face turned black. If he hadn't considered the other person's age and couldn't leave him, he would have kicked him. He was just teasing a monkey. Don't worry, Your Majesty. The Enjing was talking to himself, and didn't see Lin Yi's face at all. He said loudly, I will do my best to complete the project within 10 years. At this point, he couldn't help dancing with joy. Sanha is an uninhabited place, surrounded by mountains and seas. If you let others do it, it will take at least 20 years. 10 years. Lin Yi trembled. Can you be sure that I won't become a savage by then? He was so stupid. Why didn't he ask about the construction period? Your Majesty? Bian-Jing was still puzzled. What's there to be unhappy about? Sanha has no roads, so it can't compare with prosperous places. What about taking the sea route? Lenny understood it. The words were the same. In Sanha, a ghost place, you may not be able to spend money even if you have money. Bian-Jing pointed to the sampan boat paths on both sides of the river bank. Sanha is poor. There are no merchant ships. Only sampans like this. Maybe pirates have 3-masted ships. Lenny sneered. We can't build them ourselves, so it's okay if someone gives them to us. Your Highness. What do you mean? Bian-Jing didn't understand. Lenny stepped on the weedy river bank, threw the fishhook into the river, and then leaned against a big tree and shouted, Shen-Chu. I'm here. Shen-Chu, who was hiding in the shade on the side, suddenly appeared. Whether I will eat meat or vegetables in the future depends on you. At this moment, Lenny was really inconsolable, and even spoke with a crying tone. I will die for you, Shen-Chu said hurriedly. Your Majesty, just give me your orders. Hey, take a few brothers who are good at swimming, and find a sampan. Lenny gritted his teeth and said, You go and meet these pirates for me. They have boats. Your Majesty, please rest assured. These pirates will bow down to you and offer their big boats when they hear your reputation. Shen-Chu was very excited. He was almost sick from being idle in this hellhole for so many days. Since there is something to do right now, it couldn't be better. I think so too. Luohan quickly agreed. Lenny said, Go ahead. Whether they are willing to offer the boat is a small matter. Your lives are more important, Shen-Chu said confidently. Don't worry, Your Majesty. I won't take a mere thief seriously. I will set off now. If he was not a guard, and had no marks of the palace, he would have served in the army with his current skills, or even as a secret guard, and he would have been successful long ago. Lenny waved his hand and said, Don't worry for now. You need to find a guide who knows the route well first, so that you don't get lost when you can't find the pirates. Shen-Chu said, These subordinates will be saved. After Shen-Chu left, Lenny sat under a tree and caught 2 crucian carps, a dace, and a sea catfish, all of which were quite big. He smiled and said to Bian-Jing beside him, You can have a snack tonight. Steam it, braise it, stew it, and try something different. Your Highness is wise, Bian-Jing said with a smile. I am stupid. If I want to eat this fish, I have to spend money to buy it, Lenny said with a smile. Don't talk about whether you are wise or not. Now, you are just a phoenix with feathers falling off. Not even as good as a chicken. Starting tomorrow, dig the foundation for me and build a house. Don't interrupt me. Just listen to me. Forget about pavilions, towers, carved beams, and painted buildings. No matter whether you use bricks, stones, or wood, you must build me a house that people can live in within a month. Did you hear that clearly? It can be lived in. It doesn't leak when it rains or blows. Bian-Jing was stunned for a moment and said, Your Majesty, this is too unfair to you. Lenny said unhappily, Is it not unfair to let me live in your broken thatched house for 10 years? How did this guy get the position of Minister of Works? Or has he stayed here for too long and his brain has rusted? Bian-Jing hesitated and said, If your Majesty really doesn't mind, use bricks and stones, lime and glutinous rice. Lenny said, Why glutinous rice? Use clay. It's not in vain to read so many online articles. Bian-Jing's eyes lit up, and he smiled. Your Highness, this method is good. I haven't used it yet, so I can give it a try, but it will be difficult to transport the lime in a few months. Sanha is so big, there can't be no limestone. Right? Yes. Then go and bring it back and calcine it yourself. 50 miles to the south, there is an Eta mountain, although it's not far. The road is blocked. Then open the road. Lenny said fiercely. What are you waiting for? If they don't come for a year, will they not repair the house for a year? But the cost? Fill the puddles on the road, cut the weeds, and level the rocks. How much does it cost? Besides, it doesn't matter if it costs money. Lenny is just afraid that he has money but nowhere to spend it. Your Highness is right. Bian-Jing nodded, which was considered as an agreement. Chapter 43. The mountains and rivers smile. The vast sea laughs, the tide surge on both sides, up and down with the waves. Remember only today, the sky laughs, the tide surge in the world, Who wins and who loses, God knows. The mountains and rivers laugh. The mist and rain are far away, the waves wash away the world's beauty, the heroic spirit is left with a lap of sunset. Lenny caught 2 giant croakers in a row, and was in a good mood. A ray of setting sun spread over the water. Half of the river was rustling and half of the river was red. I couldn't help singing a song. Mingwei, Zixia and others had long been accustomed to it, but they had no expression on their faces. Only Bianjing and Chendishing. He Jixiang and others were full of admiration. Chendishing said, although the lyrics of the prince are a little simple, they are profound and impressive. Who will win or lose? God knows. Good. 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 Finally, he shouted good several times in excitement. It's just a song. What's the value of it? Lenny was really afraid that he had a heart attack and burst a blood vessel. You are responsible for drawing people from my guards and recruiting some honest local villagers. You have full authority, and think about how to clean up the chaotic situation in Baiyun City. The big bully the small. The majority oppress the minority. The strong bully the weak. What a mess this is. This king still hopes that one day he can walk safely on the street alone. There are not many people in Baiyun City. A total of 10,000 people is not bad. But in just these few days, Lenny knows of 3 murder cases. The worst one is a family of 7. No one survived. Even the baby was not spared. Lenny saw it at the time, and was so angry that he didn't sleep all night. And he ordered the guards to hunt down the villains everywhere. As for fighting, there were countless of them. In any case, Sanhe, Baiyun City must have rules. His Lin Yi's rules. After arriving in Baiyun City, Chendishing did a good job in settling refugees and orphans. So Lin Yi naturally felt relieved to leave this matter to him. Chendishing bowed and said seriously, kill the bandits and traitors. And kill the you people for goods. I know you are good at it. Please say something I can understand. Lin Yi interrupted without hesitation. Chendishing's excitement stopped abruptly, and he could only smile and say, it is the right thing to guard the gate and beat the drums to wait for the invaders. Suddenly seeing Lin Yi's expression, he lowered his head awkwardly. And he didn't finish his words after all. Since this prince he came to Sanhe, these well-read scholars have been confused about what to say. Lin Yi rolled his eyes at him and said, go on. Don't hide anything. Chendishing said cautiously. It is not Lord Xiazan's duty to arrest thieves and wicked criminals. If it gets to the ears of His Majesty, it may cause trouble. Lin Yi snorted coldly. Just say I don't have the right. Why don't you keep talking in circles? Chendishing smiled awkwardly. Your Highness is wise. Lin Yi said. According to the treatment of the vassal king I am. Can't we have a guard team of 2,000 to 3,000 people? Chendishing nodded. Of course. Lin Yi smiled. My third brother, Prince Yong, has 100,000 soldiers. How can I compare to him? For the sake of my safety, expanding the guard team and maintaining the security of Baiyun City. What's wrong with that? Besides, he has become so miserable. What can the emperor do to him? Chendishing smiled. I understand. Lin Yi patted his shoulder and said, you don't understand. Mr. Chen, I heard that when you were the left censor-in-chief, you even dared to report He Jin. It seems that he said something like, I believe that the duty of a minister is to know but not speak, and to speak and touch upon taboos, and to also be put to death. Why do people get more timid as they get older? Chendishing laughed bitterly. Otherwise, how could a guilty minister fall to this point? Lin Yi smiled and said, write a rule for me later, and then post it. There must be rules for Sanhe. For someone like him, who has been influenced by modern civilization. He cannot tolerate such a messy environment. If no change is made, even human life will be a torment. Farewell, Your Highness. Looking at Lin Yi's receding back, Chendishing burst into tears. After Lin Yi crossed 2 streets with his hands behind his back, humming a little tune, Luohan suddenly came over and said, Your Highness, look. Lin Yi looked in the direction pointed by Luohan, and saw a big man standing under a big tree, waving at them. What's his name? The tiger skin on the big man left a deep impression on Lin Yi, but he couldn't remember his name for a while. Luohan said, his name is Qin Hu, the bandit who blocked our way and robbed us. Lin Yi nodded and walked to the tree. He first looked at the old lady and a little girl of about 11 or 12 years old, who were resting on a stone. The black dust stuck to the little girl's face, and it was hard to tell what she was in front of her. But her eyes were particularly lively. Your Highness. Qin Hu grinned. I came to find you. Who is this? Lenny pointed at the white-haired old lady and the little girl. Chin-Hu said. This is my mother, this is my sister. Lenny asked. Then what do you want to see me for? Chin-Hu said with a bitter face. Your Highness, you don't know. Since you left, Go Lao Han has been venting his anger on me, looking for me everywhere, and offering a reward of 100 taels. I can't stay in Nanzhou any longer. I have to leave. So I'm here to seek refuge with you. Your Highness. Hey. Lenny turned to Luohan and said. Arrange a place for them to live. If it weren't for the old lady and little girl behind this guy, Lenny wouldn't care about him anyway. Luohan said. Your Highness. It's not appropriate to keep such a person. Right. Lenny said. Don't talk nonsense. Luohan could only respond in a sullen manner. Chin-Hu said happily. Thank you. Your Highness. Turning around, he said to the uneasy old lady. Mom, I'm right. Isn't it? With my son's ability, there's no place where he can't make a living. Lin Yi's eyes twitched, and he turned and left. After returning to the commandery, Chin-Hu ran over again after just drinking a cup of tea. Your Highness, if you need me? Chin-Hu. Just say it. Chin-Hu laughed. I, Chin-Hu, am also a big shot in Nanzhou. Humph. Lin Yi was too lazy to pay attention to him. Your Highness, don't look down on me. Chin-Hu pointed at Luohan and said loudly. You have seen my ability. Ordinary people can't do anything to me easily. Luohan was furious and jumped out and said. Thief. If you have the guts, come and fight your grandfather for 300 rounds. Chin-Hu said. Come on. Grandpa is afraid of you. The knife he had just taken out of his waist fell to the ground with a thud. And he flew out of the house and sat on the ground, screaming in pain. Song Chung scolded. How dare you use a weapon in front of the prince? You dare to hit someone in front of the prince? Chin-Hu covered his stomach with his hands, looking indignant. Okay. Stop arguing. My head hurts. Lenny looked at Chin-Hu and said. You said you have the ability. Then go and do something for me. Chin-Hu said. Your Majesty, just tell me what you want to do. I am also a loyal person. Lenny teased. Lead him to Shinchu. Who knows? He might be a sea dragon. Send this guy away. Out of sight. Out of mind. Before Chin-Hu could react, he was pushed out of the house by Song Chung. Chapter 44 Letting Myself Go. When Luohan saw Chin-Hu being humiliated, he stood there happily. Lenny gave him a look, and he ran away in a hurry. The room hadn't been quiet for long, and the black-haired terrier and the yellow-haired dog started to make a fuss again. One relied on his strong body to tease, and the other refused to give in. They were younger, but they were not inferior in momentum, and they bared their teeth. A male and a female can also fight. Lenny kicked the terrier angrily. You deserve to be a single dog for the rest of your life. You can't even pick up girls. The terrier was kicked with his back turned, and ran out of the room aggrieved, and went to play with the old black dog of the Du Command. Hong'an picked up the little yellow dog, bowed his head and said, I'm sorry, Your Majesty. Lenny smiled and said, Don't say sorry. You are just too worried. He realized for the first time that it was not a good thing for children to be too sensible. It would make them feel that they were born to atone for their sins, and owed the whole world. Hong'an bowed his head and said nothing. Minghui touched her head with pity and said, It's not like the old capital here. You should wash your hair more frequently. Hong'an said, Sister, I know. He glanced at Lin Yi and left with the little yellow dog. Lin Yi shook his head helplessly, took a sip of tea and continued. How come there is no news about that living ancestor? Before entering Baiyun City, when Zhao Yi separated from them, saying that she had something to do, and her whereabouts are still unknown. He was not worried about Wen Zhaoyi's life safety, but he should be worried about others. He was just curious. What could happen to Wen Zhaoyi, who had stayed in the Deep Palace for a lifetime? Hong'an shook his head to indicate that he didn't know. Lenny didn't expect him to know. He just asked casually. At night, the stars were shining brightly. Lenny tossed and turned, unable to sleep. Just as he was about to drink some water, the candle on the table was lit. Lenny smiled and said, Sorry, I woke you up. No matter how he asked. Minghui and Zixiao insisted on sleeping on the floor in his room. There were many villains in Baiyun City, and they wanted to protect him. At this time, Lenny realized that he was a useless person. A man actually needed a woman's protection. Your Highness. Mingwe put the chair in front of him straight, waited for Lin Yi to sit down, and handed him a bottle of boiled water. Lin Yi asked, "No one has been sick recently, right? This is a hot and humid area, so everyone must be hygienic," Zixia said. "Doctor Hu is watching over all of this, and everyone is doing fine." Lin Yi drank a sip of boiled water, took the handkerchief, wiped the sweat off his forehead, and said with a smile, "I was prepared to endure hardships, but I didn't expect it to be so hard. I want you to suffer as well. If you are willing now, I will arrange for someone to take you back." The two of them knelt down. Mingwe said, "I am willing to follow the prince for the rest of my life." Zixia followed. "It will be the same even without the prince in the capital. People like us are just meat on the chopping board." In her eyes, even the idiot Hu Longzhong understood the truth. How could they not understand it? So what if a woman knows martial arts? She is still a woman, facing the real powerful. They are still powerless to resist. Lin Yi said, "People, in life, the most important thing is to be happy. If you are not happy, you don't have to force yourself." Mingwe said, "As long as I can follow the prince, I will be happy." Lin Yi said, "I don't like chatting with you. You just say boring words. Is there anything new?" Zixia smiled and said, "I find that the prince has been more comfortable since he came to Sanha than in the capital." Lin Yi touched his chin and said, "Yes? Am I a servile person who is happy to suffer?" Mingwe covered her mouth and laughed. "Your Highness, you are joking again. I have already noticed that Sanha is more casual because he is free of restraint and scruples." Lin Yi nodded and said, "It seems to be true. In this ghost place, if I say the table is white, no one dares to say it is yellow." Thinking of his previous life, the highest official was the administrator of the Penguin Group, and the highest title was the pillar of the country. Who would have thought that he would be born a prince here? Not to mention that he has all his limbs intact. Now he is even the uncrowned king of the land. It's just like Mingwe said, no one is restraining him, he can completely let himself go. "You asked him if he was happy?" "Of course he answered that he was happy," Zixia said. "Your Highness, actually this place is pretty good. There are beautiful scenery that you can never get enough of, and there are all kinds of fruits that you can never eat enough. I heard that it's not cold here in winter, and you can wear whatever you want." Mingwe agreed. "Yes, Your Highness, the fruits here are really delicious, and you don't have to spend money to buy them. Moreover, I and Zixia no longer have to learn any rules, and we are extremely happy." Lin Yi said, "I have never set any rules for you." Mingwe smiled and said, "Your Majesty, please be merciful." The aunt who followed them from the palace to the Huang mansion was not so easy to talk to. She kept a close eye on them. Even if they did nothing wrong, she would deliberately find some faults. Otherwise, she, the aunt, would have no sense of existence. They dared not contradict them at all. Otherwise, if they got to concubine Yuan, they would have no choice but to leave the Huang mansion. But they couldn't say these words in front of the prince. Otherwise it would seem that they were blaming concubine Yuan for being an ignorant person. Thank God. This aunt couldn't stand the hardship on the way to Sanha, and returned on the pretext of illness. Now, she and Zixia don't know how carefree they are. The prince talked to them so much tonight, and the two of them simply let go. Less depressed than before. Lin Yi yawned and said, "It's too late. Go to sleep." After saying that, he fell on the bed, and his eyes never opened again all night. After getting up, after washing, finish, eat while eating, while watching Fang Pai and Hongyan who practice kung fu in the yard. Hongyan is aggressive, meticulous. Fang Pai is like a monkey. It's not honest for a moment. Hongyan does not pay attention. He will stretch a lazy waist, stranger your legs. Boy, dare to be lazy. Lin Yi pursed the tea waterway. "You don't work hard, the boss is sad." Fang Pai saw Hongyan looking at it. "Hurry up. Manager Hong, you rest assured, I will definitely not be the same as Wang Yi. I must work hard." "I know it. I know, when he was a kid, he learned to be afraid of suffering. Now there is no power to bind chickens." Lin Yi's hand holding the teacup trembled for a moment, and he shouted with a dark face, "Little Lingzi." Hongyan hurriedly bowed and said, "I'm here." He's still a child, and it's a good time for him to learn martial arts. Don't waste it. Lin Yi pointed at Fang Pai and said, "If you don't practice, you won't become a hero. Don't relax. Boy, you're rubbing salt into his wounds." "Yes." Hongyan agreed without hesitation. looking at Hong Ying slowly walking towards him. Fong Pai turned around and ran, and jumped out of the courtyard wall in a few steps. Hong Ying said lightly, "Hong Yin, get him back for master." Hong Yin jumped over the courtyard wall without hesitation and chased out. "Sister-in, I bought you fried fruit yesterday." "Oh! Don't hit me. Don't hit me." Then, Lenny only heard a scream. Chapter 45 School. Lenny changed into a short outfit before going out. The upper body is a white shirt with a small collar, and the lower body is a white crotch trousers designed by himself and tailored by Hong Ying. When he went out, he was almost no different from a coolie or a servant. The rich people all wore loose clothes and wide belts. But he didn't want to be such a rich person. Wearing such clothes would only make him uncomfortable. Why bother to save face and suffer in life? After leaving the gate of the commandery, he walked along the wall to the newly opened school, and heard the sound of Lang Lang reading from a long distance. Some late kids would occasionally run into the school gate. Without Xiezon saying anything, these kids would consciously stand at the gate, and soon they formed a long line. From time to time, they would turn their eyes to Xiezon, seeing when Mr. Xiezon would show mercy and let them enter the classroom. Seeing the familiar scene of standing in the corner, Lin Yi couldn't help but laugh. Sitting on the bare roots of a big banyan tree, looking at the old man smoking a dry pipe nearby, he habitually pinched a dogtail grass with his fingers and put it in his mouth, reciting silently, "Smoking is harmful to health." After Xiezon's class, He Jixiang came to take the physical education class that Lin Yi requested. This former governor of the Beijing camp, who had a long beard and could not walk steadily, turned the physical education class into a martial arts course. More than 100 children of different heights and weights hummed and hawed, and trampled the huge yard into dust. The head is upright, neither low nor high. The spirit is concentrated on the top of the head, and the whole body is lifted up. This is called lifting the top of the head. He Jixiang, who usually had no strength to speak, now spoke with a loud voice and was full of vigor. Facing the group of children in front of him, he seemed to have found the feeling of reviewing the troops in the autumn on the battlefield. When he was the governor of the Beijing camp, the dust spread outside the fence. It was too late to sit by the banyan tree, so he simply squatted under the eaves. He thought teaching martial arts was also good, at least more interesting than the 8th set of radio gymnastics. 1 + 1 = 1. 1 + 2 = 2. 1 + 3 = 3. 2 + 2 = 4. 2 + 3 = 6. Mingwei was in charge of the math class. She had been with Lin Yi since she was a child. Even though Lin Yi had never deliberately taught her in Zixia, she was still good at math by following him. If Song Chung was the chief financial officer, she and Zixia were equivalent to the auditors of the palace. There is no way to get away with a fake account from them. Her math class was the most lively. The idlers and rogues in Baiyun City had long figured out the pattern of her class. When the time came, they would circle around the fence. They had never seen such a beautiful woman in Baiyun City. She always aroused people's imagination, and they couldn't help but take a few more glances. The wooden fence was waist high. It could prevent gentlemen, but not villains. At first, some brave ones ran in to take a look. In the end, they were all thrown out without exception. Of course, some people were not convinced. How could they not beat a woman, with Azure Dragon on the left and White Tiger on the right? Before he could even announce his name in Baiyun City, he was kicked out of the door. There are still many people lying in bed unable to get up. Although they can't afford to offend this woman, it doesn't stop them from coming to take a look. Your Majesty, I have some free time today. Xiezon walked up to Lin Yi and bowed. Lin Yi smiled and said, "I'm idle anyway. Why not go out for a walk?" Xiezon said, "I wonder if the prince has any suggestions." Lin Yi said, "I said it. Do you dare to do it? Just say it." "My prince, I will do my best. Recruit some female students." Lin Yi said to himself while Xiezon was stunned. Baiyun City has few people to begin with. If girls learn something, they will be able to hold up half the sky in the future. Men and women have not sat at the same table or eaten together for 7 years. "Your prince? This is immoral," Xiezon said anxiously. "A girl who doesn't go out for 10 years will be taught by her mother, and she will weave hemp and process silk cocoons." Lin Yi said disdainfully, "You are talking about a daughter from an aristocratic family. Can a child from a poor family have such a good life? Look at those people herding cattle and sheep by the river. Are there not many girls?" "That being said," Xiezon said with a wry smile, "but it's not appropriate. If something goes wrong, It will damage the reputation of the prince. Reputation? How good is my reputation now? Lenny waved his hand and said, Okay, I won't make it difficult for you. Open a private school for girls. Don't you have a spare hay warehouse? Put it there. I don't care about the rest, Siazon said with a smile. That's all. In the golden autumn, the sun was not so hot. Lenny simply didn't rush back for lunch. Turning left and right on the street, he unexpectedly walked to the newly opened clinic of Hulu. The clinic was on the most prosperous street in the middle of Bayun City. It was a large stone house with broken tiles on the roof. The dust outside had already entered the house. Because he had been here too recently, he hadn't had time to set up the medicine cabinet. The herbs on the table were covered with cloth. Your Highness. Hulu hurriedly stood up from the chair and asked his wife to pour tea. Your work is pretty good. It's okay. Lenny sat down on the rattan chair and looked around the house curiously. This was his first time here. If it weren't for the quietness of Tu Xiazon's place, he really wanted to buy a big stone house nearby. At least it would be spacious. Your Highness. Hu Shirlu sighed. It's not that I want to complain. But look at you. In just these few days, because he treated several patients who seemed ordinary to him, he changed from Doctor Who to Doctor Who. However, there are many difficulties. For example, the medicinal herbs that can be bought everywhere in the capital are extremely difficult to find here. There is really no other way. These days, he has been going up the mountain to collect herbs and preparing them himself. The most helpless thing is that there are many poor people, and they can't pay after seeing a doctor. Although not all of them are poor, there are still many rich people. But relying on a few rich people, it can only make up for the deficit. And it can't make much money at all. Lenny smiled and said, Do you regret it? Hulu smiled and said, Of course. I have no regrets. Your Majesty, you haven't seen those rich families in the countryside, who live in large mansions and have many servants. According to my opinion, if your Majesty is willing, they will definitely be happy to offer their houses. Lenny understood what he meant, which was nothing more than taking it for himself. But he had not planned to do so yet, so he smiled and said, Let's talk about it later. Sanha was poor, and the number of rich families could be counted on 2 hands. He asked Song Chung to do an investigation, and none of these people were clean, and they had countless lives on their hands. No matter how they are dealt with, it is not wrong to them. However, Sanha relies on them for the circulation of materials for food, clothing, housing and transportation. If they have an accident, Sanha's economy will be paralyzed. Moreover, there are only a few sheep. If they are caught and killed, which rich people will dare to come to Sanha? By then, Sanha may really be a stagnant pool for a place's economy to develop. It must be stable first. When the time is right, it will not be too late to settle the accounts. Chapter 46 and the King's Ban. I understand. It's okay for us to suffer here, but I'm afraid that we will wrong the prince. Hu Shirlu knew their prince well. On the surface, he was careless and looked indifferent. But he had a beautiful heart, so he didn't say more. Lenny said, Just bear it slowly. After you get through it, you will have a broad world. In the evening, Siazon posted the notice written by Lin Yi in various places in the town. The Luohan stood on a large millstone and read from above, 1. Killing someone means paying with your life, and owing a debt means paying it back. 2. No trouble or fighting, you will go to jail if you win. And no punishment if you lose. Ignoring the chattering of the crowd below, the Luohan read louder and louder. 3. Do not bully men or women. 4. Do not rob or steal. 5. Do not bully people in the market. Anyone who has any grievances can file a complaint, and the above will be implemented. After Luohan read out the 10 prohibitions loudly, he put his hands behind his back and continued to say loudly, From now on, Bayun City will implement a curfew. Those who violate the curfew will be punished with 20 strokes of the cane. The guards of the palace have the right to interrogate and arrest all suspects. As soon as the voice fell, the crowd exploded. Not allowed to go out at night. Even when the Southern Expedition Army came to Bayun City, there was no such rule. Why can't we go out at night? Yes, I want to go out at night. Come and catch me if you dare. The crowd was excited. A big man with a curly beard jumped onto the millstone, glared at Luohan and said, When will it be your turn to make the decisions in Bayun City? You are just a vassal king. Suddenly, a flash of knife appeared in front of him, and his voice stopped abruptly. He heard the sound of blood dripping on the millstone. And just as he was about to look down, His head fell to the ground. Then his whole body fell off the millstone, and blood was still gushing from his neck. Even those who were used to seeing life and death scenes in Bayun City were stunned when they saw this bloody scene. Panic spread, and everyone fled in droves, looking at the Luohan on the millstone from afar. The red stain on the knife in his hand shone brightly under the sunset. The scene was so silent that one could hear a pin drop. Luohan said in a deep voice, "The last decree? Everyone must remember it clearly. Anyone who is disrespectful to the prince will be killed without mercy." The last 3 words. Each word was pronounced with a pause, and everyone who heard it was terrified. After nightfall, the local residents heard the sound of gongs and drums for the first time in their lives. Accompanying the gongs and drums was the sound of "the weather is dry. Be careful of fire and candles." Luohan, the head of Dongfeng Escort Agency, who was born as a cook and worked as a night watchman in the palace, was on duty. Behind him were 20 palace guards, who were in uniform. Many people would quietly open the door and secretly take a look at the palace guards, who were gradually going away. They finally realized that Sanha had changed and Bayun City was different from before. Of course, there were more people who didn't believe in evil. That night, 3 thieves who resisted were beheaded, 15 were flogged, and 27 were imprisoned. While Lin Yi was eating breakfast, he listened to the report of Luohan, who was covered in sweat, and couldn't help but sigh. Fighting and killing are not good at all. Luohan was about to explain, but he heard Lin Yi say, "Since they are looking for death, it's not my fault. If you jump out to be a villain, you must be prepared to be crushed." "Your Highness is wise," Luohan said with a long sigh of relief. "Don't worry, Your Highness. There is no wrong soul. The man I killed yesterday, shopkeeper Song, had been following for a long time. He was a big thief with more than a dozen murders on his hands. He just jumped out to disrespect Your Highness. So I killed him. At night, when the 2 thieves found out, they killed the whole family of 4. I was really angry. There was also a flour thief who relied on his good lightness skills and dared to show his knife to us. Fortunately, Miss Mingwa was here. Otherwise, we would not be able to catch up with him. Their family's prince is good in everything, but he is too soft-hearted. If he doesn't explain clearly, there will be trouble in the future." "You killed him?" Lin Yi looked at Mingwa, who was making tea for him. Mingwa bowed and said, "I was careless. I hope Your Majesty will forgive me." "Well done. This kind of trash that ruins people's reputation is a disaster if it is kept." Lin Yi wanted to chop this kind of person into pieces. "The key is now those people you caught. Where are they being held? They don't even have a place to live? They are giving it to prisoners." "You are kidding." Xiezan smiled and said, "Your Majesty, as the co-director of the prison, I am naturally in the place where the prisoners are concerned. In the past, new prisoners had to stay there for a few months." Lin Yi asked in surprise. "There are cells?" Xiezan said. "There is an underground cell next to the hay warehouse, which can hold more than 100 people at most. If you are interested, you can go and have a look. Go and have a look when you have time." Lin Yi would not be so idle as to visit such an unlucky place. Detention wastes food. Instead of doing that, it is better to send them to work. Why go to Ita Mountain to build a road? Aren't they sending people? Allow them to undergo labor reform. After saying that, I couldn't help but hope that Luohan would catch more people. Xiezan smiled and said, "Your Majesty is wise. It not only achieved the purpose of punishment, but also saved labor costs." Lin Yi picked up the teacup and felt it was too hot, so he put it down again and then said, "You can go back soon." Song Chung and Luohan looked at each other. Song Chung said first, "Your Majesty, I have made proper arrangements before I came here. Even if I don't go back, it's okay." Luohan bowed and said, "It's the same for me." Lin Yi waved his hand and said, "Except for the 2 of you, I don't trust anyone else. Go back and help me guard the stall. The other person is still alive, and the money is gone." After hearing this, everyone couldn't help laughing. "The prince trusts me so much. I will die for you." Song Chung choked. "The same goes for me." Luohan also knelt down hurriedly. Lin Yi looked at Song Chung and said impatiently, "A man? Crying like this?" The key is that he couldn't tell whether it was true or false. Who did he learn this from? He couldn't help but fall into self-doubt. Is there really a turtle in him? And 1 or 2 people can't bear to leave him. Please forgive me. I can't help myself for a while. Song Chung stood up and said, since the prince has ordered. I will return to the capital in a few days, and I will definitely live up to the prince's high expectations. Lenny said. Everything depends on money. Money, Song Chung said. I understand. 3 days later, Song Chung and Luo Han left with more than 50 escorts, and the palace of the king's mansion also began to be officially constructed. Lenny watched boatload after boatload of limestone arrive on the shore, and was very pleased. Thanks to the strong security maintenance of the palace guards, a batch of free laborers were sent over, including those who violated curfew, those who had fought thieves, and those who did not pay their debts, and so on. All of whom were quite suitable to be porters. Chapter 47. If you want to get rich, build roads first. Of course. Digging kilns and burning bricks, these people did a good job. They only wanted to survive the so-called labor reform period that they had never heard of before, so that they could go home early. As for escaping, where could they run to, when they were just beginning to think of? A good man's ambition is to go far and wide. Their parents told them that they were neither civilians, military households, nor artisans, and they did not have household registration. Without household registration, there would be no road permit, and there was no place for them to go in the world. They are Sanha people in life, and Sanha ghosts in death, no matter how ruthless or cruel they were before. Now that they have been caught, and even their family background has been figured out by the palace guards, it is better for them to be honest. The most important thing is that they can have enough food here. There is no need to run. Looking at their 2 palace guards, they are just decorations. If you want to be rich, you still have to build roads. After Lin Yi came down from the riverbank, he shook off the mud on his feet. If the road is blocked, people can't get in, and good things can't get out, then you will be poor for the rest of your life, and never be able to turn things around. Your Highness is right, Yanjing said with a smile. But it will cost a lot, Lenny said without hesitation. No matter what, it must be repaired. Start from Baiyun City, and then slowly expand outward. Didn't you say that lime and clay work well together? Just use lime and clay to pave the road. This is the simplest earth-made method to make cement. Yes, Your Highness. This method is great, and it can save a lot of money. Bianjing nodded. But I don't know where you want to start in the city. Repair in the city? Are you crazy? Or do you think I'm crazy? Lenny said unhappily. What does the prince mean? Bianjing was naturally puzzled. Of course, we should start from the prince's residence, Lenny said, as if it was a matter of course. The city's planning is unreasonable. There are illegal buildings everywhere, and the streets are narrow. There is no point in repairing them at all. If we want to widen them, we have to demolish them. Then the question is, who will pay for the demolition? Even if he has the money, he won't give it, not to mention that he has no money. Bianjing said. I understand. Then we will go through the city from the prince's mansion, and then go all the way to the north. Lenny shook his head and sighed. You still don't understand. Let's abandon the old city. In the future, I will build a new city along the mansion. Bianjing thought about it and nodded. The prince's idea is very good, Lenny continued. The new road bypasses the old city. In the future, anyone who is not a fool will build houses along the new road, and the new city will naturally gather people. Thank you, sir. I have something to tell you. Xiazan bowed and said. I am here, Your Majesty. Please tell me what you want, Lenny said. From now on, you and the old gentleman should discuss how to check the household registration, and compile it into a book with a map at the top. Don't let the villain sneak in. My life is still very precious. Xiazan and others were stunned, then looked at each other. Finally, Xiazan bowed and said, I obey your orders. You can form a village with 100 households, and appoint a village chief, but this household should be attached. Lenny smiled and said, each household should be issued a wooden sign, with a special mark, as an identity certificate. I don't care whether other places recognize it or not, as long as I recognize it in Sanha. It's fine, Xiazan said. Your Majesty is wise. He couldn't say anything to object. Lenny continued. Arrange people to measure the land, and also announce that no one is allowed to reclaim land, occupy land, or build houses at will, to prevent lawless people from occupying my private property. From now on, I will not recognize any land or house transactions that have not used the seal of the palace. Your Majesty, I'm afraid. Xiazan and others were stunned. What are you afraid of? Arousing public anger? Lenny said indifferently. Just measure the land. As for transactions, If you can't control it, I won't blame you. Sanha is sparsely populated, and there are many fields. At the moment, he doesn't need to make any plans on the land. He was just showing off his presence, letting people know who is the real master of Baiyun City. The king of Sanha. Your Highness is wise, everyone said in unison, under Lin Yi's repeated urging. The craftsmen who built the palace worked day and night. And finally, at the end of the month, they built a main room on a 10-foot-high platform. There were 2 side rooms on the side that were still being built. The empty main room had no carvings or furnishings. The walls were painted with lime, and the floor was paved with slate. The most magnificent thing is the wall. The red wall, made of rust mixed with other paints, encloses 600 acres of land. From the outside, it looks exactly like the style of a royal family. Lin Yi looked at the magnificent mahogany-painted door again, and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It's not inappropriate to describe it as golden outside, rotten inside. But it's much better than living in the shabby house of the capital commandery. The road extending from the palace has been built for 3 miles. And many people in Baiyun City will run a long way to see the novelty. Often, before the cement was completely dry, they stepped on it, leaving footprints everywhere. For this reason, Dian Jing had to send someone to take care of it. When this road bypassed Baiyun City and went through Baiyun Mountain, it was already the end of October, and the He Palace had already built 16 large houses. He took everyone in the palace and moved in directly. At the same time, he asked Dian Jing to rebuild the command headquarters, the school, and the clinic he promised Hu Shirlu. The 8 old men cried with joy. The weather was getting colder, and there was no news of Shenchu, who led people to find the pirates. Lin Yi would ask Shenchu several times a day if he had come back. Mingwei comforted him. Don't worry. Your Majesty, Commander Shen is a 7th rank official, and few people in Sanha can be his opponent. Lin Yi smiled and said, that means, there are still people who can beat him so hard that his parents can't recognize him. However, he shouldn't be so unlucky. Ever since he moved into the new house, he felt refreshed. For some things, he tried to think positively. He stretched himself, got up and walked along the stone path to the backyard, where there were the pigeons that Wang Qingbang helped him raise. Considering the inconvenience of correspondence with An Kong in the future, he brought more than 30 pigeons with him before coming to Sanha. However, due to the long journey and poor breeding skills, 7 or 8 pigeons died. In the end, he did not expect that Wang Qingbang, the former Minister of Personnel, was actually a good pigeon breeder. After he took over, he raised the pigeons to full vigor. I pay my respects to the prince. Wang Qingbang was about to kneel down. We have been together for such a long time. And you also understand my personality. You are still so polite. Lin Yi lifted him up and said with a smile, it's really not necessary. The prince is kind to me. And I can't be ignorant of etiquette. Hey, is your eye okay? Lin Yi was shocked to see that Wang Qingbang's shriveled left eye was actually red and swollen. No problem. Wang Qingbang smiled and said, I asked Dr. Hu to check it this morning. He said it was caused by some kind of insect bite. He blew a whistle, and a bunch of pigeons flew down from the sky, scrambling to land on his open arms. Lin Yi was stunned. Chapter 48 changes. He is not an ignorant bumpkin. In the internet age, what videos have you not seen? But Wang Qingbang's move was the first time he had seen it. How can pigeons be so clingy like pugs? Some pigeons didn't get a spot, and even started fighting. Lin Yi applauded sincerely. Mr. Wang is really a master. Wang Qingbang pursed his lips and shouted hush, and the pigeons fluttered and scattered. They patted their sleeves with their hands and smiled. Your skills are really not worth mentioning, and you are really wasting your time. Lin Yi said. Mr. Wang, don't be modest, you are awesome, and I really admire you. Wang Qingbang smiled and said, I am not as good as Qi Yong in scheming, I am not as good as Xie Zhan in intelligence, and I am not as good as Chen Dishing in courage. Although pigeons are a small matter, they require great efforts. I have never pondered over poetry and articles in my life. I have put all my efforts into raising pigeons. When it comes to pigeons, I admit that I am second to none. I am afraid that no one in the world dares to claim to be first. Lin Yi smiled and said, Mr. Wang, can you take an apprentice? Your Majesty, I understand what you mean. I don't know how many years this old bone can last. Wang Qingbang smiled and said, I naturally want to pass on my experience to future generations. If your Majesty does not object, I would like to bring in an apprentice. You have an apprentice? Lin Yi was naturally overjoyed. If this old man dies one day, his pigeons will be left without anyone to take care of them. It would be great to have a successor, Wang Qingbang said with a smile. My disciple is mainly attracted by my martial arts skills. But my talent for martial arts is limited. I can only be a fourth-rank martial artist in this life. He is best at raising birds and animals. But young people are inevitably arrogant and don't want to do it. But don't worry, Your Majesty. I will persuade him with emotion and reason. Lenny nodded and said, That would be great. But when can this pigeon send a letter to Hong Kong City? Wang Qingbang opened a pigeon cage and waved inside. The pigeon jumped onto his palm and pecked at his palm from time to time. The intimacy made Lin Yi's eyes jealous. If he hadn't lacked patience, he would have really wanted to learn the pigeon business from Wang Qingbang. Wang Qingbang took a piece of paper off the pigeon's leg, handed it to Lin Yi, and said, This pigeon is probably newly bought by the prince. He stayed in the palace for too short a time, so he released 3 pigeons, and only this one came back today. The prince hasn't gotten up yet, so I'm not in a hurry to give it to him. Lin Yi carefully opened the paper. Because of the limited size, there were only a dozen or so crooked words on it, which probably meant that the letter had been received. The signature was Guo Zhao, the gardener of the palace. Not bad. Not bad. Lin Yi was very happy. This meant that although there was no post station, the communication with Hong Kong City had been restored. He immediately returned to the study and wrote another reply. He did not fold it and handed it directly to Wang Qingbang. Numbers? Wang Qingbang did not deliberately peek, but just glanced at it casually and found that except for the word Ning, the rest of the paper was all numbers. Out of curiosity, he attended a few classes of Mingyue's math class in the school and learned to calculate the 4 arithmetic operations of 3-digit numbers or even higher digits on paper. Getting rid of the abacus, however, he had not thought that this number could be used to write a letter, tie it to a pigeon, and send it to the He Palace. Lin Yi believed that as long as Guo Zhao was not too stupid, he would definitely give the letter to his sister Lin Ning. Lin Ning had been taught by him since she was a child, and they had played this trick countless times, using a fixed book as a code book. Each number on the letter represented a page and word in the book. After each word was found and put together, it was the complete content of the letter. Although it is simple and not rigorous enough, it is enough to keep secrets in this era. In the evening, Wang Qingbang brought in a tall and thin young man with a bruised face and a listless look. Hurry up and kneel down for the prince. After Wang Qingbang scolded, he said to Lin Yi, Prince, this is my useless apprentice Fang Bin. I am a country boy and do not know etiquette. I hope the prince will forgive me. Long live the prince. The young man kowtowed to Lin Yi 3 times. Stand up. Don't be so polite. Lin Yi pointed to the chair opposite him and said with a smile, Sit down. Someone. Serve tea. Your Highness. No need. Wang Qingbang pulled Fang Bin, who was about to sit down, and said with a smile, If your Highness agrees, I will take him to the backyard right away. Lin Yi nodded and watched the master and disciple leave the house. The water of the West River still flowed all night long. Baiyun City was still the same Baiyun City, dusty and dilapidated. However, since coming to Baiyun City with the prince, the local residents have felt a change that is hard to explain. Women can walk on the street without worry. If they encounter someone with bad intentions, they can shout loudly. At this time, there will be people around, and there will definitely be people who are brave enough to do what is right. According to the regulations of the palace, 50 copper coins can be obtained by catching the cunning and treacherous person who molested a good family. There will always be brave men under a big reward. Even a timid man will fight for the 50 copper coins. For Lin Yi, this deal is worthwhile. These wretched men are free labor for him. What he didn't expect was that there was a fishing law enforcement. Some smart people even let their sisters stroll on the street on purpose. And they took their brothers and sisters to wait for the rabbit. 50 copper coins for each one. Fights in Baiyun City are becoming less and less frequent. Whoever dares to start the fight first will be in trouble. As long as the other party goes to the place, he will be caught by the guards of the palace and sent to do some labor reform. Even the arrogant eldest son of the Wang family is no exception, let alone ordinary people like them. The labor reform now is not like before. At the beginning, the food was good, and it was full, so everyone was eager to go. Now it is said that there are 3 meals of porridge a day, and they are not full. If you are not careful, you will be whipped. If you can survive, Even if you don't die, you will be undressed when you come back. Prince. Hong Ying brought in a tall, dark-faced middle-aged man. Wang Chung. Cowed out at Prince He. May the prince live 1,000 years. The middle-aged man cowed out fiercely, as if he was unwilling to give up. Who is it? Lenny asked with a yawn. I am the father of the evil creature Wang Xing. Wang Chung cowed out twice more. Please forgive me, Your Majesty, and spare him this time. Beating others in the street. Lenny had no intention of letting the kneeling Sanha richest man stand up. Yawning. You are turning a deaf ear to my words. Chapter 49, Peerless Beauty. If it weren't for the fact that the other party gave him a gift of 10,000 taels, he would never have let the other party in. I hope that the prince will spare him this time, because he is still young and ignorant. Wang Chung cowed out again. I will definitely discipline him after taking him back. Lenny took a sip of tea and said lightly, if everyone begs for mercy like you, and I let them go, how can I convince the public in the future? People might think that what I said to the palace was bullshit. I dare not. After Wang Chung finished speaking hurriedly, he straightened up and bowed. The prince's enfeeblement in Sanha is a great fortune for Sanha. It's just that Sanha is poor, which is a pity for the prince. The prince has built roads and bridges to benefit the people, which is really embarrassing for the common people. I am willing to donate 50,000 taels to follow in your footsteps. I hope the prince will help me. Get up, Lenny said with a smile. Serve tea to Mr. Wang. Good tea. After hearing this, Wang Chung was about to get up, but suddenly heard Lenny say, I am not a greedy person. If I really want money, I will kill you all. It's more than 50,000 taels. It shouldn't be a problem to get 1,000,000 or 100,000 taels. Right? Wang Cheng's toes, which had been raised, suddenly softened, and his knees fell to the ground again, with a plop. His whole body trembled like a sieve, and he said, Prince, please be merciful. Lenny said in surprise. Are all of you pirates so timid? I heard that Wang Yuanwei was known as the Dragon King of the Sea in the past. He had thousands of followers and hundreds of ships. He was very powerful. Your Majesty, please understand. Wang Cheng's body tensed up, and he said more panically, I am innocent. Innocent? Lenny smiled and said, Wang Yuanwei, you mean I lied? I dare not. Wang Chung became more and more frightened. If he was not sure that he could escape from the eunuch in front of him, he would have wanted to run away right now. Lenny opened his mouth, threw a grape into his mouth, then said casually, Mr. Wang, don't be nervous. Let's get up and talk. Who doesn't have some stories these days? It's good to talk about it. Thank you, Your Majesty. Wang Chung stood up with his numb legs, carefully retreated to the chair behind him, leaving only half of his buttocks, and bowed. I am willing to donate another 200,000 taels to help Your Majesty build bridges and roads. Look, who do you think I am? After Lin Yi finished eating the grapes, he took the money handed over by Hong Ying. He wiped his hands with the handkerchief he had brought, and said with a smile, Isn't this extortion? We are all smart people. Why do we have to go around in so many circles? Don't you think? Wang Chung said. This is completely the sincere heart of a common people. Lenny said. I only want your 50,000 taels of silver. Wang Chung listened to these words coming out of the mouth of a prince of the current dynasty, and it always felt unreal. What's more, this prince was notoriously greedy. He didn't want the money that was delivered to his door? That means he had bigger plans. His heart was lifted up again unconsciously. Your Majesty, just give me your orders. Wang Chung gritted his teeth. Except for the lives of his family. Everything else is just a thing outside of his body. Lenny smiled and said, I don't know much about the local gentry and local celebrities in Sanha. Please give them a message. I will forgive the past, but from now on, please don't commit crimes again. I want Sanha to have doors open at night, and no one will pick up lost items on the road. Whoever breaks the rules, I will not forgive them, unless they have plans to rebel. They will always be meat on my chopping board. Don't think that my sword can't cut anyone. I will definitely pass on my message. Wang Chung kowtowed 3 times again. Your silver, I won't take it for nothing. I take money from people, and help them get rid of disasters. I still have some professional ethics. Lenny smiled and said, I guarantee that your son will do an easy job, have meat every meal, and will be full of energy after returning. Thank you, Your Majesty. Wang Chung finally didn't have the courage to say that he would let his son go back. It was a great blessing for his whole family to be able to save their lives, Seeing that Lin Yi didn't give any more instructions, he kowtowed 3 more times, and left the prince's mansion carefully. After Wang Cheng left, Mingwa said with a smile, "Your Majesty, you are truly noble today." Lin Yi rolled his eyes at her and said, "Are you making fun of me?" Since coming to Sanhe, Mingwei and Zixia have relaxed their tempers. And Lin Yi is also much happier. Mingwei said, "I dare not." Lin Yi said leisurely, "It takes skill to cut leeks and fleece the sheep. If you kill them directly, who will I turn to in the future? As a person, you must have a long-term vision and distinguish between one meal and another. Your Highness is wise." Zixia smiled with her hands covering her mouth. "I said that your Highness must have his own reasons, which are not understood by stupid people like us." Lin Yi stood up, walked to the door, and suddenly turned back to Hong Ying and said, "Let Sun Yi be smart in the gatehouse these days. Maybe he can make a little money with me." Sun Yi, a groom and veterinarian, now has another job, and he has become the gatehouse of the palace. The 9th rank official in front of the Prime Minister, and the palace of the king are naturally not bad. However, there are too few people coming to the palace of the king. It is not easy to get a few people, so they naturally want to seize the opportunity to make money. Hong Ying said with a smile, "The prince is kind. It is really a blessing for Sun Yi." "The little bastard," Lin Yi said with a smile. "This guy is wronged. He can't live a good life, and he has to suffer with me. Emotionally and rationally, he has the responsibility to let these people live with him. It is not good to be good only by yourself." At noon, just after lunch, I received a notice that Liang Jin and Xiao Wujin, 2 gentry from Baiyun Township, each brought 80,000 taels of silver to meet me. Lin Yi naturally gave a warm reception. The next evening, just after the sun set, the big landlord Xiaoqing arrived. So far, gifts have been sent every day, and it seems that these people have agreed that each person will receive 80,000 taels of silver. In just 5 days, Lin Yi received nearly 900,000 taels of silver. Mingwei looked at the room full of glittering gold, silver and jewelry, and finally understood what their prince meant by full meal after full meal. If anyone dares to tell me that Sanhe is poor again, I will be the first to disagree. Lin Yi was really moved. The wealth of these gentry and landlords was completely beyond his imagination. However, after thinking it through, he could understand that these people had been entrenched here for generations, and few of them were clean. Some were pirates, some were salt smugglers, and some even secretly engaged in maritime trade with Nanyang. For 3 consecutive days, no one came to the door again. When Lin Yi thought that no one would come to the door again, a sedan carriage stopped at the door, and behind it was a long line of servants carrying boxes. 200,000 taels. "Quick!" Lin Yi was overjoyed. "Please come in, brew my fine Longjing tea." After sitting upright on the chair, a woman in white caught his eye. Looking at that breathtaking face, he instantly thought of a word: peerless beauty. Why didn't he know that there was such a woman in Sanhe? It's a pity that Song Chung was not there, otherwise Lin Yi would definitely give him a hard kick. Information error. Chapter 50 Lost Face. Mr. Lucen said, "Poor people write poems about wealth and nobility use more gold, jade, cotton, delicate." Lin Yi has always believed this. If he now uses words like bright eyes and white teeth, blushing the moon and flowers, sinking fish and falling geese, to describe this woman, it would really show that he is ignorant, but he racked his brains and couldn't find the right words. Gorgeous and elegant, graceful and leisurely, or he is just uneducated. The woman was so calm and unhurried in every step, slowly approaching Lin Yi, knelt and bowed. "I, Du Yinyang, pay my respects to the prince." Lin Yi didn't care whether he knelt or not, after all. She was offering 200,000 taels. For the sake of money, this bit of face has to be given. No need to be polite, please sit down. After being distracted for a while, he took his eyes back from the other person, then picked up the teacup, sipped it lightly, and calmed down his excited mood. "Promise yourself, I will never be a bootlicker in this life. He is the lord of Baiyun City, the king of Sanhe. I must be more promising." "Thank you, Your Highness." After Du Yinyang sat down, she smiled and said, "I have heard of Your Highness's great name for a long time. I am humble, and I dare not offend Your Highness. I have not come to see you, so I hope Your Highness will forgive me." "Miss Du, you are so generous, but I feel embarrassed. Because Du Yinyang has not taken her husband's surname, it means she is not married yet." Lin Yi can't help but feel a little happy. But he didn't show it on his face. His tone was kind. This prince doesn't like beating around the bush. Just say it directly if you have anything to say. My father is Du Sanha. I am here to apologize on his behalf. Du Yinyang lifted her skirt and knelt down slowly. I hope your majesty will forgive my father's unknowing sin. Du Sanha? Lin Yi looked at Hong Ying. Hong Ying shook his head gently. He didn't know either. Du Yinyang leaned forward and said, a month ago, there was a group of people, led by Shinchu, who had a conflict with my father, and said that he was the commander of the palace guards. How could my father tolerate someone using the prince's name to damage his reputation? He was so angry that he tied him up. After careful consideration, my father sent people to Baiyun City to inquire. The features and appearance of the captured person were indeed similar to those of Shinchu, the commander of the palace guards. As soon as my daughter entered Baiyun City, she did another investigation and finally confirmed that the man was indeed Commander Shin. So it was you who captured Shinchu. Lin Yi's face was burning. Damn it. It was too disrespectful. The palace guards all had badges on their waists. Are they blind? Moreover, they dared to come to the door. This is too bold. They don't take him seriously. Is this a demonstration? I hope your highness will forgive me. I have sent someone to bring Commander Shin here. I believe he will be here soon. Du Yinyang knelt straight. Commander Shin is unharmed. Please rest assured. Your highness. As soon as she finished speaking, Sun Yi came running in. Lin Yi did not wait for Sun Yi to speak, and saw Shinchu and a group of guards walking into the yard. Before entering the house, they all knelt in the middle of the yard. There were 7 or 8 people behind them, standing straight, looking around, and they were obviously unruly people. Lin Yi waved his hand at Sun Yi and said, take Commander Shin down to have a good rest. Sun Yi trotted out again, and whispered a few words in front of Shinchu. Shinchu glanced at Lin Yi, lowered her head even more, and continued to stay still. Miss Du, please stand up. Lin Yi put down the teacup, stood up, stretched his waist, and walked to the door. Your Majesty, I am incompetent. Shinchu burst into tears. It's not shameful to be inferior to others. Lin Yi smiled and said, it's shameful for a man to be discouraged. Seeing that Shinchu and others were fine except for some redness and swelling on their faces, he finally felt relieved. I really have no face to see the prince again. I only hope to serve the prince in my next life. Shinchu's tears grew more and more as he spoke. Suddenly, he pulled out the knife from his waist and slashed his neck without hesitation. No! Lin Yi shouted. The knife fell to the ground, leaving only a bloody mark on his neck. Shinchu stared at Hong Ying blankly. You can escape the death penalty, but you can't escape the living punishment. Lin Yi waved his hand helplessly. Everyone go down and get 20 strokes of the board. Shinchu wanted to say something, but facing Hong Ying's cold eyes, he didn't dare to say a word. Together with the others, he stood up and kowtowed, saying, thank you, Your Highness. After Shinchu and the others left, Lin Yi looked at the 8 men. Du Yinyang walked forward, pointed at a middle-aged man and said, this is Wen Qian, who has followed my father for many years. Uncle Wen, etiquette cannot be abolished. Greetings, Your Highness. The leading man stood up straight, raised his head, and bowed to Lin Yi. Bold, Hong Ying said softly. How dare you be so rude? Wen Qian was about to speak, but suddenly found a palm coming towards him, and hurriedly stepped back, dodging the palm by leaning sideways. Then he threw another punch, fighting with Hong Ying. Du Yinyang showed a slight surprise on her face. Wen Qian, who worked under her father, was an 8th rank master. She didn't expect that a little eunuch from the palace could actually compete with him. Mingwei and Zixia were the most surprised. And the palace's steward Hong, when did he need to use a second move to beat someone, even if the opponent was an 8th rank master? As long as the steward Hong released his aura, the opponent might not have the courage to fight back. Now the steward Hong was flying up and down, spinning in the air, moving left and right, all fancy moves. Even during the fight, he was still making a sound, as if he was trying his best. The two looked at the prince, who nodded frequently, and understood immediately. Manager Hong was just pretending to be good for the prince. In Ankong City, and the prince were the princes, no one dared to disrespect the prince. Even if there were villains, Zixia or Shinchu would take action. Although Manager Hong had high kung fu, she never had a chance to show it. In the eyes of the prince, who didn't know kung fu, their manager, except being obedient and being able to embroider, was useless. Manager Hong always felt a sense of crisis that she was going to lose favor with the opportunity in front of him. Manager Hong would naturally work hard and fight in any way that looks good. He had to let the prince know that he was not a waste. Thinking of this, Mingwei and Zixia smiled helplessly at each other. Hundreds of moves had been made on the field. Wen Qian was panting and sweating profusely. The more he fought, the more frightened he became. How could this man be so skilled in martial arts? But the most puzzled thing was that the opponent's palm was about to hit him. Why did he suddenly turn around and retreat? And then pounce on his prey like a hungry tiger? The speed of a hungry tiger pounces on its prey is also very fast. And he has no way to avoid it. So why did he suddenly make the lotus float and swim behind him? I definitely can't beat him. And I don't even have a chance to get hit. But he can't hit me either. No matter what I do, the result will be the same. With a dead heart, I waved my hands feebly and let the wind and rain blow. I will remain unmoved. He waved like this for more than 20 times. Suddenly, a yin energy made him open his eyes suddenly. He instinctively felt a sense of danger. When he wanted to dodge, it was too late. He watched the palm slap his chest. He groaned and spat out a long mouthful of blood. You are the big one. Wen Qian pointed at Hong Ying and fell straight to the ground before he finished speaking. Chapter 51. You are not worthy. Second in command. Uncle Wen. Du Yinyang and her men hurried forward to hold up Wen Qian's head and called out loudly. Even though they saw Wen Qian was already at a disadvantage just now, when he really lost, they still couldn't believe it. This is an 8th grade master. Except for Lin Yi, everyone in the palace looked calm, completely expected. Lin Yi glanced at Hong Ying, who was walking towards him with a licked face and hunched shoulders, and asked happily, Are you still alive? Today, Hong Ying really made him proud. Hong Ying said, I dare not. This is the new mansion of the prince. It is unlucky to have many people die. Their prince raised goldfish in the new mansion again. When one of them died, he would curse for a long time. It was not because he felt sorry for it, but because it was unlucky. If someone died here, he could not imagine what the consequences would be. At least, he would not have to live for a year. Their prince would be able to bury him to death. He was not afraid of anything but the prince's bad mouth. It's good that no one died, Lenny said with a smile. Have you improved your kung fu? That guy named Wen Qian is so strong, with tendons all over his body. It's scary to look at him. But I was still defeated by you. Not bad. Keep up the good work. Don't be proud. Thank you, Your Highness. Hong Ying smiled. The image of him in the prince's heart was finally not a useless wood. He believed that with his own efforts, he would be impressed by the prince sooner or later. Thinking that when that concubine came back, it would be better to ask about his rank with a thick face. With Your Highness. Du Yinyang stood up, with tears in her eyes. My uncle is just a countryman, although he is rude and does not know etiquette, but his crime is not punishable by death. Lin Yi held back Mingwei, who was about to slap him, and shook his head. I just took 200,000 taels from someone. And now it's not appropriate to slap him. After all, you should be grateful to him. Who said your uncle is dead? Lenny said lazily. While he is still breathing, hurry to the hospital. Otherwise it would be unlucky if he died in the palace. Miss, the second in command is still breathing. A bald man suddenly said happily. Du Yinyang hurriedly leaned over again, put her scallion-like fingers under Wen Qian's nose, and breathed a sigh of relief. She was always alert, but she didn't even try to check Wen Qian's breathing. Maybe she was too anxious. She bit her teeth lightly. Thank you, Your Majesty, for not killing me. Lenny had no sympathy for Du Yinyang, who was in tears. He walked back and forth with his hands behind his back, saying, For the sake of your 200,000 taels of silver, I am embarrassed to use heavy hands. As the old saying goes, don't hit a smiling person. And I agree with that. Of course, the premise is that Commander Shen and others are safe. You should be glad that you sent Commander Shen back. If any guard makes a mistake, I will definitely kill your entire Du family. It doesn't matter how many people die. The most important thing is to ensure that your family is intact. After hearing this, the guards behind Lin Yi were very excited, and their backs straightened even more. Following such a master, it is worth dying. Du Yinyang's face changed again and again, and finally she said calmly, The prince is really kind. It seems to be a compliment, but also a sarcasm. Don't look at me with such eyes. Otherwise I will misunderstand whether you are interested in me. Being too kind to you is cruel to my own people. If you mess around, you will always have to pay for it. Since you can beat and kill others, you must be prepared to be beaten by others. Lenny met her eyes and continued. These days, you can't just think about taking advantage of others. There is no such good thing in this world. Du In-young was stunned. She didn't expect Lin Yi to say such a reasonable thing. Is this still the rumored prince who values money more than his life and is ignorant? Your Highness is right. I have learned my lesson. After saying this, Du In-young turned around and looked at Wen Qian, who had woken up and was practicing his skills to heal his injuries. I am still a little curious. Lin Yi took the teacup handed over by Mingwe. How did you pirates have the courage to enter this palace? Aren't you afraid that I will kill you? Du In-young said. Although my father makes a living on the sea, there are also codes of conduct for pirates. They do not fight back stubbornly, and do not kill anyone. The prince did not even pursue Wang Cheng, a sinner like him, let alone my father. Second, to send Commander Shen and others back. Third, it is because my father wants to show his love to the prince. Lin Yi smiled and said, You can just be free and easy on the sea. Why do you have to show your love to the king? Wen Qian kept coughing, but his face gradually turned red. Du In-young finally felt relieved and looked at Lin Yi again and said, Prince He, you are the one who found him, isn't it? If it weren't for the guard commander of the prince, who is rampant on the sea, there would be no conflict between them. They would not know what rules and regulations this prince had issued. It would be very difficult for them to travel in Sanha in the future. Lin Yi smiled and said, What is the purpose of your coming here? I have said it before. This prince does not like to beat around the bush. Just tell me now. I don't have much time to waste with you. He yawned again. Du In-young bowed and said, My father wants to ask for a favor from Prince He on land. In the future, Prince He can give you instructions on matters at sea. In addition, my father will send a tribute of 100,000 taels every year. On the sea, their Du family is fearless. But on land, even if they are not afraid of the so-called palace guards, it will be troublesome to really care about it. Lin Yi sneered. Even if you kill people and set fires in Sanha in the future, I will turn a blind eye. Is that what you mean? I dare not. Du In-young said with a smile. My father is not a bloodthirsty person. Not right. Not right. Lin Yi shook his head. Although I am greedy for money, I am not willing to break my promise and break the rules I set. Besides, I hate others threatening me the most. From what you said, if I can't do this, then in the future on the sea, can I go? Your Highness, you are joking, Du In-young said with a smile. The sea is windy and the waves are high. It is extremely dangerous. Your Highness is a rich man. How can you easily go to a dangerous place? It seems that you still don't understand me. What I yearn for is the sea of stars. The stars are too far away. I will never touch them in this lifetime. But this sea, I will definitely go. Lin Yi sat on a chair, crossed his legs, and said in a deep voice, This coastline of thousands of miles has been the inherent territory of Sanha since ancient times. You are not worthy of negotiating with me. Now he suddenly missed his great-grandmother. If this old lady were here, it would be great. Take her to the sea. She would be invincible. I understand what the prince means, but I still hope that the prince will consider it carefully. Du In-young found that the frivolous look of the prince towards her had disappeared. From entering the Huang mansion to now, it was the first time she saw the serious look of the prince. Ying bowed and said, I'll take my leave. Lin Yi smiled and said, Goodbye. I won't see you off. In the future, don't play these roundabout ways with me. Tell your father that even if he comes in person, I won't make it difficult for him. Thank you, Your Majesty. Du In-young turned around and walked in front. The others carried the injured Wen Qian and followed behind them out of the Huang mansion. Hong Ying saw that Lin Yi's eyes were fixed on the woman's back, and said with a smile, It's her good fortune that the prince likes her. Mingwe said, I will stop her now and serve the prince as a maid. I will do nothing but warm the bed. Lin Yi said unhappily, What do you think of me? A living bandit? Zixia smiled mischievously. The prince couldn't get enough of her just now. Lin Yi said carelessly, Since ancient times, heroes have been unable to resist the temptation of beautiful women. As soon as he entered the room and laid down on the recliner, Shen Chu knelt in front of him. I am incompetent. If your butt hurts, go inside and rest. Lin Yi said with a smile. You have followed me for so many years, you should know my temper. Get out of here quickly, don't be annoying. Yes. Shen Chu stood up obediently. The easier the prince talked to him, The less he blamed him, the worse he felt. He covered his butt with his hands and limped out of the main hall. Chapter 52 Deprived of Pleasure. The mansion was newly built. As soon as he left the main hall, he lost his way and couldn't find the room he had just moved into for less than an hour. He simply walked along the courtyard. After walking a few steps, he met Sun Yi, who called him over to help lead the way. Sun Yi saw that he had difficulty walking, without saying a word, picked him up, and put him on his back. Before he took a step, he heard a cry of pain. "My butt, put me down quickly." Sun Yi's 2 hands just rested on Shinchu's, but that had just been beaten, making Shinchu scream in pain. Shinchu slapped Sun Yi on the back, telling him to put him down quickly. Sun Yi felt pain on his back, and quickly let go. Shinchu was caught off guard, and with a plop, his buttocks fell to the ground, and screamed again. "Sun Yi, you did it on purpose." The old injury had not healed, and a new one had been added, Shinchu complained bitterly. "Commander Shin, it's really not my fault." Sun Yi hurriedly stepped forward, helped Shinchu up, and said with a wry smile, "You asked me to put you down." "Oh, never mind, I'm unlucky." Shinchu went to his room, with the help of Sun Yi. Sun Yi stepped forward to open the door. As soon as he pushed the door open, he saw a face that looked so gloomy that water could drip from it. In front of him were a group of guards, servants, and even the gardener. Sun Yi shrank his neck in fear. Just as he was about to quietly retreat, he heard the person inside say, "Both of you come in and close the door." Butler. After Sun Yi closed the door, he knelt on the ground with Shinchu. "I'm sorry to disappoint you." Butler. Shinchu knelt to Hongying not because he was of a lower position, nor because Hongying was of a higher position than him, but because Hongying was considered half a master to them, even if they didn't have the status of master and apprentice. In the palace, whether it is the cooks, maids, or even the gardener Guozhao who is over 50 years old, they all have to learn martial arts. Just because Luohan Hulu, a veterinarian who was born as a horseman, performed a skillful show in front of the prince, their prince accidentally said to Hu Shirlu, "A coachman who doesn't know martial arts is not a good veterinarian." Hongying actually regarded it as a golden rule. Not only Hu Shirlu was miserable, but they were also unlucky. Hongying actually told him, "A night watchman who doesn't know martial arts is not a good cook, and a guard who doesn't know martial arts is not a good servant." In the past 2 years, he lived an inhuman life, and he broke through from the 5th rank to the 7th rank. If people knew about this, they would definitely regard him as a genius. After all, for most people, it may take a lifetime to go from the 5th rank to the 7th rank. Some people can only stay at the 5th rank for their entire lives. But even so, Hongying was still not satisfied. In Hongying's eyes, they were still trash. "It's not that we are disappointed, but that the prince is disappointed." Hongying sent a palm wind. Shinchu flew up directly, and then hit the wall pillar with a bang. He fell on his butt again, and after 2 painful howls, he quickly knelt in front of Hongying again. "I know I was wrong." Shinchu knew Hongying's character too well. Except in front of their prince, this steward could behave like a human being. In front of other people, he had a cold face and no humanity at all. So he didn't dare to resist. He was not afraid of death. He was afraid of not being able to die. "Your abilities are getting worse and worse, and you were actually tied up by a few pirates?" Hongying's cold face suddenly twitched unconsciously, which scared everyone in front of him. "I know my crime. General Manager, please have mercy." Several timid servants and maids begged for mercy. The guard said nothing. "Our prince is such a face-conscious person," Hongying said coldly. "You have lost his face. Why do you have the nerve to come back? Shinchu, tell me, why did you come back alive? And you dared to commit suicide in front of the prince? Who are you trying to show off to?" "I know my fault." Shinchu did not defend himself. Hongying would not listen to his defense. "If you can't beat him, you can't beat him. You are not as skilled as him. You have to admit defeat." Qin Hu, who was forcibly dragged to the ground by the guards, shouted suddenly. Everyone looked at him in horror. "He is so bold and fearless." "General Manager, don't be angry, I just said so." After Qin Hu was looked at by Hongying, he immediately regretted it and said hurriedly, "I am wrong, I admit my guilt. You are a great man and don't hold grudges against me." Seeing this, Shinchu also said hurriedly, "General Manager Hong, spare his life. If I wasn't afraid of having to explain to the prince, I would have killed you right now." Hongying took the tea handed over by Hongying, sipped it and whispered, "The death penalty can be avoided, But the living punishment cannot be escaped. From today on, you should start practicing again. If there is no progress by the end of the year, even if the prince scolds you, we will not keep you. Why don't you thank the steward for his kindness? Shen Chu hurriedly pulled Qin Hu's sleeve to remind him. After getting along with Qin Hu for these days, he found that Qin Hu was a bit stupid. But there was nothing else that made people dislike him. He was a person worth getting along with. Thank you, steward, Qin Hu said reluctantly. You are the same. Hong Ying glanced at everyone coldly. If you don't make any progress, there is no need for us to keep you. The prince once said, it's hard to find a two-legged toad. But there are two-legged people everywhere. Everyone bowed their hands in agreement. Seeing Hong Ying leading Hong Ying out of the room, Shen Chu collapsed directly on the ground, wiping the cold sweat on his head with his hands. Commander. A guard crawled in front of Shen Chu and whispered, the steward seems to be different again. Yes. Shen Chu nodded. It was indeed different again. He felt it most deeply. Hong Ying's palm just now actually had less yin energy. A strong wind suddenly blew in the evening, and then dark clouds gathered. After dark, a heavy rain came. It wasn't long before the yard was filled with rainwater, which had already flooded several steps of the house. Lenny slept well during the day, but couldn't sleep at night. Unfortunately, in this remote place, there was almost no entertainment, and it was impossible to find a young lady to talk to. As for those who showed their rotten teeth to solicit customers in some alleys, he didn't have time to hide. He simply squatted at the door to watch the rain, and he found a big fish flopping in the yard. I was going to run in the past. Mingwei has already ran in front of him. Pick it back in the yard. Wang Yi, not light. Mingwei held the fish gills to see Lin Yi. Who let you go? Change your clothes quickly. Cold is terminally ill. Lin Yi was so angry. It's so happy, it is also deprived. The slaves go to boil you a fish soup. Mingwei vomit tongue. I walk busy. The rain keeps down. There is no conference. He saw another fish. This is Bang from the river. It's about to pass. Another figure ran to him. Wang Yi, this one is not small, Hong Ying said with a smile, saying, how about getting a sister-in-law? Roll. Lin Yizhen turned into the house. Entering the house. Don't follow me. Chapter 53 Heavy Rain. Prince. After Hong Ying finished sighing, he looked at the big fish in his arms, and reluctantly threw it back into the yard. The fish was free, and once again drifted with the rain. The rain continued all night, without stopping for a moment. After Lenny got up, the sun came out, but the water still did not recede. It was a swamp. He finally understood why people in Baiyun City did not build houses here, because the terrain here is too low. There was no other way. The place he chose, he had to continue living there even with tears. It was raining so hard. He was worried about the school. So after breakfast, he rode his donkey and waded through the water to Baiyun City. Although the newly built road was simple, it was wide, the foundation was high, and there was no silt. The donkey walked steadily on the flooded road. Lenny said proudly, look, this road was not built in vain. We still have to continue to build it. Bian Jing, who was riding a horse, said, Your Highness is wise. The Duzahuashisi had already been built, and these old men had moved in. The only thing left was the school. So he had to ride a horse to Baiyun City to teach every day. Along the way, he was nervous. After all, when the prince chose to build a house here, he not only did not stop him, but also approved of the feng shui here. He didn't expect to be so unlucky. For many years, he had never seen such heavy rain in Sanha, and even the river was blocked. Baiyun City was built at the foot of the mountain, and the terrain was high, so it was not flooded. But many low-lying areas still held water. Moreover, the quality of some people's houses was not up to standard. The heavy rain last night made holes in the roof, and even some wall pillars collapsed. The woman was squatting on the roadside with her child in her arms, crying. Lenny could not bear to watch, so he said to Xiazan, Remember to cook porridge, and help rebuild the collapsed houses. Xiazan said happily, The prince is really kind-hearted. In just a short period of time, these old men have completely changed their views on the prince. It is true that he values money as his life, and it is also true that he is narrow-minded and has no purpose. It is certainly not wrong to say that he is uneducated. However, they have to admit that the merits of this prince are indeed endless. Kind-hearted, unconventional, always doing things unexpectedly. The old man even felt a little regretful that he was not the crown prince. From time to time, a fishy smell rushed into Lin Yi's nose. He frowned and said to Bian Jing, "Mr. Bian, please go find Doctor Hu now and ask him to preside over it. You coordinate and cooperate to spread lime all over the city." Bian Jing slapped his head and said with a smile, "I almost forgot this. Otherwise, an epidemic would be a big deal." After saying that, he turned his horse's head, patted the horse's belly with his legs, and left. At the school gate, there was a lot of chattering. Most of them were children from the health hall, and almost no local children came. When the children saw Lin Yi coming, they didn't wait for him to get off the donkey. They started to circle around him. Lin Yi was getting impatient with their pestering, and waved his hand. "No storytelling today. Everyone has a day off," he said to Fong Pai and a tall and thin boy named Shui Gingren. "You two keep an eye on them. Anyone who dares to run around, play in the water, or play in the mud, will be held down and beaten to death." Fong Pai shouted. "Your Highness, don't worry. I will beat them half to death." Shui Gingren also patted his thin chest and said, "Your Highness, I know that there are bacteria in the water, and bacteria cannot be touched or seen. If you get in contact with it, you will get sick. If you get sick, you will die. Yes. So, wash your hands frequently. Check whether the well water is muddy, and drink boiled water. Otherwise, just diarrhea can kill you." Lin Yi was very pleased. It seemed that his work in popularizing health knowledge was not in vain. "I don't want to die." A little girl of 7 or 8 years old immediately started crying. "I don't want to die either." The other children started crying too. It wasn't long before they were all crying. Lin Yi was in a big headache. He got off the donkey, walked on the muddy road in his boots, and went over to comfort them one by one. Fortunately, Mingwei and Zixia came and saved him from the sea of suffering. After getting on the donkey again, he walked along the streets of Baiyin City, and fortunately, nothing happened. He met a man on the way who had been drinking in the morning, dizzy, and hit his wife and children with a stick, was beaten by the guards, and was sent to do labor reform. Of course, it's not free labor. Lin Yi couldn't bear to see the mother and son, so Mingwei secretly gave them a piece of silver. "Thank you, sir." Lin Yi thought for a while and said, "We have to add another rule." Xiazan said, "Your Majesty, just give your orders, and I will post it immediately. Beating your wife and children is against the law." Lin Yi said it simply, and it was easy to understand. Everyone in Baiyin City knows that as long as you break the law, you either pay with your life, or do hard labor. There is no third way to choose at present. Xiazan was a little confused. He never thought that Lin Yi would come up with such a rule. He couldn't help laughing and said, "I understand." Lin Yi smiled and said, "These stinky men need to be taught a lesson. If they refuse to change, we will support their wives to remarry, and help them raise their children." This was the first time Xiazan had heard of this kind of operation. But the more he thought about it, the more interesting it seemed to him. So he readily agreed. He himself didn't realize that his thoughts had quietly changed, because he was gradually recognizing that women were also human beings. Nearing noon, the sun was getting higher and higher, and it was getting hotter and hotter. The air was filled with the smell of burning lime powder. The accumulated water had basically receded, and the wide, simple cement road was shining in the sun, which was cleaner than most people's houses. Many people simply put the rice and clothes soaked by the rain on the road to dry. Lin Yi was very careful when riding his donkey, so as not to step on people's quilts. The guards of the palace were holding shovels to dredge the accumulated water and level the road. Some dead branches and leaves were directly shoveled into the river that runs through the north and south of the palace. Lin Yi looked at the mansion that was cleaned up and looked like new, and his mood improved again. Just after drinking a cup of tea, Sun Yi handed over a letter. "Who sent it?" Lin Yi was curious. Such a large envelope could not be delivered by a carrier pigeon. Moreover, there was no post station in Sanha, and there were very few merchants coming and going. Who could send him a letter? "I don't know." Sun Yi shook his head and said, "Someone threw it directly into the gatehouse. When I went out to look for him, there was no trace of him. There was the name of the prince on the envelope, so I took it here." After Lin Yi asked Sun Yi to go down, he opened the envelope. The handwriting was elegant, but unfortunately it was cursive. He could only recognize a few of them with difficulty. Looking directly at the signature on the last page, it was also very sloppy. "Who the hell wrote this? Is he against me?" Lin Yi said angrily. Go to the backyard and call Mr. Wang. A night of heavy rain soaked the pigeon cage. At this moment, Wang Qingbang was repairing the pigeon cage with his apprentice Fang Bin and training the pigeons. Hearing the prince calling, he hurried over. After reading the letter, he said, "Prince, someone gave you this biography of the pirate Du Sanhe. What else?" Lin Yi continued to ask. Wang Qingbang simply repeated the letter and said with a smile, "Your Highness, that's all." "Who wrote it?" "Your Highness, the cider is called Shadow." Wang Qingbang put the letter on the table again after he finished speaking. "Shadow? You are so complete and play these tricks on me," Lin Yi said indifferently. "Only the people in the palace and the 8 people on Du Yimyang's side know about the conversation between me and Du Yimyang that day. Either there is a traitor on their side, or I will go and investigate it thoroughly now." Before Lin Yi finished speaking, Hong Ying knelt down with a plop. Lin Yi smiled and said, "Don't be nervous. People in our mansion know everything. Maybe the problem lies with Du Yimyang. It's normal for there to be a few traitors among the pirates. I'm just curious, which kind-hearted person revealed all of Du Sanhe's secrets? Was it Wang Cheng or Shao Qing and others?" Hong Ying said, "I will definitely get to the bottom of it." He turned around and walked out of the house, his face suddenly becoming gloomy. Chapter 54. A sword flies in the sky. Even the gods and ghosts fear him. As the chief steward of the mansion, if there is a traitor in the mansion, how can he still have a good face? Even if there is no traitor, just because the servants or guards gossip a few more words outside and let the interested people hear it, it is also his fault for not disciplining them strictly. In the end, it is all his responsibility as the steward. He is not afraid of the prince blaming him. He is afraid that the prince will not blame him, which is 100 times more painful than killing him. The sun is shining. The sunlight that Lin Yi used to hate so much now penetrates the window into the house, sweeping away the moisture that has been trapped in the house due to the heavy rain, making people feel refreshed. Du Sanhe's original name was Nye Yudao, Lin Yi said with a smile. "I never thought that a dignified 4th-rank Xianwei Tongji would become a pirate. The world is so big that there are all kinds of things. Mr. Wang, you used to be the Minister of Personnel, in charge of the appointment, removal, promotion, transfer, and honors of officials in Liang State. Do you have any impression of Nye Yudao?" Wang Qingbang bowed and said, "I have lived in Sanhe for a long time. I have heard of Du Sanhe's reputation, but I have never seen him. I didn't expect him to be Nye Yudao. Speaking of Nye Yudao, I wonder if your majesty knows about the rebellion of Liangzhou King Lin Chang." Lin Yi nodded. "Of course I know. This happened in the 18th year of Delong. At that time, I was still young, and the palace was frugal. I couldn't even eat a few pieces of meat. This was really hard for me." Wang Qingbang nodded. "The concubine of Liangzhou King is Nye Yudao's elder sister. Liangzhou King rebelled? It is not credible to say that he did not know about it. But his Nye family did not participate. His Majesty was furious, and the Nye family was affected. There were 116 people in the mansion, and all the males over 15 years old were beheaded, and all the female relatives were confiscated to the Jiaofeng division. Only Nye Yudao escaped. At that time, he was the Xianwei Tongji of Chuanzhou." "Chuano?" Lin Yi asked curiously. "Is he the second prince's man?" He remembered the second prince, who died tragically under the elephant's hoof. Wang Qingbang smiled and said, "Nye Yudao did fight with the king of Pingchuan in the south and the north, and he made great achievements in the war, which is why he was able to become the Xianwei Tongji." Lin Yi nodded and said, "So that's it. The leader of my guards was defeated at sea this time, you know. I don't know martial arts, but I still know a little about Shinchu's ability. Even if he is not a match for the pirates, he is accompanied by more than 30 guards. He can't be knocked down like this. Right? My face hurts so much from being hit. How capable is Nye Yudao? Is he very good at martial arts? Commander Shin is a 7th rank master, and the other guards are 5th rank, and many are 6th rank. But Nye Yudao is not someone who is easy to deal with. He is a rare talent, with a smart mind. When he was 35 years old, that is, in the 16th year of Delong, he was already at the peak of the 8th rank, only half a step away from the 9th rank. It is not an exaggeration to say that he is a genius." Wang Qingbang became more and more excited as he spoke. At that time, the military department of the capital was in charge of the confiscation of property. Nye Yudao's sword flew through the air, and gods and ghosts were terrified. He killed his way out of the capital with a sword and a horse. Later, Qi Yong proposed a new law. I wrote a letter to His Majesty regarding the shortcomings of the new law. Qi Yong was furious when he learned about it, and asked the censor to slander him in front of His Majesty. After I was demoted to Sanha, I no longer knew the specific situation of Nye Yudao. I did not expect that I could escape the pursuit of both the court guards and the secret guards, and came to Sanha, changed my name, and became a pirate, thinking that he has been demoted until now, and has not been recalled. I can't help but feel sad. 8th rank? Lenny asked humbly. I don't understand a little bit. Civil officials are the lowest in the 9th rank. Why is the 9th rank the highest for warriors? He has been following the palace coach since he was a child, and he barely understands the level of martial arts. However, there were still many puzzles. He asked many people with a heart of seeking advice, and they told him that the 9th rank was the highest, and it had been the case since ancient times. There was no reason for it. After that, he asked Wen Jiaoyi, but she, as a great master, could not explain it. At this moment, it was rare to meet someone as knowledgeable and intelligent as Wang Qingbang, who was both civil and military, so he naturally did not miss the opportunity. Long ago in ancient times, the emperor taught hunting and practiced the 5 military arts. Wang Qingbang suddenly saw Lin Yi's confused look, and he couldn't help laughing. He made the mistake of pretentiousness mentioned by this prince, so he had to use simple words. The 5 military arts are bows and arrows, lances, halberds, and halberds. The best among them: lift it like a flying bird, move it like thunder and lightning, release it like wind and rain, don't block it from the front, don't harm it from behind. He thought he had said it simply enough, but he was interrupted by Lin Yi. Minister Wang, Lord Wang, Mr. Wang. Lin Yi sighed. Can we cut to the chase? Wang Qingbang pondered for a while and said, there are more and more martial arts techniques. During the 5 Kingdoms period, an extraordinary figure appeared. I wonder if your majesty has heard of I created the 9 grades of martial arts, and I dare not open up a path for the orthodox. Lin Yi finally understood a little bit of the meaning, hoping that he would continue, and hurriedly shook his head and said, I don't know. The person who wrote this poem is called Sun Chongxiu. The 72 lines of boxing and 36 combined locks we practice today were all created by him. He is truly an unprecedented figure, Wang Qingbang said with emotion. He loves martial arts as his life, and his martial arts are unparalleled. At that time, he had defeated all opponents in the world, but because the emperor did not like him, he was still just a small 9th-rank county magistrate. Such a person would be a bit arrogant. He deliberately divided martial arts into 9 ranks, with the 9th rank being the highest, which was in line with his position as a 9th-rank county magistrate. After that, martial artists in the world were divided in this way, and it has never changed until now. Lenny said with a smile. I understand. So you are just competing? Wang Qingbang said. That's right, Lenny said. Did Sun Chongxu become a grandmaster later? Wang Qingbang said. Of course, Lenny said. What rank are you? Mr. Wang? Wang Qingbang said with a wry smile. I have been in the 3rd rank for more than 30 years. But fortunately, I have some martial arts skills. Otherwise, I would not have survived until today in Sanha. Sometimes I'm an old man, sometimes I'm an old man, I'm a commoner. Are you tired? Lenny said with a smile. I have never treated you as outsiders. I invited you to come here, and of course I want to learn from you. Will Nye Yudao take revenge on me? After all, he is the emperor and killed the whole family. It can be said that they have a deep hatred. Your Majesty, actually, Nye Yudao is not a concern at the moment. Wang Qingbang shook his head and said, the most suspicious person is the messenger. The secret guards and court guards searched the whole world, but they could not find any trace of Nye Yudao. How did the messenger know? Yes, if the secret guards and court guards knew the whereabouts of Nye Yudao, they would catch him even at sea. After all, he is still the emperor, and catching him would be a great achievement. Lenny thought and said, what is the purpose of the messenger? Why did he send it to me? Could he pass it to the court through me? It's a waste of time. The more he thought about it, the more confused he became. Chapter 55 Killing one person every 10 steps. He didn't believe that there were kind people in the world. Just when he wanted to know Dusana's information, someone sent it to him. So, I think the messenger is a greater threat to the prince. After being demoted, Wang Qingbang, who believed in don't talk about the country, and only care about the wind and flowers, said one more thing out of character. I am afraid that I can't keep secrets in front of such people. No one wants to expose their underwear to others. Even if Lin Yi is always carefree, he still has some concerns. The messenger still needs to be found. Lord Wang, among you old gentlemen, is there anyone who is good at this investigation? Wang Qingbang said without hesitation. Of course it is Lord He Jixiang. Although he is old and his eyesight is dim, he was the governor of the Beijing camp. The older he is, the more cunning he is. It is naturally the best to have him come forward. At this point, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. At first, it was he who suggested in front of the emperor to remove Lord He Jixiang and send him to exile. But he didn't expect that the situation would change, and he would be demoted one day. Enemies are particularly jealous when they meet, and the two have not been getting along well for many years. However, at this moment when the prince was in need of someone, he had to recommend someone. Forgot about this old gentleman. Lin Yi slapped his thigh and shouted to the outside. Bao Kuei, where is he? I'm here. Bao Kuei, who had been on duty outside the door, ran in and said, Your Majesty, just give me your orders. During the days when Shenchu was away, he had been temporarily acting as the commander of the guards. Now that Shenchu is back, although he can't be the commander, he has been promoted to deputy commander, which is considered a promotion. Lin Yi said, Go find Mr. He, and you and Sun Yi will lead people to cooperate with him. Find the messenger for me. If I can't find him, I won't be at ease. Yes, Bao Kuei said and left. After a day of exposure to the sun, the air finally lost the fishy smell. A branch of the Shijiang River that was enclosed in the mansion garden was no longer as clear as before. Even though it had been cleaned many times, it was still turbid. The river passed through the courtyard wall, and many debris floated over, including clothes, branches, and even animal carcasses. The servants kept stuffing sticks and bamboo poles into the culvert under the palace wall. As long as they flowed out with the water and did not stay in the palace, they would have nothing to do with them. Lin Yi pinched his nose and said unhappily, This won't work. Pull the body out, bury it deep, and sprinkle lime. The servants naturally did not dare to disobey. The sticks were not easy to pull out, and someone immediately jumped into the river to carry it out. You can't go down. Make a net bag. Can't you use a net bag? Lin Yi said loudly. If you have an epidemic, I will not treat you. At most, I will burn you and send the ashes back to Hong Kong. Everyone shrank their necks in fear and went to find sacks to make net bags. Lin Yi, who originally wanted to fish here, saw this, and simply threw the fishing rod to the ground in anger, and turned around and left. Mingwei hurriedly picked up the fishing rod, and followed behind with her skirt lifted. Shenchu supported herself with crutches under her arms. Seeing Lin Yi coming towards her angrily, she hurriedly threw them away and knelt on the ground and said, Your Highness, Lin Yi said unhappily, does your butt still hurt? I heard that you were beaten with a stick, and you still think that the beating was not light? You people are really cheap. Masochists? After hearing this, Shenchu was not annoyed, but grinned with joy, and said, Thank you, Your Highness, for your kindness. It's not a pity for me to die. You die? Let me support your wife and children, Lin Yi said disdainfully. Dream on. The guards next to him couldn't help but laugh. Shenchu paused, and said with a wry smile, That's also the prince's mercy. Mercy? Lin Yi shook his head. Are there not more than a dozen people in your family? Well, you kick your legs and let me clean up your mess? As a person, don't be greedy. Don't think that I will support your family. It's the right thing to do to live a good life. Practice martial arts well. Once you have learned martial arts well, no one can kill you easily, and you won't cause trouble to me. Yes. The guards knelt down and responded in unison. After Lin Yi nodded, he casually asked Shenchu a few more questions. Shenchu briefly told them about their trip to the sea. In short, they had bad luck and were not strong enough. After Shenchu finished speaking, he expressed his loyalty. I will definitely enter the 8th rank as soon as possible. I will not let you down again. It is good to have ambition. With high martial arts, you can roam the world. Lin Yi shook his head and said, Kill one person every 10 steps. Leave no trace in 1,000 miles. Leave after the mission is done, and hide your identity and name. As he spoke, he recited Xiakuxing. By accident, kill one person every 10 steps, and leave no trace in 1,000 miles. What a heroic spirit! The guards were excited. Then they heard their prince sighing. I will never have the chance to look down on the 9 heavens and walk with a sword in my life. I am optimistic about you. And you should do your best. The prince's back gradually went away. And it became bigger and bigger in their eyes. Honging suddenly appeared in front of them without any warning. General Manager. Everyone nodded in agreement. Honging said in a shrill voice, "Did you hear the prince's words clearly? Kill 1 person every 10 steps. And leave no trace in 1,000 miles. This is the prince's expectation for you. You are still a long way from this. You still have to work hard. Don't let the prince down." The guards looked confused. Expectations? When did the prince have expectations for them? This is clearly encouragement. Okay, a guard said with a stiff upper lip. My talent is really limited. Even Miss Mingwa said that. I will never be able to enter the 5th rank in my lifetime. The prince said that. Nothing is difficult in the world if you are determined. After Honging finished speaking, he frowned and said, But you are really stupid. When you become successful, you will also delay the prince's important matters. The guard said happily, General Manager, you have a good idea. Even if I can enter the 5th rank in the future, it will probably take a lifetime. If there is someone as talented as the General Manager, it may only take a year, or even less time. Honging nodded without comment, turned around and left. After the rain, the road construction plan continued to move forward. Lin Yi disliked the slow progress. They have not yet crossed Baiyun Mountain and reached the foot of the opposite mountain. Bianjing said, Your Highness, the mountain road does not need cement. But the mountain road is rugged, and the cliffs are steep. It takes a lot of effort to dig through it with manpower. Lin Yi watched the craftsman holding an iron chisel and chiseling at the bottom of a steep cliff. It took a long time before a piece of rubble fell. At this rate, they will not be able to build a mountain next year. Try to place firewood under the cliff, burn stones. When it's almost done, water it. Lin Yi couldn't remember which online book he had read, The Principle of Thermal Expansion and Contraction, but it seems to depend on the mineral composition of the rock. Let's give it a try. Prince, burn stones? Bianjing suspected that he had heard it wrong. Lin Yi said, Is limestone a stone? Bianjing nodded. Of course, but the stone in Baiyun Mountain is not limestone, but... Try it, and see if it will make you lose some flesh? Lin Yi interrupted. Yes. Bianjing gritted his teeth and organized the craftsmen to cut down trees, pick up dead branches and leaves, and pile them under the steep cliff. It didn't take long for a raging fire to start. Then he asked people to use the wooden barrels used to hold rice on the construction site to fetch water from the mountain stream nearby. Lin Yi pointed to a sturdy guard and said, You come, pour the water on it. Don't pour it directly on the fire. Pour it on the rocks on the right side of the fire. Stay away, or the rocks will collapse and bury you alive. The guard took the wooden barrel and went to the fire and felt a burning sensation from a long distance. He walked closer, looked back at Lin Yi, and saw Lin Yi nod. He poured the water in the bucket onto the rocks on the cliff without hesitation. Finally, he ran away quickly. The others took a few steps forward curiously. There's a crack. The rock is cracked. Someone suddenly exclaimed. The crowd suddenly became agitated, and they couldn't believe it. Bianjing opened his presbyopic eyes, looked forward carefully, and said to Lin Yi in surprise, Your Majesty, the rock has indeed exploded. Your Majesty is wise. Your Majesty is wise. Hundreds of craftsmen knelt down together, and the passionate voices echoed in the mountain stream for a long time. Chapter 56 exploded. Stand up. Lin Yi was very excited. He thought that what made him so excited was the sense of accomplishment that permeated his body. However, when he stood and looked down at the people who were bowing below him, he realized that he enjoyed the pleasure of conquering all living beings more. There were so many people below who dared to disobey him, who dared not to listen to him. He was suddenly shocked by his own idea. Prince, are you okay? Seeing Lin Yi in a daze, Bianjing couldn't help asking. It's okay, Lin Yi said with a smile. After the stone is cracked, it can be knocked down easily with a chisel, and the speed should be much faster. Bianjing said, Your Majesty has a brilliant idea. I admire it. This method, as long as there is a mountain stream nearby, and the water can be obtained quickly, it won't take long for this road to reach the foot of the mountain. Now, he would not use such a derogatory term as common people, because the prince has recognized them, who are well-read, not enough, and too troublesome. Lin Yi shook his head and said, Do you know how to make gunpowder? Gunpowder? Bianjing smiled bitterly. Your Majesty, when we were building the tomb of the former emperor, There was not enough stone. So I used gunpowder to dig the mountain to get stone. It's just that Sanha is a remote place. And it's not easy to buy. So I didn't think about it for the time being. As for preparing it myself, I only know a rough idea. And I've never tried it. Lenny waved his hand and said, You organize people and prepare it yourself. Don't be afraid of failure. It's nothing more than mixing saltpeter, sulfur and charcoal together. Which one should be used more? Which one should be used less? And try more. Specific ratio? He was sure that he had never seen any information on this aspect. Otherwise he would definitely remember it. Dianjing agreed without hesitation. As long as there is gunpowder, it will be very useful. The thought of blasting mountains is exciting. Lin Yi continued to check along some narrow paths. When he saw wild fruits, he couldn't help picking a few and stuffing them into his mouth. When he returned to the mansion, his hands were stained black by mulberry juice, and he couldn't wash it off no matter how hard he washed. His mouth was numb, and he picked up the chopsticks. But he didn't eat the last bite. Prince, drink some soup. Mingwei and Zixiao laughed so hard that their stomachs hurt. Lenny sighed and said, Forget it. Leave it there. And have it as a midnight snack when you're hungry at night. After dark, there were too many mosquitoes outside. So he hid in the mosquito net early and counted the stars through the window. Foolishly, he couldn't count them all. At night, he faintly heard someone shouting that the fire had broken out. He stood at the window with his bare chest and saw the newly built Duzashizi opposite the palace with flames rising to the sky. Balkue stood at the window and bowed. Your Highness, the gunpowder made by Mr. Bien exploded, and the house was burned down. Now everyone is trying to put out the fire. So don't worry. Your Highness. What the hell? What is this operation? Lenny was stunned. Are they all okay? Balkue said. The old gentleman knows some kung fu, and they are agile. And they all ran out. That's good. Lenny breathed a sigh of relief and said, Don't just stand there. Go and help. After Balkue left, Lenny wanted to put on some clothes and go to take a look. But his eyelids were really weak, and they closed without him noticing. Anyway, it was no big deal. And it didn't matter whether he went or not. Thinking of this, he fell asleep directly, and didn't care whether there was a fire or not. After waking up the next day, he went straight to the commandery. 15 tall tiled houses occupied the front, back, left and right of a large courtyard. As soon as Lenny walked in, he saw a collapsed house. The roof had been burned, and the bricks and tiles were charred. Prince, Dianjing said helplessly with a sad face. I didn't expect it to be like this. This is a blessing in disguise. Lenny said with a smile. If everything was burned, you would have to sleep on the street. Dianjing smiled awkwardly, lowered his head and said nothing. Your Highness, you don't know. Shirquan suddenly shouted. That's the warehouse. The food inside is all burned. He is the youngest among the old men here, and he also has the lowest official position. A small Yongzhou Tongpan has always been quiet in front of these former big men. But he suddenly shouted now. How much food? Lenny sighed. I bought food for you a few days ago. To help the old and young in the city. And the children in the school. Can't be all gone. Right, Prince? Xiazan said with a smile. I will punish Bianjing severely, to serve as a warning to others. Really gone? Lenny said with a squint. Ah. It's really a disaster from heaven. I know my crime. Bianjing knelt down. Forget it. Forget it. Failure is the mother of success. If you don't fail a few times, you don't know how stupid you are. Lenny said unhappily. Hurry up and try it somewhere else. Don't mess around at home. Yes. Bianjing said hurriedly. I'm ready to go up the mountain. Just find a cave. No. Lenny rejected without hesitation. The cave is airtight. Do you think you're not dying fast enough? Go to the riverside and find a place to build a few houses. Find a few people to help. Don't mess around alone. I know. Dianjing was overjoyed. Days passed like this. Sanha gradually became colder. Lenny didn't dare to wander around shirtless anymore. However, there was nothing to wander around. He finally understood why everyone liked big cities. In a place like Sanha, what else could you do besides fishing? Anyway, the daily route was fixed now. The riverside, the school, the mansion, 3 points in a straight line, so boring that it was outrageous. The new school was finally built next to the palace. 5 rows of more than 60 large houses, It was the largest building complex in the entire Bayun city. At Lin Yi's insistence, not only the inside of the house is cemented, but also the outside is cemented. It is spacious, beautiful, and clean. Needless to say, the only drawback is that villagers often come here to dry rice, dried fruits, and fish, which is unstoppable despite repeated prohibitions. Fortunately, they are not completely ignorant of worldly affairs. They will not occupy the playground where children practice martial arts. After all, among the children, there are their own children. They may sneer at children learning poetry and prose, because they can't pass the imperial examination anyway. But they are very happy that their children can learn martial arts. After all, learning martial arts has always been a privilege enjoyed by the rich. Children from poor families want to learn martial arts, but they have never had a way. Now there is a place that teaches for free, and they are simply overjoyed. In a place like Sanha, survival is difficult, and there are countless fights. Having many sons and many relatives may be of some use, but the effect is limited after all. It is better to train your arms and legs to be rougher. And if you have a little ability, no one will dare to bully you. Of course, it is not all good. Now it is a bit difficult for them to chase the children and beat them. If they are not careful, they will jump onto the roof, climb up the tree, and jump over the river that is more than 10 feet wide. They can't catch them even if they want to. The shouts on the playground are deafening. Not only school children, but also many local adults, even white-haired old men, just for the unfinished childhood dream of being a knight. Chapter 57. Tears flowing. The huge playground, when it is small, there are 150 to 60 people, young and old, and 600 to 700 people when it is large. This is not counting the 700 to 800 Bayun city residents who are watching nearby. This is no longer a playground, they call it a square. The teaching order is disturbed, according to Xie Zhan's idea. A wall is built, just like the school converted from the original barn. No one is allowed to enter. In the end, Lin Yi stopped him, and only set up fences outside each classroom, and the playground is open to the public. He was happy to see this kind of peaceful and harmonious atmosphere, which was better than letting these people do nothing but fight and kill. She is like a wheel, and the whole body must follow it. If it doesn't follow it, the body will be scattered and powerless. He Jixiang, who had a missing tooth, had only a few teeth left. In the fire a few days ago, he lost 2 more teeth. Now he has a more serious problem of speaking. The people on the playground had difficulty listening, so they didn't dare to make any sound, for fear of mishearing a sentence or even a word. For a moment, everyone was silent. Lin Yi came over, and no one was willing to look at him, let alone say hello. Lin Yi shrugged, not caring at all. It was a good thing that everyone was eager to learn. After crossing the playground, he went directly to the school office. Passing by a classroom, his legs had already passed by, and suddenly he remembered something. He took a step back with his right foot, leaned back, and saw Hong Ying through the unpapered window. Hong Ying also saw him, took the initiative to open the door, and smiled flatteringly. "Prince, why are you here?" After saying that, he felt like he was talking nonsense. When would their prince not come to school? Lin Yi curiously stuck his head into the empty classroom. There were Hong An, Fong Pai, Cui Gengren, and a dozen people whose names he couldn't remember. Among them, there were even burly adults. "You bastard! You have no manners at all!" Hong Ying shouted towards the classroom. Long live the prince! Hong An, Fong Pai was experienced, and knelt very skillfully. The others were stunned for a long time before they knelt down. Don't kneel down all the time. You are a child. You will get osteomalacia easily. Lin Yi waved his hand impatiently. A real man should stand tall and upright. Yes. This time everyone's response was finally the same. What are you doing? Lin Yi rarely saw Hong Ying recently. Hong Ying pointed at the people in the room and said with a smile, "Your Majesty, they are all good seedlings. I will convey your teachings to them so that they can help you in the future." Mingwei behind Lin Yi looked at Hong Ying, who was frustrated and wrinkled, and couldn't help but smile. He felt sorry for the steward. He was obviously teaching these people martial arts, but he couldn't say it clearly. Although after the battle with Wenqian, the steward changed his image of a weakling in the prince's mind. But the change was still limited. Now, if the prince knew that he was teaching martial arts, he would definitely say that he was misleading the students. There might be a hint of contempt in his tone. How could the great Chief Steward Hong be willing to lose face in front of everyone? That's fine, the main thing is to warn them not to fight. Lenny didn't think much. I want to enjoy the peaceful days and stability in Baiyun City. Whoever disturbs the law and order of Baiyun City is deliberately making things difficult for me. After saying that, he turned around and left. Autumn. There is a lot of rain in Baiyun City. Sometimes it comes without any signs. The raindrops just fall suddenly out of thin air, hitting the broad banana leaves with a crackling sound. Xiezan, a great scholar of his generation, was lying without any image on Lin Yi's invention, on the popular reclining chair in Sanha, with his 2 legs, which had long been degenerated and deformed, resting on the table in front of him. He held a small teapot in one hand and poured a sip from time to time, making a sizzling sound. He was old, and he had long lost the fantasy of arms holding each other, lips touching each other, tongues playing with each other. Now, wasn't he just looking for a comfortable and peaceful life? However, he had been demoted to Sanha for many years, and had always been in poverty and struggling to survive. He had never enjoyed a day. Today's life is like a god. The wind started to blow, shaking the window blades left and right. He put the teapot down again, walked to the window with heavy legs, put his hand on the window, looked at the rain outside, and suddenly sighed. I wonder if it's raining in Baocheng. Bianjing teased. Thank you. Are you homesick? We are trapped in Sanha, and we can't even retire and return home. It's really sad and lamentable. Wang Qingbang. You old thing. You really make me suffer. He Jixiang said to Wang Qingbang angrily. You said that you and I had no grudges. Why bother? If it weren't for Wang Qingbang, the old bastard, slandering him in front of the emperor, how could he have fallen to this point? You and I are both smart people. Even if I didn't say anything, His Majesty wouldn't have kept you. Wang Qingbang smiled bitterly. If it weren't for my advocacy of exile, according to your Majesty's intention, the entire He family must be killed. Even Nie Yudao, who can't even be considered as catching wind in shadows, can be slaughtered. What about you? Chen Dishing said with a smile. It is said that the emperor was training in your army when he was in hiding. You, the general, are very good. He deliberately emphasized the word good. Alas. He Jixiang's face turned red and white. After a long while he sighed. It's too late to regret. He knew that they were telling the truth, and strictly speaking, Wang Qingbang accidentally saved his life. Well, we have been together for so many years. Who doesn't know each other? Why bring up these old things now? Xiezan did not look back, continued to look out the window, said dejectedly. You ask when I will return. But there is no date. Sanha night rain swells the autumn pond. When will we cut the candle in the west window together? And talk about the night rain in Sanha? He couldn't help but burst into tears and choked up several times. Thank you, sir. After listening to this poem, He Jixiang was also moved and couldn't help sighing. Don't be so sad. I am worse than you. Whether I am pardoned or not, I will probably die here in this life. Dear gentlemen, what day is today? Qiao Heng said carelessly. If you cry and whine, you will be laughed at if you tell others. Unconsciously, I have been here for 8 years. Xiezan wiped his eyes, bowed and smiled. I really miss my old wife at home. I am sorry to make you laugh at me. In terms of grievances, I have suffered no less than you. Bianjing counted on his fingers. I have been here for 27 years. Among all of you, I have been here the longest. My wife and daughter are both in the music bureau. And now there is no news. As he spoke, the always cheerful old man suddenly squatted on the ground, crying loudly, with snot and tears. This scared everyone. Master Bien, Brother Bien, Brother Bien. Everyone came forward to comfort him. Unfortunately, not only did they fail to comfort him, but they were affected and started crying. Everyone was in tears. Chapter 58, Suspicion and Failure. All the past memories that had long been buried deep in his mind, which he dared not even think about, all of a sudden fermented, and the overwhelming smell of decay filled the room. Qiao Heng shouted at this time. My only son died unjustly, my old wife became ill due to depression, and passed away, and my daughter-in-law and grandson are missing. Who can I go to for justice? I have a great reputation in my life, but I have no descendants at the age of old. No descendants. How can you understand this pain? His fist slammed on the table, and the table fell apart, and the back of his skinny hands was bloody, and the creepy joints were vaguely visible. Brother Qiao, Shirkwan didn't even bother to wipe his tears. He was so scared that he quickly hugged Chao Hung, who seemed to be crazy. Please accept my condolences. We can search for him slowly in the future. Search? Chao Hung sneered. I am trapped here. Where can I search? Even if I find him, what can I do? It will only bring them death. Staying here is the greatest protection for the family members who are still unknown. A real man can bend and stretch. Don't cry anymore. Xiezan first helped Dianjing up, and then bowed to Chao Hung. Brother Chao, you should think positively about everything. Acting like a little girl is a joke. What's wrong with thinking positively? The former taciturn censor Shinkasho said. At most, we can rely on the kindness of this prince to let us spend our old age in peace. Unfortunately, this is not what I want. Speaking of this prince, Wang Qinbang wiped the corner of his dry eye with a handkerchief. He is not only kind-hearted, but also a bit wise. It's a pity that he is not the crown prince, otherwise it would be a blessing for the people of the world. Will the crown prince definitely ascend to the throne? Dianjing was still sobbing, pointing upwards with his finger. When the late emperor was alive, who could have thought that it would be this person in the end, otherwise? How could I have suffered the disaster today? Everyone suddenly realized, yes, when the late emperor was alive, the most unsuccessful person was the current emperor, who stipulated that the crown prince would definitely ascend to the throne. Throughout the dynasties, there were countless crown princes who were deposed. You could hear a pin drop in the room for a while. After a long time, Wang Qinbang closed his eyes, shook his head and said, I sent a letter to the emperor, and was demoted to Sanha, a distance of 8,000 kilometers. I wanted to eliminate the evils for the wise emperor, and I was willing to cherish my remaining years. As he spoke, tears flowed from his only remaining eye again. Thinking of his days of success, he saw all the flowers in Hong Kong in one day. But now, he has fallen into a situation where his family is broken and his people are dead. You only have this one eye. Don't cry anymore. He Jixiang comforted Wang Qinbang for a rare time. You are worthy of the name of Wenzong, which makes me feel more and more uncomfortable. The body is easy to grow old, but hatred is hard to forget. What you win in front of me is desolate. Are you all accepting your age? Qin Dishing suddenly shouted. If I have to die, I want He Jin to die first. A sad and angry roar shocked everyone. In all these years of getting along, they have never seen Qin Dishing lose his composure like this. It's easy for you to say. Shirkwan also said loudly. Want He Jin's life? It's not that I look down on you. Unless the old sow can climb a tree. Dear old gentleman, stop complaining. It's getting late. Let's rest quickly. He yawned and turned to leave the wing room. Suddenly, he heard Xiezan say, the pig can't climb up by itself. I have to push it up even if I have to risk my old bones. Mr. Xie, you are joking again. Shirkwan laughed and said. And then, he saw Shinkasho trembling all over again. Holding suspicion will lead to failure of plan. Neglect of government. Shinkasho stood up tremblingly and said, Brother sure is right. It's getting late. It's better for you all to go to bed early. After seeing his back disappear, everyone bowed and went back to their rooms to sleep. There was no conversation that night. After a rain, the grass took the opportunity to grow wildly overnight, and squeezed out from the gap between the platform and the palace. Is the cement too poor? Or are you too awesome? Lenny picked it up casually and threw it into the flowers at the door, turning into spring mud to protect the flowers. It's fate. After clapping his hands, he touched his growing belly. If he didn't exercise his body, it would be a big problem when he got married in the future. After leaving the mansion, he refused to ride the donkey. He walked along the newly built road and headed directly towards Baiyun City. The weight loss plan officially started today. He found that the center of Baiyun City, where the notices were posted in the past, was now lined with a long queue, and the guards of the palace were maintaining order. Your Majesty? Shinchu came over and bowed. What are you doing? Lin Yi looked curiously at Xiezan, who seemed to be registering. Shinchu said. Master Xie said that the palace only has more than 50 guards, which is too weak. Starting today, we will recruit from Baiyun City to expand the guards. That's a good thing. Lin Yi thought of Du Sanha, and the mysterious messenger who had not yet been tracked down. He really needed to expand his strength. He nodded and said, Don't have too many people. It's really unaffordable to support too many people. There are places to spend money now, and the income is limited, so we have to spend sparingly. However, What he did not expect was that Xiezan and the others would be so fast. 3 days later, on the school playground, more than 1,000 people shouted loudly, and 100 or so children were hiding in the shouting. He Jixiang was still in charge of the training. The team sometimes formed a long snake, sometimes gathered together, without any aesthetics or majesty. Linny had a headache. It was not even as good as the level of college students' military training. It was not that the former governor of the Beijing camp had no ability, but the limitations of the times. Lin Yi could not help but stand directly on a stone platform and took out the set of things he had learned during the college military training. In the confusion of Shinchu, he Jixiang and others, sometimes people turned forward, sometimes turned right, sometimes turned back. Your Highness, I feel dizzy. Qin, who was the first to express doubt. Your Highness, have you thought about it, whether it is left or right? Give me a direction. The team laughed. You feel dizzy? Then stand aside and have a good rest. Lenny smiled and said kindly, don't go anywhere, and don't eat today. Eating too much will make you vomit easily. Ah! Hearing the first words, Qin, who was very happy, but hearing the latter, his face fell directly. Your Highness, I'm not dizzy anymore. There was no time for him to say anything. Immediately 2 guards came over, sandwiched him in the middle, and pulled him aside to stand. And make sure he can't go anywhere, and can't eat for a day. Seeing this, everyone finally quieted down. Landy continued to practice both sides in front of Shinchu and He Jixiang, and then said to them, just do it according to me. Don't ask why. I don't know even if you ask. And, if you don't do it well, I will punish you. After that, he turned around and left. Chapter 59, The Second Generation of Pirates. He turned back the same way, halfway through the journey, and was covered in sweat, sitting under a tree to rest, and he could not help but feel sad. It was not that he hated being fat, after all. Every piece of fat on his body was eaten by himself. It was just because history was so similar. After a boring day, there would always be a new boring day. Splendid clothes and delicious food, poetry and wine, and romance had nothing to do with him. As a result, he was now intermittently full of confidence, and continued to eat and wait for death. The weather is getting colder. But in the south, it is just cold. The people of Sanha have not experienced what cold is. There are still many people on the streets, but the public security is much better than before. Any well-known hooligans have been sent to labor reform by the guards of the palace. For the first time, the businessmen of Baiyan City found that doing business can be so easy and simple. There is no need to worry about extortion. No need to be afraid of thieves. Although there are not many guards in the palace, they are all good at climbing walls and climbing roofs. A few small thieves can hardly escape their eyes. Lu Duo, the shopkeeper of Zhongjia's silk shop, sat on a chair with a tea bowl in his hand, watching the waiter at the door welcoming and seeing off customers, and then took another sip of tea. He had never been so comfortable in his life. He felt that this was what business was, because he only needed to focus on business matters, because they didn't need to take care of many things, including the roads that were being repaired by the palace. He fantasized that as long as this road connected to Nanzhou, he would sublet the store and rebuild a shop along the newly built road. At that time, it will be a real source of wealth, and money will come from all directions. 3 big men with big waists and strong arms came in, and the leader was a big man with a ferocious face. If it were in the past, he would definitely go to entertain them personally, fearing that his young man would offend them accidentally. If such people appeared in Sanha, they would either be pirates or salt smugglers, who would draw their swords and chop people at the slightest disagreement. If you are not careful, your family will be destroyed. You definitely can't afford to offend them. How can it be like now? Holding a tea bowl. Although he greeted them with a smile, he looked at them coldly, and didn't even move his butt. He looked toward the street again, and after glancing at the 2 young men who suddenly appeared in the opposite shop, he felt relieved again. Although the 2 men were in disguise, he still recognized them as the guards of the palace. After all, there were only a few people in the palace, and most of them were walking on the street. If he couldn't recognize them, he wouldn't be able to do business. These 3 people walking in the crowd were so distinct and outstanding that it was impossible not to attract the attention of the palace guards. A mule dragged a cart with fences on all sides and appeared on the street, followed by the sound of gongs and drums. The garbage truck arrived. The waiter was greeting customers, so the shopkeeper had to dump the garbage in the wooden barrel into the garbage truck himself. Now, The only trouble was this. The Wang Fu had already set a rule that garbage could not be dumped at will. Otherwise a copper coin would be fined. If you didn't pay, you could wait to go to labor reform. This was what the old man Xiazan said. The mandatory nature of the Wang's regulations. Whether you agree or not, the rules are there waiting for you. If you violate them, someone will come after you. It was good for the garbage. He just happened to run into the 3 big men carrying a piece of white coarse cloth coming out of his shop. He watched the 3 big men walk away, and then saw the 2 guards of the palace following them. Found 3 suspicious people? Lenny asked curiously. Didn't you catch them? Balkue said. I was afraid of alerting the enemy, so I only sent someone to follow behind. The prince asked him, and Yi Jixiang to investigate the person who sent the letter. It has been a month. Even if the prince doesn't ask, he must come to report. What's suspicious? Lenny asked curiously. Balkue said. These 3 people are salt smugglers. According to my investigation, they have been wandering around the palace these days. What does it mean that they are wandering around me? Lenny touched his bald chin. And after a long pause, he said, could it be that they have discovered my cuckoldry and come to serve me? Balkue smiled and said nothing. If he answered in the affirmative, he would be lying to the prince on purpose. If he answered in the negative, the prince would probably be unhappy again. The prince was unhappy. The prince couldn't do anything to him, but Honging could expose his skin. Prince, someone wants to see you. Sunny ran in and said. Who? Lin Yi's eyes lit up. Did you send money? Sunny shook his head. Prince, the 3 people are poor at first glance. I wanted to send them away, but they insisted on seeing you, saying that there was something important. Something important? Lenny smiled and said. Then let them in. Anyway, they are free. Soon. Sun Yi led 3 strong men into the yard. As soon as the 3 men showed up, Balkue hurriedly said to Lin Yi, Your Majesty, these 3 men are the suspects I mentioned. But why did they suddenly come here? I am Tian Shiyu, the commoner. To see your Majesty? The bald man in the lead knelt down first, and the 2 men behind him also knelt down hurriedly. Perhaps they were inexperienced and too hasty, and their knees trembled on the stone floor. Lenny glanced at the big man, waved his hand and said, Stand up and talk. What do you want to see me for? I'm here to report something. Tian Shiyu still didn't stand up. He just knelt down and said loudly, The pirate Du Sanha violated the prince's regulations and robbed property in Baitu Bay. Du Sanha again? Lenny frowned. Who did they rob? My own? Tian Shiyu said angrily. This is my life savings. I hope the prince will do justice for me. You are a salt merchant, Lenny said with a smile. You are breaking the law knowingly. How dare you come to see me? He was helpless against Du Sanha, so he might as well get rid of this Tian Shiyu first. Tian Shiyu said calmly. I heard that everyone in Sanha has rules to follow. Your Majesty will not allow Sanha to harbor filth. To be honest with your Majesty, I have been lingering in Baiyun City a week ago, reciting your Majesty's rules every day. I really don't know which rule I have violated. Lin Yi was speechless for a moment. I am not afraid of gangsters and salt smugglers, but I am afraid of their culture. Tian Shiyu stretched out his hands and said with his head down, I met your Majesty on the day he was in theft. It's a pity that I didn't recognize the great man and missed your Majesty's kindness. I hope your Majesty will forgive me. Have I seen you? Lin Yi had no impression at all. That day, I was escorting the smuggled salt with my brothers. When we saw the prince's carriage, we quietly retreated. Tian Shiyu continued. After the prince passed by, we sneaked out. The prince did not harm me at all, and I was grateful. So it was you that day. Lin Yi suddenly realized. At that time, they did not meet a living person along the way. They finally met someone who could talk and wanted to talk to him. But they were as timid as mice and ran away. That's right, Tian Shiyu said. Otherwise, I would not dare to come to the prince. Ah. Lin Yi scratched his head. This Du Sanha. I also hate him to the bone. But he is a tyrant on the sea, who comes and goes without a trace. Even if I want to make a decision for you, I can't do it. I'm sorry. You've made a wasted trip. He didn't have the face to say that his people had just fallen into someone's hands. Your Highness, don't worry too much. Tian Shiyu took the cloth that he had been holding in his arms and put it under his body. Just as he was about to unfold it, he saw Balkue sandwiched between him and the prince. and took 2 steps back. Then he stood up, slowly spread it out on a table, and said loudly, "Your Highness, this is the Gunglu book, which I hand-painted. With it, you can find Du Sana's lair." Lenny stood up and squinted his eyes at the white cloth. The messy lines on it, and the dense fly-sized words gave people a headache. "So many?" Reporting to the prince, Tian Shiyu said in a high voice. "This road book is the draft written by our ancestors. My father improved it, and I polished it. In the whole South China Sea, there is no one more complete than mine. Not even Du Sana can do it." "You mean your whole family are pirates? You are the 2nd generation of pirates?" Lenny said with a smile. "Du Sana, who changed his career halfway, can't compare to you? Your Highness, you are quick to speak," Tian Shiyu said with a blushing face. "I admire you." Chapter 60 Love for Talent. What is the 2nd generation of pirates? It sounds strange to him, but it is easy to understand from the literal meaning. The 2nd generation of pirates is nothing. His ancestors to his father once roamed the sea, and everyone knows their names. He is proud of it, very proud. How come some words coming out of the mouth of this prince sound a bit contemptuous? It makes people feel very uncomfortable. What's the use of just knowing the route to deal with Du Sana? Lenny sat back in the chair, crossing his legs. He said calmly, "To find Du Sana's lair, you need a boat. Right? You want to swim over?" "Your Highness." Tian Shiyu knelt down again and said loudly, "I am willing to offer you a treasure ship." "What's the use of one ship? How many people can it hold? If it can't hold them, it will sink to the water and feed the turtles," Lenny said with a smile. "As we all know, Du Sana has more than 10,000 followers, and he is a martial arts master, so it's not easy to take him down." Tian Shiyu continued, "Your Highness, my lord, as far as I know, although the guards of the prince's palace have been expanded, there are only 1,400 people, less than 2,000, and my big ship can accommodate them. Oh, you also know that I only have so few people under my command." Lenny slapped his hand on the table. "Letting them fight Du Sana's tens of thousands of people, isn't this just to die? Tell me quickly, what is your intention?" "Your Majesty, please forgive me." Tian Shiyu was so scared that he knocked his head on the ground, and hurriedly explained, "Your Majesty, please forgive me." Tian Shiyu was so scared that he knocked his head on the ground, and hurriedly explained, "Your Majesty, please forgive me. Du Sana claims to have more than 10,000 followers, but most of them are family members. The elderly, the weak, women and children. And the fighting force is less than 4,000 people." "What a joke," Lenny snorted coldly. "More than 1,400 people can be the opponent of these 4,000 people? Please calm down." "Your Majesty," Tian Shiyu continued, "all the places along the sea have suffered greatly from Du Sana. I have tried my best to contact various places, and have gathered another 2,000 people and 3 large ships. We are willing to work together with your Majesty and join in the righteous cause." Lenny was stunned. This guy is just trying to put himself on the fire. It's my fault too. Why brag about peaceful seas and clear rivers? No one picks up things on the road, and no one locks the door at night. As the saying goes, the food and grass must be sent before the troops move. Lenny sighed. "You know the situation in Sana. I am so poor that I have to eat porridge. How can I have the energy to fight Du Sana? I have to take care of food and clothing first. As for other things, I have to take it slowly. Besides, if the troops are lost, I may not even be able to afford the funeral money. So, I accepted your petition, but I will deal with it later. Anyway, in the current situation, it is impossible for him to cause trouble to Nie Yudao, not to mention that he does not have the ability. More than 10 years ago, Nie Yudao was already at the peak of the 8th rank, and now he may be at the 9th rank. This kind of person is said to be so terrifying. He has no reason to let Shinchu and others die. Your Highness, Du Sana has been plundering for many years, and there are more than tens of millions of gold and silver treasures," Tian Shiyu said excitedly. "Just a few years ago, he destroyed a small country in Nanyang, and got 3 million gold and silver. As long as he is wiped out, I will not take a penny, and all will be given to your Highness." Tens of millions. Lenny could feel his breathing becoming heavy. How could he not be tempted? That's just a hypothesis. What if we can't defeat Du Sana and still have to cause trouble? Why bother? Lenny took a sip of tea and said with a smile, "Don't say anything more. I have made up my mind. We should eat as much as we can. Your Majesty, as long as we destroy the pirates in Yuahai, the trade route will be opened. and our rice, salt, lychees, and longans from Sanha can reach the north. And then we can transport silk and porcelain to Southeast Asia. Tianqiu still didn't give up, and said anxiously, by then, the silver will come like water. Your Majesty, please think twice. Get up. Don't keep kneeling. This prince thinks that being a salt dealer is such a promising career. It would be a pity if you don't continue to do it. Lenny changed the subject and said, let's put Dusan's matter aside for now. And tell me how you do this private salt business. He was very interested in all businesses that can make money. Tianqiu stood up and bowed. Prince, it's actually just boiling salt by the sea, and then transporting it to Yueo and other places. There was a flood in Yueo a few days ago, and there were countless refugees. When they gathered together, they became bandits. Common people can no longer go there. Going to Hong Kong or even further away, Yongzhou, is dangerous by land, and it takes a year or so to go back and forth. I tried to go by sea, but I didn't expect to be robbed by Dusana. I can only ask the prince to help me and others. Yuezhou is flooded. Lenny hadn't heard the news yet, and he couldn't help but sigh that he was behind in intelligence. That's right, Tianqiu said. Many refugees have already fled to Sanha, and gathering will cause chaos. The prince should make preparations early. Come to Sanha? Lenny asked excitedly. How far is Baiyun City from the border between Sanha and Yuezhou? Sanha is a place like this that lacks people the most. It will naturally be beneficial to bring more people over. As for not being able to support the family, that doesn't exist. Although the rice yield is low, there are 2 crops a year, and the harvest is still good. The contradiction is that everyone has only food as income, most of which needs to be sold for money, to buy daily necessities such as firewood, rice, oil, salt, sauce, vinegar and tea, and the remaining food can only guarantee survival. Even if there is really no food at home, just be a little more diligent, reach out to pick 2 fruits from the tree, so that you won't starve to death. The main reason for the high mortality rate is still the various diseases caused by dampness and heat. Tianqiu was puzzled. Your Highness, this may not be a good thing. The refugees are so powerful. If we don't take precautions, there may be trouble. Lenny smiled and said, you don't need to worry about this. Let's continue to talk about your salt transportation business. These days, natural disasters and man-made disasters are constant. As long as the common people have something to eat and are not starving to death, they will not bring their families to rebel. That's crazy. If your Highness can suppress the pirates and open this sea route, I am willing to give 60% of the salt profit to your Highness. Tianqiu was puzzled. Your Highness, this may not be a good thing. If your Highness can suppress the pirates and open this sea route, I am willing to give 60% of the salt profit to your Highness. Tianqiu was puzzled. Your Highness, this may not be a good thing. If your Highness can suppress the pirates and open this sea route, I am willing to give 60% of the salt profit to your Highness. Tianqiu noticed that Lin Yi frowned inadvertently. So he explained, I just said that whether you go to the north or go to Southeast Asia, there are benefits. Lin Yi smiled and said, 60%? I am so embarrassed. It seems that I am deliberately taking advantage of you. But I am not that kind of person. Tianqiu was about to compliment him, but he heard Lin Yi talking to himself. How about this? I found that you are a rare talent, and I am a person who cherishes talents. So I suddenly felt a desire to love talents. You can just stay in the prince's mansion. I will pay you a monthly salary in the future. You will never work in vain. This is not a discussion, it is a notification. You have to agree even if you don't agree. Tianqiu was stunned. Is this a human language? If it were someone else, he would have cursed. No matter how poor I am still a salt dealer. A few $100,000 a year. You actually pay me a monthly salary? Before he could speak, he found a eunuch standing in front of him. He could not even muster the heart to resist. He could only follow the doorman, who had just brought him in, and retreated obediently. Chapter 61 Decentralization. Looking at Tianqiu, and the other 2 gradually going away with Sun Yi, Lin Yi smiled and said, It's quite interesting. Balkue said, Your Majesty, do you really want to take in such a bunch of bandits? I'm afraid it will damage your reputation. Lin Yi rolled his eyes and said, Is this the first time you meet me? Balkue smiled. I know I'm wrong. Reputation? For their prince, it seems to be nothing. Their prince doesn't even care about his face. How could he pursue something as illusory as reputation? Mingyu said. This man is obviously vulgar everywhere, but he is meticulous in etiquette, as if he has been deliberately trained. Moreover, the flowery words coming out of such a person's mouth always make people feel a sense of disobedience. I guess the prince must have a deep meaning for keeping him. Did you hear that? Lin Yi kicked Bao Kuei. Learn more from your sister Mingwei. You only know how to fight and kill all day long. No. In terms of fighting, you seem to be no match for Mingwei. Look at you. You are not good at anything all day long. And you eat everything without leaving anything. This king dislikes you very much. You don't know what to do. I am ashamed, Bao Kuei said with a wry smile. Ms. Mingwei is naturally beautiful, and she is already at the peak of the 7th rank. So I can't compare with her. What sister? In terms of age, he can be Mingyue's father. Although he felt helpless, he couldn't say it, because no matter what, their prince always has a twisted reason to deal with him. This is a blood and tear experience. Mingwei covered her mouth and smiled. Commander Bao is polite. Commander Bao has rich marching experience. On the way to Sanha, if there was no Commander Bao to lead the way, I probably don't know where to go now. Bao Kuei looked at Mingwei gratefully. Fortunately, he saved his face. Otherwise he would have to find a hole to hide in. Bao Kuei said, I am stupid. I hope Miss Mingwei can teach me. Mingwei smiled and said, the prince probably suspects that there is someone behind Tian Shiyu instigating him. Otherwise such a fool would not say such a thing. Bao Kuei suddenly realized. The prince is still wise. Then, what should I do now? Lin Yi glared and said, ask me? If I know everything, why do I need you? Bao Kuei's face froze. Although his words were nonsense, they seemed to make sense. Anyway, this is what their prince called delegating power, under the beautiful name of mobilizing their enthusiasm. But in fact, everyone knows it. That he is just being lazy, being a hands-off boss, and not caring about anything. As the deputy commander, he has great power. From the big things like stealing in Baiyun City to the small things like sweeping the floor and wiping the table in the prince's mansion. He is in charge of everything. Sometimes, even if he forgets to feed the dog in the prince's mansion, the prince will blame him. This is clearly what the servants in the mansion should do. But he can't complain. Who is in charge of the servants? Of course, it's Chief Steward Hong. How dare he put the blame on Chief Steward Hong? Being wronged by the prince won't hurt him. But being beaten by Chief Steward Hong will hurt him. Therefore, he was able to live in the palace until now. All thanks to his own ability to know the current situation. Anyway, no matter what the responsibility is, he will take it on himself. And General Manager Hong will not treat him unfairly. After he sighed secretly, he looked at Mingwei with an embarrassed face. Mingwei smiled and said, if Commander Bao doesn't mind, I can help you. Bao Kuei said happily. It's naturally a blessing to have the girls' help. There are particularly many rains in autumn. Before the sun goes down, dark clouds come. The farmers began to fight for the field desperately. And the food outside must not be soaked by the rain. After a few thunderous sounds, the rain began to fall. Across the wall to the right of the palace is the newly built orphanage. Lin Yi not only wrote the word Sanha Orphanage by himself, but also served as the first director. Now that the locals know about this place, in the middle of the night, someone will always sneakily put the child at the door. As a result, the people in the orphanage have to run out every now and then to check and bring the child back in time. The monkeys and wolves that often appear are no joke if you meet any of them. Lin Yi could see the high roof of the orphanage from the platform at the door. He slapped a mosquito to death and held it in his hand and sighed. Did she kiss me just now? Mingwei was stunned and smiled after reacting. Yes, Your Majesty. She is beautiful and different. Lin Yi sighed. But I heard her. Love comes so quickly and goes so quickly. The people behind him tried their best not to laugh. The thunder was getting louder and louder. Fong Pai and Cui Genren were not honest. Fong Pai stood on the high roof and shouted, Thunder! This celestial cultivation! The sky-falling purple gold hammer! Cui Genren stood opposite Fong Pai with his fist raised, and shouted, Purple lightning! This mysterious flame! The 9 heavens hanging sword changed the world. I held the crescent blade in my hand. There was also a group of children standing at the door below, cheering loudly. The two people didn't care about their wet bodies or how loud the thunder was, and continued to roar. Lin Yi's mouth twitched unconsciously. He just roared a few times for no reason. How could these little bastards learn it? Tian cultivation? You are really ambitious. Lenny suddenly said expressionlessly. They are all so ambitious. It's a good thing. Add some burden to them. Don't let them be idle. Go and chase them down now. Don't let them die of starvation. Or they will be killed by thunder. It's bad luck. I understand. Honging walked slowly forward along the corridor, and then looked towards the orphanage opposite. I will control the demon roar. Fong Pai hadn't finished his words when he suddenly saw Honging appear in his sight. He was so scared that he jumped off the roof without hesitation. Big Fart King. Are you admitting defeat to me? What's wrong with your eyes? They don't work anymore. You keep blinking? Cui Gengren had his back to Honging. He was curious about what scary thing Fong Pai saw that made him jump down so quickly. Therefore, he could not help but turn his head back. After seeing clearly, he screamed and rolled off the roof. Seeing Lin Yi's worry, Honging smiled and said, Don't worry, Your Majesty. These little bastards are now thick-skinned and can't be hurt. Lin Yi thought that these little bastards were learning kung fu now, and he agreed with them and smiled. That's right. Since cement became popular in Baiyun City, the streets of Baiyun City no longer had the muddy streets when it rained heavily in the past. The bumpy cement roads extend everywhere from south to north and from east to west. These roads were not built by Bianjing, but by the smart people in Baiyun City who discovered the wonderful uses of cement and stole them from the construction site. Bianjing did not stop despite repeated prohibitions. After all, it was impossible to send people to guard every part of the construction site that was more than 10 miles long. Right? After Lin Yi knew about it, he just let them do it. Because simple cement itself was not valuable. These people were willing to be free laborers, paving the way for Baiyun City. There was no harm in that. Right? Chapter 62. Time waits for no one. The only problem is that, after all, these people are not professionals, and the road is full of potholes, and not evenly distributed. Moreover, everyone lacks a sense of cooperation and public morality, and each of them only cares about their own doorstep. And who would care about others? There was a time when the door of the shop on this side was high, and the door of the shop on the other side was low. There was a cement road in the middle, and the two sides were still dirt roads, and if the wheels of the carriage wanted to pass, it had to be pushed by people from behind. There were even places where the carriage would tilt directly when passing by, and it would overturn if you were not careful. Whether it was the merchants doing business or the local residents, they all suffered. Finally, everyone reached a consensus, set the height together, and built the road together. Anyway, no one cared about the cement at the construction site, so they just pulled it in trucks. Even though everyone worked together, the road was still bumpy and full of potholes. However, it still worked. Even if it rained, you could still go out with a donkey cart or a horse cart. Some smart people even imitated the newly built palaces, schools, and orphanages, applying cement on the walls, and finally applying lime. After all these operations, the originally dilapidated house was completely transformed and had a clean and bright feeling. Everyone is jealous. In a short period of time, the exterior walls of a large area of houses in Baiyun City turned white. Some people felt that painting the walls would not show their skills and abilities, so they simply tore down the old houses. Rebuilding, the new brick kilns built with the palace can be bought on credit. Even if they can't pay it back, they can still work to pay off the debt. Those who are a little determined, grit their teeth and do it. They are tired of living in houses that leak when it rains. Then one big house after another was built. The most annoying ones are those businessmen. In terms of financial resources, they are much better than those poor people who have to buy bricks on credit. However, they cannot demolish the house casually, or will they be able to do business? If they stop for 10 days or half a month, it is okay to make less money. But when the house is built, the old customers will basically run away. Right? But they are afraid of comparison. When their shop is compared with the new house of the neighbor behind them, it will immediately become a doghouse. However, moving a dead tree will live. And some businessmen took the lead in building two-story shops on the roadside of the newly built Hafu. In this way, they don't have to demolish the old shop, and they get a new shop, killing two birds with one stone. The newly built road has become a major traffic artery, with people and cars constantly coming and going. And surprisingly, the business is better than in the city. Businessmen with good brains have gradually started to build shops on the roadside. The road has become the commercial center of Baiyun City in a short time. Moreover, These businessmen have also built a lot of branch roads on the main road on their own initiative, just to facilitate the customers. Lin Yi had expected this change, but he didn't expect it to happen so quickly. Every morning, Lin Yi would wake up on time to the sound of gongs and drums in school, as well as the roars of students and guards. Sitting on the bed, he felt regretful. He shouldn't have built the school so close to the mansion. Now it's a luxury to sleep in. After breakfast, he found Bian Jing and strongly requested to rebuild a square, which would be used for guards and student training. He couldn't stand the noise that surrounded his ears every day. It would be better to keep them away. Bian Jing agreed without hesitation, and was very glad that the prince didn't ask him to rebuild the mansion. Otherwise he would be busy to death. Since the trial production of explosives has yielded results, he has been working on the construction site, like a child who has a new toy, throwing explosives all over the mountain, splitting rocks, and has no spare energy to care about other things. Bian Jing said excitedly, "Your Majesty, the road to Nanzhou is just around the corner. Tell me a specific time." Lin Yi had learned from the previous lesson and asked clearly, "Don't tell me. You still need 10 or 8 years to repair it." Bian Jing said proudly, "Your Majesty, don't worry. It won't take that long. Since we have explosives, building mountain roads is not that difficult. It's much faster." Lin Yi said, "Then what is it? When can it be completed?" 3 years. Bian Jing pointed his finger at 3 o'clock, stroking his beard. "I guarantee that it can be completed within 3 years. That's really fast." If it weren't for the other party's age, Lin Yi would have wanted to kick him directly. It's not like building a highway. At the same time, the quality of the project must be taken into consideration. It's nothing more than tamping the foundation on the original road and laying cement. Some sections don't even need cement at all. Some mountain roads only need to widen the road. He has seen it in person. As soon as the explosives are buried, bang, a large area is blown up. You only need to clear the rubble to complete the road. It's so simple that it's outrageous. 3 years for this? You must be kidding. If this road is not built, no one can come to Sanha. Without popularity, this place will be a dead end. There will be no good food, drink or fun. He can't accept it. Your Highness. Bian Jing was puzzled. He was already trying his best to speed up. Is it because of a lack of manpower or money? Lin Yi asked. There is indeed a shortage of manpower. But Your Highness, a shovel and a chisel need to be purchased from outside. Bian Jing smiled bitterly. Now Yuezhou is in turmoil, and the merchants have been cut off for half a month. Now there is no stock in the shops in Baiyun City. Even if I recruit more people, it will be useless. Lin Yi asked curiously. There is not even a blacksmith in such a big city of Baiyun? Bian Jing bowed and said, there are 3 blacksmith shops in Baiyun City. The daily output is limited. Even if all of them are given to us, it is not enough. Lin Yi sighed and said, Sanha can produce stone coal and iron stone? Bian Jing said, more than 100 miles to the south. It is all lean coal. The east is Lianjin, 300 miles to the west. It produces iron stone and copper stone. Xiao Wujin occupied this place and minted copper coins privately. Liang General Xiao Wujin. Lin Yi originally thought that these 2 old men were just ordinary country rich men. At the beginning, he took 80,000 taels from them, and he felt a little embarrassed. Thinking that the landlords did not have surplus grain, he could not exploit them too much, so he let them go lightly. After all this time, I am still the poorest one. They mint their own money, which is equivalent to running a money printing machine, Bian Jing said. These 2 families have been entrenched here for generations, and they are the richest. Lin Yi said unhappily. Why didn't you say it earlier? Bian Jing said in astonishment. Everyone in Sanha knows that when General Mei Jingji went south to fight, the Liang family alone took 500,000 taels to help with the military expenses. Liang Jin's grandson Liang Hao is now the governor of Nanzhou, and he is a 7th rank official. Lin Yi sighed and said, from what you said, they still have a background. So I can't just touch them? Bian Jing smiled and said, not really. The prince is of noble status, and the small Liang family is not worth mentioning. General Mei will naturally not trouble the prince for such a small matter. I have no plans to touch them for the time being. Lin Yi continued. Who has a gold mine or a silver mine? Tell me. Xiaoingzi. Keep it in mind for me. At present, he has almost used up all his money, and he will be short of money in the future. Chapter 63 Letter. Hong Chong hurriedly agreed. Bianjing said. 600 miles to the south, the locals call it Jinji Mountain, which produces gold. The man who occupies this place is called Jiang Xixi, who is obviously a bandit, but he chose the name of a scholar, called Sword-Wielding Scholar. It is said that he has some connection with Wang Cheng, but I don't know the specific inside story. They are all rich people. Mr. Bien, don't worry. When I get their money in the future, I will allocate it to you to build roads and bridges. Lenny drooled with envy sighed. Since there is iron and coal, it's just that there are not enough blacksmiths. That's right. Bianjing bowed. I have already paid the silver to these blacksmith shops in advance. Let them recruit apprentices. It only takes 1 year for these apprentices to become qualified blacksmiths. By then, these blacksmith shops can be. Mr. Bien. Lenny couldn't help interrupting. Sighing. Time is money. Efficiency is life. Training blacksmiths. I have no objection. It is a necessary move. But, it takes a year? I can't wait. Bianjing said. What does the prince mean? Lenny said. First, Sanha is so big. It is impossible that only a few people can forge iron. Post notices. Offer rewards to recruit people. And we open our own blacksmith shop. Second, there is a flood in Yuezhou. And there are many refugees. Go and grab some people for me. How many people do you need? At least you can catch a few blacksmiths. Right? If there are no blacksmiths. Carpenters are also good. Okay. Let's do it this way. You are not in good health. So don't go in person. Arrange people to go. And bring more guards. As for food, please help to raise it quickly. Lord Xie. Your Highness is wise. Xiezan was overjoyed and said happily. Baiyun City is 600 miles away from the border between Yuezhou and Sanha. There are many refugees. And they don't speak Mandarin. It is very easy to cause trouble. It is not suitable for ordinary people. I recommend Hu De and his son to go. Lenny said in surprise. One is a groom. And the other is a doctor. Can these two do it? Xiezan smiled and said. As far as I know. Hu De is from Yuezhou. He has lived in Hong Kong for many years, and his accent has not changed. Doctor who has superb medical skills. Even bandits would not easily hurt him. He is very popular. Therefore, it is the best for the father and son to go. Lenny thought it made sense when he heard it. So he nodded and agreed. As for whether the father and son of the Hu family agreed or not, that was not his consideration. The guards of the Huang mansion have been expanded to 2,000 people. For Sanha, which has a sparse population, this is already the limit. Most of them are farmers, fishermen, small vendors, and a small number of prisoners who are undergoing labor reform. Wang Xing, the son of Sanha's richest man Wang Cheng, is also among them. There are 3 hours of training time every day. After the training, those who should go to harvest in autumn will go to harvest in autumn. And those who should go to fish will go to fish. The green-skinned and the gangsters will continue to go to the construction site for labor reform. This is a compromise made by He Jixiang based on the local reality. It is basically impossible to expect these people to be full-time guards. Many families have wives and children. And they are the pillars of the family. Without them, there is no hope of harvesting rice from the fields this season. If it were not for the monthly salary from the palace, they would not be willing to come here to suffer and delay their family work. On the wide playground, the guards had marched in formation. Afterwards, Lenny frowned as he watched them boxing with great fanfare. He felt something was missing, but couldn't put his finger on it. Let them run. Run every day. At least 10 miles. Lenny said to He Jixiang. As long as they run fast enough, the enemy's swords won't be able to cut them. If they are cut, they will die. If they die, they will be gone. He Jixiang was stunned. This is completely correct nonsense. Light-footed and good at running, speed is the essence of war. That's how I train them. This prince often said some new words. It was a headache for him. Sometimes he could only rely on his own understanding. Lenny smiled and said, That's even better, keep strengthening. You have to run in an orderly manner, run with momentum. He Jixiang wanted to say something, but found that Lenny had already left, and hurriedly grabbed Hong Ying and said, General Manager Hong, what does it mean to be in an orderly manner, and to run with momentum? Probably the body is as swift as a flying duck, and as elusive as a god, and the light steps on the water, and the silk socks are covered with dust, and the body is suddenly released, to wander and play. Hong Ying suddenly remembered the light steps on the water in the Demigods and Semi-Devils, written by the prince. However, he was a eunuch, and he could not learn this kind of pure yang technique when he first came into contact with it. He could only teach Mingwei, Zixia, Songcheng and others to practice. Although these people had good aptitude, none of them had achieved great success. Now, he felt that he had reached the point where the yin and yang numbers were sufficient to communicate with the gods, and he could learn this kind of technique. But he was unwilling to learn it. After all, footwork was just a move. Moves and techniques were no longer beneficial to him. Qinggong? He Jixiang frowned. Walking on water? How can you do it if you are not an 8th grade person? Seeing that Lin Yi had gone far away, Hong Ying no longer paid attention to Bian Jing, and hurriedly turned around to chase him, leaving He Jixiang alone shaking his head and sighing. The autumn weather was clear and refreshing. A carrier pigeon came from the north, and after hovering for a long time in the sky above the palace, it finally landed. When Lin Yi saw it, he immediately went to the backyard. Your Majesty. Wang Qingbang handed a note to Lin Yi. Lin Yi quickly opened it, and found the corresponding words in the book according to the numbers on it, and wrote them one by one on the paper, and finally formed 2 coherent sentences. After reading it, he couldn't help but sigh again. He had frequent correspondence with Lin Ning. He wrote about family matters and caring words, and Lin Ning's replies were all about court affairs, who was promoted, who was unlucky, and who was lucky. For example, the content of today's letter is also the same. He casually threw the paper to Wang Qingbang and said with a smile, "Take a look. It's the same content every day. It's boring. Isn't Qi Yong at odds with Ankang Prefecture Governor Wen Tai? Why would he be so kind to speak for him? The duties of the prefect and the governor are the same. But because Ankang is in the capital, the prefect is a 3rd-rank official, and his status is also very high. One must be favored by the emperor to be in this position, and he is qualified to challenge the prime minister." Wang Qingbang said with a smile. "I have been in Sanha for many years, but I have never heard of Wen Tai. It's just that Qi Yong is not kind." Lin Yi asked curiously. "Why?" Others advocated dismissal, but Qi Yong and others advocated that he be exiled to Chuanzhou. Although he was demoted, it is better than losing his job. "Right," Wang Qingbang said with a smile. "Your Majesty is kind, but he doesn't understand the right and wrong of this. This is exactly the cruelty of Qi Yong. It would be great if Wen Tai was really dismissed. After that, as long as there is someone to guarantee him in the court, he can also be reinstated and restored to his original position. But it is different to be sent to Sichuan province. It is easy to be demoted from the 3rd rank to the 6th rank, but it is very difficult to be promoted. The country has its own laws, and the family has its own rules. Even if it is a special case, it will be promoted. It takes 10 years to go from the 6th rank to the 3rd rank. 10 years. Damn it. How many decades are there in a lifetime?" Lin Yi sighed. Qi Yong is too cruel. Politics is much more complicated than he imagined. Chapter 64 Foodie. Wang Qingbang sighed. Qi Yong is an old fox, cruel and vicious, and the prince is kind, so it is naturally difficult to deal with him. "Stop flattering me, I know who I am." Lin Yi rolled his eyes at him unhappily. "Although I am not stupid, I am definitely not a smart person. The real smart people are my brothers. Each of them is more clever than a monkey. Even the 12th brother, a bear, is so slippery that he doesn't hold back. I really can't beat them. Fortunately, I know myself well, and stay away from trouble." Wang Qingbang said with a smile. "Your Highness is too modest. This Zhuge family is your in-laws. Isn't that a little off topic?" Lin Yi didn't let him continue, but said to himself, "Yang Guangyan, how glorious is the 4th prince? The in-laws are also generals, with great power. Later, didn't he also end up with his head and body separated? It is said that he was chopped off by his father, the Emperor Lin Sun himself. How much hatred and resentment is there?" Wang Qingbang said. "Your Majesty is a man of heaven and man, leading the troops alone, leading the troops well, training the 3 armies, as if they were his arms and fingers. The army listens to the general's orders, not the emperor's edict. And the 4th prince can't be so handy if he relies on external forces." Lin Yi smiled and said, "You also know that unless you have the ability to lead the army, like Prince Yong, otherwise, relying on external forces, it will be like a mirror in the water. I wonder which prince is close to you." Wang Qingbang smiled. He trapped himself. I would rather starve to death than work for my relatives. And I would rather die of poverty than farm my father-in-law's field. As for me, I will not help either of them. Lenny checked the book while filling in the numbers on the paper. After writing, he handed it to Wang Qingbang. Send it back. Also, please help write another one to Sancheng, asking them not to send silver notes for the time being. And don't send cash. It's troublesome. In a place like Sanha, there is not even a bank. The banknotes in hand can only be exchanged at the local pawn shop or cloth shop or rice shop. It is a big loss. If we ask Sancheng to deliver the silver directly, the journey is too long and it is too inconvenient. He planned to open a bank when the time was right, so he wouldn't have to go through so much trouble. Coming out of the backyard, he casually strolled to the riverside of the mansion. The sun was shining brightly, and the river was clear and sparkling. Prince Tianchi was sitting by the river holding a big pig's trotter and chewing it fiercely, not paying any attention to the two brothers who were drooling beside him. You stole my pig's trotter again. Lenny was furious, and he really regretted keeping these three bastards. Each one was more greedy than the other, and they often sneaked into the kitchen to eat. Prince, this is too delicious. After Tianchi finished speaking incoherently, he threw the pig's trotter in his hand behind him, and his two brothers immediately started to fight for it. He pretended not to see it, walked to the river, reached out to wash his hands, and wiped his greasy mouth. It's delicious, Lenny said unhappily. Starting today, I'll pay for your meals, and I guarantee you'll eat as much as you want. Really? Tianchi's eyes lit up, and he said very straightforwardly, Prince, didn't you say you'd pay me a monthly salary? Then just deduct it from the monthly salary. He was not happy to stay in the prince's mansion at first. However, in just this week, the three of them began to feel lucky that they didn't leave here. The food in the prince's mansion was really good. His ancestors were pirates. Although his family fell into poverty, and he was forced to become a salt smuggler, he still had a lot of wealth. And he had hundreds of thousands of taels of income every year. Traveling around the world, it was not all about eating and sleeping in the open air. After all, they were rich, so they had to spend lavishly and eat and drink as much as they wanted. But it was the first time he had eaten such delicious food as the one in the prince's mansion. It made him feel that what he had eaten before was not even as good as that of dogs. No, this was an insult to dogs. The prince's big black dog and a little yellow dog definitely ate better than them. The two dogs had big bones to chew every day, and they could eat as much as they wanted. The servants were afraid that they would not have enough to eat, so they fed them several times a day. And I had to eat pig's trotters secretly. Look at what kind of life I am living, Lenny said lightly. The way you eat, the monthly salary is not enough. My chef is a master chef. In a restaurant, a meal cannot be prepared without 1 or 2 taels of silver. At present, except for the living ancestor of unknown age, no one can take advantage of him. Your Majesty is right. Tianchi was secretly happy in his heart. This man and the prince are indeed ignorant of the world. Although he complained, he was open-minded. At the prince's mansion, the three of them still had 4 dishes for a meal. 2 meat dishes and 2 vegetables. In a restaurant, not to mention 1 tael. Even 2 taels might not be cheap, Lenny said generously. Hey, who made me a generous person? From now on, I won't give you this monthly salary, but I won't ask you to pay extra. Just eat as much as you want. Your Majesty. Although Tianchi was very happy in his heart, he still pretended to be sad on his face. Thank you, Your Majesty. Lenny smiled and nodded, and simply asked Mingwei to get the fish hook. And he started fishing here. The weather was good today, and the fish were willing to bite. Soon, several were pulled up. Just as he was feeling proud, Sonny came over and said someone wanted to see him. Who? Lenny asked curiously. Prince, it's the man surnamed Sean whom I met on the road last time. Sean? Lenny had no impression. Shawneen, Sonny reminded him. The Sean family of Dongyangdio, with 4 Jinshur in one family and 9 Juren in one alley. The one who is related to that old bastard Shanchi. Lenny frowned, waved his hand. No. Sonny bowed and left. Not long after, he came back again, smiling. Your Highness, this is a gift for Shawneen. How much? Lenny asked. 3,000 taels. Sonny smiled. That much? Lenny thought for a moment and said, no matter how small a mosquito is, it is still meat. Let him come over. He didn't move his butt. His eyes were always fixed on the reed rod fishing float. When Sunny came with 2 people, he caught another yellow catfish. Because the water quality was good, the whole fish was golden yellow. Very bright. I am here to see you, Your Highness. Sean Ian kowtowed to Lin Yi with a smile. How did I see you again? Lin Yi said unhappily. Your Highness, Yi Jinyu is a woman who will never give up on me. Sean Ian sighed. The world is so big. There is really no place to hide. Please take me in. Bullshit. Lin Yi naturally didn't believe his nonsense. Your Highness, if you have something to ask me, come to me. Fong Pai poked his head out from the wall across the river. Get lost. It's none of your business. Lin Yi waved his hand at him impatiently, and then continued to Sean Ian. Although Yi Jinyu is a bit powerful, your Sean family is not easy to mess with. Right? Of course. Sean Ian said proudly. My Sean family is definitely not afraid of him. Then why run away? Just hide at home. Isn't it all over? Your Highness doesn't know. Sean Ian said with a wry smile. Although I'm not afraid of him, I can't cause trouble for my family. This is also my filial piety as a son. Lin Yi snorted coldly. Instead of bringing trouble home, it's like bringing it to me. Do I look like a fool? Chapter 65 advise you to be kind. His great-grandmother is not here, and he has not developed the canon. What if he attracts the great master of Jizhao Temple? Although he may not do anything to him, but being frightened is not a good thing. He doesn't like to do things he is not sure of. When walking in the world, the most important thing is to be stable. Sean Ian knelt straight, adjusted his sleeves, and bowed. Your Majesty, I am the 7th rank of the world. 7th rank? Lin Yi looked at him coldly and said. So what? Is it great? Sean Ian was confused. 7th rank. No matter where you go, there will be people who will warmly welcome you. If you go there to seek refuge, which family will not be overjoyed? If you are willing, people will be willing to marry their daughters to you. He was reluctant to go before, because his last name is Sean, and he is a man who is determined to be the champion of martial arts. Now he can't go, because no family will be stupid enough to offend Jizhao Temple for him. Even if there are fools who are willing to stand up for him, it's useless. How can Jizhao Temple be dealt with by ordinary people? Look at them. Lin Yi pointed at Mingwei and Zixiao behind him. They are all 7th rank. Would they care about a broken 7th rank like you? Your kindness, I will accept it. It's time for lunch. Go home and have lunch quickly. Don't starve yourself. It's bad for your health. Anyway, once the money is in your hands, there's no reason to spend it again. Lunch? Sean Ian had no idea what this word meant. But after listening to the rest, he probably understood the whole meaning. So he said, I'm not hungry. Lin Yi waved his hand and said, I don't care whether you are hungry or not. I am hungry. Sun Yi will see you off. Your Majesty, Sean Ian said hurriedly, please listen to what I have to say. I am willing to serve you like a dog and a horse, and let you command me. I've sold myself. You can't disagree. Right? This is the only way. He is being chased by Yi Jinyu now, and he has no home to return to. He is a father who protects his son, and he is not afraid of Yi Jinyu chasing him. However, at that time, the conflict between him and Yi Jinyu will escalate into the conflict between Dongyong Island and Jizhao Temple. He cannot bring disaster to the whole family for himself. And now, he feels that the young prince in front of him can protect him. After all, there is a eunuch who can knock down a 7th rank master with one needle, and a woman who can make the 8th rank Yi Jinyu unable to fight back with a wave of her sleeve. Especially the woman of unknown age, who is actually an old acquaintance of Master Jingyi of Jizhao Temple. In addition to the identity of the prince, Jizhao Temple will always have some concerns. Right? Lin Yi stood up, stretched, glanced at him and said, why don't you die of pleasure? Do you want to eat for free in this prince's mansion? He has had enough of Tian Shiyu and the other 3. How could he leave another good cause? Your Highness, Sean Ian said with a smile. Don't worry. I won't eat for free. I can pay for it. He never thought that there would be a day when he would work like a slave for others and still have to pay for it with a smile on his face. The most annoying thing is that he was despised. 7th rank. When did it become so worthless? How much? Lin Yi asked directly. My mansion is different from the outside world. 3 meals a day. Meat and vegetables are matched. And the nutrition is balanced. Anyone who eats it will say it's good. Your Highness, do you think these are okay? Sean Ian raised a finger. Don't let me guess. Be straightforward. You are stingy. You are not a man. It has always been Lin Yi who pointed fingers at others. How could it be someone else's turn to compete with him? 1,000 taels, Shan Yin said cautiously. Sun Yi, what are you standing there for? Get out of here, Lin Yi said angrily. 2,000 taels, Shan Yin corrected hurriedly. Humph. Don't forget. You are here to escape. I will save your life, Lin Yi said even more angrily. Your life is worth 2,000 taels? You don't care about it yourself. Why should I care about it? 3,000 taels. Your Majesty, Shan Yin said with a bitter face. My ability is really limited. 3,000 taels a month. It's okay. Lin Yi touched his chin. Finally nodded. Okay. It's settled. 1 month? Shan Yin's chin almost fell to the ground. A mouthful of blood stuck in his throat. He wanted to spit it out, but was afraid of angering the other party. How could life be so frustrating? Lin Yi didn't care whether he was happy or not. He glanced at the little man behind him. There was a scar on his face from his eyes to his forehead, which made him look a little hideous. Is he also seeking refuge like you? Your Majesty. His name is Jiangqiu, Shan Yin said with a forced smile. I was caught up by He Jinyu on the way. Thanks to this brother's help, I was able to come to see your Majesty alive. He is also a 7th rank official. Jiangqiu? Lin Yi said with a smile. Okay. Then let's stay together. I won't charge you for food separately. Thank you, Your Majesty. Shan Yin finally breathed a sigh of relief. If she asked for more money? I really can't afford it. The Shan family is rich, but their monthly allowance is fixed. If their daily expenses are too high and they don't have enough, they have to borrow some money from the bandits on the mountain, or help others to keep the peace and earn pocket money. It's not easy to think about it. Now she is being hunted down, which is too miserable. Women really hold grudges, Lin Yi said with a smile. When she was in Daju town, wasn't this woman hunted down by the Shi sect? How could she have time to care about you? Shan Yin sighed. Your Highness doesn't know that the Shi sect is a demon sect, far away in Chuanzhou. Even if she wants to go there to find trouble, it won't be easy for her to get there in a short time. I was unlucky. I was just about to go back to Donglong Island, but I ran into her on the way. She was determined to fight me to the death. Your Majesty, what do you think? It's not that you are unlucky, but because there is only one official road, and there are only a few inns and post stations. If you are going in the same direction, the probability of running into each other is already high. Your Majesty is right. Okay, let's do it this way. You are free anyway. Since you are going to take the martial arts exam, you must be proficient in archery and horse riding. Become my guard coach. Lin Yi didn't give him a chance to speak, and turned around to continue fishing. Sun Yi walked up to Shan Yin, signaling him to stop talking and just follow him. Shan Yin nodded to Jiangqiu, and they stood up and walked behind Sun Yi. After turning left and right, they finally stopped at a row of side rooms, and saw Tian Shiyu sitting on the steps at the door, with his 2 brothers picking their toes and scratching lice. Their eyes met, and sparks flew. Tian Shiyu first pulled out the knife from his waist. Shan! Tian Shiyu gritted his teeth. Brother Tian, you are not my opponent. It is better for us to be friendly, Shan Yin said with a smile. I just lend you some money, and I will pay you back later. Seeing Tian Shiyu, he was actually happy from the bottom of his heart. I advise you two to be kind. Sun Yi put his hands behind his back, and actually imitated Lin Yi, squinting his eyes and smiling. This is the Huang mansion. Tian Shiyu made a clang and put away the knife. Chapter 66. There is always someone better than you. He is not someone who will listen to advice easily, who can be without temper when traveling in the martial arts world. Drawing swords against each other when there is a disagreement is really the most common thing. He is so temperless now, because the world is changing too fast. The doormen of a mansion are all at the peak of the 6th rank. Beating a 4th rank like me is like playing, of course. It is impossible for me to be convinced just because of my high kung fu skills. He is not afraid of being scared. When facing a 7th rank like Shan Yin, he does not show any color. The only difference is that, behind this doorman named Sun Yi is a dead eunuch named Hong Ying. On the day he was detained in the palace of the prince, he and his 2 brothers tried to escape. After being caught by the dead eunuch, he would never forget the pain of being unable to live or die. From beginning to end, the dead eunuch did not say a word to him. However, The three of them knew what to do. After all, they were not fools. Don't try to escape. And listen to the doorman's words. Shanin didn't understand what was going on. He was stunned. When did Tian Shiyu become so reasonable? He put away the knife when he was asked to do so? Brother Tian, we haven't seen each other for more than a year. It's a great pleasure to meet again here. Shanin walked over, but still kept a certain distance. Just after picking his feet, the other person rushed over. I don't know why you are here. Tian Shiyu snorted coldly. The prince is a person who loves talents. I am here as a guest. Guest? Shanin looked suspicious. How could anyone believe his nonsense? But Sunny didn't object. Could it be true? Tian Shiyu touched his bald head and said proudly, Of course. Shanin smiled and said, That's even better. I'm about to take up the post of the guard coach of the palace. We'll work together in the future, and we should take care of each other. Tian Shiyu shouted, Don't try to blackmail me again, or I'll ask the prince to take charge. The first time he met Shanin, it was a windy and dark night. He and his brother stayed at the inn for the night. After having good food and wine, Shanin, who had never met him before, actually asked him to borrow money. He wanted to agree, but his sword could not agree. At this time, he was about to fight with the opponent for 300 rounds. Shanin's sword was faster than his, and had already been put on his neck. After listening carefully to the other party's words, he felt that what he said made sense. When going out, everyone has difficulties. He generously lent him 10,000 taels of silver. Shanin shook his head and said, Brother Tian, your words are too polite and chill my heart. What is extortion? How could I do such a shameless thing? Don't worry. I will pay you back sooner or later. Brother Tian, you have a big family and a big business. You shouldn't be in a hurry to use this 10,000 taels of silver. Right? Humph. Tian Shiyu turned his back and ignored him. You can't afford to offend me, so just hide first. Sunny raised his hand and said, Mr. Shan, come with me. After walking through the corridor, he pushed open the door of a room. Shanin entered the room and saw that it was spacious, with a wooden bed on each side, which could accommodate 2 people. Thank you. Brother Sun, please take care of me in the future. Shanin said politely. Take care of me? Sunny said with a smile. It doesn't matter what happens to me, but you'd better put away your playful smile in front of Manager Hong otherwise. I know the consequences. Sunny didn't need to explain. Shanin didn't dare to provoke Hong Ying after all. He had suffered at his hands. Then you're welcome. Sunny took the silver coins handed over by Shanin, shaking them in his hands, and put them in his sleeves. He couldn't help but feel proud. The prince was right. Being a doorman is much more promising than being a coachman. After buying the house here, he can go back in person and take my father, mother, and sister with him. As for his younger brother, he still had to stay in the capital to study and take the imperial examination. His younger brother's Jianxing quota was obtained by asking General Manager Hong to help him. His son family has only 1 scholar in 8 generations. If he loses this person, he will never be able to turn things around. On the morning when he and Hu De, the former groom of the palace, and Hu Lu, the current medical officer, set off for Yuezhou, Lin Yi personally saw them off. After the 2 walked away, Lin Yi turned back along the original route. When he passed by the river, he found that the guards were practicing Qigong. Those with good kung fu jumped 3 feet high and jumped to the other side of the river. Those with poor kung fu dive into the water all of a sudden, floating twice and disappearing from the water. Luckily, there was a boat guarding in the water, and it was pulled out in time. Lin Yi took a few glances, felt bored, and went back to continue fishing and scolded Fang Pai. The little bastard. By the way, and he emphasized to Hong Ying, if you don't punish a naughty kid for a day, he will become a troublemaker. Hong Ying smiled and agreed. The prince is free, but he, the chief steward, cannot be free. After a busy day, when the prince rested, he called Hong Yan and Fang Pai's 7 or 8 children into the house, and tested their homework one by one. He would not praise those who did well, but he would definitely punish those who did not do well. After the children left, he sat on a chair, and just as he closed his eyes, he suddenly opened them again. Then he slowly opened the door, stepped through the large garden in front of the door, and stood on a roof, looking at the white figure that came out from under the moonlight and was getting closer and closer to him, until the figure stood in front of him. He bowed and said, When Jiao is still so charming, Wen Jiaoyi looked him up and down, and said with a smile, "You are talented. I only knew that you would become a grandmaster, but I didn't expect it to be so fast." Hong Ying said, "So this is what a grandmaster feels like." Wen Jiaoyi smiled and said, "You are as confused as your master. You became a grandmaster, but you don't even know it? Our master is so wise, Jiaoyi Wan. Please don't speak nonsense," Hong Ying said coldly. "Otherwise, we will not be polite. I forgot to tell you that there are differences between grandmasters, and you are not my opponent yet." Jiaoyi Wan snorted coldly. "Do you want to give it a try?" Hong Ying raised his head and said, "You are injured." Jiaoyi Wan's face froze, and said lightly, "Don't tell your master, find me a room to rest." Hong Ying got confirmation, and the shock on his face flashed across his face. When Jiaoyi's martial arts skills are already high enough, who else in the world can hurt her? After jumping over 2 roofs, Hong Ying pushed open a door, went in and lit the light, then said expressionlessly, "Wen Jiaoyi, rest here." Wen Jiaoyi took a glance inside the room, and said to Hong Ying, who turned around, "You must know that there are people beyond people, and there are heavens beyond heavens." Hong Ying was stunned for a moment, then left the room. As soon as he left the room, he saw Shen-Chu coming over for inspection. General Manager Hong. After Shen-Chu bowed to Hong Ying, he glanced at Wen Jiaoyi standing at the door, nodded in greeting, and continued to inspect with the guards. Chapter 67 Old Acquaintances. The next day, Lin Yi received Hong Ying's report. Hearing that Wen Jiaoyi had returned, he was surprised for a moment, and then sighed again. He didn't know whether to be happy or worried. "You said she was injured?" "It was an internal injury. It shouldn't be serious. I think she will be fine after a period of recuperation." Hong Ying smiled and said, "Your Highness, don't worry about her. She is very powerful. The person who can hurt her is not simple. He must be a great master." Lin Yi frowned and said, "She is an old man, and doesn't know the severity of the situation. She will always cause trouble. If I provoke someone here, I might also be in trouble." Hong Ying said, "Your Majesty is right." "What? Do you dislike me now?" Wen Jiaoyi suddenly appeared at the door. "Otherwise, I will leave now to avoid causing trouble for you." Lin Yi hurriedly stood up and said with a smile, "Sister came back late last night. I was afraid that you didn't get enough rest, so I didn't dare to disturb you. You must be hungry. Eat something." If he took her words seriously, he would be really stupid. Humph. Wen Jiaoyi sat leisurely on the table, pinched a bean cake with her hands, and said while eating, "If I want to leave, I have to take the cook in your house with me. Otherwise, I will be used to it and really can't eat outside food. It's just like chewing wax." "Sister, you are joking." Lin Yi personally served her porridge and brought it to her and said, "I am worried about you. You are injured. How about finding a doctor to see you?" Wen Jiaoyi said, "You won't die." "That's good. That's good." Lin Yi took the tea sent by Hong Ying and placed it in front of Wen Jiaoyi first. "Have a good rest and take care of your body. Sister is already a grandmaster. Who can hurt you?" Wen Jiaoyi said seriously, "There are only a few people in the world who can hurt me. I have been in the Deep Palace for decades, and I have never fallen behind. But I didn't expect that I still couldn't make progress as fast as them." Lin Yi said, "Who is that?" Wen Jiaoyi said, "So what if you know? Can you still avenge me?" Lin Yi took a sip of tea and said, "A gentleman's revenge is never too late. I will remember it in my heart, and I will get back for my sister sooner or later. Your father has to give this person some face when he sees him." "What can you do?" Wen Jiaoyi said slowly. "It's my own problem. I'd better solve it myself." Seeing that she didn't say anything, Lin Yi was helpless, and he accompanied her to talk a lot of nonsense. He Jixiang and Bian Jing entered the house together. He Jixiang kept his eyes on Wen Jiaoyi's face, shaking his head from time to time, with a look of disbelief. Finally, he couldn't help but bowed and said, "I am He Jixiang, and I have served in various positions. Mr. He, we are old acquaintances. I didn't expect to meet you here today." Wen Jiaoyi interrupted him, and said with a smile, "I still remember the general's golden seal on his waist, and how high-spirited he was when he was in the jade tent. I didn't expect that his temples are now as white as silk. Are you really Wen Jiaoyi?" He Jixiang still couldn't believe that the young girl in front of him was his old acquaintance. "I remember that before I entered the palace, I still called you. I have knocked out 2 teeth of Lord He." Wen Jiaoyi laughed loudly after saying this. "Is Lord He so forgetful?" He Jixiang blushed, and said with a wry smile, I didn't expect Wen Jiaoyi to still be so charming. The late emperor is gone. Don't call me that anymore, Wen Jiaoyi said with a smile. Just call me little sister. He Jixiang hesitated. To be honest with Lord He, Wen Jiaoyi said with a smile, I left the palace this time with Lin Sun's permission, and I'm not afraid that he will know where I went. But this prince is as timid as a mouse, he is afraid. Why, Sir He, you wouldn't. Don't dare. He Jixiang was a little confused, and didn't know how to address her for a while. Under the gaze of Wen Jiaoyi, he said after a while, Miss Wen, you don't know, I have been exiled for more than 20 years. When smart people talk to each other, there is no need to be so straightforward. Miss Wen? Wen Jiaoyi smiled and said, No one has called me like this for many years. It's quite fresh. He Jixiang said, I think Miss Wen must have mastered martial arts, so she has the secret to keep her youth. What do you mean by master? Wen Jiaoyi sighed slowly. My life is limited, but my knowledge is unlimited. Using the limited to follow the unlimited will only endanger myself. Lin Yi felt bored listening to the conversation, and turned around and went to school. When they were halfway there, Lin Yi suddenly turned around and asked, You have become a grandmaster? Your Highness, I am already a grandmaster. Hong Ying could not suppress his excitement no matter what. He began to recall the scene yesterday when the prince learned that he had become a grandmaster. How he thought highly of him. How he would praise him. And what rewards he would give him. In the morning, after the prince had washed up, he wanted to say it directly, but he never found the right opportunity. After all, wouldn't that be too exaggerated? It's better to be subtle. And there must be a right time. Fortunately, Wen Jiaoyi came in later. Wen Jiaoyi did not disappoint him, and casually mentioned that he was promoted to the Grand Master. However, the only bad thing was that Wen Jiaoyi actually teased the prince and him as a pair of fools. The prince was angry, and did not grasp the point. He actually argued with Wen Jiaoyi whether he was a fool or not. God knows how desperate Hong Ying was at that time. Fortunately, the prince finally remembered it now. The prince is still wise. However, Lin Yi's next words made him feel cold from beginning to end. Grandmaster? Lin Yi said suspiciously. A grandmaster is someone as cowardly as you? Your Highness, this is what concubine Wen said. Hong Ying almost fell into self-doubt. I don't know how I became a grandmaster, Lin Yi said earnestly. As a person, you must be down to earth and don't aim too high. I am a grandmaster, but you didn't even catch a slap from him. He beat you to the point of vomiting blood. How can you be considered a grandmaster? Don't believe what this woman says. The more beautiful a woman is, the more likely she is to lie. Maybe he is just teasing you, but you must not take it seriously. Your Highness is right, I know. Hong Ying lowered his head in shame. Mingwei and Zixiu were stunned. They looked at each other, as if they were saying, if even Manager Hong is not considered a grandmaster, who is? But in front of their prince, they dare not say, nor ask. After Lin Yi nodded with satisfaction, before he reached the school gate, he saw the idiot Yu Shaoshi playing by the river. Yu Shaoshi, what are you doing? After Lin Yi shouted, he retreated behind Hong Ying. He was afraid that Yu Shaoshi would rush over. The parents of this idiot both lost their lives in the wind in Songyang Terrace. So Lin Yi brought him here from Songyang. Yu Shaoshi was very dependent on him, and the way he expressed his affection was usually to rush over and hug him. However, because his mind was not clear, he often couldn't control his strength. And Lin Yi's face turned red, and he couldn't breathe. He learned to be smart now. After saying hello, he hid behind others directly, not giving Yu Shaoshi a chance to come over. Prince! After hearing Lin Yi's voice, Yu Shaoshi shouted happily, and his figure suddenly jumped over. But after seeing Hong Ying, he immediately said dejectedly, Prince, I want to hear your story. Why don't you go in for class? Lin Yi asked curiously. He won't let me in. Yu Shaoshi pointed to the grass by the river. Lin Yi leaned forward and saw that Shan Yin, who had just taken on the position of guard, was actually slumped there, looking up, covering his bleeding nose, with a look of despair on his face. Your Highness! Tian Shiyu jumped out from under a pear tree, put the pear at his hand into his arms, and said gloatingly, he couldn't even beat such a little kid. He still has the nerve to say that he is a 7th rank. After saying that, he couldn't help laughing. You hit him? Lin Yi looked at Yu Shaoshi. Your Highness! He hit me first. Yu Shaoshi pointed at Shan Yin and shouted, Your Highness, this little fat guy is born with supernatural power. Tian Shiyu simply took out the pear in his arms again, handed it to Yu Xiaoshi, patted his shoulder, and said proudly, I recognize you as my brother, and you will follow me from now on. If you have any problems, just say my name. There is nothing I can't handle. Chapter 68 Yu Xiaoshi. Who are you? Yu Xiaoshi slapped the hand on his shoulder away. Tian Shiyu was caught off guard. A huge force came from his elbow. There was no way to avoid it. He instinctively wanted to grab Yu Xiaoshi's arm. To his shock, the other party didn't move at all. For a moment, he was stunned and watched his body retreating. Then, with a splash, he was thrown into the river. After struggling for a few times, he found that the water was only waist deep. He wiped the water off his face, and looked at the tall and fat Yu Xiaoshi blankly. I was trying to show my goodwill. Why did he hit me? I can't tell good from bad. No wonder everyone says this kid is a fool. However, I was shocked. Although I was pushed into the river without any defense, I was at the peak of the 4th rank. This kid is at most a 3rd rank. Where did he get such great strength from? And I didn't even have the strength to fight back. This completely overturned his cognition. Little fatty, I hate people calling him little fatty the most. Fong Pai brought Chuigingren, and they came from nowhere, looking at Tian Shiyu in the river and laughed. You called him too. Tian Shiyu quickly caught the loophole in Fong Pai's words. I can't call him little fatty. Can you call him that? Fong Pai wanted to put his arm around Yu Xiaoshi's shoulders, but he was too tall, so he could only put his arm around his waist, and shouted to Tian Shiyu in the water. What do you know? Look at our faces. Do they look like we were carved from the same mold? Tian Shiyu looked at them from a distance for a long time. One was as fat as a pig, and the other was as thin as a monkey. How could they look alike? Fong Pai said proudly. Little fatty is my brother. We are cousins. You, an outsider, can't compare. Yu Xiaoshi also said happily. This is my brother. I am his brother. Tian Shiyu said angrily. You two are brothers anyway. Outsiders can't say anything. After getting ashore, he took off his shoes, poured water, washed them, put them on again, and turned around and left with his 2 brothers. Shan Yin raised his head. His neck was sore. After a long while, he made sure that the bleeding had stopped. Then he washed his face in the water and walked towards Lin Yi with a sad face. Lin Yi smiled and said, when dealing with children, you must be patient and give them the warmth of spring. Your Majesty, don't worry. I have great patience and will not be easily discouraged. When Shan Yin spoke, his eyes unconsciously looked at the tall and strong Yu Xiaoshi. He really underestimated the enemy. He didn't expect that this child would start fighting as soon as he said so. What annoyed me the most was that I could actually laugh at that time. I didn't move. I didn't bother to hide. A child punched a 7th grade person like me. What's the difference between it and tickling? I just didn't expect the consequences to be so serious. Now, my nose still hurts. Lin Yi shrugged, ignored him, and continued to go to school. Does this little fat boy have the talent to learn martial arts? Lin Yi suddenly looked at Hong Ying. Hold a fist to keep the truth. Have no distractions. Forget yourself and the world. The Jade Infant's magical transformation will naturally be in harmony with the Tao. Hong Ying said while following Lin Yi. Why does this sound so familiar? Lin Yi couldn't remember it for a moment. Hong Ying smiled and said, Your Majesty, this is from your novel. Fat Cat has been dumb since childhood, and is looked down upon by others, but because he is focused, he learns martial arts, and becomes a master of his generation. Your Majesty, I want to hear Fat Cat's story too. Yu Xiaoshi's voice suddenly came out from behind, startling Lin Yi. How many times have I told you? Lin Yi said to Yu Xiaoshi. When you meet someone, you must say hello first, don't rush over suddenly, rush over, do you understand? Yu Xiaoshi nodded fiercely. I know. Your Majesty, I want to hear Fat Cat's story. When you do it, I'll tell you now, don't even think about it. The former online writer is still very proud at this moment. He put together all kinds of unrelated characters and plots. And it still has so many audiences. Even if he is not a prince, writing novels in this world, he will definitely become a best-selling author with thousands of female fans. Suddenly, he sighed again. If the book Super Daddy he wrote before crossing over was put on the shelves, it would definitely have tens of thousands of orders. It suddenly stopped. And I don't know how many readers are clamoring to send him razor blades. His departure is irresponsible to readers, and a great loss to Xiaoguo's online literature. Thinking about it, I still feel a little guilty and heartbroken. There are more and more people in the school. From south to north. From west to east. More and more people send their children here. Of course not to learn literacy. One is to learn martial arts. Especially those fishermen drifting on the sea. They are more eager for their children to learn 1 or 2 more moves. The second is to have 3 meals. After all, staying at home, there are only 2 meals a day. Not to mention the waste of food. But also half full. It's not like here. 3 meals a day. Every meal is full. Many people are old. Want to learn martial arts. Can't enter the school. And the palace guards will not accept them. Fortunately, He Jixiang, Shin Chu, Bao Kuei, and others never shy away from teaching on the playground. Anyone with ears, arms, and legs can learn. Ever since a 60-year-old woman who had never learned martial arts before became a martial arts master. The whole Baiyan city has been in an uproar. Before, this old woman was hunchbacked and walked unsteadily. Anyone with a discerning eye would have expected that she would not survive the end of the year. However, because her grandson was going to school, she was responsible for picking him up every day, watching the training on the playground. She was curious and followed the exercises. The more she practiced, the more relaxed her body became. The backache that usually occurred when it rained had magically disappeared. The old woman was naturally very happy. She actually practiced harder than the young people. It took only a few months for her to easily enter the state of Huajin. Since then, her back and legs no longer hurt, and she had the strength to climb mountains. Mingwei came forward and hired her as a nanny in the orphanage, and she received a monthly salary. Everyone was stunned. Anyone with a little knowledge of martial arts knows that without 3 to 5 years of hard study and practice, how can one easily enter Huajin? Some people may not even be able to enter Huajin in their entire lives. Besides, this old woman is so old, long past the age of learning martial arts. This old woman is not a genius. This is simply against the will of heaven. A rumor gradually spread in Baiyun City that the prince and the king are from the royal family, and naturally they teach advanced skills. Can advanced skills be the same as low-level ones? High-level skills naturally have the superiority of high-level skills. As more and more people break through, this rumor spreads more and more widely. And some 3rd grade and 4th grade masters who have been famous in Sanha for a long time have mixed into the crowd on the playground. For a while, the area around the school was crowded. Lenny glanced at it from a distance, unwilling to squeeze in again. He just hoped that Bian Jing would quickly repair the new playground, so that these people would not make noise on the side, which would make him unable to sleep well every day. Chapter 69 Training. However, the most important thing at the moment is to separate the security of the Huangfu from the public security of Sanha. The Huangfu security guards are in charge of too many things. From arresting thieves and criminals to urban sanitation, they are all doing it. When you do good things, the locals will at most praise you in person, and forget about it afterwards, and won't talk too much about it. After all, although maintaining public security is in their interests, it is not done specifically for any one person. Besides, this is voluntary for this idiot and the king, and they don't think it is necessary to thank them too much. However, if the words and deeds of the guards are a little out of line, they will encounter complaints and indignation from the locals. For example, when promoting garbage cleaning, maintaining hygiene, and reducing epidemics, this policy was excellent. However, even if they were doing good things with the royal palace, many merchants and residents still did not understand and complained. As a last resort, Xiezan had to enforce it. Those who did not dump garbage according to the rules would be fined. Those who did not accept the fine would be sent to labor camp. How could there be so many obedient and honest people when they went to labor camp? They could have enough food, but now they go to labor camp, they are working hard with an empty stomach. He definitely doesn't want to go. After pushing and shoving, he will inevitably get bruised and battered. Even if he had received 10 favors before, just because of this injustice now, all the good things before are gone. The guards of the Huang Palace are not good people. It also means that he, the Huang, is not a good person. Lenny deeply felt that. Poor mountains and bad waters produce unruly people. Is not a joke. So, he plans to split the guards of the palace. One part is specifically responsible for Sanha administration, and the other part is specifically for military use. To put it bluntly, one of them plays the villain and is a professional scapegoat. The other plays the hero and does not have conflicts of interest with local residents. He only does good things such as suppressing bandits and providing disaster relief. Lin bypassed the bustling crowd on the playground and went into the school to find Xiazan. He told Xiazan his thoughts. But he didn't expect Xiazan to refuse at all, and didn't say that he was of low rank and didn't have this responsibility. 3 days later, the Sanha militia was officially established, and the captain was Wang Xing, the son of Sanha's richest man Wang Cheng. This was Xiazan's idea. Liang State implemented the policy of integrating soldiers with civilians. There were militias and militia teams in various places. It was also appropriate for Sanha gentry to spontaneously organize militia teams, in order to distinguish them from the guards of the Huang Palace. Lin specially designed a set of black clothes and black pants for them. It didn't take long for the people of Sanha to call them black skins. The guards of the Huang Palace no longer participated in the public security management of Sanha, and their image in the local area improved immediately. After all, these people only did good things. They smiled at the locals and never forced them to do things they didn't want to do. Lin was very relieved. Even his attitude towards Wang Xing became much kinder. Your Majesty, I will definitely fulfill my mission, and serve you with all my heart and soul until my death. After Wang Xing finished his labor reform and joined the militia, he never mentioned going home again. His father was the richest man in Sanha. His family had plenty of money. In the past, he led a group of servants with good martial arts to roam the countryside. But that didn't mean he had no scruples. Still needed to be discerning. Those pirates, salt smugglers, lone thieves, must be avoided. Be timid if you can. It's different now. He has Princey behind him. According to Princey's words, in Sanha, no matter who you are, if you are a dragon you have to coil up, if you are a tiger you have to lie down. The 4th and 5th ranks who used to treat him with no respect, now they are as obedient as they can be when they see him. Not convinced, he waved his hand, and a large group of people went up to tie him up, and sent him directly to labor reform. He finally tasted the power. So, his father said people again, and even came to pick him up himself, but he was unwilling to go back. Knowing that he was being used as a knife by the prince, he was willing to do it. Lin patted his shoulder and said with a smile, "Keep going. I'm counting on you." Wang Xing knelt down and kowtowed. "Thank you, Prince." After many days of continuous rain in Baiyun City, the cold was approaching. Lin changed from short sleeves to long sleeves, which was considered to be the minimum respect for winter. The orphanage next door was getting more and more noisy, because many children from far away from home moved in, and it became a student dormitory in disguise. In a large courtyard, there lived 500 or 600 children. All of them were at their most energetic age, and seemed to have endless energy. They were still chirping late at night, and occasionally accompanied by crying and cursing. The planning was unreasonable, and Lin burst into tears. If he had known earlier, he should not have put the orphanage next door. Fortunately, the orphanage had a small capacity, and would have to move sooner or later. For now, he could only endure it. Look, how fast this girl is growing. When Jiaoyi squatted on the ground, holding a little girl, and said with a smile, "It won't be long before she can leave." This was the child she dug out from the ruins with her own hands. She had been carrying the child all the way from Songyang to Sanha. "Because of pity, I have always loved her. It is her blessing to meet you," Lin said sincerely. "I have decided she will be my apprentice in the future." When Jiaoyi pinched her little face lovingly, said with a smile, "In the future, you will be the youngest apprentice sister." Lin asked curiously, "From what you said, you have other apprentices?" When Jiaoyi said, "Why, I can't have an apprentice." No, Lin said with a smile. "It's just that I have never seen one." "How do you know you haven't seen one?" When Jiaoyi asked back. "I have seen it?" Lin thought carefully, and there was no trace in his mind. When Jiaoyi teased the child while slowly saying, "You will know it later." "Okay." Lin shrugged as usual and spread his hands. When Jiaoyi had too many secrets, if she didn't tell him, Lin would have no choice. Since when Jiaoyi came, he Jixiang has been visiting the palace more and more frequently. Lin suspected that he had some intention, but he couldn't see any signs. After all, he only came in to find himself every time, and he didn't look at Wen Jiaoyi. "Your Majesty," he Jixiang bowed and said, "Madam always dies where she cannot, and defeats where she cannot. Therefore, in the art of using troops, teaching and warning come first. Wherever the troops go, they went on a narrow path, on a sawtooth, on a mountain, or in a valley." Lin took a sip of tea and said directly, I understand all these principles. If you have something to say, just say it, He Jixiong said. Bandits are rampant. Please suppress them. Your Majesty, go to that Jinji mountain and let them participate in actual combat. Lenny thought of the gold mine. He Jixiong said. No. I want them to go west and join the Hu family father and son. Lenny sighed and said. They are all refugees. Unless they have done many evil things. Try to bring them back. Don't hurt people at will. He still thought the matter of recruiting refugees was too simple. The Hu family father and son asked for piles of food. But in the end, they only sent back less than 200 people. All of whom were old, weak, sick and disabled. There was only one road between Sanha and Yuezhou. And the refugees were forced to leave by the bandit leader halfway through the journey. And had no chance to come to Baiyun City at all. He Jixiong patted his skinny chest and said. Don't worry, Your Majesty. I will go there myself. Lenny said. Be careful. You are old. After hearing the pigeons on the roof, he ignored him and went straight to the backyard. Chapter 70. Fighting a war costs money. Happily took the letter from Wang Qingbang's apprentice Fang Bin. As a result, it was about some court affairs again. Old 8 was assassinated. What does it have to do with me? Lenny said, and threw the note directly on the table. Not interested. Wang Qingbang bowed and said. According to the letter sent by Princess Huaiyang. After a rough analysis, the old man should be on the side of Prince Yong. Lenny smiled and said. Old 8 is old 3's man, it's unlikely. This guy is 1 year older than me, and is very arrogant. Besides me, the one he dislikes the most is the 3rd prince. Why would he be with the 3rd prince? Among his brothers and sisters, if there is one he dislikes, it must be the 8th prince. Lin Zhan, the king of Chu. Wang Qingbang said with a smile. How can we just look at the surface? In the capital, it is said that the prince's reputation is not very good. It is said that this prince is a fool, but after getting along with him, this prince is not a simple man. Lin Yi frowned and said. Has he been pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger? It doesn't look like it. This guy has never been very smart. Wang Qingbang said with a smile. Princess Huaiyang said in her last letter, the emperor meant to let all the princes go to vassalage as soon as possible. After this incident, the 8th prince can't go to Chu for the time being. Lenny smacked his lips and said. Could it be that he played a trick of self-torture? It's exactly the same as the 3rd prince. It's good to be a vassal. Chu is rich, much better than our Sanha. This guy is really stupid. What's the good of staying in the capital? I really can't figure it out. Wang Qingbang shook his head and said. Chuzhou, Yuezhou, Lianzhou have suffered from natural disasters and man-made disasters for years, and there are constant rebellions. It is said that Chao Datong of Chuzhou pretended to surrender to the officers and soldiers, and on the way back to his hometown, he rebelled again. This time the momentum was even greater. 36 rebels joined together, and Chao Datong was elected as the victorious king. General Mei Jingji set up a net on all sides, and it is still unknown whether he can wipe them out. Lin Ning seems to have said it in the letter. I almost forgot it. Lin Yi slapped his head and said with a smile. It seems that it is right not to be a vassal in Chuzhou. After saying that, he ignored it. The flood outside was raging. What did it have to do with him? Mingwei and Zixia each took a charcoal pencil and calculated on the paper. Lin Yi only glanced at the numbers casually, and his scalp went numb. He Jixiong's so-called suppression of bandits was too expensive. There were only 1,500 guards in the palace. How could it cost so much money? If he hadn't trusted these 2 girls, he would have suspected that someone was deliberately trying to take money from his pocket. Lying on his back in a chair, he drank 2 cups of tea in one breath, and finally, out of curiosity, he took the bill and glanced at it. 1,500 guards in the palace, not counting their monthly wages. The daily brown rice is 200 hu, which must be prepared for at least a month, which is more than 240 dan of rice. Of course, they can't just eat brown rice, they also need meat, cattle and sheep, must be close to 100, they also need horses for riding, carts for pulling things, clothes for changing, raincoats for preventing rain, scythes for clearing the way, grass-cutting knives, shovels, armor for killing enemies, swords, spears. Moreover, there are actually 2,000 elderly civilians accompanying the army, helping to transport food for people and fodder for livestock, making fires for cooking, and digging trenches. These people who help with the auxiliary work are also a big expense. If there are casualties, they have to pay compensation. And the money has to be prepared in advance. There are so many things. and none of them can be saved. But you will understand it if you think about it carefully. It is not only the modern battlefield that costs money to play with guns and cannons. As long as it involves war, there is no money that is not wasted. Let him live a lifetime. Even if two groups of people have a feud, each of them will find dozens of people to support the scene, regardless of whether the fight ends or not. Each person has to be given a pack of cigarettes and a meal, and a few tens of thousands of dollars will be gone. For such a trip, you can't come back without 10,000 taels of silver. Lenny threw the account book back to Mingwei. Sighed. Remember to tell old man he that I don't do business that loses money. Remember to confiscate all the spoils, and then give out rewards. Mingwei smiled and said, Of course I know this, and I have already told you. Besides, Mr. He is steady, and will handle it properly. Lenny said, I hope so. How much do we have left? Zixia said. After sending Mr. He away, we still have 40,000 taels of silver, and 100,000 taels of silver notes. That's all? Lenny couldn't believe it. On his way to the fiefdom, the relatives of King Qing gave him some, and the local tyrants gave him some gifts, which amounted to nearly 1 million taels. It's only been a few months, and it's almost gone? Mingwei said. Your Majesty, we have built a mansion, a school, and an orphanage. These are all limited. The biggest expense is still the road construction. We have to buy this and that, and we have to spend 300 taels every day. There are also the palace guards, school children, orphanage children, food for people and horses, and more than 100 taels of silver per day. Lenny said. Road construction costs money, and prices won't go down without it. It's a vicious cycle. Anyway, we have to build roads anyway. If this road is built, it should be better. But with this little money, it won't last long. We still have to find a way to make money. While they were talking, Sunny came in and said someone wanted to see him. Du Yingyang? And with a big man? Before Lin Yi finished speaking, Tian Shi ran in breathlessly. Your Highness. Let's talk it over. Lin Yi frowned. Du Sanha. Tian Shi said excitedly. I saw Du Sanha. Where is he? Lin Yi asked. At the door, right at the door. Tian Shi shouted. Your Highness, send someone to catch him. Lin Yi said calmly. Such an important task. I don't trust others to do it. Why don't you go? Ah. Tian Shi said with a bitter face. Your Highness, Du Sanha is a 9th rank. If 100 of them come together, they will just be killed, and they can't win at all. Lin Yi waved his hand impatiently. Go out, don't get in my way. Sun Yi, please invite someone in. Where is Consort One? After saying that, he looked at Mingwei again. Ye Yudao and his father, the emperor, have a deep hatred for exterminating their entire family. It is possible that he will vent his anger on him. It is better to have a great master like Consort One by his side, and feel more secure. Hong Ying said. Consort One went out early in the morning, and I didn't see her either. Your Majesty, don't worry. How dare Du Sanha act rashly in front of you? Lin Yi didn't say anything, picked up the teacup, and crossed his legs. After drinking it, Mingwei refilled the tea. As soon as he picked it up again, he saw the 3 people who followed Sun Yi in. Among them, there was a man and a woman, Du Yingyang and Wen Qian, who came last time. This time, there was a big man with a strong back and strong waist, a rough face, and dark skin. Needless to say, Lin Yi also knew that this man was Du Sanha. He took another look at Du Yingyang, who was so beautiful that she could overwhelm the whole country. From a genetic point of view, it was not scientific at all. Greetings and your Majesty. Du Yingyang and Wen Qian bowed to Lin Yi, and Du Sanha did not move, just staring at Lin Yi. Chapter 71 Revenge. Lin Yi smiled and said, I am confident that I look quite good, but I am embarrassed to see Master Du looking at me like this. The corners of Du Sanha's mouth twitched unconsciously. It was just as his daughter said, this prince was really thick-skinned. Suddenly, he felt a force of energy locking onto him. He was already at the peak of the 9th rank. For so many years, no one could threaten him like this. He looked at the eunuch who was hunched over Lin Yi, and his face suddenly became solemn. He did not forcefully suppress his boiling blood, but tried to restrain his instinct and not fight. After letting out a long breath, he smiled and said, I heard from my daughter that the prince is indeed a humorous person. After meeting him today, I found that his reputation is well-deserved. He put aside his hostility, and the aura no longer lingered on him. He suddenly felt relaxed. We are all in the underworld. There is no need to say those empty words, Lenny said carelessly. You want my life. I want your money. It's such a simple thing. Du Sanha was stunned. This is too frank. How noble is the prince? How dare a commoner commit treason? Du Sanha half knelt on the ground and bowed. Death penalty, death penalty. No, Lenny said with a smile. I heard that before he became a pirate, Mr. Du was also a top figure, army riding, and as fierce as a tiger, which was really admirable. I didn't expect that now. He is so timid, which is really sad. Du Sanha's face suddenly changed. Then he stood up and said to Du Enyang and Wen Qian with his hands behind his back, You guys go out. I have something important to discuss with the prince. Daddy? Before Du Enyang could say anything more, she saw her father's angry face, and she couldn't disobey her father's orders, and nodded to Wen Qian. Then the two of them left the house. Du Sanha then looked at Hong Ying. Lenny smiled and said, General Nya. He knows everything I know. And he also knows everything I don't know. So, there is nothing to hide. There are only 3 of us in the room now. So just say whatever you want to say. I have been hiding my identity in Sanha for many years, changing my appearance, and I have never revealed a word to Enyang, even if it is someone close to me in the past. I may not recognize her when I meet her now. I don't know where the prince got the news from. Du Sanha said calmly. I have to thank the prince for keeping it a secret for me. Sit down. Lenny pointed to the chair and said, You can still laugh. Aren't you afraid that I will report it to the court? When the court guards and secret guards come out together. I don't need to say more about the consequences, let alone whether you can take the position of the head of the family. It is still unknown whether you can keep your life. Du Sanha sat on the chair and said steadily, If the prince wanted to report to the court, I am afraid he would not wait until today. I have one more thing to say. What good will it do for you? The prince? If I report to the court? More than a decade ago, although he was only an 8th rank official, he still had enough strength to fight his way out of the capital. And then he took great pains to escape from the hands of the secret guards and the court guards. The main reason was the negligence of the court guards and the secret guards. Let him take advantage of the loophole. Once the court guards and secret guards get the news this time, they will definitely use all their wealth to kill him. They will not give him the chance to get away with it again. He won't have the good luck he had last time. Lenny smiled and said, You are right. It will not be good for me to give you up. I am just curious. You are very happy on the sea. I can't do anything to you. Why do you suddenly come to see me this time? Du Sanha said. I have seen what the prince did in Sanha. Once the old man He Jixiang comes back from suppressing the bandits, he will surely persuade the prince to find trouble with me. Below the Grandmaster, we are all ants. Although my martial arts are good, I am no match for the Grandmaster. It is better to come to see the prince in time and make it clear. In fact, I did come for the right reason. The prince actually knows my identity, so I need to explain it clearly and clear up the misunderstanding. Lin Yi unconsciously became proud. It seems that concubine Wen was not raised in vain. It has only been a short time since she came back, and her title of Grandmaster has spread to the sea. Xiaoingzi, pour General Nya a cup of tea. He must be thirsty after talking so much. Thank you. Eunuch. Du Sanha stood up, bowed his head, and took the teacup from Hong Ying. After Hong Ying returned to Lin Yi, he sat down again and put the teacup on the table. Lin Yi continued, General Nya, you are also a well-known man. Just say whatever you want to say. Du Sanha said. I see that the prince has set up schools and repaired roads in Sanha. These are extraordinary things. He must have great ambitions. It is beyond the reach of ordinary people. Normal vassal kings are too busy making money. Who would be willing to spend their own money to do good deeds? This is probably to win people's hearts. So what is the purpose of winning people's hearts? The ambition of this prince is indeed incomprehensible to ordinary people. Lin Yi nodded in agreement. He did this to make Sanha popular. Then, there would be delicious food, good drinks, and fun things to do. There would be music and dance every night, and food and fireworks. For his lofty ideal, he accepted the offer of money. Du Sanha said, I am willing to lend a helping hand to the prince. Lin Yi said, So good? This prince seems to be a little unconvinced. Du Sanha knelt on his knees and said, Your Majesty, do you know why I have accumulated these millions of wealth? Lin Yi said indifferently, As for money, the more the better. The Nya family has more than 160 people, And now there are almost no survivors. Parents, wife, and children all died in vain. Now I am the only one left alive in the world. The 8-foot-tall man suddenly burst into tears. I leave this broken body only for revenge. To be honest with you, I have also thought about using money to support the rebels. As long as I can avenge my wife and children. What does it matter if I spend all my wealth? How dare you say such words to this prince? Lin Yi's face changed all of a sudden. I just cut out your heart for you, Du Sanha said with hatred. I believe you will have your own ideas. Before coming to you, I just met with this Victory King Chao Datong. He coerced refugees, gathered desperate people, and occupied a place. He would let his soldiers slaughter the city. Blood would flow, and corpses would cover the fields. Even if I was eager for revenge, I would not be willing to go along with such people. However, as long as there is a slight chance to kill He Jin, I would still do it. He Jin? Lin Yi suspected that he had heard it wrong. Wasn't he going to seek revenge from the emperor? The country is born with traitors, and it will collapse when it moves. Your Majesty was deceived by traitors like He Jin. I can no longer be loyal to your Majesty, Du Sanha said with tears. I wish I could eat his flesh alive, drink his blood, pull out his tendons, and grind his bones to ashes. Lin Yi was a little confused. It was the emperor who ordered the massacre of your family. You blame a eunuch? You have been a pirate for so many years? You are still so loyal. It is incredible, after a long while. He said, kill He Jin. I may not have the ability to do that. It is better not to agree to such things. The other party is a hero after all. You can fool him for a while, but not for a lifetime. Chapter 72 Big Ship. Besides, this kind of person is not a good person otherwise. How can there be any big business? And he has to guard against the backlash from the other party. In his 2 lives, what he hates most is to be deceitful and scheming with others. What he pursues is real freedom. He Jin is treacherous and will endanger the country. If the prince clears the court, the world will respond. Du Sanha bowed again. You think highly of me, but it's a pity that I don't have that ability. You should find someone else to do such a earth-shaking thing. After Lin Yi figured it out, he was not so surprised. It is not a new species to oppose the world but not the emperor. Anyone who has read Water Margin knows that the heroes only oppose corrupt officials and never say a word against the government. Your Majesty. Du Sanha raised his head suddenly and said, I said that as long as there is a chance, I will do anything. Lin Yi shook his head and said, we are not children anymore. Don't say such childish things. Du Sanha said loudly. I am willing to donate 1 million taels of silver to help your Majesty. Then I will not be polite. Lin Yi raised his hand and said, General Nya, please have some tea. You are welcome. After this road leading to Nanzhou is built, as long as you follow my rules, you can go wherever you want. Thank you. Your Majesty. Du Sanha glanced at Hong Ying, gently picked up the teacup and took a sip, then slowly put it down. Lin Yi continued, it is better to teach a man how to fish than to give him a fish. I wonder if General Nya understands this? Giving a man a fish can only save him from an emergency, but teaching a man how to fish can save him from his lifelong needs. Ye Yudao gritted his teeth and said, I will send you 3 more large ships. In the future, as long as the ship flies the flag of the palace, I guarantee that it will have unimpeded access to the South China Sea. General Nye is getting more polite. Lin Yi said loudly to Hong Ying. Give orders? There must be good wine and good meat today. Let's keep General Nye for a simple meal. Your Majesty. Du Sanha stood up and said, I am a wanted man. It is not convenient for me to stay on the shore for a long time. It is better to leave early. Your Majesty. I appreciate your kindness. Oh, by the way, Lin Yi suddenly said, do you know Tian Shiyu? Du Sanha said disdainfully. He is just a country bumpkin. Lin Yi said, I heard that you stole someone's salt. You should return it to the original owner. Right, call Tian Shiyu in. This is his advantage. He takes money from others and helps them get rid of disasters. It will not damage his reputation. Du Sanha said, since the prince has spoken, I will obey. Tian Shiyu followed Hong Ying in and glared at him, but he turned a blind eye. Lin Yi scolded Tian Shiyu. They are guests. How can you treat them like this? Besides, they have already returned the salt to you. Don't waste time. Thank you, Mr. Du. Tian Shiyu opened his mouth for a long time before he reluctantly bowed to Du Sanha and said, Thank you, Mr. Du. He was robbed. And he still had to thank him. Who can he complain to? Du Sanha snorted coldly, without even looking at him. Tian Shi was so angry that his teeth itched. Lin Yi nodded with satisfaction and said, Mr. Du said that he would give me 3 large ships. They will be handed over to you in the future. You should take care of me. Mr. Du said that if there is any accident at sea in the future, just look for him. Du Sanha said, Your Highness, I will take my leave now. Passing by the yard, he saw Consort when playing with her child over there. And he stopped abruptly. His face was full of disbelief. Consort would only glanced at him and continued to tease the toddler. Goodbye. Looking at Du Sanha's suddenly tense figure, Lin Yi showed a satisfied smile. Du Sanha turned back and bowed to Lin Yi and strode away. Tian Shi said indignantly, Your Majesty, I can't trust such people. Lin Yi said unhappily. Then can I trust you? Tian Shi said hurriedly. The loyalty of the common people is witnessed by the sun and the moon. Stop talking nonsense. Lin Yi waved his hand impatiently. Prepare the people, and when his big ship is delivered, you will take over. Why are you so embarrassed? You do it yourself, just a small thing, you make hundreds of thousands a year, and you are exhausted. What's the point? Follow me and work hard, we will grow bigger and stronger together, and you will be no worse than before. Do you understand? With your words, I feel relieved. Tian Shi smiled for a while. If what the prince said is true, with your support on land and Du Sanha on the sea, what business can't make money? It must be better than before. I have one more thing to ask you. Lin Yi crossed his legs, held the teacup, said lightly. Who asked you to see me? Tell me quickly. If you don't want to, please turn left when you go out. From now on, you and this king will have nothing to do with each other. Your Highness, Tian Shi said with a wry smile. Someone did teach me this. Taught me how to bow and how to talk. Every time he came, he was masked. If he wasn't very skilled in martial arts, I wouldn't be able to beat him. I also wanted to take off his mask and see who he was. Lin Yi said. After all, you don't know? Tian Shi said. It's not that I want to deceive you. Your Highness, I just don't know. Lin Yi waved his hand and said, Be more careful next time. I'll come to you again and stabilize you, and arrange for someone to catch you. Tian Shi nodded hurriedly. I know. Lin Yi waved his hand and said, Then go down. Remember? Recruit people quickly. After lunch, sitting in the courtyard, basking in the sun, watching Wen Zhao instructing Mingwei and Zixia. This was also at Lin Yi's request. The Grandmaster's skills were so high, it seemed a waste if he didn't make more use of them. Mingwei and Zixia's figures moved in the air, and Lin Yi could only see their shadows because of their fast speed. Although he was chewing sugarcane in his hand, he couldn't help but applaud and cheered incoherently. Unexpectedly, Wen Zhao waved her sleeves, and the 2 girls fell from the air. When they were about to fall to the ground, their toes touched the ground lightly, and like a tumbler, they stood up diagonally and stood firm. Lin Yi let out a long sigh of relief. Your qigong is pretty good. Wen Zhao smiled and said, It's a pity that it's not good enough. Mingwei and Zixia both bowed and said in unison, Please teach me. Sister Wen Zhao said, When I first entered the martial arts world, I did know a person who was only a 5th rank, but his qigong was the best in the world. At that time, I was already at the peak of the 7th rank, but I couldn't catch up with him, and he ran away. So, you are still not fast enough. I will teach you a red sleeve move, and after you learn it, you will have no chance of escaping in front of the Grandmaster, but you still have a chance of survival in front of the 8th rank, 9th rank. Thank you, Sister Wen. The 2 thanked him. Lin Yi looked at the 3 of them, who were as graceful as fairies, and finally couldn't help but think of the fact that he was a waste material. It was another sorrow. Chapter 73 Frustration. Shaking his head, there was nothing he could do. He turned and went to the study. Luckily, he still had a hand of calligraphy that he could be proud of. Honging helped to pull the paper, Lin Yi splashed ink, and soon he finished a piece of calligraphy. The more he wrote, the more energetic he became. Honging was a little short of paper. Wang Qingbang entered the door, followed by Xing Keshou and Shi Quan, who rarely entered the palace. Except for He Jixiang, who was out suppressing bandits, all the old men were here. Xiezan said with a smile. Your Highness is very elegant. Lin Yi said proudly. Take a look at my calligraphy. How do you think? If you are poor, you should be content with yourself. If you are rich, you should have many wives and concubines. Sher Quan couldn't help but read out the poem on the paper, and said in a strange tone, "Your Highness has lofty ambitions." He peeled off this one, and looked at another one. "I long regretted that I couldn't find the village girl, and I came here unconsciously. If the sky has feelings, it will grow old. If people have feelings, they will die early." He couldn't help but laugh out loud, but he felt a little rude, and quickly turned his back. Wang Qingbang burst into laughter. Shinkasho said with a wry smile, "Your Highness is very talented." He sighed in his heart, but he didn't use it properly. He just used some erotic words in slang. Lin Yi said modestly, "That's enough. It's just a trivial skill. It's not worthy of being in a high-class hall." Sher Quan pointed at Lin Yi's calligraphy and said, "There's one thing I don't understand. I don't know how your Highness started and ended the writing?" Wang Qingbang kicked him with his foot. He looked at him puzzledly, and when Wang Qingbang didn't say anything, he continued to look at Lin Yi. Lin Yi was very pleased. Finally, a cultured person was willing to focus on calligraphy itself. "I'll write it for you to see. Please correct me if there are any shortcomings." "Correction? No. In my 2 lifetimes combined, I've practiced for nearly 50 years today. I'll teach you ancient people how to be a good person, let you see what real calligraphy is." Lin Yi rolled up his drooping sleeves, held the pen with one hand suspended by his elbow, and dragged the pen's elbow with the other hand, and slowly started writing. Yan Jing looked at the roof. Chen Dishing looked down at his boots. Chao Hung and Xie Zan pretended to chat. Wang Qingbang turned his back, and teased the pigeons that flew in from the window. Only Sher Quan and Shinkasho watched Lin Yi write with full concentration. Lin Yi wrote horizontal strokes, pressed down, and raised the tip of the brush. To write vertical strokes, press down again, and raise the tip of the brush to the left. The two looked at each other stunned. Is there such a way to write? While he was in a daze, Lin Yi had already written the last stroke of the character Xia. What puzzled the two was that, when he finished writing the character Shu, why did he deliberately lift it up? Lin Yi looked at the banner he had written, and placed the brush on the pen holder with satisfaction, and bowed to Sher Quan saying, "Excuse me for showing off my poor performance." Sher Quan finally understood the reason why Wang Qingbang kicked him. He had no choice but to point at the character San. In San his landscapes are the best in the world. And said, "I wonder why the prince drew a circle for this horizontal stroke. To go right. Go left first. Start with the tip of the brush. This is called hiding the tip of the brush." Lin Yi blurted out. "Is there anything to ask?" Sher Quan pointed at the character Shan. And said, "Then why is this vertical stroke going up when it's at the bottom?" Lin Yi said, "Return the tip of the brush. Everything that is hanging down must be retracted. Everything that is going out must be collected." Shinkasho said, "I wonder who the prince's lecturer in the palace is." Lin Yi said, "That old man Chen Yin. He talks about all sorts of things all day long. Although I am annoyed with him, I have to admit that he is quite knowledgeable. Chen Yin is well versed in the classics. It is very good for him to teach the prince." Shinkasho continued, "But this handwriting doesn't look like he taught me. He and I passed the imperial examination in the same year, and we are close friends. I am also familiar with his handwriting." Lin Yi said, "Of course he didn't teach me. I practiced it myself. He also thinks my handwriting is good. The prince is indeed not an ordinary person." Shinkasho didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He didn't know whether to sympathize with Lin Yi or Chen Yin. One was fooled, and the other was just fooled when he met such a stubborn student. Lin Yi said, "No. I asked so many questions." "What do you mean?" He finally felt something was wrong. Sher Quan couldn't help but said, "This is the first time I have seen your writing style. When you're writing, isn't it tiring to hold your arm like this?" Lin Yi said unhappily, "Who said it's not tiring? That's why I often use charcoal pencils, which are not only faster, but also less tiring, especially when writing long works." He actually hated the brush in the end. Sher Quan asked, "When your majesty uses a charcoal pencil, does it also go in circles like this? You mean hiding the tip?" Lin Yi shook his head and said, "Of course not." "Then why is it like this when using a brush?" Sher Quan couldn't describe it, so he just gestured with his hands. "Your majesty, for example, this horizontal stroke, you can go straight. This vertical stroke, you can also go straight up and down. Why do you have to go in circles?" "You mean I wrote it wrong?" Lin Yi finally understood what they meant. Everyone bowed their heads and said nothing. Wang Qingbang kicked Sher Quan again in anger. No one said anything, and it was not a big deal. Finally, Siezon said with a stiff face. Your Majesty's characters are perfect from beginning to end, and the momentum is smooth, and the writing is full of strength. But writing requires a smooth flow, and your Majesty's writing is not only tiring, but the characters you write are also blocked. Lenny said dejectedly. After all, it's the same idea, and I wrote it wrong. He started practicing calligraphy in the orphanage, and his calligraphy was elegant and graceful, and everyone who saw it said it was good. After entering college, he learned from the teacher of the calligraphy club, and watched videos online to learn. That's how I was taught. That's how I learned. Later, I participated in a calligraphy competition and won a prize. This made me more confident. After coming to this world, he thought he had a solid foundation. When the lecturer taught him how to write, he always followed his own way. Now, a bunch of old men suddenly told him that he was wrong. His 3 views were shattered. Chen Yan, this old bastard. Lin Yi gritted his teeth. Shinkasho said, Your Majesty, don't be discouraged. Looking at your calligraphy, you can see that your spirit, courage, character, and lifeline are all complete. Just change the habit of starting and ending the pen. The so-called hiding the tip of the pen is to write freely, not against the trend. Your Majesty is a little deliberate. Shirkwan also said, As for holding the pen, it is natural to stretch it as you like. No need to be rigid. Really? Suddenly hit. Lin Yi suddenly felt a little unconfident. Is it really wrong to learn to write against the trend for so many years? A group of old men nodded hurriedly. They can't let their prince get angry. Lin Yi waved his hands helplessly and said, Let's not talk about this first. What do you mean by just saying you all come together? Siezon smiled and said, Your Highness, it's almost the end of the year. I wonder what gift list Your Highness has prepared for His Majesty. Lin Yi said, Give it or not. It's the same. Can the old man still look up to me? Don't waste money, Siezon said. Filial piety is the most important virtue. Your Highness is a vassal. How can you be accused by the world? Then you can do whatever you want. Lin Yi left listlessly. This day, I really suffered a lot of setbacks. Chapter 74, Stockpiling Food. Look at the kind of life you live. Others travel through time, are glorious and successful, are second to none, are surrounded by people when they go out, and have concubines when they come in, enjoying all the happiness of a rich man. How about me? Because of my ridiculous sense of shame and conscience, I am still a single dog now. I can't eat Chinese food, nor can I expect Western food. At dinner, Hong Ying handed the gift list that Siezon and others prepared to give to the emperor to Lin Yi. My coral, jade, night-shining pearls, silver, Lin Yi said with heartache. They are not theirs, and they really don't feel sorry for it. Hong Ying nodded and said, Your Majesty, why don't you reduce some more? Lin Yi sighed. Forget it, there are not many things to begin with. If you reduce it more, it's better not to give it. Hong Ying took the gift list and left. However, on the 3rd day, Lin Yi was happy. Dusan has 1,000,000 taels of silver were delivered along with 3 large ships. The 3 large ships sailed into the Shijiang River from the sea. The high bows and masts attracted the children in the school. They ignored the teacher's dissuasion, skipped classes, climbed up trees, and screamed at the ships. Even the people of Baiyun City rushed out to watch. For a time, the streets were empty. Many of them had seen large sea ships. But it was the first time they had seen a large sea ship sailing into the Shijiang River. Your Highness, please come this way. The palace's guards cleared the way, and Tian Shiyu led the way, leading Lin Yi through the crowded crowd and arriving at the river. After Lin Yi boarded the boat through the steep gangplank, he went directly to the 3rd floor, climbing up to a height and looking far into the distance, looking at the vast river. I didn't expect the river to be so deep, and such a big ship didn't run aground, Tian Shiyu said with a smile. Your Highness, it is said that in earlier years, when there was no Baiyun City, the Nanyang countries and Ahsoka came to the capital to pay tribute, and they directly sailed their ships into the West River, and then entered the capital by land. Lin Yi said curiously. So there is such a thing, I didn't know, Tian Shiyu said with a smile. Your Highness, do you think this boat is okay? Dusanha is really willing to give it away. Oh, by the way, you also promised to give me a big ship. Lin Yi looked at Tian Shiyu. Where's the ship? Tian Shiyu said. Your Highness, don't worry, it's in Yuanhai, and I dare not deceive you. Lin Yi said. From now on, you are my person, so there's no need to distinguish between us. What belongs to you is mine, and what belongs to me is mine. Tian Shiyu had a sad face. Look at how you behave. Do you think I would take advantage of others at will? Lenny said unhappily. It's obvious that he did. Tianqiu almost blurted it out. But he still smiled and said, Of course not. Lenny said, You have several large ships. And you can contact several large ships outside. Tell us everything. Don't hide it. Bring in the large ships. And make money together. What does the prince mean? It's so simple. Don't you understand? Lenny rolled his eyes at him, spit out the dogtail grass in his mouth, watched it slowly fall into the water from the sky. I'll be their backer. Let them provide boats, people, money. Is that okay? Tianqiu grinned. Prince, that's great. Sometimes, he was willing to chat with this prince. Although sometimes it can make people angry. But speaking directly, without beating around the bush, you don't have to think too much. Saving trouble and effort. Seeing that the prince was looking at him again, he hurriedly said, If I go to contact, I can probably get 10 large ships. This does not include those in Nanzhou. If I go to contact there will be more. Lenny was surprised. Can you contact Nanzhou? Tianqiu said. Prince, don't you know how many people want to do business in Nanyang? Lenny said. Then for so many years, no one has gone to Nanyang to do business. Tianqiu said. Of course not. Otherwise who would do Sana steal from? There are so many people going there. But they all suffer from pirates. If you are not careful, you will lose both people and money. Those who can really make a fortune are usually powerful people. Pirates don't dare to touch their beards easily. Or make friends with pirates like Du Sana. Lenny nodded and said, When will you be ready to set off? Tianqiu said, Your Majesty, going to sea is naturally complicated and cannot be prepared in a short time. For example, receiving and loading goods will take 2 months to prepare. I have thought about it. Let's prepare food. There have been natural disasters and man-made disasters in recent years. There is a shortage of food everywhere. As long as it is shipped out, it will definitely make a lot of money. Ship food? Lenny glared and said, Why don't you be happy? Remember this for me. Sana's food. Not a single grain is allowed to be shipped out. Your Majesty, this is a profitable business. Tianqiu was anxious. Don't you know how to boil salt? Lenny held the railing, felt the river breeze, stretched his arms, continued to sell salt. Your Highness, there is war in Weizhou. We can't go there. I have said it before. Tianqiu said with difficulty. I am not very familiar with the road to the north. Then get familiar with it slowly. Lenny said, and then continued. Thank you. Sir, continue to purchase and store grain. If there is not enough space, let Mr. Bien continue to build a granary. Xiazan said happily. Your Highness is wise. He had proposed this suggestion a long time ago. And now that the prince is willing to adopt it, he is naturally very excited. There is already a turbulent situation ahead. And the most valuable thing is food. So it is not wrong to store more food. Tianqiu pointed to the river and said, Your Majesty, look. Lin Yi blocked the sun with his hand, squinted his eyes, and looked over carefully. A small boat came out from the side of another large boat, Duinyang, when Qian and others were standing on it, and it was going downstream. I didn't expect that they didn't even say hello. How rude. Lin Yi looked at the boat that was gradually going away, and actually felt a sense of regret. Minghua said, Prince, how about I go and invite him over? Lin Yi shook his head and smiled. A force melon is not sweet. Zixia asked in confusion. Prince, didn't you say that? It might be really fragrant in the end? When Zhao looked over when she heard the voice, Lin Yi coughed twice and turned his back. 2 days later, Tianqiu resigned and wanted to go to Yuanhai. Lin Yi thought about it and simply followed him. On the contrary, he was free anyway. Why not go and see the blue sky and sea? Talk to the prince, run around with the people in the palace. The things that belonged to the prince alone filled 20 boxes. And there were 67 servants and guards. Tianqiu was stunned. On the day of departure, Lin Yi sat on a big chair on the deck, holding a teacup. On his left was Hong Ying, and on his right was Wen Zhaoyi. Wen Zhaoyi tidied her hair that was blown by the river breeze and said with a smile, The last time I went to sea was about 50 years ago. Lin Yi smiled and said, This time, let's eat as much sea fish as we can. Although Baiyun City also had sea fish, they were not fresh, and the occasional large shrimps had a fishy smell. Chapter 75, Drying Salt. It was hot in Sanha, and the preservation technology was not up to standard. No matter how fresh the food was, even if it was only left for a while, it would attract a bunch of flies. So, even though it was only 60 or 70 miles away from the sea, you couldn't eat fresh seafood. Every time the fisherman arrived here after rowing a sampan for 2 days and 2 nights, the fish had a faint fishy smell. Sometimes, to satisfy his craving, he ate dried fish marinated with sea salt, but because the quality of the sea salt was poor, he could eat a mouthful of unknown particles. He was afraid that he would get a stone if he ate it, and there was no laser lithotripsy. If he got this thing, it would be a living hell. The boat traveled about 10 miles, and Zixia and some people were seasick, and they almost vomited bile. Lin Yi looked at Zixia, whose face was pale, and ordered people to lower the boat and let them return on their own. Zixia naturally disagreed, and Lin Yi did not give her a chance to speak. He pushed her off the boat without saying anything. Zixia had no choice but to take 8 men and women on the boat and go back the same way. The boat went down the river, and because it was a sailboat, the speed was still very slow. It took a day and a night to sail out of the Shijiang River, at the intersection of the mud and sand carried by the West River and the seawater. The seawater and the river water are clearly separated. Lin Yi stood at the bow, looking at the seawater glittering in the sun, stretching out his arms, wanting to embrace the sea to his heart's content. The seabirds flying with the big ship chased the pigeons brought by Fang Bin to the sky and the ground. Fang Bin had no choice but to put the pigeons in the cage and not let them out. Walking along the coast, you can see some fishermen's settlements from time to time, and there are many fishing boats parked on the shore. Tian Shiyu said, "Your Highness, the water here is shallow, and large ships cannot dock. We have to go 50 miles south to Fangya Island, where the water is deep enough to moor, and there are bays on both sides. Which is the most suitable place?" Lin Yi nodded, pointed to the beach on the coast that was shining silver in the sun, and said, "Are they drying salt?" Tian Shiyu smiled and said, "From the northernmost Shangjing Road to Qizhou, Wuzhou, and then to Yong'an, Nanzhou are all official salt, and all use the method of frying salt. Only my Sanha uses the method of drying salt." With a proud look on his face, Lin Yi said, "Because Sanha has no winter and more sunshine?" Tian Shiyu smiled and shook his head. "Your Highness, Sanha is too poor to support so many cooks. If we burn firewood, I don't know how much firewood we need every day, although there are many mountains and forests. It takes an axe to cut wood, which is laborious. We Sanha people don't do that. Besides, we sell private salt, and the cost is too high to sell at a good price." "Then you are so proud." Lin Yi kicked him angrily. Tian Shiyu took the kick obediently. If he really hides, the dead eunuch will definitely make trouble for him and beat him even harder. Although he has not been in the prince's mansion for a long time, he has a lot of experience in this kind of thing. After being kicked, the prince had to pretend to be in pain. The prince is really powerful. In the future, when you speak, it's better not to be so annoying. After Lin Yi vented his anger, he asked, "How many kilograms of salt can be dried in a day?" Tian Shiyu said proudly again, "One person can get more than 200 kilograms a day." "So much?" Lin Yi's eyes widened. "Your Highness, not much. There are still many things to prepare, such as building the embankment, preparing brine, and inducing tides. There are so many things to do. It's not that simple," Tian Shiyu said with a wry smile. "Small households sell to large households, and large households sell salt to other households. The trade routes are blocked, which is a bit troublesome." "That's right." Lin Yi thought about it and thought it made sense. Otherwise Sanha wouldn't be so poor. After walking for another 2 days, they finally saw a bay with more than 20 small boats and a large ship moored. There was a market on the shore, with 2 rows of wooden sheds and a mess. There were a lot of people gathered in groups of 3 or 2 on the street. All of them looked haggard, skinny, and many of them had big bellies. Lin Yi knew it was schistosomiasis at first glance. They looked at Lin Yi and his group of more than a dozen people expressionlessly, and their eyes would only suddenly light up when they fell on Wen Jiaoyi and Mingwei. Occasionally, someone would greet Tian Shiyu enthusiastically, and Tian Shiyu snorted coldly as a response. Are these people fishermen? Even though Mingwei was a 7th grade master, she felt uncomfortable being stared at by so many eyes. Tian Shiyu chuckled. A small part of the time I'm a fisherman, a small part of the time I'm a pirate. Mingwei asked curiously. What about the rest of the time? Tianqiu said. What else can I do? Dry salt, cook sugar cane, grow tobacco leaves. Turning to Lin Yi. Your Highness, go a little further. There are my people. Let's ride horses and mules. To your house? Lin Yi looked at both sides of the road while talking, and the more he looked, the more heartbroken he became. Poor, really poor. By comparison, Baiyun City is simply a paradise. A group of dark-skinned, dry-haired children ran around, laughing and raising a cloud of dust. The more carefree they were, the more uncomfortable Lin Yi felt. All their joys, sorrows, anger, and happiness were probably related to food. It's just 10 miles ahead. I'll make my home there. This place is too remote, and the inn is shabby. It's better for the prince to stay at my house. The closer he got to home, the more excited Tianqiu became. When he arrived at a shack, Lu San, one of Tianqiu's 2 generals, walked over and opened the door. The 6 people who were playing dice inside all looked out of the door, and the surprise on their faces was beyond words. A tall and thin man ran out and said, Boss, if you don't come back, we will go to Baiyun City to look for you. Tianqiu said, Stop talking nonsense. Prepare mules and horses quickly. If you are short, borrow from other families. And then we will go home. Yes, boss. The tall man waved his hand and ran to the back of the house with everyone to lead out 7 horses and 2 mules. After a while, someone else borrowed 13 horses, mules, and donkeys from other places. Without a doubt, Lin Yi chose the donkey, and Hong Ying led it. After leaving the market, you can see the vast expanse of sugarcane fields and lychee forests. Lin Yi rode on the donkey, chewing the sugarcane with both hands. Every time he spit out a mouthful of sugarcane residue, the donkey would step back and pick it up and continue chewing. Finally, he had no choice but to put all the sugarcane residue into his sleeves. When he came across a river, he threw it into the river while the donkey was not paying attention. The mountain road was winding, and after bypassing one mountain after another, he finally walked into an open river valley. The rumbling sound in his ears became clearer and clearer. Lin Yi looked up and saw the waterfall hanging in the mountain stream falling from the sky, all falling into the huge lake in front of him. Your Highness, just walk forward and you'll arrive. Seeing Lin Yi like this, Tianqiu became more and more proud. After walking another 2 miles, there were shacks everywhere, and gradually there was a smell of people. Tianqiu would thank everyone who greeted him. Surrounded by shacks was a large house, and the wooden doorplate read, Tian Mansion. What a rich man. Lin Yi sighed. The door opened, and more than 20 servants and maids came out with 5 women. Tianqiu greeted them with a big smile, and after hugging them left and right, he said a few words to them. Then, a large group of people knelt in front of Lin Yi. The dinner was sumptuous, but Lin Yi only ate a little bit and slept until the next day. After washing up and having breakfast, he followed Tianqiu to see the so-called salt field. Riding a donkey, bypassing a mountain, and standing on the hill, everything was suddenly clear in front of him. White sand, blue sea, and islands one after another. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is a paradise on earth. Chapter 76. Sitting in the sky viewing. After walking a few steps forward, I finally saw the large ships hidden between the island and the fjord, and the small fishing boats surrounding them. Why can your ship stop? My ship can't stop. Thinking about how far he had walked, Lin Yi couldn't help but get angry. Tianqiu hurriedly said, Your Highness, you don't know that our place is called Fangya Island, and there are only 2 places where you can stop the ship. One is the place where we got off the ship yesterday, called Pingfengmao. One is Shangshui Bay in front of us. My ancestors have settled here. There is only one bad thing about this place. That is, there are many reefs. If you don't know the way, you will sink if you are not careful. You can only enter from the southwest after many detours. We came from the northwest. If we want to anchor here, we have to go around the southwest, which will delay us for 1 more day. So, we took the prince directly off the boat from Pingfengmao. Lin Yi's face was slightly relieved, and he said unhappily, What's bad about it? For you, it's obviously a great thing. Outsiders can't easily enter. Tianqiu smiled and said, Of course, no matter how capable Du Sanhe is, he can't enter my Shangshui Bay. Lin Yi glanced down the mountain again and asked curiously, Where are the salt fields? Why isn't there a single one? He only saw a few scattered fishermen, a few sampans, and a group of children playing wildly. Your Majesty, please follow me. Tian Shiyu led the way down the hillside, along the long sandy beach, and finally turned a steep cliff. A large salt field appeared in front of Lin Yi, like a terrace field, layer upon layer, with no end in sight. It was generally lower than the sea level, and if a gap was dug, the sea could flow in. More than 20 people were busy, some carrying baskets, some pushing wheelbarrows, each doing their own job. Lin Yi took a little salt and tasted it in his mouth. It was not only irritating, but also bitter. Tian Shiyu said, Your Highness, the official salt is very expensive, and it costs 10 cents per caddy. Our salt only costs 2 cents per caddy. If we sell it as third-grade salt, it can sell for 20 cents per caddy. Lin Yi said, You have seen the salt used in the palace. How do you think it compares to your salt? Tian Shiyu smiled and said, Your Highness eats first-grade salt, which costs at least 35 cents per caddy on the market. How can my salt compare to that? Lin Yi shook his head and said, You are wrong. I also eat sea salt. The transportation in Baiyun City is not smooth. I have no place to buy high-quality salt. Your Highness, Tian Shiyu said loudly, I can tell the difference. The salt is from the top grade, and the sea salt. He felt insulted. He was a salt dealer. How could he not tell the difference between the third grade and the first grade salt? Lin Yi said, Isn't the salt from Yong'an, Wuzhou in the south of the Yangtze River, and Qizhou in the north not sea salt? Why is it the first grade salt? Tian Shiyu argued, Your Highness, they fry the salt, and our Sanhe salt is sun-dried, so it's naturally different. Lin Yi rolled his eyes at him and said, That's because you are not good enough. Mingwei, teach them how to remove impurities from the salt. As a young online writer, he has a wide range of interests, knows everything, but is not good at anything, and is mediocre in all aspects. However, he barely knows how to remove impurities from sea salt. After eating the refined salt brought from the capital, he has been doing this. It cannot be said to be successful. After all, there is no scientific instrument to detect how much chloride, magnesium, lead, arsenic and other impurities are left in it. But at least the taste is satisfactory. It is a very ancient method. Unfortunately, the more ancient it is, the more it often inadvertently kills people, such as home-brewed liquor, home-cooked sucrose, methanol, and excessive bacterial counts are all normal. He was timid and afraid of death, and he dared not drink too much wine, unless it had been stored in a cellar for 1 or 2 years. Respecting science is always right. Mingwei bowed and said, Yes. Lin Yi did not give Tian Shiyu a chance to speak, and said directly, Learn more from her. Find a way to sell the salt at a higher price. Don't be so ignorant all day long and just sit in a well and watch the world. Tian Shiyu blushed and could only stare at Lin Yi's figure going away. Lin Yi looked at the coconut trees all over the mountains and suddenly wanted to eat coconuts. Honging did his duty. He swung his needle, and a large number of coconuts fell from the coconut forest. Lin Yi watched the guard Han Diching smash the coconuts with his knife. Every coconut was empty. Is this a fucking coconut? Lin Yi was a little skeptical about life. Why was there no meat or juice? Was it because this world was different? Han Diching chopped more than 20 of them in a row, and Lin Yi finally gave up. The only comfort was that the sea he longed for was real. For someone who had never seen the sea in 2 lifetimes, the sea at this moment could satisfy all his fantasies. He put on his shorts and dove into the sea. Surrounded by guards, he regretted his decision before he swam far. He was sticky all over, which was not very comfortable. The sun was scorching. After swimming for a while, he simply went ashore and washed himself in the mountain stream. The only thing that could meet his requirements was seafood. Oysters, scallops, shrimps, lobsters, geoducks, oysters, and at lunch, he asked the Tian family to prepare a full table. After eating and drinking, he was awakened by Tian Shiyu, who ran over excitedly under the coconut tree before he had time to lie down for a while. Your Highness. Tian Shiyu was holding a sack, and said happily, It's just as your Highness expected. First-class salt. It's really first-class salt. Lin Yi yawned and said, Then stop talking nonsense, and do it according to this. Tian Shiyu laughed. Your Highness, now I have confidence. If it is shipped to the north, even if it is only 1 cent cheaper than the official salt, there will be a lot of people scrambling for it. Lin Yi burped loudly. Hong Ying glanced at Tian Shiyu. Tian Shiyu shrank his neck and ran away. After Lin Yi woke up, the first thing he did was to take a bath in the mountain stream. As soon as he put on his clothes, he heard the crying of a child. Damn it. It's a money-losing thing. A man in his 40s showed his yellow teeth, cursing and slapping the face of a little girl with yellow hair. The little girl only dared to cry, but did not move. Lin Yi frowned, and the guard Han Diqing walked over and kicked the man far away. Murder! The man screamed like a pig being slaughtered. Han Diqing drew his sword suddenly, and the man stopped crying immediately and ran away without looking back. When Zhao Yi walked towards the little girl, wiped her tears, and comforted her. Don't cry. It will be ugly if you cry. In the evening, Lin Yi found that the man was tied to a tree, and Lu San beside Tian Shiyu kept whipping him. The man screamed and begged for mercy. Boss, I know I was wrong. Let me go! Lin Yi snorted coldly. He felt relieved. Chapter 77. Too much is as bad as too little. But she hugged her father's legs and cried, heartbrokenly, as if her father would die immediately. You are a dog who doesn't know how to appreciate the blessings you have. Lin Yi hated this man, but also envied him. He waved his hand, and Lu San stopped the whip in his hand. My lord, what do you want? Lu San nodded and bowed. If you don't have the ability, don't vent your anger on women and children. Lin Yi said to the man covered in bruises. Men should be strong. Looking at the resentment that flashed across the man's face, he knew that it was useless for him to say anything. But for the sake of the crying little girl, he could only punish her so much. If she really died, no one would take care of her. Take her away? The hatred of killing her father is irreconcilable. It's like putting a time bomb next to him. The Tian family's dinner was more sumptuous than the lunch. In addition to Tian Shiyu's wives, there were two women who surrounded Lin Yi on the left and right, feeding him wine and food, before Lin Yi had time to enjoy it. In the expressionless eyes of Mingwe and Wen Zhaoyi, he righteously said that it was inappropriate, and asked the two women to leave. After 3 rounds of drinking, Tian Shiyu bowed and said, Your Majesty, I want to send my son and the children of Shangshui to Baiyun City to study. I hope your Majesty will agree. Lin Yi was drunk and nodded. Okay. Just remember to pay the tuition. It was unreasonable for him to pay for such a wealthy family. Tian Shiyu said happily. Thank you, Your Majesty. Both the host and the guests were happy for a while. After Tian Shiyu sent Lin Yi to his room to rest, he staggered to the room of his favorite third concubine. The third concubine was tearful, which made Tian Shiyu very puzzled. Why are you crying? I'm not dead yet. The child is only 7 years old. How can you bear to send him to Baiyun City? The third concubine pushed Tian Shiyu, who was approaching. I thought it was something else. Tian Shiyu directly picked up the teapot and gulped down a pot of water. Then he said, I saw in Baiyun City that those children can learn real things. It's impossible to rely on the old gentleman here. The third concubine said, What if you anger the prince one day? Our child will become a hostage. Isn't it dangerous? Tian Shiyu burped and snorted coldly. You underestimate this prince too much. No matter how angry he is, he won't take care of the child. You haven't been to Baiyun City to see that they run a school, but they don't accept the students. They also opened an orphanage, which is a place for adopting orphans. This prince is good in everything else, but his heart is worse than that of women. He is not hard at all, and he keeps nagging all day long. The third concubine hesitated. I just heard from the first wife that the former assassins were all trained from childhood. Aren't you afraid that this prince will have this idea? Tian Shiyu waved his hand and said unhappily, I usually tell you women to watch less messy plays, but you just don't listen. If you really want death warriors, not to mention the prince, I can recruit a lot of them at any time. As long as they are well fed, they will be loyal and dedicated. Why bother to train them from childhood? Stop talking about women's opinions, or I will be rude to you. The third concubine was timid and dared not speak. Lin Yi stayed here for 7 or 8 days, looking at the beautiful sea every day, good wine and good food, but because of the high humidity at the seaside, his body was sticky every day, and he didn't feel refreshed at all. It was a bit annoying. Tian Shiyu applied the method of removing salt and impurities to boiled sugar cane, and the boiled sugar was white and shiny. Before he could show off to Lin Yi asked to leave. Tian Shiyu had no choice but to personally send Lin Yi to Pingfengao. When Lin Yi returned to Baiyun City, The red buds in the courtyard of the palace were still blooming. Alas, Sana's winter is really undignified. Lenny picked up several pieces of kapok flowers and put them in the teacup. It tasted good when brewed. Siazan came over and said, "Your Majesty, someone has been arranged to deliver the tribute to His Majesty. It will be much faster to go by sea after entering Nanzhou. It will be delivered before the new year. I wonder if Your Majesty has any other instructions." Lenny said lightly, "When I go back next time, I will also go by sea. Mr. Bien, how is your road being built? He is now a man with a fleet, and it will be much more convenient for him to go to sea in the future." Bien Jing bowed and said, "Your Majesty, according to your wishes, I have recruited more than 20 blacksmiths, and there is no shortage of chisels and axes. Besides, the closer the road is to Nanzhou, the easier it is to buy many things. I think it will be completed around March next year." Lenny said, "After you finish the road to Nanzhou, don't forget to build it to Yuezhou." Bien Jing said, "Yes." Lenny asked, "Did Mr. He send back any news after he went to suppress the bandits?" Wang Qingbang said, "Mr. He has sent a pigeon message, and everything is going well. But he is a criminal, so it is inconvenient for him to show up. It is Commander Shen who is charging in the front. I hope he can come back before the new year." Lenny continued, "Get ready, and have a good new year together." The old men all bowed in agreement. After Lin Yi's unremitting efforts, the people of Baiyan City gradually developed hygienic habits, such as washing hands frequently, not drinking raw water, and not eating uncooked food. Even the stench in the air has been reduced. But the burning sensation caused by lime has become more severe. After realizing the practical effect of lime, the people of Baiyan City desperately spread lime in the swamp to remove the leeches in it, waiting to reclaim the land for rice planting next year. Even the West River was spread with a layer of lime. Lenny didn't know whether the leeches were killed, but it had made it impossible for him to fish. Everything is too much or too little. Lenny had to arrange for people to stop the trend of spreading lime randomly. The newly built school playground was finally put into use. It did not become deserted because of the lack of nearly 1,000 people in the palace guards. On the contrary, there were more people. Men, women, young and old, all full of energy. Many old ladies were more skillful than young people. All of this was completely beyond Lin Yi's expectations. This world is really too crazy. "Prince, what do you think?" Shan Yin smiled at Lin Yi. He Jixiang, after Shinchu left, he became the head coach of the training, giving orders to thousands of people in the square, and actually felt like he was commanding an army, and was very proud. Lenny said, "Focus on the children in the school, and stop talking to people outside." Shan Yin smiled. "Your Highness is right. Most of the courses for the children in the school were decided by a few old men and Mingwe, Hongying and others, and he was just a follower. There was no sense of accomplishment at all." Just as Lin Yi was about to speak, he suddenly heard a scream. Lin Yi looked back and saw Fong Pai falling from a tree, followed by Hongyan jumping down from the tree. "Sisterin, I was wrong?" "Okay." Fong Pai was so scared that he jumped up to another coconut tree, followed by Hongyan. And Fong Pai jumped down again. The two chased each other, and disappeared in a short while. Lin Yi asked Cui Gingren, "What happened?" Cui Gingren said, "Fong Pai threw the yellow dog into the water." Lin Yi said angrily, "He deserves to be beaten." Yu Shaosher grinned and echoed, "He deserves to be beaten." Lin Yi asked curiously, "You won't help your brother?" "I like Hongyan," Yu Shaosher shouted at the top of his voice. Lin Yi patted his shoulder and said, "Whoever says you are stupid in the future is the real stupid one." Chapter 78 Make Up. Yu Shaosher shouted, "Prince, I'm not stupid, A Dai is stupid." Yu Shaosher pointed at Cui Gingsheng, who was hiding behind Cui Gingren and sucking his finger. "You are stupid. Your whole family is stupid." Cui Gingren was immediately unhappy. Cui Gingsheng is his own brother. He is the only relative he has in this world. "A Dai, don't put your finger in your mouth. I've told you so many times." Lenny said to Cui Gingsheng. "How old are you? Only children do this." Cui Gingsheng is as big as Yu Shaosher, but he looks stronger. At this moment, he is shirtless, and his tendon muscles are scary enough. But as soon as he sucked his finger, the painting suddenly became a little strange. "Your Highness, I'm not a child." When Cui Gingsheng spoke loudly, his huge pectoral muscles trembled. "If you are not a child, put your hand down." Lin Yi knew the temperament of these stupid and dull children very well, so he had his own way to deal with them. After hearing this, Cui Gingxing finally took out the finger in his mouth unwillingly. Lin Yi nodded with satisfaction, and then asked Cui Gingren. Your eldest brother will be 16 by the end of the year. Right? Cui Gingren said. Yes. 16, 2 years older than me. Lin Yi said. Then you can move out of the orphanage after a period of time. You can find a place to build a house now, and then go to the workshop to learn ironwork. It would be a pity if you don't go ironwork with this body of tendons. Cui Gingren said unhappily. My brother can't forge iron. Bullshit. Who is born with the ability to forge iron? Lin Yi said unhappily. If you can't do it, you have to learn. Do you still expect me to support him for the rest of his life? Do I owe you? Cui Gingren said unconvinced. Your Majesty, I can support him. Stop talking nonsense. Since you two are brothers, you should make long-term plans for him. Lin Yi said unhappily. Can you guarantee to stay with him for the rest of your life? Don't brag about this. When you get married in the future, it's still unclear who will be the boss. Cui Gingren said. I won't get married. Get lost. Lin Yi looked at him with disdain, and said more and more impatiently. You are only 10 years old. You don't know shit. Listen to me, and find a place to build a house quickly. If you need anything, go find your sister Mingwei. Okay. Although Cui Gingren is young, he is not completely unreasonable. They really can't expect a prince to support them for a lifetime, whether his brother is a blacksmith or not. They need to move out of the orphanage. Lin Yi glanced at Yu Xiaoshi, who was grinning, and then said, How old are you, 15 or 16? Yu Xiaoshi said. Prince, I'm 15. Lin Yi said. Go find Feng Pai later, and you two brothers should discuss where to build a house. And you have to move out too, Yu Xiaoshi said. Prince, I want to be a blacksmith too. Want to be a blacksmith? Lin Yi smiled and said. That's great. You two can go to the workshop together, and use it as a means of making a living in the future. As for whether the two of them will be bullied after they go out, that's totally overthinking. Not only are they big and strong, but they also have kung fu. Lin Yi had seen with his own eyes how Yu Xiaoshi lifted a wild boar weighing several hundred kilograms with one hand, which was no different from lifting a rabbit. Everyone in Baiyun City knew that these two wild boys were not to be messed with, and no one dared to bully them. It was good enough that they did not bully others, unless the other party was even more stupid than them. They would go looking for trouble. The bridge across the Shijiang River was finally started during the dry season. Stones and wood were piled up like mountains. Bianjing almost requisitioned all the laborers available in Baiyun City, and people carried and shouldered, which was a scene of bustling activity. The widest part of the Shijiang River is 150 zhang. Even if Bianjing had great ability, it would be impossible to build it according to the current situation in Sanhe. However, he used a tricky method to connect the two banks through the river island in the middle of the river. In this way, even at the widest part, it was only more than 20 zhang. On the way from Sanhe to Nanzhou, they blasted mountains and built bridges over water. They really accumulated a lot of experience and trained a group of craftsmen. Therefore, building the stone bridge in front of them was not difficult for them. The only drawback is that the two fronts are working. There is a shortage of manpower. The population of Baiyun City is too small. Even many old men and old ladies were sent to work. After all, they only get 2 copper coins a day, and they are well fed, which is better than staying idle at home. However, it still doesn't stop them from learning martial arts. The playground is still crowded in the morning and evening. The kapok flowers have only been blooming for a few days. They have all fallen, and the leaves have not grown out yet. For the first time, Lin Yi used a satin quilt when he slept at night. Even Dahaizi and Xiao Huang refused to sleep outside and went into the house. You've gained a lot of weight. Lin Yi stroked the yellow dog's soft fur. When he first picked it up, it was just a small meatball, but now it has grown stronger than the big black dog. Mingwei smiled and said, Hongyan is a diligent girl. She stuffs all the meat she doesn't want to eat into its mouth. Lin Yi smiled and said, Are you still practicing kung fu? How good is your level? You will surpass your master sooner or later. Your Majesty, I practice every day. Hongyan stood there with her head down. If you didn't look carefully, no one would have thought that she was a lame girl. Zixia said, Your Highness, it's still the steward Hong who has a sharp eye. This girl is really a good candidate for martial arts. Sister Wen taught us kung fu. Mingwei and I took a long time to learn it, but she can perform it properly after just one look. Lin Yi held the teacup, took a sip and said, What rank is it now? Concubine Wen put the child in her arms on the ground, glanced at Hongin, and then smiled and said, "She is only 11 years old. And she is already a 4th rank now." Lenny said, "That's not bad." Concubine Wen rolled her eyes at him and said, "More than good. People used to say that I was a genius. But I was still a 3rd rank when I was 11 years old. So powerful?" Lenny couldn't believe it. "What about Fong Pai, who is chased by Hongin all day long? Should be good too." "Right," Mingwei said. "Fong Pai is a good kid. But he is a little unstable. It would be good if he can transform his energy by the end of the year. The one who has made the fastest progress is Yu Xiaoshi. Manager Hong taught him the kung fu of Iron Shirt. I wonder how far he will go in the future. And there is Ah Dai, although he is a brother of Cui Gingren, he is much better than him. Whatever Manager Hong teaches, he will understand it at once, and learn it at once. It's a pity that they learned martial arts too late, otherwise they would definitely be amazing now. Fools have their own luck." Lenny actually envied these 2 fools a little. He remembered the words that the ants used to comfort them when they were in the orphanage. What God lacks in one place, he will definitely make up for it in another place. Chapter 79 Baiyun Temple. Baiyun City is changing more and more. Local residents living in it sometimes do not feel it so obviously, but merchants from other places feel it deeply. The road is easier to travel. It used to take several months to get there, but now it takes less than a month, and even if it rains, it will not delay the journey. They dare not imagine, if the road from Sanhe to Nanzhou is completely repaired, what kind of scene will it be? The clean and tidy Baiyun City in front of them makes them think that they have come to the wrong place. The road is cement, the house is brand new, and there are fewer shacks. The children who used to run around the streets and chase their team are gone. Moreover, when did the people of Baiyun City become so rich? The goods that usually take 10 days or half a month to sell can be sold out on the day they are sent here. The most important thing is, they have not encountered any hooligans on their way here, and no forced buying or selling has happened. From the locals, they learned that those who maintain local law and order are called black skins. Anyone who fights or causes trouble will be sent to labor camps by black skins. Now, looking around, you can see young girls and young wives walking around the streets without restraint. In the past, this kind of thing was simply unimaginable. The more often the beautiful girls of the local rich and the gentry showed up on the street, the more often Lin Yi went out on the street with Hong Ying. The 2 of them squatted on the street corner in short shirts. Those who knew them did not dare to disturb them. "This one is not good. The legs are too short." Lin Yi kept commenting on the girls passing by. "Well, the teeth are yellow. Bad review? Damn. This figure is good." Lin Yi waited for her to turn around, and immediately sighed. "You can't just look at the figure. It's actually a big face." One person commented on more than a dozen stupidly. Hong Ying didn't respond for a long time. Lin Yi couldn't help but feel a little boring. He stood up and stretched, wandering slowly on the street, looking up. He saw the tall spire on Baiyun Mountain again. Thinking that he had not visited the temple on the mountain for such a long time, since coming to Baiyun Mountain, he was interested in going to see it. There were many carriages parked at the foot of the mountain leading to Baiyun Temple, and old ladies and young ladies got off the carriages from time to time. Because there were steps on the mountain, you had to walk up step by step. Lin Yi followed the others, stepping on the steps one by one, and slowly going up. The mountain road was not straight up and down, but winding and winding, and it went around a long way, passing by a mountain spring. Lin Yi stretched his head to drink several sips of water, washed his face with water, and then continued to go straight up the mountain. The temple gate was very lively, and there were many stalls. Lin Yi bought a cake, and just as he put it in his mouth, he saw an old Taoist waving at him. Lin Yi glanced at the plaque at the temple gate, Baiyun Temple. He was not in the wrong place. Driven by curiosity, he walked towards the Taoist who was fortune-telling. "The abbot of this temple is very generous," Lin Yi said with a smile, "allowing you, a Taoist priest, to tell fortunes here." No. The old Taoist shook his head and said, "The layman is probably not a local." "Why?" Lin Yi asked curiously. The old Taoist said, "Everyone in the local area knows that there is a temple, and a temple on Yunshan Mountain. The temple is Baiyun Temple, and the temple is Baiyun Temple." Lin Yi looked around and asked, "Where is the Baiyun Temple?" The old Taoist pointed to the plaque on the door and said, "Isn't it here?" Lin Yi said, "Master, it clearly says Baiyun Temple." Not a temple, the old Taoist said. There is a Dongwei temple in Hong City. Are all the people living there bald donkeys? Lin Yi was stunned by the question and said with a smile. The Dongwei temple in Hong City is indeed a Taoist temple, the old Taoist said. Why must the Baiyun temple be the bald donkey temple? Lin Yi was speechless. After all, what the other person said made sense. The old Taoist priest said proudly. Entering the Baiyun temple, those bald monks live on the left, and our Baiyun temple is on the right. You live in the same temple? Lin Yi suddenly thought of Hengshan Mountain, and was not so surprised at once. One of the 8 wonders of Nanwei is that monks and Taoists live together, open the door to meet each other, and communicate with each other. The old Taoist priest snorted coldly. Shoshan is blessed with blessings. Why can bald monks live here? But I can't. Lin Yi finished chewing the biscuit in his mouth, clapped his hands, and asked, Tell me, why are so many people greeting me? The old Taoist priest stroked his beard and said, I saw your face. Your forehead is full. Your chin is round and square. And you can tell at a glance that you are destined to be rich and powerful? Lin Yi could recite this set of jingles directly. No. No. The old Taoist shook his head and sighed. The forehead is full. The chin is square. But the eyes are dull. The soul is scattered. The relationship with relatives is weak. And it conflicts with Tai Sui. And the fate. Pa! Lin Yi slapped a few copper coins on the table. I want to hear good words, Lin Yi said unhappily. If you dare to talk nonsense again, believe it or not, I will tear down your Baiyun temple. You may not believe it, but everyone wants to hear good words, and does not want to hear unlucky words. I am afraid you are wrong. The old Taoist did not even look at the copper coins on the table. I am not a greedy person. Besides, the layman should be more polite. This is the fiefdom of the prince. But there are rules here. If you don't believe it, you can try it. As a human being, it is best to know when to stop. Pa! Lin Yi put 5 more big coins on the table. He is also cheap. Just to hear good words. Although the layman is wearing coarse linen clothes. His face is white, and his fingers are delicate. The old Taoist looked at Hong Ying again, and said with a smile, He has servants when he goes in and out. So he doesn't look like a family that has fallen into poverty. You have such a sharp eye. I'll tell you straight away, I have plenty of money. You look so shameless, I really appreciate it. This time, Lin Yi simply put a silver ingot of about 2 taels on the table, and whispered, Let's make a deal. You've been here all year round. Do you know which lady is the most beautiful? The old Taoist waved his sleeves, and the silver and copper coins on the table disappeared. He looked around, and then said seriously, Sanha is not a place outside the law, so it's better for laymen not to be reckless. Otherwise, you will have to go to labor camp. A slim lady is a good match for a gentleman, Lin Yi said unhappily. I am also a man of status. I will not be a pervert. Just tell me which lady is pretty. The old Taoist said in a profound manner. Far away in the horizon, but close at hand. Lin Yi turned around curiously, following the old Taoist's gaze, saw a woman in a white silk skirt jumping out of the temple. Miss! A maid hurriedly chased after her, holding her silk skirt. Little Yingzi, pinch me. I am not dreaming. Lin Yi was stunned as he watched the woman's back gradually go away. Hong Ying hesitated and finally did not dare to pinch him. Lin Yi asked, Old Taoist priest, tell me, which family is this young lady? The old Taoist priest said, The illegitimate young lady of the Yin family. Yin Shichi. 17th in the family? No. No. The old Taoist priest shook his head and said, Because the day she was born was the day when the old master of the Yin family married the 17th concubine. Her mother called her 17. I hope the old master can pamper this child, as much as he pampers the 17th concubine. The meaning is really good. Lin Yi stopped talking nonsense, and hurriedly caught up with Yin Shichi. Chapter 80 Blind Loyalty. Lin Yi ran down the stairs in 3 steps at a time, looking very panicked, which frightened Hong Ying a lot. He followed behind with 2 hands holding him up, fearing that Lin Yi would accidentally fall. Lin Yi slapped his hand away, anxious. There's no one here. Don't just stand there. Hurry up and catch up for me. Hong Ying smiled and said, Your Highness, don't worry. I've already asked Han Diching to catch up. Really? Lin Yi looked around, but didn't see Han Diching. Hong Ying said, Han Diching is an old man who has been with you. He can still handle this matter properly. When Lin Yi heard him say this, he stopped and panted. Damn it, I'm already panting for such a short distance. Every time he went out, he didn't want to bring more followers with him, because it was too conspicuous, and he didn't like it very much. This time, Hong Ying secretly arranged Han Diching to be a secret sentry. Not only was he not angry, he was even a little happy. Otherwise, he would have lost the person. Hong Ying said, "Your Majesty, that woman has kung fu. In my opinion, she is at least a third-rank martial artist. Her light kung fu just now was also quite good." Lenny sighed. "No wonder I couldn't catch up with her even though I ran so fast." He walked down the mountain slowly, and met Han Diching, who was waiting with a donkey at the foot of the mountain. Lenny was very happy to see the donkey. He finally didn't have to walk on his own two legs. Stepping on the steps, he climbed onto the donkey and asked, "Where are the people? Have you caught up?" Han Diching smiled and said, "Your Highness, 3 groups of people are following us. We can't lose them. And I have inquired and found that she is the daughter of the Yin family. She can't run away. The monk can run away, but the temple cannot." Lenny finally put his mind at ease. "Let's not go back yet. Let's wait at the tea stall." Han Diching smiled and said, "Your Highness, it's just a small matter. Why worry about it? How about I go to the Yin family and invite her to you?" Invite? Lenny certainly understood what he meant. It was probably to use force to suppress people. If he couldn't suppress them, he would just tie them up. Lenny himself had never used this kind of trick, but he had seen it many times in Hong Kong City. Therefore, he said unhappily, "If I become a playboy one day, and become the person I once hated the most, none of you are innocent." Han Diching was not ashamed, but proud. The prince can like her. It is the blessing of their Yin family for several lifetimes. Lenny said, "The Yin family is a prominent family in the local area after all. They just received a tribute of 80,000 taels a few days ago. Now, you are showing off to others. I am not so thick-skinned." He could feel the loyalty of these people. As long as they could make him happy, he could put aside all the standards of right and wrong. Whatever he said was right, and whatever he did was right. He also gradually understood why the richer the family, the more likely it was for a playboy to be born. Because there are such a group of real villains around, it is really difficult to become an upright person. Han Diching smiled and said, "Our prince is the most merciful." Lenny said impatiently, "Stop talking nonsense, and find a tea stall to rest." Han Diching led the donkey, turning left and right, and finally stopped at a tea stall beside the newly built road. The 7 or 8 tables on the tea stall were all full of people. Hong Ying helped Lenny get off the donkey, and Han Diching ran to a table first, threw a string of copper coins to the 2 middle-aged men who were drinking tea, and said, "You two, the tea money belongs to me. Please help me." The 2 looked at each other, picked up the copper coins on the table, and left happily. Han Diching hurriedly asked the waiter to wipe the table, but he was dissatisfied with the waiter's poor cleaning. So he directly grabbed the rag and rubbed it back and forth on the table and chairs several times. Lenny sat down on the table and bench, waved his hands and said, "Okay, I am not such a delicate person. Waiter, bring me a pot of tea, and bring me some food." The cake he had eaten on the mountain was completely digested on the way down the mountain, and now he was a little hungry. The tea and cakes came, he held the cake in one hand, and the tea bowl in the other, watching the sun gradually set. When Suen rode over, even the tea stall owner was ready to close the stall. "Talk while standing. Don't make such a big noise," Lenny said. "Yes." Suen walked forward and whispered, "Your Highness." The girl went back after buying rouge and powder. Got back? Lenny was a little disappointed. "How far is the Yin family from here?" Suen said. "The Yin family lives in the countryside. At least 15 miles away from here," Lenny said. "For now, don't do anything else. Just keep an eye on the Yin family. When she comes out to go shopping, let me know." After saying that, he got up and got on the donkey. When there were still more than 10 days before the Spring Festival, the Yin Jing's bandit suppression team finally returned. But the girl he was waiting for had not come yet. The mighty army, including more than 20,000 refugees, all camped on the mountain, and the whole mountain was covered with them. "Your Majesty, I have fulfilled my mission." He Jixiang, who was in his 70s, was wearing armor and holding a sharp weapon. His skinny body made a clanging sound when he walked, but he was still in high spirits. "I'll have someone make you a suitable set of armor tomorrow." Lenny had to work hard to stop laughing. People were working hard for him outside, and if he laughed loudly, it would be too hurtful. Thank you for your concern, Your Highness. He Jixiang returned the sword in his hand, which was taller than him, to Shin Chu, and said loudly, the chief culprit has been eliminated. I have brought back 20,000 refugees. I have seized 50,000 taels of gold and silver, 15 carts of food and grass, and 1,000 horses, cattle and sheep. Alas, dealing with a bunch of poor people is definitely a losing business. Lin Yi was very happy when he heard that He Jixiang was back. But when he saw the bills that Mingyue and Zixia had compiled and piled up to more than one person, his face quickly fell. Refugees are all money-eating beasts. Xie Zan bowed and said, Your Majesty, these refugees need to be arranged early, otherwise they will cause trouble sooner or later. Lin Yi said, Didn't you measure the land before? Distribute the unowned land in Sanha to them, according to the number of people, regardless of age, 1 acre of land per person. Shi Quan said, Your Majesty, these people have nowhere to live. I wonder how much money is appropriate to give each person to settle down. Give? Lin Yi looked at him with disdain. Do you think I am a sucker? How can I give? I am a vassal king. Of course I am borrowing. No wonder I can only be a judge. Not enough brains. Wang Qingbang said with a smile. That's what I mean. We can lend them gold, silver, food, axes, cattle and sheep, and let them build their own huts. There are plenty of wood on the mountain anyway. Then let's do it. Lin Yi nodded and said, Wang Xing. I'm here. Wang Xing said hurriedly. The refugees are complicated. Your militia still needs to patrol day and night. Lin Yi said hatefully. Read my rules to them more. Anyone who dares to commit a crime will not be forgiven. Wang Xing said. I understand. I will definitely live up to your trust. Lin Yi then looked at the list of pensions handed over by Shin Chu, and said sadly, They all followed me all the way to Sanha. I didn't expect them to lose their lives here. Those are all living lives. They were still alive and kicking some time ago. And they flattered him in every way. Now it's gone just like that.